Refining skill, beginner. Effect 1, material loss rate reduced to 50%. Effect 2, success rate increased to 30%. Effect 3, 30% chance to create 2 to 3 spirit patterns on the artifact. Would you like to sacrifice 174 years of your lifespan to upgrade your refining skill to master? How much? Su Changqing's eyes widened. Forging skills could be upgraded to master in less than 10 years, but refining skills required over 100 years to reach their maximum level. No wonder the former could be mastered by mortals. The latter could only be learned by cultivators. However, over 100 years wasn't much for Su Changqing. He currently had over 700 years of lifespan. As long as he mastered refining, he wouldn't need to ask others for help. This would save a large amount of spirit stones. He could even refine artifacts and sell them for money. Therefore, no matter how you looked at it, it was a win-win situation. He decisively chose yes. In an instant, he entered a profound and mysterious state. Based on his maxed-out forging skill, he began to comprehend weapon crafting. In a trance, Su Changqing transformed into an experienced blacksmith. As his forging skills became increasingly refined, he gradually grasped a higher level of technique weapon crafting. Current remaining lifespan, 556 years. Weapon crafting skill, masterful hand. Effect 1, material loss rate reduced to 5%. Effect 2, success rate of spirit weapon increased to 90%. Effect 3, success rate of magic weapon increased to 60%. Effect 4, common quality appearance rate 90%. Effect 5, excellent quality appearance rate 70%. Effect 6, top quality appearance rate 50%. Effect 7, 90% chance of generating 3 to 7 spirit runes. Effect 8, 70% chance of generating 7 to 9 spirit runes. Effect 9, 1% chance of generating more than 10 spirit runes. Special Effect 1, make the most of every item. Scrap materials can be refined into auxiliary materials. Special Effect 2, naturally formed spiritual patterns, 30% chance to create unique spiritual patterns on spirit weapons and magical artifacts. Special Effect 3, Law Resonance, 20% chance to incorporate the power of laws when spiritual patterns are created. Special Effect 4, Flash of Inspiration, 10% chance to grant magical artifacts and spirit weapons extraordinary abilities. Special Effect 5, Divine Touch, 90% success rate in repairing spirit weapons, 60% for magical artifacts. System prompt, the host's current level only allows for the forging of spirit weapons. Please proceed with caution. Hiss. Su Changqing gasped. Truly worthy of a master-level forging technique. There are a whopping 14 effects. Currently, his success rate in forging spirit weapons is approximately 100%. There's even a certain probability of reaching more than 10 effects. As everyone knows, the more spiritual patterns on a spirit weapon or magical artifact, the more runes and formations can be inscribed on it. In other words, the various effects it carries will be stronger. For example, 2 spiritual artifacts, both of superior quality. One has 5 spiritual runes. The other has 7. On the surface, the difference seems small. After all, both are of superior quality. But in reality, the final deciding factor is the difference in the 2 spiritual runes. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to a huge error. Only then did Su Changqing turn his attention back to the first spiritual artifact he had successfully crafted. Spiritual artifact, green wood needle. Quality, common. Attribute, wood. Spirit rune 1, wind-breaking rune. Penetration power, 500 jin. Normal flight speed, 8 jong per breath. Burst speed, 10 jong per breath. Special Effect 1, Shield Breaker, deals greater damage to shield-type weapons. After reviewing the details, Su Changqing casually tossed the item into his azure gourd and said indifferently, "Find an opportunity to sell it." He didn't rest but continued refining. This time, he chose the entry-level spirit weapon, the azure wood needle. After a while, a humming sound echoed in the room. Spiritual weapon, instant flash green wood needle. Quality, top grade. Attribute, wood. Spiritual runes, 9 windbreaking rune, gale rune, piercing rune, escape rune, power enhancement rune, green spirit recovery rune, locking rune, spiral array breaking rune, phantom clone rune. Penetration power, 803,000 jin. Normal flight, 10 jong per breath. Burst state, 30 jong per breath. Special Effect 1, Shield Breaker. Special Effect 2, Instant Flash, instantly bursting with 3 times the speed. Su Changqing nodded in satisfaction. This meets my requirements. Immediately, he imprinted both his spiritual consciousness and blood onto this top-grade green wood needle. Thus, he successfully obtained his first offensive spiritual weapon. Moreover, he crafted it himself. The cost wasn't high, only 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Currently, the market price, taking a common quality green wood needle as an example, 1 spiritual rune sells for approximately 18 mid-grade spirit stones. Each additional line adds 2 mid-grade spirit stones. 9 lines would yield 34 mid-grade spirit stones. As for more than 9 lines, no one has actually managed to refine them. No, to be precise, someone can now refine them. It's Su Changqing. After all, he possesses masterful level weapon refining skills. In the following time, he was completely immersed in alchemy and weapon refining. He completely forgot about Yu Kaiking's promise to come knocking. He basically refined one batch of foundational spirit pills every day. From 2 at a time at the beginning, he now improved to 5 at a time, and all of them were top grade. As for weapon refining, he practiced with the greenwood needles, successfully refining 5 in total. 3 of them were of ordinary quality. 1 with 3 spirit runes. 1 with 4 spirit runes. 1 with 5 spirit runes. 2 were of superior quality. 1 with 6 spirit runes. 1 with 7 spirit runes. It wasn't until just one day before the Lunar New Year, when old Zhao and old Hu came knocking, that Su Changqing finally emerged from the basement. Hu Bagui looked him over with surprise and uncertainty. Long time no see, old Su, you've changed so much. Zhao Ziyou echoed, wholeheartedly agreeing, you really have. Su Changqing paused, then smiled and asked, how have I changed? Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou exchanged a glance, blurting out simultaneously, you've matured. The Su Changqing of the past gave off a youthful yet mature impression, but this time, their eyes were unusually deep, making him seem much older than his age. Su Changqing smiled, perhaps it's because I've been studying lately. In truth, he knew perfectly well what was going on. Aside from cooking and resting, he immersed himself in alchemy and weapon crafting. Therefore, he had become increasingly composed. Hu Bagui waved his hand, it doesn't matter. We came to see you for 2 reasons, one is about the profit sharing, and the other is to ask if you want to go to the Red Maple Valley Market to buy New Year's goods. Su Changqing nodded, I haven't been out for so long, I'm getting restless too. Let's go together. Hu Bagui's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out his small storage bag to distribute the spirit stones. This time, the dividend was less than last time. Subtracting the cost of 15 mid-grade spirit stones, gaining 250 mid-grade spirit stones, gaining 2,866 low-grade spirit stones. Li Sankei took 20% of the total profit first. The remaining portion was divided among Su Changqing, 70%, Hu Bagui, 20%, and Zhao Ziyou, 10%. In the end, Li Sankei received 50 mid-grade spirit stones and 573 low-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing received 140 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,605 low-grade spirit stones. Hu Bagui received 40 mid-grade spirit stones and 459 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Ziyou received 20 mid-grade spirit stones and 229 low-grade spirit stones. With the spirit stone divided, the 3 of them happily stepped on the large leaf grass and flew directly towards the Red Maple Valley Market. Halfway there, Su Changqing paused, then said, how about we call senior brother Li along too? Li Sankei was too solitary. He had no family. He abandoned his clan. His only relative wasn't even in the immortal sect. Although he always said he enjoyed his solitude, Su Changqing could always see the loneliness in his eyes. Hu Bagui nodded slightly, sure, we can just give him some spirit stones. Zhao Ziyou shrugged, I have no objection. Seeing that neither of them objected, Su Changqing took out Li Sankei's communication talisman. At that moment, on the other side of the spirit field, Li Sankei lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The huge stone house was so quiet that only his own heartbeat could be heard. Coldness and loneliness combined to create a tormenting feeling. As a child, he longed for time to speed up. As an adult, he feared the night standing still. Despite not being afraid of the cold, a chill ran through his entire body. Goosebumps rose on his skin. Every hair on his body stood on end. He was so cold that he began to hallucinate, as if he saw his deceased parents smiling at him. Suddenly, a hysterical wail rang out. Why is it New Year's again? Just then, a slight vibration came from his storage bag. Li Sankei initially ignored it, but the vibration persisted. He had no choice but to open the storage bag and pull out a communication talisman that shimmered with spiritual light. Judging from the wear and tear, it had been used many times. However, very few people in the entire Dongting immortal sect possessed their own communication talismans, and only one person had reached this level of wear and tear. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in Li Sankei's heart, and he simultaneously channeled wood elemental energy into it. Senior brother. Junior brother Su. Come out and play. Just those 3 words made Li Sankei, who was feeling depressed, grin. Okay. Soon, the group on Big Leaf Grass grew from 3 to 4. Perhaps because Hu Bagui was there, it felt a bit crowded. Su Changqing couldn't help but say, old Hu, you should lose some weight. Hu Bagui waved his hand, at home, I'm the thinnest one. Su Changqing said irritably, but here, you're the fattest one among us. Zhao Ziyou mocked even more, if you were a fish, I couldn't even catch you, I might even be dragged into the water and drowned. Hoopa Gui curled his lip. Tch, you're just jealous of me. Jealous? Su Changqing exchanged glances with the other two, then asked, jealous of what? Hoopa Gui replied matter-of-factly, jealous that I'm handsome. Su Changqing was dumbfounded. Zhao Ziyu immediately retorted, nonsense, I'm the most handsome of the four of us. You? Su Changqing questioned his existence. This scene amused Li Sankei, he. The four of them joked around as they arrived at the Red Maple Valley Market. Although it was freezing cold, and even snowing heavily, countless cultivators came here to buy New Year's goods, or even to celebrate the New Year. The trading points of the five major powers were especially crowded. With Hoopa Gui around, they wouldn't lack meat. With Su Changqing around, they wouldn't lack rice and vegetables. Therefore, they strolled leisurely along the streets. They weren't in a hurry to go back anyway. Spring festival couplets with runes inscribed on them. Water elemental cultivator seeking refuge, limited to the Lunar New Year period only. The most popular pastries in the mortal world, all available. It's so lively. All sorts of people are here. Su Changqing noticed that Hoopa Gui and the others didn't seem to care about spring festival couplets, the character, fortune, or the festive decorations. Li Sankei, in particular, deliberately avoided these things. It seemed the three of them preferred the lively atmosphere. The things they bought were either food or drink. Of the four, only Su Changqing bought door couplets, the character, and red lanterns. While browsing, he saw a familiar face. Zhao Ying, one of the four who became formal disciples together. Now, he looked much more energetic. He was accompanied by a female deist companion of average appearance. Her belly was quite large, she was probably pregnant. Judging from her clothing, she didn't have a water elemental root, but rather a wood elemental root. In truth, most spirit farmers, if they can't find a water spirit root, will choose a wood spirit root. Farming together as a couple will result in a better quality of life. Zhao Ziao, who was usually with them, is nowhere to be seen. Seeing him, Su Changqing couldn't help but think of another person. Lin. It's been 2 years, and he still doesn't know what that kid is doing. After wandering around, evening arrived. Seeing that it was getting late, the group left. Because Zhao Ziyu needed to return to the Imperial Water Pavilion, he didn't go the same way. Su Changqing, Li Sankei, and Hoopa Gui stepped on the large-leaved grass and quickly arrived at the fork in the road. As they parted, Su Changqing asked, Old Hu, did senior brother Chu fight with Masha? Hoopa Gui was surprised, how did you know? Su Changqing didn't answer, but pressed, what was the result? Hoopa Gui said with a complicated expression, senior brother Chu won, but also lost. What do you mean? Su Changqing didn't understand. Sigh. Hoopa Gui sighed softly, then continued, although senior brother Chu won, his contracted spirit beast, Crane 7, was seriously injured. Even if he participates in the formal disciple competition after the new year, he probably won't make it to the end. Su Changqing was slightly puzzled. Even without the spirit beast's help, senior brother Chu has dual spiritual roots. Hoopa Gui explained, the spirit beast and its master are intertwined. If Crane 7 is injured, senior brother Chu is naturally injured as well, and seriously so. Su Changqing understood. In this one-on-one duel, although Chu defeated Masha with the help of the 1,000-year-old spirit beast Crane 7, however, due to his injury, he would miss this formal disciple competition. He would participate again in 10 years. Afterwards, Hoopa Gui summoned his spirit beast, the camel, and quickly departed. Next, Su Changqing and Li Sankei continued on their way. But they didn't travel together for long before it was time to part ways. Su Changqing bowed respectfully, senior brother, see you next year. Li Sankei, unusually, bowed back, see you next year. Then, Su Changqing, alone, trudged through the large-leafed grass, braving the wind and snow, heading back. Just under 100 meters from the spirit field, his spiritual sense detected someone. Who? Yu Kai-king. She stood alone in front of the door, radiating a chilling aura. Motionless, like an ice sculpture. Su Changqing quickly dropped the large-leafed grass and called out, Senior sister Yu. Hearing the voice, Yu Kai-king turned around and couldn't help but ask, where did you go? Su Changqing scratched his head, I went to the Red Maple Valley Market to buy New Year's goods. Yu Kai-king nodded slightly, then said with a hint of realization, oh. Su Changqing quickly opened the door, Senior sister, come in. Yu Kai-king entered the room and looked around, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. I thought you were no different from the other spirit farmers, but I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Su Changqing smiled, taking out the New Year's goods he had bought and placing them on the table, while asking, Senior sister, is there something you need so late? Yu Kai-king blinked and asked in return, do you remember the ice water spirit root I told you about before? Su Changqing nodded, I remember. Yu Kai-king continued, although I bought an ice soul pearl from you, and it does indeed accelerate the mutation of the ice water spiritual root, I want it to be even faster. Su Changqing looked at her with curiosity, even faster. Yu Kaiking gracefully stepped forward and said softly, "Wood generates fire. Once the fire spiritual root becomes stronger, it will accelerate the mutation of the ice water spiritual root." Looking into her gentle eyes and inhaling the alluring fragrance emanating from her, Su Changqing felt his mouth go dry. After a long while, he finally managed to utter 2 words, dual cultivation. Logically, Su Changqing shouldn't refuse. After all, senior sister Yu was beautiful and had even offered herself to him. However, thinking of his many secrets, he quickly calmed down, suppressing his physical urges, and said in a deep voice, "Senior sister Yu, I haven't decided whether I want to find a deist partner." Yu Kaiking chuckled, revealing her pearly white teeth, "Me neither." Ah! Su Changqing was stunned. Yu Kaiking said softly, "Since neither of us has decided, let's not consider each other deist partners. Let's remain friends, just closer friends. We don't need to live together, we don't need to interfere with each other's lives, but we can trust each other when needed." Su Changqing suddenly understood, like hiring a deist partner. Yu Kaiking blinked, asking with a half-smile, "You, are you still planning to refuse?" She had already said so much. She had already indicated their future status and relationship. Su Changqing seemed unable to find a reason to refuse, and took a deep breath. "All right, I will do my utmost to help senior sister, so that your spiritual root can mutate as soon as possible." Their eyes met, everything was understood without words. Su Changqing put his arm around her slender waist, and the two walked upstairs. Wood was used as firewood, and a blazing fire was lit. 2 kinds of spiritual energy mingled, one consuming, the other absorbing. No matter how cold the wind blew outside the window, the stone house was warm as summer. Meanwhile, in the Red Maple Valley Market, a group of cultivators gathered together, excitedly awaiting the arrival of the new year. Many people spend almost every year here to celebrate the new year, making it exceptionally lively. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks from the mortal world exploded brilliantly in the sky, creating various scenes. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Morning arrived. Su Changqing, lying on his Nanmu bed covered with a soft silk quilt, groggily heard a noise and slowly opened his eyes. A person stood beside the bed. Who? It was Yu Kaiking, of course. Illuminated by the glass lamp above her, her exquisite curves were on full display. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, you're up so early." Yu Kaiking smiled, then opened her storage bag and said, "I have some business at the pill tower. These 100 mid-grade spirit stones are your allowance for this month." Thud! 100 radiant mid-grade spirit stones were tossed onto the bed. The entire Nanmu bed shook violently. Su Changqing, still half asleep, was stunned by this sight. At that moment, Yu Kaiking, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, headed downstairs. After she left, Su Changqing finally came to his senses, hurriedly putting away the spirit stones while reflecting on the events of the previous night. Dual cultivation is divided into 2 types, or rather, 2 stages. The first stage involves complementing each other based on differences in spiritual roots and spiritual power. It's a process of mutual generation of spiritual roots, like wood fueling fire. One party provides nourishment, while the other absorbs it. Initially, the two are unfamiliar with each other, and may even lack trust, so physical intimacy is necessary. Once their hearts are connected, it doesn't matter, simply being together is enough. The second stage involves being both cultivation partners and lovers, with both parties being very familiar and trusting of each other. Not only are their hearts connected, but they also resonate on a spiritual level. To put it bluntly, they had developed feelings for each other. This not only reduced the risk of chi deviation but also granted them special benefits. Su Changqing and Yu Kaiking were currently in the first stage. Logically, their wood elemental energy had been severely depleted last night, almost completely dried up. However, upon waking, he was surprised to find that the fire elemental energy in his danchan had actually increased. Su Changqing pondered, "Although senior sister Yu absorbed my wood elemental energy, it seems I also absorbed a portion of her ice water elemental energy." Ice water is a mutated elemental root. His own lightning fire is also a mutated elemental root. Perhaps, because they both belong to mutated elemental roots, they resonated with each other. In other words, although his wood elemental energy was completely exhausted, his fire elemental energy was steadily increasing. Therefore, not only did he suffer no loss this time, but he even gained 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It was already dawn outside. Su Changqing nimbly got out of bed and began preparing breakfast. Although he didn't know if Yu Kaiking would return, he still prepared some for her. After eating and drinking his fill, and playing with Wang Wang and the pearl chicken, he prepared to go out to pay New Year's visits. Since he wasn't planting spirit rice, staying at home was rather boring. He might as well go find senior brother Li, senior brother Zhang, and senior brother Zhu. He could chat and play around. Then, Su Changqing found the fortress and instructed it, "If senior sister Yu returns, tell her I've gone out to pay New Year's visits." The fortress nodded, "Yes, master." Then, Su Changqing summoned the large-leafed grass, and he leaped into the air. His first stop was definitely senior brother Li's house. After all, it was the closest and fastest. Of course, he had specially prepared 30 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine for this visit. 10 caddies for senior brother Li. 10 caddies for senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Zhu also bought 10 gin. Spirit Beast Valley, Imperial Water Pavilion, and Weapon Forging Peak are too far, so we won't go. Anyway, I'll be meeting with Hubagui and Zhao Zio in a few days to discuss the upcoming formal disciple competition and the matter of setting up a stall. This time, Su Changqing plans to get several kinds of seasonings, hoping to make a fortune. Not long after, the large leaf grass arrived at Li Sankei's doorstep. Unexpectedly, someone beat him to it. Su Changqing recognized her. She was Li Sankei's cousin. I think her name was Li Zionlin. She had awakened a fire spirit root and was currently an alchemy apprentice in the Earth Fire District. Upon seeing someone arrive, and recognizing them, Li Zionlin quickly bowed. Greetings, senior brother Su. Su Changqing thought for a moment, then took out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to her. Happy New Year, this is your gift. Li Zionlin's eyes lit up. Thank you for the New Year's gift, senior brother Su. Su Changqing entered the house and immediately saw Li Sankei cooking. As usual, he had cooked a pot of spirit rice porridge. Perhaps because his cousin was here this time, he had also specially prepared a plate of stir-fried spirit beast meat with chili peppers. However, the presentation, well, let's just say it wasn't great. The spirit beast meat was burnt. Li Sankei greeted him proactively. Junior brother Su has arrived. Su Changqing placed the 10 gin of top-grade spirit rice wine he had brought on the table, then bowed and said, Happy New Year, senior brother. I wish to offer my New Year's greetings. Li Sankei was surprised to see that his friend had brought a gift this time, but more than that, he was touched. I didn't prepare anything, so I'll just give you a mid-grade spirit stone as a New Year's gift. In the past, he really wouldn't have been willing to part with it. But last year, due to profit sharing, he made a fortune. Now he has several hundred mid-grade spirit stones and several thousand low-grade spirit stones. Giving away just one is really no big deal. Su Changqing happily accepted it. You know, senior brother Li is really good to me. Li Zionlin, standing behind him, blinked, looking down at the low-grade spirit stone in her hand, thinking to herself, so, senior brother Su learned this from his cousin. Li Sankei asked, Junior brother, have you had breakfast yet? Su Changqing grinned, I ate before coming. Li Sankei said with a hint of regret, I was planning to let you try my cooking now. Su Changqing glanced at the perpetually hot porridge and the burnt spirit beast meat on the table, his lips twitching several times, but he still gave a thumbs up. Much better than before, it looks more substantial. Li Sankei said rather proudly, it really is much better than before. Su Changqing decisively changed the subject. By the way, any news about senior brother Li Lingbai? Hearing this, Li Sankei replied, Lingbai should return to the immortal sect this summer. Li Lingbai had truly worked incredibly hard to break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core realm. He joined a demon hunting team with Pei Mo, fighting demons on the battlefield every day. Fortunately, they had almost collected all the core parts of the 5 elemental attribute demons. Once he returned, he could peacefully go into seclusion and await his breakthrough. The two chatted casually for a while afterward. Seeing that Li Sankei and Li Zionlin were about to have breakfast, Su Changqing took his leave and rode his large-leafed grass directly towards Jiang Su's spirit field. Although his relationship with Jiang Su was rather delicate, even fraught with problems, overall, Jiang Su had been quite kind to him. He had given him rare spirit plants. He had even given him a second-grade spirit field. He probably wasn't this enthusiastic even towards his family. Upon approaching, Su Changqing took a closer look and saw that the spirit field had indeed shrunk from 10 mu to 9 mu. The spirit plants cultivated inside had all been harvested, leaving the field completely empty. After landing, Su Changqing called out, Senior brother Zhang. A short while later, Jiang Su emerged, dressing as he went. Isn't this my junior brother Su? Su Changqing paused for a moment, then looked behind him. A slender female cultivator with delicate features peeked out, looking at him with curious eyes. Jiang Su explained, This is my new deist partner, Yun Mo. Su Changqing asked with a slightly strange expression, It seems I've come at a bad time. Jiang Su feigned indifference. For anyone else, it would certainly be considered an intrusion, but you're my junior brother Su. Even if you came in the middle of the night, your senior brother wouldn't be angry. Su Changqing waved his hand. Senior brother, your words are a bit ambiguous, easily leading to misunderstandings. Ha ha ha. Jiang Su laughed heartily, immediately opening the gate and inviting, Come in. Su Changqing didn't want to go in. After all, she was busy. But Jiang Su insisted it was no problem, even practically pulling him inside. The two rarely contacted each other, and seeing each other was truly a rare treat. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Su instructed Yun Mo, Remember, this is junior brother Su. If I'm not around, you must greet him warmly. Yun Mo nodded and said softly, I know. Su Changqing looked at her, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Should he call her sister-in-law? That doesn't seem quite right. Should he call her senior sister? She might only be at the qi refining stage. Su chuckled, just call me junior sister Yoon. Yoon Mo lowered her head shyly, yes, just call me junior sister. Okay, junior sister Yoon, Su Changqing finally said. Then they went inside. Compared to the last visit, the biggest change was in the furniture, calligraphy, paintings, and antiques. They seemed to have been replaced, they felt more luxurious and rarer. After sitting down, Su instructed Yoon Mo, go, bring me my best spirit bud tea. The other immediately turned and walked towards the kitchen. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze, then took out 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine from his jade gourd. Junior brother doesn't have any good New Year's gifts, so I can only give you some of my own brewed spirit rice wine. Su asked for confirmation, is it the spirit rice wine we drank at your house last time? Yes, Su Changqing confirmed. Su's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but say, this wine is excellent. Ever since I tasted it last time, I've been craving it. Su Changqing immediately replied, if you like it, I'll bring more next time. Su accepted the top-grade spirit rice wine, feeling it wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. Therefore, he opened his storage bag and took out a talisman. Junior brother, this is an entry talisman for the advanced alchemist Yuquan Herb Garden. Since I'm too busy to attend, please do it for me. Su Changqing was skeptical, really? Su pointed to the doorway and said, didn't you see senior brother's spirit field? Not a single spirit plant. Su Changqing nodded slightly, that's true. Su explained, after the new year, senior brother has to return to the Zhang family. He won't have time to manage things here then, so it'll just be empty for now. Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, if it's too long, I can help you plant some. Su shook her head, it'll only be about half a month, definitely enough time. Hearing this, Su Changqing didn't insist. He took the entrance talisman for the advanced alchemist's herb garden and examined it carefully. At first glance, it looked similar to a communication talisman, but the runes on it weren't communication patterns. They were shaped like water dripping on stone. The name was Cave Pattern. With it, one could enter the array set up by the talisman's owner. At this moment, Yoon Mo had already brought out the spirit bud tea. Even before brewing, its aroma was already irresistible, exuding an extremely rich wood spirit energy. This was clearly excellent tea. The two drank while chatting about recent events. One thing particularly surprised Su Changqing. It concerned the blind date woman he had met last time. It seemed that her backers had run into trouble. Su wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. Anyway, Zhao Yingli had been unusually low-key lately, completely lacking her previous arrogance. She had even changed her approach from recruiting a son-in-law to seeking refuge herself. Half an hour later, Su Changqing bid farewell to Su and rode the large-leafed grass back. He had originally intended to freeload lunch, but he felt Su would be very busy, so he had to leave. Why? Naturally, it was because of last night. Well, those who know. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing had just approached his spirit field when, woof woof, Wang Wang suddenly barked. Even the fire crow perched on the balcony railing caught in alarm. Then, Su Changqing noticed someone loitering near his spirit field. The figure looked vaguely familiar. Su Changqing put down the large-leafed grass and asked, who are you? The person brushed aside long hair, revealing a familiar face. Su Changqing, it's me. Su Changqing's eyes widened, and the name slipped out, Linen. Upon realizing he was remembered, Linen instantly burst into tears and rushed forward to hug him. I've finally seen you. Su Changqing asked, quite shocked, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Linen, with snot and tears streaming down his face, recounted, I owed someone some spirit rice, and then I got arrested by the Ministry of Punishments, and then. Su Changqing urged, go on, tell me. Linen said with a wronged expression, I helped a novice alchemist in the Earth Fire District cultivate his spiritual root for 2 whole years. Why yeah? Su Changqing stared in disbelief. Seeing the other's pained expression, he figured the past 2 years must have been difficult. He immediately led him towards the stone house. They decided to postpone their visit to senior brother Zhu for now. A short while later, the two entered the house. Linen sat down and looked around. When I first arrived, I thought I'd gone to the wrong place. I didn't expect you to have changed so much in the past 2 years. Su Changqing waved his hand modestly. I'm all right. Linen couldn't help but ask, why do you have 3 acres of spirit fields? Su Changqing replied, I'm now a foundation establishment stage spirit farmer. What? Linen jumped up in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. All told, the 4 people had only been at the core of the spirit field for less than 4 years. Zhao Ying and Zhao Ziao. One was in the mid-stage of qi refining. The other was in the late stage of qi refining, and this person before him had actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon realizing the other party possessed 3 acres of grade 2 spirit fields, Linen's expression changed drastically, and his voice trembled as he asked, "Could it be that you've already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage?" Su Changqing shook his head. "No, I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage." Linen had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized, that's not right. Early foundation establishment cultivators only have 2 acres of spirit fields, but you have 3. Su Changqing explained, "The 3rd acre was a gift from a senior brother. You even know him." "I know him?" Linen asked in surprise. "Who?" Su Changqing smiled slightly. "Senior brother Jiangsu, of course." Upon hearing this, Linen was speechless. Senior brother Jiangsu? He was somewhat dazed. It felt like 20 years had passed, even though only 2 years had gone by. Su Changqing took out a tea set and said, "Actually, I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't helped introduce me, I wouldn't have met senior brother Jiang, and naturally, the gift of the spirit field wouldn't have happened." Linen's expression was quite complicated as he said, "Back in the outer areas, we both only succeeded on our 3rd attempt. I never imagined you would be so different from before, while I remain the same." Su Changqing brought out the finest orchid mist tea to serve him, then said, "Now that you're back, just focus on farming from now on." Linen hesitated, then said, Su Changqing asked curiously, "Why?" Linen gave an awkward smile. "You know I'm not good at farming." Su Changqing said irritably, "You've already learned your lesson once, haven't you learned your lesson?" Linen leaned closer and whispered, "I have an idea that you might be interested in." Su Changqing put the lid on the teapot, then stared at him. "What idea?" Linen said seriously, "You shouldn't mind adding another acre of spirit land, right?" Su Changqing asked, quite surprised, "You're going to give me the spirit land?" Linen quickly waved his hand, "Not give it to you, but rent you my 2nd-grade spirit land." Actually, his original target was Jiangsu. The other party's abilities were obvious to all. As for Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying, those 2 were not considered. Now that he found that the person in front of him could take care of 3 acres of spirit land, he immediately changed his target. Su Changqing was surprised. "You're not farming anymore." Linen chuckled, "You know I have no talent for farming. The reason I successfully became a full-fledged disciple was all thanks to my earth and water spiritual roots." Su Changqing nodded slightly. The reason he was forced to cultivate his spiritual roots for 2 years was because he breached the contract. A mu of 2nd-grade spiritual land yields completely different results in the hands of different spiritual farmers. With Linen's talent, he could only manage about 2,000 jin at most. But for himself, he could reach a maximum of 4,000 jin. Linen said seriously, "This is what I'm thinking. I'll get some startup capital from you, and then, when the formal disciple competition starts, I'll sell some things and make a profit." Su Changqing said with interest, "Go on." Linen continued his analysis, "Think about it, during the formal disciple competition, it'll be packed with people. Selling even a little bit of spiritual rice, food, or pills will earn me more spirit stones than usual." Su Changqing sized up the man he hadn't seen in 2 years. "I didn't realize you had such a talent for business." This compliment energized Linen. "The barbecue stalls are really popular lately, especially with that secret barbecue sauce. It tastes amazing." Su Changqing asked with a half-smile, "So, do you know who invented this secret barbecue sauce?" Linen shook his head, answering uncertainly, "Some say it's Hu, others say it's Zhao." Su Changqing leaned back in his chair. "It was me." Linen stared blankly. "Ha." Just then, the tea was ready, and Su Changqing personally poured him a full cup. "Since our ideas coincide, we can try cooperating. But can you be trusted?" If Linen still didn't understand, he'd be a complete idiot, so he excitedly said, "We can sign a blood talisman contract. If I breach the contract or betray you, you can do whatever you want with me." There are 2 types of blood talisman contracts. One type is a regular spirit talisman. Generally, while there's a punishment, there's no immediate danger to life. A blood talisman contract is different. It's equivalent to handing over one's life and fortune. That is to say, once both parties sign a blood talisman contract, Su Changqing can kill Linen with a single thought. "Ha!" Su Changqing was quite surprised. He had only intended to hint that signing a spirit talisman contract would suffice. If there was betrayal or breach of contract, Linen would be sent back to the Earth Fire Zone to cultivate his spiritual root. But he hadn't expected this kid to go all in. You see, once a blood talisman contract is signed, even if Linen breaks through to the nascent soul stage, with that contract, death is still certain, leaving no room for retreat. Linen mistakenly thought that wasn't enough, and his face hardened. "All right, I don't want the spirit field anymore, I'll give it to you, just help me complete the annual task of 5,000 caddies of spirit rice." Considering he really needed a trustworthy errand boy by his side, Su Changqing didn't hesitate much and quickly agreed. Immediately, the 2 signed a blood talisman contract. Su Changqing only left a spiritual imprint. Linen, however, signed a double imprint, leaving both his divine soul and his essence blood. In a sense, this already constituted a master-servant relationship. Looking at the land deed for the second-grade spirit field in his hand, and the blood-stained talisman, Su Changqing seemed lost in thought. He hadn't been unaware of Hu Bagui or Zhao Ziyou, but those two. One focuses on the Spirit Beast Valley. The other spends all his time fishing. Let them run around and do this and that. It might be alright in the short term, but resentment will definitely grow over time. After all, both Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou have a way out. Linen was different, he had absolutely no way out. He hadn't farmed for 2 years. His ability and talent in cultivating spirit plants were practically zero. Most importantly, Su Changqing genuinely wanted the acre of second-grade spirit land in Lin En's possession. Lin En said excitedly, "Senior, Brother Su, Master, Manager, oh, it doesn't matter, from now on I'll obey your every command." Hearing the various titles the other man used, Su Changqing suspected this young man had been trained by that novice alchemist. With a strange expression, he said, "Call me Senior Brother." Lin En chuckled, "Yes, Senior Brother Su." Su Changqing pulled out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it to him. "Get yourself ready, and then take care of whatever needs to be done." Lin En's breathing quickened upon seeing the mid-grade spirit stone. "I've toiled in the earth fire region for 2 years and haven't even received a single low-grade spirit stone. I didn't expect to receive a mid-grade spirit stone right after meeting you." Su Changqing patted his shoulder. "From now on, as long as I have food to eat, you definitely won't go hungry." Lin En's eyes welled up with tears again, and he nodded vigorously, deeply moved. This journey has been incredibly difficult. Although he awakened a wood spirit root, his talent in planting was quite average. It was only through seeking help from earth and water spirit roots that he managed to pass the third assessment. However, due to defaulting on his spirit rice debt, he was arrested by the Ministry of Punishment and sent to a novice alchemist in the Earth Fire Zone, where he was tortured for 2 whole years. Upon his release, he sought help from many people, but his former friends either refused or turned their backs on him. Unexpectedly, only Su Changqing was willing to lend a helping hand. After resting for a while and finishing his orchid mist tea, Lin En got up and left. Although he had escaped the sea of suffering, there were still many things to deal with. Since he had signed a blood talisman contract with Su Changqing, even if they didn't live together, they would have to be very close. They definitely couldn't go back to their previous positions. There was also the matter of changing the spirit fields, reporting information. In short, there was a mountain of things to do. Su Changqing put away the tea set, then left the stone house and once again rode the great leaf grass, rising from the ground. Now, only Senior Brother Bamboo remained to be visited. Once everything was settled, he could finally stay home in peace. Half an hour later, he finally approached the spirit field where Zhu Fuxian was. Unexpectedly, the other party was right at the door. But there were 2 of them. Su Changqing landed and bowed, saying, "Happy New Year, Senior Brother Zhu." Zhu Fuxian smiled slightly, "Happy New Year, Junior Brother Su." At this moment, a person beside him, draped in a black cloak and whose face was obscured, spoke up, "Since you have guests, I'll take my leave, but don't forget that matter." Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly, "All right, I'll arrange it." The next second, the person in the black cloak transformed into a cloud of black mist and sped off in another direction, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze. Although he was curious about this person, he didn't ask. Zhu Fuxian called out, "Junior Brother, come in." "Okay." Su Changqing followed behind the other person towards the bamboo house. After the 2 entered the house, Zhu Fuxian gestured, "Please sit down and rest. I have some things to take care of. We can have a good drink after I'm done." Su Changqing pondered, "If I've disturbed you, I'll come again next time." Zhu Fuxian waved his hand. It wasn't a disturbance. That person was a resident alchemist at the Pill Tower. "We've been working together for over 10 years, and we just need to recultivate medicinal herbs. I need to plant the seeds first." Su Changqing suddenly understood. "All right, then please go ahead with your work." Zhu Fuxian brewed a pot of bamboo leaf tea and then went into the room on the left. Su Changqing waited patiently, gazing at the snowy scenery outside. The north wind swept across the spirit fields, swirling snowflakes like shattered jade. Frost flowers clinging to the spirit plants fell softly. The whole world was both quiet and poignantly beautiful. After about half an hour, Zhu Fuxian finally finished and hurried out, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Su Changqing took a sip of the fragrant bamboo leaf tea and smiled, "Senior Brother, I never tire of the snowy scenery here." Zhu Fuxian said with considerable pride, "I chose this place to build the bamboo house because the winter scenery is so enchanting." Su Changqing put down his teacup and gave a thumbs up. "Senior Brother not only has excellent taste, but also great vision." Zhu Fuxian sat opposite him, then changed the teapot and teaware, placing a wine pot on the table. "Warm wine is more enjoyable on a snowy day." Upon hearing the word wine, Su Changqing finally realized what was happening and quickly moved 10 jin of top-grade spirit rice wine from his azure gourd, placing it on the table. "I almost forgot, this is a New Year's gift for you." Zhu Fuxian was surprised. "You brewed this spirit rice wine?" Su Changqing affirmed, indeed. Zhu Fuxian immediately took it, then I won't drink my green bamboo wine. He had to admit. His brewing skills were indeed inferior to his junior brother Su's. His wine, in terms of quality, taste, and flavor, was far superior. Ever since tasting it once, Zhu Fuxian had been secretly trying to replicate it. Even though he knew it was the most common spirit rice wine, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reproduce it perfectly. He had been craving it for a long time. Compared to communicating with others, he would probably have to talk the whole time. But Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian were completely different. They chatted occasionally. Most of the time, they warmed wine while gazing at the distant snowscape. Comfort, relaxation, and enjoyment were evident in both of them. Su Changqing took a sip of the warm spirit rice wine and his eyes lit up. Compared to cold wine, warm wine was smoother on the palate. The taste changed from crisp to rich, with a feeling similar to being enveloped in warm honey water. It truly had a unique flavor. Suddenly, Zhu Fuxian spoke up, Junior brother Su, I suddenly remembered something. Su Changqing turned his head, his eyes showing curiosity. Zhu Fuxian continued, my alchemist friend is currently hosting a herb garden exchange meeting. The attendees are either alchemists or foundation establishment stage spiritual farmers. Let's go together. Su Changqing paused, then tentatively asked, your alchemist friend isn't named Yuquan, is he? Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly, that's right. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly, the world truly is a circle. He had obtained an entry token for Yuquan's herb garden from Zhang Su. Unexpectedly, senior brother Zhu actually knew Yuquan. He could even bring him along. Zhu Fuxian inquired, how about it? Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting, then I'll trouble senior brother Zhu. Admittedly, he had an entry token, but taking it out now would be spoiling the other person's fun. He couldn't bring himself to do something so offensive. Upon seeing the other party's agreement, Zhu Fuxian was overjoyed. He even offered to introduce Su Changqing to Yuquan. The two drank, chatted, and admired the scenery. Time flew by. Afternoon arrived. Su Changqing, slightly tipsy, rose to take his leave. Senior brother, let's stop drinking here for today. Zhu Fuxian, half reclined, slurred, alright, let's drink to our heart's content next time. Su Changqing quickly left, and as soon as he stepped out of the fence gate, he summoned his large-leafed grass to take flight. Zhu Fuxian, meanwhile, leisurely continued drinking his warm wine, gazing at the snowy scenery outside, until he was completely drunk, sprawled on the ground, and fell fast asleep without a care in the world. The winter winds still howled. The extreme cold, though freezing everything outside, couldn't extinguish the warmth inside. Su Changqing lay on the spacious Nanyu bed, covered with a thin silk quilt, a soft, fragrant body nestled in his right arm. Who? Naturally, it was Yu Kaiking. The two of them were now in the aftermath of their dual cultivation. Far from sleepy, they were actually radiant. Senior sister. It's still early, how about? Morning arrived. Su Changqing prepared breakfast, specially cooking a pot of fragrant, top-grade spirit rice porridge. The side dishes were chopped chili peppers, sweet and sour crisp radishes, and chicken meatballs. Although it looked simple, the quality was absolutely top-notch. Besides the chicken meatballs, the chopped chili peppers were the finest chilies he had cultivated himself. The sweet and sour crisp radish was also a top-grade white radish he cultivated himself. Especially the chopped chili peppers, one of his exclusive sauces specially prepared for the formal disciple competition. While it couldn't be a perfect 1:1 replica, the taste was at least 70% similar. At this moment, Yu Kaiking, draped in a thin veil, descended the stairs. Seeing this scene, her cold face instantly melted into a sweet smile. A feeling of happiness welled up within her. Su Changqing waved, senior sister, breakfast is ready, come and eat. Smelling the enticing aroma in the air, Yu Kaiking couldn't help but praise, it seems you're not only talented in planting, but your spiritual cuisine skills are also first-rate. Su Changqing smiled, it's alright. Then, he specially served her a small bowl of top-grade spiritual rice porridge. As for side dishes, since he didn't know her taste, he didn't add any. Yu Kaiking slowly sat down, her slender, pale right hand picking up a wooden spoon and gently stirring the spirit rice porridge in the porcelain bowl. The thick rice porridge was like solidified cream. The rice grains glistened with a lustrous sheen. The rising steam carried the unique fragrance of spirit plants. Even before tasting it, it looked incredibly appetizing. Then, Yu Kaiking scooped up a spoonful and, while it was still warm, put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. The soft, glutinous rice grains melted on her tongue without needing to be chewed. A sweet flavor quickly spread across her taste buds. It looked ordinary, even commonplace, spirit rice porridge. But with Su Changqing's culinary skills, it had become so delicious. Su Changqing asked with a smile, how is it? Yu Kaiking nodded slightly, delicious, full of flavor, rich in spiritual energy. Such rich spiritual energy, it was undoubtedly top-grade spirit rice. The person before him truly lived up to his reputation as a foundation establishment stage spirit farmer, possessing extraordinary talent in cultivation. For most people, being able to eat high-quality spirit rice would be considered a sign of a comfortable life. As for top-grade spirit rice, using it only for porridge would be a real luxury. Su Changqing pointed to the side dishes beside him and said, "These are some pickled vegetables I made myself. Senior sister, you can try some." Upon hearing this, Yu Kaiqing immediately picked up her chopsticks and took a few pieces, putting them in her mouth. The taste was salty, savory, and sweet, with a refreshing and palate-cleansing texture. Paired with the spirit rice porridge, it had a unique flavor. Seeing that she was satisfied, Su Changqing served himself a bowl, and while eating, asked, "Senior sister, do you know about the Nether Spring?" Yu Kaiqing nodded slightly. "I know. He's also a high-level alchemist, but he's very mysterious. We rarely meet, and the pills he refines are rather obscure." Obscure? Su Changqing looked curious. Yu Kaiqing raised an eyebrow. "Like poison pills." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately understood and agreed wholeheartedly. They are indeed somewhat obscure. Pills and medicine are actually from the same source. Most people who can refine pills can also cure diseases, but poison pills are rather extreme. It's said that the more poisonous, the better the effect, but the faster the death. Unexpectedly, this high-level alchemist named Yuquan takes this approach. Yu Kaiqing asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly asking him?" Su Changqing replied truthfully, "A senior brother plans to introduce me to Yuquan." Upon hearing this, Yu Kaiqing's expression turned slightly serious as she reminded him, "Getting to know him is fine. After all, there are rules about poison pills, but you absolutely mustn't get too close to this person, otherwise, trouble might easily arise." "Okay," Su Changqing replied. Then, the two chatted idly while drinking porridge. Winter, especially these few days right after the new year, it's truly hard to know what to do. Therefore, after breakfast, the two went back upstairs. In the afternoon, Lin En returned. Su Changqing stood on the balcony looking at him. "Have you finished dealing with everything?" Lin En chuckled. "Everything that needed to be dealt with has been taken care of. In a few days, the Earth Spirit Root disciples from the ley lines will come to cultivate the 4th acre of spirit fields." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing glanced around, roughly estimating the distance and location. It should be just close to Stone Mountain. Once it's on their territory, even if no one acknowledges it, Stone Mountain will be added to their domain. Then, they'll erect a fence, set up an array, and ignore everyone. In other words, it appears to be 4 acres of second-grade spirit land, but in reality, it's equivalent to 5 acres. After all, there's also a large area of black soil beneath Stone Mountain. The only drawback is the cramped interior space. Let's say it's 4.5 acres then. At this moment, Yu Kaiqing's question came from inside the house. "You're adding another acre of spirit land?" Su Changqing replied without turning his head, "Senior sister, let me introduce you. This is my partner, named Lin An. He also has a wood spirit root, and I'll be managing, planting, and cultivating his spirit land." "There's someone else?" Lin An asked in surprise. Soon, a beautiful face came into view. The other person's skin was as white as snow, as delicate as mutton fat jade. They possessed an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Seeing the two cuddling on the balcony, he instantly understood. Good heavens, senior brother Su had quietly found a deist partner. What is a winner in life? This is a winner in life. This, ironically, left Lin En somewhat bewildered, feeling he had come at the wrong time. At this moment, Su Changqing continued to ask, "Where will you live? Have you decided?" Lin En glanced at Yu Kaiqing, then said awkwardly, "My original idea was to build the house next to your stone house, but now it seems I should reconsider. Having a man and a woman is fine in itself. The problem is if one of them is single, being a third wheel during the day, and then suffering agonizingly at night." Su Changqing, sensing Lin En's hesitation, waved his hand. "Don't worry, senior sister, you won't be here with me every day. She's also an alchemist from the Earth Fire District." Upon hearing this, Lin En reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling. "Another alchemist?" Seeing his strong reaction, Su Changqing was quite surprised. "What's wrong?" Lin En's feelings became complicated. He had originally envied senior brother Su, who seemed like a winner in life, but now, seeing that he too was about to succumb to the allure of an alchemist, he immediately showed a look of pity. "No, I'm just not quite used to life outside yet." Time flew by, and the day arrived for the opening of the Nether Spring Herb Garden. The snow had stopped, and the world was covered in a blanket of white. Only the howling wind remained, sounding like the wailing of monsters. As agreed, Su Changqing, riding his large-leafed grass, arrived precisely at Zhu Fuxian's door. A short while later, the other man approached, carrying a jug of spirit rice wine. It seemed he hadn't finished 10 jin, approximately 4 kilograms. Compared to Han Xian's large gulps, almost like a whale gulping down its liquor. Zhu Fuxian preferred to sip it slowly, cup by cup, alone. Su Changqing bowed respectfully. Senior brother Zhu. Zhu Fuxian chuckled. Junior brother, you're so punctual. Su Changqing answered honestly, mainly because I was afraid of upsetting you. Zhu Fuxian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Changqing had assumed he would use his large-leafed grass to reach their destination. Unexpectedly, Zhu Fuxian took out his storage item, the Azure Spirit storage tube, and gently tapped its surface a few times. Instantly, a crack appeared, and a cyan shuttle emerged from it. It looked as if it were crafted from individual sections of green bamboo. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, the senior brother Zhu really loves bamboo. At this moment, Zhu Fuxian said half-jokingly, I haven't used this Azure shuttle in a long time. Junior brother, be careful, we might fall to the ground. Su Changqing blinked. Senior brother is too modest. If Han Xin, that drunkard, had said this, he would have believed it completely. But the person before him, although his specific cultivation level was unclear, he estimated that he was at least at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even having broken through to the golden core stage. Then, the two boarded the shuttle one after the other. Instantly, the sound of the wind abruptly ceased. Absolutely no sound from the outside world could be heard. This clearly indicates that the Azure shuttle was of exceptionally high quality, at least a high-grade spiritual artifact with 5 spirit patterns. Whoosh! The Azure shuttle soared into the air, instantly traversing 1,000 meters of sky. It sped towards the Earth Fire Zone at incredible speed. Senior brother, why is the Nether Spring Herb Garden only open to the public for limited times? Because it contains a lot of highly poisonous herbs. But what's the point of our visit? At first, it was just a gathering of lesser-known alchemists, but later, spirit farmers gradually joined in. And then, while everyone was admiring the highly poisonous herbs in the Nether Spring Herb Garden, they also traded other things. On the way, Su Changqing voiced his doubts. Only then did he learn from Zhu Fuxian. The true nature of the Nether Spring Herb Garden was actually a trading point. Lesser-known alchemists, along with cooperating spirit farmers, bought and sold among themselves. To put it bluntly, this is just a small, exclusive gathering, nothing more. The Azure shuttle is at least twice as fast as the large-leaf grass. Therefore, it will arrive at the Earthfire Zone much faster. However, this gathering, or rather, the location of the Nether Spring Herb Garden, is not in the heart of the Earthfire Zone. In fact, it's quite remote. Firstly, it needs to be far from most people. Secondly, all precautions must be taken. For this reason, the Nether Spring Herb Garden is exceptionally remote. Even the temperature is lower than in other places. Gah, gah. In mid-air, startled fire crows let out piercing cries. The place was already remote, and this sound effect only amplified the eeriness. The atmosphere suddenly became sinister. Just then, Zhu Fuxian pointed to a spot not far away and said, "We've arrived." Su Changqing looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a valley. The surroundings were exceptionally barren, yet surprisingly, there were many plants within. However, they looked strange. There were skeletons that resembled humans. Some were covered in sharp, poisonous thorns. There were even vines emitting a gray mist. Zhu Fuxian said with a half-smile, "These visible ones are just ordinary poisonous creatures. Only those within the formation are truly interesting." Su Changqing suddenly understood, so, these things are displayed purely to scare people. That's right, Zhu Fuxian affirmed. Before the Azure shuttle landed, he took out 2 black robes and 2 masks. Su Changqing asked, puzzled, "What's this?" Zhu Fuxian explained, "It's a rule set by Yuquan. Everyone attending the gathering, whether alchemist or spirit farmer, has to disguise themselves." Su Changqing couldn't help but complain, "There are only a few who refine poison pills. Isn't this redundant?" Zhu Fuxian said with a playful expression, "Yuquan just likes to do this. When others refine good pills, he refines bad ones. When others refine non-poisonous pills, he refines highly poisonous ones. In short, he likes to do the opposite. He's particularly rebellious." Soon, the two put on black cloaks and white masks that only revealed their eyes. After the Azure shuttle landed, they walked one after the other into the valley. As they went deeper, they saw more and more poisonous creatures. The further they went, the more frightening their appearance became. They were all jagged and bizarrely shaped. Not long after, Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian were blocked by a cloud of black poisonous mist. If they forced their way in, they would not only lose their way, but also be poisoned. The longer they stayed, the more severe the poisoning would become. Zhu Fuxian took out an entrance talisman and shouted, "Junior brother Su, stay close." Su Changqing responded from behind, "Okay." Immediately, Zhu Fuxian poured his spiritual power into the entrance talisman. Instantly, it released a beam of light, illuminating the area ahead. Su Changqing tried to use his spiritual sense to probe, but found it blocked. Here, especially in the poisonous fog, one could only observe their surroundings with their eyes. Clearly, the person who designed this formation was a very skilled formation master. Illuminated by the light, the two slowly made their way in. After about 30 breaths, the view suddenly opened up. The poisonous fog was no longer an obstacle. Instead, it was a garden-like area. There were flowers, grass, and trees. But without exception, they were all various kinds of highly poisonous medicinal herbs. Su Changqing scanned them with his spiritual sense and found that he didn't recognize the vast majority of them. Although he had memorized the contents of books like the Lingtian Bei Wenlu, his knowledge of poisons was limited. Besides Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian, there were about 10 other people inside. Some were alone, quietly observing a festering herb. Others were huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Some people stood motionless in the corners, like logs. Everyone seemed quiet. It appeared that keeping quiet was one of the rules here. The more quiet they were, the more curious Su Changqing became about this high-level alchemist named Yuquan. Zhu Fuxian pointed to a withered tree on the left and said, "Junior brother, this is a good thing." Su Changqing looked over, but didn't recognize it, and immediately shook his head, saying, "I don't know anything about poisonous things." Zhu Fuxian led him to the withered tree and whispered, "This is called the dead tree, or more precisely, the tree of life through death. It can be used to refine the earth-grade pill, the rebirth pill." Su Changqing possessed a far deeper understanding of elixirs. Not only did he possess a fire spirit root, but he had also elevated his weapon refining skills to a master level. Even his bedmate was a high-level alchemist, and he had even tried earth-grade elixirs. Moreover, the rebirth pill was renowned, its effects incredibly miraculous. While it couldn't grant the user a second life, it could extend the lifespan of those below the nascent soul stage by 7 days, unless their head was severed or their soul erased. Like a final burst of energy before death, injuries, spirit, consciousness, and all other aspects would recover. Now, even a low-quality pill could fetch 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yes, that's right. Not low-grade, not mid-grade, but the even rarer high-grade spirit stones. Now, one of the raw materials for the rebirth pill, the dead tree poisoned by touch and instantly fatal to those who consume it, grown quietly in the Nether Spring Herb Garden. This shows that Yuquan is indeed very capable. Zhu Fuxian said with a profound look in his eyes, "Junior brother Su, all the poisonous creatures displayed here can be traded for spirit stones, pills, and spiritual plants." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing gasped, "Hiss." He quickly glanced around. There were at least 100 different kinds of poisonous creatures in the entire area. "Doesn't that mean that as long as you have money, you can take them all?" Zhu Fuxian asked, "Shall we disperse and explore on our own?" Su Changqing snapped out of his reverie and nodded slightly, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Zhu Fuxian walked straight towards the more crowded area. Seeing this, Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and then focused his attention, eyes, and spiritual sense entirely on the valuable dead tree. Soon, various information appeared. Dead tree. Centennial. Severely damaged. Insufficient spiritual energy. Currently of high quality. After reading the information, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. No wonder Yuquan offered it for trade. This dead tree was severely damaged. Immediately, he spread his spiritual sense around. Information on various highly poisonous medicinal herbs emerged. Zhengjin bone-eating flower. Currently high quality. Yinhun iron tree seed. Currently high quality. Blood fiend ye wood. Tomorrow's top quality. Su Changqing was instantly drawn in. He glanced around, seeing no one paying attention to him. He immediately walked towards the blood fiend ye wood, quickly arriving before it. Although called wood, its shape was extremely strange. It seemed to be a combination of tree and vine. It was quite thick, its surface covered with vein-like patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could see it pulsating like a human pulse. Sharp thorns grew on its branches, shaped like curved animal teeth, their tips a strange blood-red color. The leaves are slender and oval, with irregularly serrated edges, like tiny saws. The entire plant is blood red, a rich and vibrant red, as if it were watered with fresh blood. Su Changqing happened to know about this poisonous substance, or rather, this highly poisonous medicinal herb. Before this, the green gourd he cultivated mutated, becoming a smaller, jade-green gourd. The mainstream method of refining it was to turn it into a storage item. However, as his knowledge increased, especially his refining skills improved, he discovered that it could also be refined into something even more sinister. It was called the blood gourd. While it, like the jade-green gourd, could store things, it only stored living things. Any living creature that inhales it will instantly turn into blood. This blood is also one of the spiritual liquids used to cultivate spiritual plants. It has a similar effect to spiritual rain. The main material is the blood fiend wood sap from within the blood fiend wood. This stuff can be added when carving runes and arrays. If it's a rune, it's called blood fiend wood pattern. If it's an array, it's called blood fiend wood devouring array. Su Changqing was unsure which type of spiritual weapon to forge, but upon seeing the blood fiend wood, he immediately developed a strong interest in the blood gourd. Currently, he possesses 4 spiritual weapons. One is an offensive spiritual weapon, the instant flash green wood needle. One is a means of transportation, the demon wood water avoiding boat. One is also a means of transportation, the large leaf grass. One is a storage item, the azure green gourd. To be honest, his attack methods are very limited. If he could refine a blood gourd, it would be a tremendous boost. Thinking this, Su Changqing memorized the location of the blood fiend wood. Then, he wandered around. Unexpectedly, he discovered several near top-grade poisonous plants. Yuquin is here. The transaction can begin. This time, I've prepared quite generously. Suddenly, a commotion came from the other side. Su Changqing turned his head and saw a cloud of black mist billowing from the depths. A chilling wind swept through it. Even the air became pungent. The scene, the spectacle, was incredibly pretentious. As it drew closer, the black mist gradually condensed. It transformed into a figure in black robes. Su Changqing thought to himself, it really is him. This person was the black-robed fellow he had encountered at the entrance of Zhu Fuxian. He. Yuquin let out a chilling laugh, sounding like a villain. Those around him didn't react at all. They seemed completely numb, as if it were commonplace. After laughing for a while, seeing that no one paid any attention to him, Yuquin said irritably, You guys should cooperate. Soon, someone whose face was obscured spoke up, We're already being kind by cooperating with you by wearing this black robe and white mask. A person next to him chimed in, Every time we do a transaction, we have to wait for you, just to show off for a moment, is that really interesting? Yuquin's lips twitched wildly under the mask, then he said angrily, Zhao Wuqing, Lin Nong, I'll remember you too. Lin Nong pouted, urging impatiently, Hurry up, my 7th child and 8th grandson are about to be born, I don't have time to play your nonsense. Ugh, let's begin. Yuquin waved his hand irritably. Su Changqing watched all this, feeling somewhat disappointed. Everyone thought Yuquin was holding back a big surprise, but it turned out to be a huge mess. Could it be that he messed up his brain while refining the poison pills? Fortunately, although Yuquin was a bit erratic, he was fine during transactions. Next, everyone stated their needs. For example, Yuquin needed Forget River Dew to refine the yellow spring pill. Zhu Fuxian needed soul-devouring withering grass. In short, almost everyone who came to Yuquin's herb garden had their own needs. Some lacked pills. Some lacked poisons. Su Changqing waited patiently, and only after everyone had finished speaking did he announce the poisons he had his eye on: blood fiend wood, earth imprisoning dragon vine, green wood rejuvenating ginseng, and metal demon breaking bamboo. Without exception, they would all become top grade after today. Moreover, they were closely related to subsequent alchemy and weapon forging. Yuquin could tell from the voice that he was a newcomer. Seeing that the other party was trading several poisons at once, she looked him over with surprise and asked, Are you buying with spirit stones, or bartering? Su Changqing confidently patted his waist, I'm quite wealthy. Bloodthirsty wood, earth imprisoning dragon vine, green wood rejuvenating ginseng, metal demon breaking bamboo. These 4 poisonous substances together cost Su Changqing 208 mid-grade spirit stones. Luckily, his business and health have been performing well lately. Otherwise, he could barely afford one of them. At this moment, Zhu Fuxian's voice rang out, Yuming, is your recent refinement of the Yellow Springs pill related to the Gig's secret realm? These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Su Changqing stared intently at Yuming. Everyone, without exception, revealed curious eyes. Yuming smiled smugly, That's right, this Yellow Springs pill is indeed closely related to the Gig's secret realm. A voice beside him spoke up, It said that only those at the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages can enter this secret realm, and it only opens once every 101 years. It's filled with extremely yin spiritual plants and treasures. Su Changqing remembered the voice, it seemed to be called Zhao Wuqing. The opening time of this secret realm is right after the formal disciple competition ends? Could it be that it was deliberately arranged by higher UPS? If that's the case, we should all give it a try, perhaps we'll get some unexpected gains. Those who came to participate in the Nether Spring Herb Garden this time included the spiritual farmers who cultivated spiritual plants. The others were almost all niche alchemists specializing in concocting poison pills. They all placed particular importance on extremely yin-type spiritual plants and treasures. Yuquin spoke again, There are 2 reasons for opening the Yuquin Herb Garden this time. First, for trading as usual. Second, to inform you that the Gig's secret realm is about to open, so everyone should seize the opportunity. Someone couldn't help but ask, How did you know this in advance? Yuquin said meaningfully, This Yellow Spring pill was refined by me for someone on a celestial peak. What is a celestial peak? It's the mountain where the high-ranking immortals reside. It possesses spiritual eyes that provide the spiritual energy needed for daily cultivation. However, the key to Yuquan's statement was the yellow spring pill. The effect of this pill is almost identical to the rebirth pill, except one forcibly extends the lifespan of the dead. The other's main function is to repair damaged souls, but because it's a poisonous pill, it possesses terrifying negative effects. The yellow spring pill is primarily refined from two materials. One is called forgetful river dew, the other is called netherworld mud. Both will have an extremely corrosive effect on spiritual roots. Fortunately, this corrosion only affects those below the nascent soul stage. That is, the golden core, foundation establishment, and chi refining stages. If one reaches the nascent soul stage or higher, there are naturally various methods to resist or even erase negative influences. Therefore, the immortal who commissioned Yuquan to refine the yellow spring pill is at least a golden core cultivator. Compared to the eagerness of those around him to explore the Gig's secret realm, Su Changqing had a different idea. If Yuquan wasn't lying, then after the formal disciple competition, disciples would definitely be arranged to explore the Gig's secret realm. Because it's an extremely yin place, everything with yang attributes suffers severe depletion. Wouldn't that mean that any cultivator participating in the Gig's secret realm exploration would have a greater need for various extremely yang pills, medicinal herbs, and spiritual artifacts? Su Changqing was originally pondering what to do after the formal disciple competition. Selling barbecue, ingredients, and recruiting franchisees for secret barbecue seasoning. The market was already saturated. The opening of the Gig's secret realm was a signal. This was his second chance to make a fortune. The trading continued. Although not many people participated in the Yuquan herb garden, there were only about 20 people in total, including spirit farmers and niche alchemists. The trading frequency was still quite high, everyone had various needs. However, this was no longer relevant to Su Changqing. He had already acquired everything he needed. Now he just waited for the Yuquan herb garden to close so everyone could go home. But this wait stretched from day to night. Zhao Weqing, Lin Nan, and others had other commitments and left first. Su Changqing wanted to wait for Zhu Fuxian, but he had endured it all this time. Yuquan glanced at the remaining people. The opening time for this herb garden is about to end. See you next time. Zhu Fuxian called out, "Let's go." Su Changqing nodded and followed behind. Leaving and entering Yuquan's herb garden both required the guidance of an entry talisman. Su Changqing was walking when he seemed to sense something and glanced back. He discovered that Yuquan was staring at him. There seemed to be something in the other's eyes. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. He couldn't see through it. Soon, everything behind them was swallowed up by the poisonous fog. Fortunately, the journey was safe and uneventful. Afterwards, both of them removed their black robes and white masks. Zhu Fuxian glanced at the dark valley and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Su, I suggest you don't develop too much curiosity about the Gig's secret realm." "Ha!" Su Changqing was taken aback. Zhu Fuxian continued, "Countless cultivators have died in the Gig's secret realm. Now that the formal disciple competition has ended, it's time for the opening. The immortal sect will definitely arrange for disciples to explore it." Su Changqing waved his hand, "Senior brother, you're overthinking it. I wouldn't dare go in." He would actively avoid any risky option. With his almost limitless lifespan, there was no need to fight for it. He could just develop steadily step by step. Zhu Fuxian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Zhu, don't you think the opening of the Gig's secret realm is a money-making opportunity?" Zhu Fuxian said with a half-smile, "I'm no longer interested in money." Su Changqing smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Thinking that the other party might be over 100 years old, plus having so many acres of spirit fields, they could earn tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones every year. It seemed that he really didn't need to think about making money anymore. Zhu Fuxian took out the azure spirit storage tube and tapped its surface. A crack quickly appeared, and the azure shuttle emerged. After magnifying it, the two stepped onto it and flew towards the spirit field. Along the way, Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian didn't exchange many words. The main reason was probably that they had talked too much during the day. Although they weren't physically or mentally exhausted, their mouths were a little tired. The two arrived at Zhu Fuxian's spirit field first, and he invited, "Junior brother, would you like to come in for a drink?" Su Changqing shook his head and said, "It's too late, let's drink another time." Zhu Fuxian didn't insist. "Alright, then you can go back." Su Changqing jumped off the azure shuttle and then summoned his large-leafed grass. He waved goodbye, and then leaped into the air, disappearing into the vast night in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, he finally returned to his own spirit field. Wang, Pearl Chicken, and Fortress were all resting, making the place very quiet. The doors and windows on the first floor of the stone house were tightly closed, only the door to the second-floor balcony was open. The light inside was dim. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land on the balcony and quickly entered the bedroom. He saw senior sister Yu lying on the camphor wood bed, gazing at him with a spring-like look in her eyes. The entire bedroom was filled with steaming heat. The wood elemental root, combined with wood elemental power, acted as fuel, causing the fire elemental root and fire elemental power to burn ever brighter. With the aid of the ice soul pearl, Yukaiking's ice water spiritual root mutated rapidly. She was very satisfied with the performance of the person beside her. With your help, the ice water spiritual root will mutate into an ice spiritual root before the beginning of summer. Su Changqing opened the window, letting the cold wind rush in and dispel the heat in the room, then said, "Senior sister, I learned some unexpected news during my trip to the Yuquan herb garden." Yukaiking's eyes sparkled, revealing a gentle tenderness. "What news?" Su Changqing continued. "Yuquan said that after the formal disciple competition ends, the Gigza secret realm, which opens every 101 years, will appear." Yukaiking nodded slightly. "I've heard of this secret realm. It contains many extremely yin spiritual plants and treasures, as well as many highly poisonous medicinal herbs. What, are you interested?" Su Changqing shook his head. "With my strength, going to participate is no different from suicide." Yukaiking asked with interest, "If you don't plan to go, why bring this up?" Su Changqing said earnestly, "Since the Gigza secret realm is about to open, doesn't that mean the prices of various yang-related spiritual plants, pills, treasures, and magical artifacts will all increase?" Yukaiking wasn't stupid, she instantly understood. "I get it. You want to take this opportunity to grow some yang-related spiritual plants to sell?" "Yes," Su Changqing affirmed. At the same time, he silently added in his mind, "Not just yang-related spiritual plants. Also, pills and magical artifacts. Selling barbecue seasoning, grilled meat, and ingredients doesn't actually earn much. Only alchemy and artifact crafting are incredibly profitable. Any cultivator needs these things. Especially when heading to the Gigza secret realm, the price will definitely skyrocket." Yukaiking chuckled. "You know, once my ice water spirit root successfully mutates, all my attention will be focused on the yin-yang intertwined pill." Meaning, although it was indeed a chance to make a fortune, she wasn't interested. She was already a wealthy woman and didn't lack spirit stones at all. There was no need to waste time refining some yang attribute pills. Su Changqing said with considerable regret, "All right." Yukaiking stretched her fair arms, yawned, and then said, "The pill tower is having its annual profit distribution these few days, and as a resident high-level alchemist, I can't be absent. I can't accompany you." "Then how about?" Su Changqing blinked. Yukaiking's cheeks flushed, and she gave him a coquettish glare. Afterwards, Yukaiking left. Su Changqing lay on the Nanmu bed, carefully sensing the fire elemental energy within his danshan. Although his wood elemental energy and wood root had been severely depleted recently, at the same time, stimulated by senior sister Yu's ice water elemental root, his lightning fire elemental root had not only strengthened further, but his fire elemental energy had also increased. Previously, due to the lack of a place to absorb fire elemental energy, his fire elemental energy accumulation was minimal. But now, it had not only caught up with the concentration of wood elemental energy, but even showed signs of surpassing it. And there was more good news. The rate at which his earth elemental root was being formed had also accelerated. According to the old sayings, it takes at least 100 years for the first spiritual root to develop. But now, under the intense stimulation of having mutated spiritual roots on both sides, it seems to have shortened. That is to say, Su Changqing's first truly developed spiritual root might only take a few decades. Clearly, this is the benefit of dual cultivation. No wonder so many cultivators seek deist partners as early as the chi refining stage. Next, Su Changqing got up and cooked. Considering Lin and might come, he prepared extra. After finishing his daily tasks, he went back to the second basement level. The equipment for alchemy and weapon crafting was quietly laid out. These past few days, because Yukaiking had been staying overnight, it hadn't been used. His hands were really itching. Now that he had bought several highly poisonous medicinal herbs from Yuquan, and senior sister Yu would be staying at the pill tower for several more days, he might as well take this opportunity to craft a few blood gourds. Let's see if we can create a top-grade spiritual artifact this time. Without hesitation, I got to work. Compared to the entry-level spiritual artifact, the Azure Wood Needle, this blood gourd is considerably more advanced. Therefore, there's a possibility of failure in its forging. Currently, I have the Azure Gourd and the Blood Fiend Wood. Other miscellaneous mineral ingredients are all readily available in my storage space. Forging only requires shaping it in a mold and then hammering it. However, while the first step of forging is similar, the subsequent steps are vastly different. It almost doesn't require hammering, instead, it involves placing it in a mold and adding various materials. The key is controlling the heat, temperature, spiritual energy, and time. Furthermore, forging cannot be done with ordinary fire. Although it will still take shape, the quality will be very poor. It's best to utilize a fire spiritual root, burning the fire spiritual energy in the danshan. In layman's terms, this is called burning away impurities. In expert terms, it's called shedding one's mortal form. Su Changqing quickly found the magical artifact mold for forging the gourd, then took out 5 almost identical azure gourds from his storage space. In fact, he had dozens more of these. When he initially sought Zhu Tong to forge them, he only used one, but during the mutation, a total of 42 were created. He lit the fire. He controlled the temperature. He melted the mineral materials in a brass crucible. He cut open the blood fiend wood to obtain the blood-red sap inside. Although it was his first time forging a blood gourd, he was very skilled in the steps. Su Changqing's forging skills had now reached the level of a master. Time passed by, second by second. Just as the azure gourds were taking shape, a faint call came from above. "Senior Brother Su, are you there?" "I'm here." Su Changqing frowned, reluctantly interrupting his weapon refining, and turned to go upstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Linen standing at the door, glancing inside every now and then. Seeing him come out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Changqing stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Linen quickly replied, "Nothing much, it's just that a disciple with an earth spirit root is coming here to cultivate the 4th acre of spirit field." Su Changqing was taken aback. "In this cold weather, you're actually willing to come?" Linen scratched his head. "I don't know either. Anyway, these earth elemental disciples got really excited as soon as they heard your name." Su Changqing tentatively asked, "Let me guess, the leader, that tall and strong earth elemental disciple, is his name Wu Guangmen?" "How did you know?" Linen asked, quite surprised. Su Changqing stretched out his right hand, pointing to the 2nd and 3rd Mu of spirit fields, and smiled. "These 2 Mu of spirit fields are the work of their team." Linen suddenly understood. No wonder they didn't rest in the winter when they heard they were helping you clear the land. They insisted on coming over, and we couldn't stop them. "Senior Brother Su." "Hello, Senior Brother Su." "Senior Brother Su, have you eaten?" Not long after, Wu Guangmen and the others ran over from the other side. They were already waving and greeting them even before they reached him. When they got closer, Su Changqing smiled and said, "Long time no see, everyone." Wu Guangmen stepped forward, smiling broadly. "As soon as we heard it was you who was reclaiming land, we came immediately. There are 2 main options for reclaiming land. One is that the immortal sect arranges it, and then the Earth Spirit Root team of the ley lines chooses. The other is to actively spend money to directly hire an Earth Spirit Root team. Generally speaking, only newly added spirit fields rewarded by the immortal sect are automatically arranged. Other than that, changing locations or personnel requires hiring from the ley lines using spirit stones. This time, it was actually Linen who personally went to the ley lines and inquired one by one. At first, the others immediately refused when they heard that land reclamation was to be done in winter. Only Wu Guangmen and the others readily agreed upon learning it was Su Changqing. Why? Su Changqing had acquired 3 acres of second-grade spirit fields in less than a year. Regardless of how he obtained them, this speed, efficiency, and ability were enough to make them take him seriously. Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you all for your hard work this time." "Not at all, not at all." Wu Guangmen and the others quickly waved their hands. Su Changqing's gaze shifted, fixing on Linen, and he instructed, "These earth elemental disciples are all acquaintances. You personally entertain them. If there are any problems, notify me immediately." Linen nodded hastily, "Okay." Before leaving, Su Changqing took out 10 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine. "I know winter isn't very friendly to you earth elemental cultivators. Take this high-quality spirit rice wine to warm yourselves." High-quality spirit rice wine? Everyone had heard of spirit rice wine. After all, it was the most common low-grade spirit wine in the cultivation world. But once prefixed with various names, it signifies a quality unlike anything else. Although Wu Guangmen and his group had visited before, they hadn't tasted it. This time, they could finally broaden their horizons. Afterwards, Su Changqing turned and walked into the house. The blood gourd, a spiritual artifact, still needed to be refined. He couldn't afford to delay too long. Anyway, this wasn't the first time Wu Guangmen and his group had cooperated. They understood the rules. Besides, Linen was there to oversee things. A short while later, Su Changqing returned to the refining room on the 2nd floor of the basement. He rearranged the mold for the spiritual gourd and then continued to circulate the 9 flames profound technique. The fire spiritual power in his dantian rapidly released, and his hands instantly turned crimson. Bang! Bang bang! A faint tremor could be felt coming from the other side. It seemed that Wu Guangmen and his group were clearing land. Fortunately, it didn't have much impact on this place. Su Changqing focused his attention and continued refining. Time flowed silently like water. After an unknown amount of time, a soft hum was heard from within the spirit artifact mold. Su Changqing hurriedly arranged it properly and then drew away the surrounding fire energy. He then slowly opened the mold. Sure enough, the azure gourd mixed with the blood fiend wood slurry had completely changed color. The gourd's original emerald green had vanished, replaced by a deep, blood-like hue. The gourd's surface was covered with raised, vine-like patterns, like twisted, coiled blood vessels, from which tiny beads of blood would occasionally seep. Furthermore, 4 spirit runes appeared on it. Su Changqing scanned it with his spiritual sense and found the relevant information. Spiritual artifact, blood gourd. Quality, excellent. Spirit rune 4. Effect 1, durability. Effect 2, storage. Special effect 1, refining. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, only 4 spirit runes. Fortunately, this was only the first blood gourd he had refined. There were 4 more to go, perhaps one of them would reach 9 runes. Since the tremors outside hadn't stopped, Su Changqing decided to continue. The refining of this second blood gourd was much more skillful than the first. After all, he had a general understanding of the material ratios, flame temperature, and time calculations. Then, he modified and adjusted it using the same method. The fire spiritual power in his Qi was constantly being depleted, becoming less and less. Su Changqing remained expressionless, continuing to circulate the 9 flames profound technique. This time, the refining time for the blood gourd was faster than before. However, upon opening the mold, he found it still contained 4 spirit patterns. Immediately, he placed the 2 blood gourds together. The one on the left was the first. The one on the right was the second. The color, weight, size, quality, and spirit patterns were exactly the same. They looked identical. Clearly, the timing was more precise. The material ratio was more refined. Yet, the result hadn't changed much. Su Changqing frowned and said, "Once or twice might be a coincidence, but if the third time is still exactly the same, we need to consider whether there's a problem with some step." He set the 2 blood gourds aside, then took out the fire spirit liquid he had accumulated earlier. He swallowed it. He refined it. This way, he could replenish his fire spirit power more quickly. At this moment, Linen's voice called out again from outside, "Senior Brother Su." Hearing the noise, Su Changqing immediately left the refining room and quickly came to the ground. Upon emerging, they found Wu Guangmin and the other disciples with earth elemental roots resting on the edge of the field, each holding a cup of high-quality spirit rice wine. Their skin was pale. They were all shivering. An astonishing chill emanated from their bodies. This was the drawback of clearing land in winter. While drawing in the earth's energy, one also inhales a chilling aura. They had witnessed this before when Han Su was loosening the soil in winter. Of course, the disciples with earth elemental roots had strong resistance and recovered quickly. Senior Brother Su. Upon seeing Su Changqing emerge, they stood up to greet him. Linen immediately reported the situation. "Senior Brother Su, clearing land in winter is quite difficult, they'll need at least 3 days to finish." Su Changqing walked up to Wu Guangmin and the others. "You've all worked hard. Can we extend the work period by a few days?" Wu Guangmin said gratefully, "Senior Brother Su, please rest assured, we'll definitely finish in 2 days. If we fail, we won't ask for a single spirit stone." Su Changqing turned and asked, "How many spirit stones will the reward be this time?" Linen quickly replied, 2 low-grade spirit stones per person per day. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately said, "Change it." "Ha!" Wu Guangmin and the others were stunned. Some even felt a pang of unease. Linen curiously pressed, "How much?" Su Changqing said seriously, "For low-grade spirit stones per person per day." Upon hearing this, Wu Guangmin and the others went from astonishment to delight, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, Senior Brother Su." Although it was only 2 more, it didn't seem like much, but it showed that Su Changqing cared about them, unlike other employers who would withhold spirit stones if they weren't satisfied with the progress. Then, Su Changqing pointed to the high-quality spirit rice wine in their hands. "During this period, we will provide you with all your food and drink." Wu Guangmin and the others were flattered. "It's all right, we'll just take some tonic pills." Su Changqing smiled slightly. "We're all on the same side, no need to be polite." Time moved on to the 3rd attempt at refining the blood gourd. As a soft humming sound emanated from the mold, Su Changqing quickly drew away the surrounding heat and then slowly opened it. Soon, the familiar blood-red gourd appeared before him. This time, every aspect, time, temperature, ingredients was more meticulously controlled. However, to his surprise, it still produced exactly 4 spirit patterns. 3 blood gourds. The first took the longest time, had the most ingredients, and the temperature control was only average. The second took slightly less time, had fewer ingredients, and the temperature control was precise. The third, in particular, was superior to the previous 2 in almost every aspect. It was the product of a phase of refinement. Theoretically, even if the quality remained the same, the number of spirit patterns should have been greater. Su Changqing was utterly astonished to find that the gourd still had exactly 4 identical spirit patterns. He frowned immediately. "Is it that this gourd can only have 4 spirit patterns, or is there something I haven't noticed?" At this moment, the 3 blood gourds, resembling triplets, lay before him. Their size, shape, appearance, spirit patterns, and quality were virtually indistinguishable. While 4 spirit patterns weren't insignificant, placing them among high-grade spiritual artifacts, they were still far from meeting Su Changqing's requirement of a top-grade spiritual artifact. At least 7 or more spirit patterns were needed to satisfy his needs. After all, the more spirit patterns, the more runes and formations could be carved, resulting in stronger ordinary and special effects. Since he was going to use it himself, he couldn't be careless. Su Changqing took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and tried to calm himself. Then, he tried to recall as much information as possible about crafting the blood gourds, the material ratios, the flame temperature, refining time. He meticulously considered each step, one by one. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Compared to others, his fire spirit root was quite special. It was a mutated fire spirit root. It possessed not only the intensity of fire but also the ferocity of lightning. In particular, the lightning also had the effect of suppressing evil and slaying demons. Su Changqing suddenly understood the attributes of this blood gourd lean more towards yin and evil, therefore my lightning fire spirit root has a certain restraining effect. He opened his right hand, and the fire spirit power in his dantian continued to be consumed. Instantly, his palm turned bright red, and soon a ball of crimson flame emerged. The 9 flames profound technique has a total of 9 flames, the first of which is crimson fire, which has a shield-breaking effect. Soon, the crimson flame transformed into the orange bewitching illusion fire, which has a deceptive and disruptive effect. Then it grew brighter and brighter, transforming into the third type of yellow fire, called the righteous and evil yang fire. The third type of flame, in particular, perfectly matched the evil-suppressing and demon-quelling attributes of the thunder fire spirit root. If it were an ordinary fire spirit root, crafting the blood gourd would be no problem. However, apart from the second orange flame, both the first crimson flame and the third yellow flame naturally countered the blood gourd's yin and evil attributes. Perhaps, this was the problem. Because of the flames, the blood gourd could only display 4 spirit patterns. Thinking of this, Su Changqing quickly transformed the flame into the second type, the bewitching illusionary flame. Although it didn't lean towards yin and evil attributes, it lacked the ferocity of the crimson flame and the raw power of the yellow flame. It was just right. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't hesitate and decisively began the 4th refining process using the bewitching illusionary flame. He had mastered the timing, temperature, and materials to perfection. It was late at night. Whether it was Wan, Pearl Chicken, Fortress, or Linen sleeping on the floor below, everyone was resting. Only Su Changqing, in the refining room on the second basement floor, remained focused, showing no signs of sleepiness. As the spirit weapon mold emitted a slight humming for the 4th time, he quickly extinguished the continuously running bewitching illusionary flame and then opened the mold. The small blood-red gourd inside remained unchanged, almost identical to before. The moment the spirit patterns appeared, Su Changqing was incredibly excited. How many? A full 7. Sure enough, changing the flame did change the number of spirit patterns. As everyone knows, 1 to 3 spirit patterns are considered low grade, 4 to 6 are considered high grade. 7 runes were exactly the minimum standard for a top-grade spiritual artifact. This meant that 7 types of runes could be inscribed. As for arrays, at least 3 could be embedded. Because Su Changqing lacked an earth spiritual root, he couldn't embed arrays on it. Therefore, he immediately took out his jade carving knife and began inscribing the runes he was familiar with. As time passed, 1, 2, all 7 runes were inscribed. The sky outside was already beginning to lighten. The sun would rise soon. But Su Changqing was obsessed with crafting artifacts. He had a compulsive disorder. If there was even the slightest dissatisfaction, he would start over. Other craftsmen might rest after one attempt, but he would never give up until he achieved his goal. It was precisely because of this that he was able to craft the 7-patterned blood gourd. Spiritual artifact, blood absorption gourd. Quality, top grade. Spiritual rune 7 with strengthening rune, blood river storage rune, 3 in devouring spirit rune, blood fiend soul refining rune, corroding bone heart eroding rune, blood shadow escape rune, blood curse soul tethering rune. Effect 1, solidification. Effect 2, storage. Special effect 1, refining. Special effect 2, absorption. Why are there several runes that look similar? This is because the 3 in devouring spirit rune, blood fiend soul refining rune, corroding bone heart eroding rune, and blood river storage rune form a closed loop of devouring, refining, and replenishing. In other words, when Su Changqing absorbs living beings into the blood gourd, he can not only refine them into blood, but also restore his physical strength, spiritual power, and energy through replenishment. This is the extraordinary power of runes and formations. The blood gourd, through the spiritual runes, becomes a vessel. The more effects it absorbs, the more extraordinary its abilities become. Therefore, the higher the quality of a spiritual artifact, the more sought after it is. Su Changqing quickly left his blood and spiritual imprint, then breathed a sigh of relief. All right, finally that feels good. For those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, whether refining pills or forging artifacts, it's a bittersweet experience. Nowadays, there are top-grade spiritual artifacts for ranged attacks, like the instant flash green wood needle. And for close combat, there's an even more disgusting top-grade spiritual artifact, the blood-absorbing gourd. However, this thing can't be revealed normally, as it can easily cause misunderstandings. Although the immortal sect doesn't have a clear rule against using anything with a yin or evil connotation, if a stranger sees it, it can easily affect their first impression. Finally, Su Changqing stretched. Instantly, crackling sounds filled his entire body. Feeling the dwindling fire elemental energy in his dantian, he immediately walked towards the ground. Linen, who was sleeping on the floor, opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. Senior brother Su. Su Changqing glanced at him, then instructed, "I need to rest during the day. Wu Guanman and the others are here, entertain them as before." "Okay," Linen nodded slightly. Su Changqing thought for a moment and then added, "Today, your shelter must be set up. You are, after all, a chi refining stage cultivator, there's no need for you to sleep on the ground." Bang! Bang bang! As the ground trembled continuously, the 4th acre of Grade 2 spirit field was finally cleared. Wu Guanman and the others were tired, but extremely happy. After all, knowing a foundation establishment stage spirit farmer, especially one with 4 acres of spirit field, was incredibly beneficial to all of them. Moreover, this senior brother Su was quite a nice person. As for Lin An's house, it was arranged on an open space about 200 meters away from Su Changqing's stone house, but it was an earthen house. Originally, the stones were already available, and they wanted to help build the stone house. However, Linen insisted that his house couldn't be mixed with Su Changqing's. He had to demonstrate his current status and position. An earthen house, while not as good as a stone house, was better than the most ordinary wooden house. Having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was enough for him. "Since senior brother Su is resting, we'll be leaving now." "Right, we shouldn't disturb him. You did a great job this time, I'll treat everyone to dinner." Wu Guanman and the others, knowing Su Changqing was resting, didn't disturb him. After receiving the spirit stones, they tactfully left. On the Nanmu bed, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Before his eyes, he saw a dimly lit room. The glass lamp was not lit. He subconsciously reached out his right hand and touched the other side. But there was neither the familiar warm fragrance nor the soft touch. Only then did he fully wake up. Yukaiking would be staying at the pill tower for a few days, so he would have to sleep and cultivate alone for the time being. Stretching, Su Changqing opened the window beside him and glanced outside. He hadn't expected it to be so dark. It seemed that continuous weapon refining had greatly depleted his physical strength, energy, and spiritual power. He hadn't slept for several hours straight like this in a long time. The snow had stopped. The wind had weakened considerably. Su Changqing glanced around and saw that the 4th acre of 2nd grade spirit land had been cultivated, a satisfied expression on his face. To the right of his stone house, he noticed a newly built earthen house, presumably Lin An's. It seemed everything was settled. Seeing that it was still early, he didn't go downstairs, and didn't even want to get up. Unusually, he lingered in bed, continuing to study the blazing sun finger. He was almost there. But the dual cultivation had delayed him. He was taking advantage of the quiet night to study it thoroughly. Now, Su Changqing possessed 2 fire attribute cultivation techniques. The first was the blazing fire cooking oil technique, which he had just begun learning. Later, as his needs increased, he switched to the second technique, 9 flames profound art. There's a significant difference between cultivation techniques and spells. Cultivation techniques primarily enhance one's own abilities and stack passive skills. Spells, on the other hand, focus on attack, defense, and movement. If one learns the fiery sun finger, one will possess fire attribute attack methods. Time slipped away unnoticed as they studied. Because Su Changqing hadn't closed the window, he could hear the noises outside. In the middle of the night, Wang Wang, probably needing to urinate, slowly crawled out of its kennel. It intended to relieve itself under the poplar tree, but after only a few steps, it saw the fortress's previously dim eyes light up with a gleam like emerald jewels. Besides fish, the thing Wang Wang hated most was this puppet. They were even terrified. Upon seeing the other party awake, they turned and ran, fleeing towards the other side of the field, leaving a trail of claw marks. The fortress silently watched for a while, then lowered its head again, maintaining its resting posture. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze, chuckled, and shook his head, then continued his study. About a minute later, a thought suddenly struck him. The next second, he looked at the attribute panel. Blazing Sun Finger, Level 1. Effect 1 penetrates the protective defenses of a foundation establishment cultivator, causing greater damage to metal attribute spiritual weapons. Effect 2, the wound burns continuously for 3 breaths, with damage increasing with each breath. Su Changqing nodded slightly. So this is the incomplete Blazing Sun Finger? Even so, its power isn't weak. Want to consume 9 years of lifespan to repair the Blazing Sun Finger completely? Yes, Su Changqing affirmed. Instantly, he entered a profound and mysterious state. Based on his current understanding, experience, and skills in fire attribute cultivation techniques, he continuously adjusted and improved the spell. Ultimately, he gradually perfected this high-level fire attribute spell. Simultaneously, his attribute panel changed. Remaining lifespan, 547 years. Blazing Sun Finger, Level 1. Effect 1 deals armor-piercing damage to metal attribute spiritual artifacts or cultivators. The flames can melt through defenses. Effect 2 when hitting a wood elemental cultivator, the flames will burn their internal organs along their meridians. Effect 3 the wound burns continuously for 3 breaths, consuming a small amount of the target's spiritual power each breath. Seeing this, Su Changqing was not surprised at all. Basically, each time he perfected the fragment, the content changed. Some changes were significant. Some changes were minor. This depended on whether the fragment's content had been modified. Compared to complete cultivation techniques and spells, fragmented techniques and spells have certain deficiencies in various aspects, especially in the subsequent cultivation content. Now, using his long lifespan, he had finally perfected it. Would you like to consume 12 years of your lifespan to upgrade the Blazing Sun Finger to its maximum level? The system prompt appeared again. Su Changqing, of course, wouldn't refuse. Yes. In an instant, it felt as if he had retraced his steps. The experience, skills, and insights he already possessed surged forth with entirely new understanding. What was once considered masterful had now reached its pinnacle. Remaining lifespan, 535 years. Blazing Sun Finger, Max Level. Effect 1 Melting Gold Finger, deals greater damage to metal and wood attributes. Effect 2 Piercing the Double Sun, can unleash 2 consecutive Melting Gold Finger attacks with stacked power. Effect 3 Wildfire Palm, condenses a vortex of flames in the palm, igniting flames within a certain area. Effect 4 Heavenly Burning Technique, the flames have a penetrating effect, continuously burning the same target hit. Effect 5 Finger Force transforms into a rainbow, unleashes golden light in midair, the range depending on cultivation level, capable of penetrating the defenses of early-stage golden core cultivators. Special Effect 1 Crimson Sun Piercing the Sun, condenses golden flames that fall, forming a pillar of fire with a diameter of 1 jang, approximately 3.3 meters. Seeing these effects, Su Changqing sat up in bed, exclaiming, "A max-level Blazing Sun Finger is even more powerful than I imagined, it can even threaten early-stage golden core cultivators." Now, he was too lazy to stay in bed. He immediately got up and went to the balcony, climbing onto the roof. At this moment, the Lingtian fields and the night sky of winter are all in sight. The fields are covered with snow, like a layer of soft cotton. The moonlight cast a pale, bluish-white glow. The outlines of the fields were smoothed by snow, with only a few stubborn tips of withered grass peeking out. Everything here seemed frozen in time. Su Changqing raised his right index finger. His fire elemental energy in his dantian slightly diminished, and his finger instantly turned golden, radiating intense heat. He lightly traced a line with his finger on the snow at his feet. It melted before he could even get close, even the water evaporating instantly. Melting gold, it could even melt metal. One could imagine the immense power of this finger strike. Su Changqing intended to test his finger strength technique, instinctively aiming at a poplar tree not far away. But when he saw that it remained lush and leafy even in winter, he stopped abruptly. He had a feeling that this poplar tree was brewing something. Seeing this, Su Changqing shook his head. "I'll let you go this time." Finger strength transforms into a rainbow. A golden flash streaked through the air, instantly striking a cold, hard brown stone in the distance. However, instead of exploding, it sliced through the stone as smoothly as a knife through tofu. Wisps of burning smoke drifted out from the melting hole. Crunch! Crunch! Su Changqing walked step by step to the stone and squatted down to examine it. The diameter of the hole was about the thickness of an adult's finger. As for the depth, that was even more than that. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and discovered that it had pierced not only the stone in front of him, but also all the stones behind it, and even the ground itself, leaving a hole. This showed just how terrifying the power of a max-level Blazing Sun Finger was. No wonder it could cause damage to an early-stage golden core cultivator. Su Changqing shrugged, saying with a hint of regret, "Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary spirit farmer." After testing the results, he turned and walked towards his stone house. Without waiting for the fortress to start work, he got to work himself. He cleared the snow. He disposed of the trash. By the time it was fully light, breakfast was already prepared. He, Linen, Wang, and Pearl Chicken each received a portion. However, because it was winter and cold outside, Wang and Pearl Chicken didn't want to get up. Linen, on the other hand, was quite diligent. Around 7 a.m., he emerged from his earthen house 100 meters away, carrying a broom. He began clearing the snow, mud, and pebbles from the doorway. Su Changqing called out to the opposite side, "Come and eat breakfast." Linen, hearing the noise, looked bewildered. "Huh?" Su Changqing waved him over impatiently, "Come and have breakfast." Linen heard him clearly this time and hurriedly put down his broom, running over. Upon entering the house, he found breakfast already prepared for him, and was immediately moved. After all, he had to cook for himself in the Earth Fire Zone. That novice alchemist completely disregarded these things, not even providing a single strengthening pill. Su Changqing couldn't help but say, "It's difficult to communicate from this distance, you need to give me a communication talisman." Linen nodded, quickly taking out a communication talisman from his small storage bag, then respectfully handing it over with both hands, saying apologetically, "It was my oversight, I only thought of not disturbing you, not realizing communication would be a problem." Su Changqing took the talisman and waved his hand, "Eat." He usually made porridge for breakfast. This was similar to Li San Ke. Firstly, it was very convenient. Secondly, it was very simple. Thirdly, to test the pickled vegetables. After eating almost all, Su Changqing took out 2 communication talismans. They were from Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou respectively. Han Su should have been included. However, he was surprised to find that when Wu Guangmin and the others were cultivating the 4th mu of spirit fields, they had also loosened the soil and infused it with earth energy from the other mu. Therefore, Han Su would have to wait until next time. As for why he contacted Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou, naturally, the former needed to deliver spirit beast droppings, and the latter needed to arrange the timing of the rain. Seeing this, Linen knew that the other party was contacting someone else, and immediately picked up his bowl and chopsticks and went to the kitchen. Su Changqing's first contact was Hu Bagui. Soon, the call was answered. Even a slurping sound could be heard. "Old Su, what brings you here so early? Swallow your noodles first, then we can talk properly." "Oh, I swallowed them. Find a chance to meet, and while you're at it, bring over some spirit beast droppings." "Don't worry, Old Su, I've already prepared the droppings from 3 mu of spirit fields." Not 3 mu. Ha! It's 4 mu. Before they could finish talking, Hu Bagui hurriedly hung up. Judging by his manner, he was heading straight for the spirit fields. Su Changqing immediately picked up Zhao Ziyou's communication talisman. Unexpectedly, this guy's reaction was similar to Hu Bagui's. Upon hearing there were 4 mu of spirit fields, they were both shocked. One hadn't even finished his meal. The other had even given up on the fish. An hour later, the two arrived together. "Old Su, you already have 4 mu of spirit fields? Holy crap, another mu in just a few days. You're increasing your spirit fields faster than I can fish." Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou stared, their eyes filled with shock. Su Changqing pointed to the location of the 4th mu of spirit fields, "See for yourselves." The two looked and their pupils contracted immediately. Good heavens, it really was the 4th mu of 2nd grade spirit fields. As everyone knows, the more spirit fields a spirit farmer has, the higher their profits. These 4 mu of 2nd grade spirit fields would easily yield several hundred mid-grade spirit stones a year. Moreover, Su Changqing could cultivate top-grade spirit plants, at least doubling their value. In other words, the pure profit from farming alone would reach 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones annually. Su Changqing waved to Linen on the other side. "Let me introduce you. This is Linen, an outer disciple who became a full disciple around the same time as me. Greetings, senior brothers." Linen sounded slightly nervous. Ever since learning of Su Changqing's current strength, abilities, and status, he knew that anyone who appeared out of nowhere could be incredibly powerful. Therefore, he couldn't afford to cause trouble and had to remain humble. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou scrutinized him from head to toe. They had actually heard about the 4 people who had become full disciples from Su Changqing: Su Changqing, Zhao Ziyou, Zhao Ying, and Lin An. Su Changqing, of course, needed no introduction, he had fared the best. Zhao Ying had been Zhang Er's tenant farmer from the beginning. Zhao Ziyou had to join Zhang Er's ranks because he hadn't completed his assessment. But the person who impressed them the most was Lin An. His glorious deeds were still vivid in their minds. Hu Bagui exclaimed in surprise, "You're Linen, the one who skipped out on hundreds of kilograms of spirit rice." Zhao Ziyou suddenly realized, "No wonder I remember you. It's you." Linen was extremely embarrassed. "Yes, it's me." Hu Bagui pressed on curiously, "What have you been doing these past 2 years? Linen opened his mouth, somewhat embarrassed to speak. Su Changqing, seeing this, changed the subject. "This has nothing to do with you guys. Anyway, I'm personally managing his grade 2 spirit fields now. The demand for spirit beast droppings and rainfall is much higher than before." Hu Bagui immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Old Su, you can rest assured. All those spirit beasts I raise and all the droppings I produce are for you." Zhao Ziyou nudged him with his elbow. "Isn't what you're saying a little strange?" Hu Bagui paused, then realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke, it's for the spirit fields you have, Old Su. Don't mention 3 or 4 mu, even 10 mu is no problem for me." Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Of course I'm not worried about you pooping so much." Zhao Ziyou wholeheartedly agreed. "He's so fat, eating 5 meals a day, he definitely poops a lot. Hoopa Gui rolled his eyes, annoyed. You guys poop a lot, you guys eat a lot. Su Changqing and Zhao Ziyou exchanged a knowing smile, he. However, Su Changqing was telling the truth. During this period, Hoopa Gui had been using the money he earned at the forging peak to buy land and raise more spirit beasts, so there was definitely no problem with manure. The one who needed the most attention was actually Zhao Ziyou. The workload had increased from 2 mu of spirit fields to 4 mu. On the surface, it seemed like the workload had only doubled. But in reality, it would significantly deplete the water elemental energy in his Qi and his personal energy. It wasn't something that could be easily handled. It was quite a challenge. Zhao Ziyou glanced at all the spirit fields from right to left, then pondered. 2 to 3 mu of spirit fields a day is about my limit. Hoopa Gui said in surprise, then can't you do it over 2 days? Zhao Ziyou glanced at Su Changqing and shook his head. It's not about splitting it up, it's that if I do it over 2 days, then old Su will have to wait 2 days. It would be fine in summer, autumn, or winter. Unfortunately, this is springtime, the most crucial season for those with a wood elemental root. If all 4 acres of spiritual fields are planted with spiritual plants, the resulting wood elemental energy will be exceptionally rich. Su Changqing's cultivation speed and efficiency will be significantly faster. This is a crucial stage for improving his strength. Although spiritual farmers don't need to fight, the higher one's cultivation level, the more spiritual fields one has, and the more rare spiritual plants one can cultivate. Hoopa Gui suddenly realized, you mean we need to find another person with a water elemental root? Zhao Ziyou nodded slightly. I suggest finding another one, so all 4 acres of spiritual fields can be irrigated simultaneously, but the final decision rests with old Su. Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, I understand what old Zhao means, then let's find another one. Immediately, he took out a communication talisman. Actually, there were 2 water elemental root candidates to choose from. One was Bai Linger, the other was Zhang Shui. But Su Changqing showed no hesitation or indecision. Subconsciously, he chose Bai Linger. After all, she had been a great help with the basic rune matter last time. As for Zhang Shui, their relationship was a bit awkward. To avoid misunderstandings, he decided not to contact her. As wood elemental power was channeled into the communication talisman, the connection was quickly established. Hello? It's me, Su Changqing. Oh, why are you contacting me so early? I need someone to cast the minor cloud rain technique. Are you free? If you're contacting me, of course I'm free. Soon, Su Changqing and Bai Linger arranged a time. She arrived from the Imperial Water Pavilion around noon. Seeing the addition of a water elemental root, Zhao Ziyou breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, old Su's current growth is crucial for us. We can't afford to be careless. Hoopa Gui and Lin nodded in deep agreement. Now, everyone was on Su Changqing's side. The more stable the ship, the greater the storms it could withstand. The larger the ship, the more resources it can carry. Whether it's Zhao Ziyou, Hoopa Gui, or even Lin An, they are replaceable, others can handle the job. Conversely, the 3 of them cannot do without Su Changqing and dare not disembark. If they leave, where will they obtain top-grade spirit rice? Where will they obtain rare spirit plants? A stable, high-yield spirit farmer is more important than anything else. Therefore, Su Changqing had become their greatest source of confidence. Next, Hoopa Gui began unloading the manure. Before he became wealthy, he used his spirit beast camels to transport it. But now, with the increasing amount of spirit stones he had earned, he had long since switched to storage bags. Not only were they convenient, but they could hold much more. As for Zhao Ziyou, he began casting the minor cloud rain technique on the first acre of spirit field. At this moment, Lin spoke up, Senior Brother Su, I noticed there seem to be some unharvested spiritual plants in the 2nd and 3rd mu of spiritual fields. Su Changqing explained, the unharvested spiritual plant in the 2nd mu is called a green gourd. It doesn't need to be completely cut down. It will regrow in its time. Because it's a rare spiritual plant, you need to handle it carefully in the future. Lin understood, okay, I'll remember. Su Changqing then pointed to the 3rd mu of spiritual field and reminded him, this mu of spiritual field is specially prepared for Senior Sister Yu. It's mainly used to cultivate the various medicinal herbs she needs for alchemy. The outer layer also contains golden crow vine that doesn't need to be completely harvested, but the inner layer is still uncertain. Lin nodded, silently memorizing the information. In the future, if Su Changqing doesn't have time to manage it, he'll definitely need to help. Now that he understands, there's no need to ask again. While the 2 outside were busy, Su Changqing instructed Lin, I'll make lunch. If they need anything, handle it yourself if you can, otherwise, let me know. Okay, Lin quickly replied. It was still early, only 10 o'clock in the morning. However, considering there were quite a few people eating, especially Bai Linger, Su Changqing had to make it as lavish as possible. Most importantly, he wanted to continue improving his skills in spiritual cuisine. He felt that spiritual cuisine was just as important as alchemy and weapon crafting, indispensable for the future. However, like runes and alchemy, spiritual cuisine hadn't yet been certified by the system. He didn't know if it was because it didn't meet the requirements, or if something was lacking. Otherwise, he might as well use his lifespan to reach the maximum level. Fortunately, with more practice, he became more proficient in all aspects. And this time, Hubagui had brought a lot of good things. Clearly he was also craving something. As time went on, Su Changqing prepared a total of 6 dishes. Spirit rice and chicken stew. Ingredients: spirit rice, spirit chicken, chestnuts, spirit mushrooms. Effects: warming and nourishing, quickly dispels cold, enhances qi and blood. Spirit rice and fish dumplings. Ingredients: spirit rice powder, koi meat, premium cabbage, dried shrimp. Effects: nourishes the lungs and viscera, combats dryness. Braised fish head with spirit spring water. Main ingredients: bighead carp from spirit spring water, premium chili peppers, premium potatoes, premium carrots. Effects: dispels cold, replenishes trace amounts of spiritual energy. 5 elements: spirit vegetable hot and sour soup. Frost-drenched premium cabbage salad. Roasted sweet potato. These will not be described in detail to avoid being accused of padding the word count. Compared to ordinary meals, spiritual dishes possess some special effects. In other words, consuming them will bring certain benefits to the body. According to the information Su Changqing had gathered, a skilled spirit chef could casually prepare a meal worth over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Not only were they highly nutritious, but their effects were also astonishing. A low-level cultivator who consumed them could very likely break through to a higher cultivation level on the spot. Therefore, Su Changqing's current goal is to develop into a master chef of spiritual cuisine. He hopes that one day, while eating, he will suddenly ascend to immortality. At noon, Bai Linger arrived at the spiritual fields on a flying paper crane. Zhao Ziyo had already cast the Lesser Cloud rain spell on 3 acres of spiritual fields. Therefore, Bai Linger only needed to irrigate the last 4 acres. However, her timing was perfect. Therefore, the first thing she did wasn't to cast the Lesser Cloud rain spell, but to eat. Let's eat. With Su Changqing's call, everyone quickly sat around the table. Because there were girls present, Hubagui and Zhao Ziyo were relatively restrained. At first glance, the dishes on the table seemed like ordinary home-cooked meals, but they didn't feel simple at all. For example, the braised fish head made with spiritual spring water. It was coated in a thick, glossy red sauce, gleaming with an oily sheen. The sauce was so thick it could almost be pulled into threads. It was also sprinkled with white sesame seeds and chopped green onions for garnish. Not only did it look and smell delicious, but the spiritual energy was extremely rich. My goodness, Lao Su, is this food? Ordinary food doesn't have this much spiritual energy. It's a bit like the spiritual cuisine we've had before. Looking at the table full of food, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Compared to the previous gatherings celebrating their breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, this felt completely different. Su Changqing took out a cup of top-grade spirit rice wine and poured one for each person, then smiled and said, "My cooking skills have indeed improved, but there's still quite a distance from true spirit cuisine." At this moment, everyone was impatient. Especially Bai Linger, whose mouth was practically watering. She had deliberately chosen to come during lunchtime just for this moment. Compared to her parents' cooking, the food here was clearly much better. Su Changqing raised his glass first. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone followed suit. After the clinking of glasses, they downed the top-grade spirit rice wine in one gulp. Then everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Every dish they put in their mouths was immediately conquered by its taste and texture. At this moment, everyone stopped holding back and began to feast. However, the person who ate the fastest, or rather, the one with the fastest eating efficiency, wasn't the fat Hubagui. It was actually the seemingly petite Bai Linger. Good heavens, she stuffed everything into her mouth without a second thought. Her mouth was dripping with oil. She probably ate some chili peppers, and although her eyes were watering from the spiciness, she kept eating. She simply couldn't stop. Hubagui couldn't help but swallow hard. Fellow deist Bai, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Zhao Ziyo's hand holding the chopsticks was trembling. I haven't even touched the fish head, and there's already half left? Linen was seeing Bai Linger for the first time, so he didn't dare to speak, only showing a look of horror. Clearly, all 3 of them were stunned by her eating speed. Bai Linger mumbled, it's so delicious. Su Changqing looked at the mountain of food piled high in her porcelain bowl, somewhat amused and exasperated. If an outsider saw this, they would think Bai Linger hadn't eaten at all. That was certainly an exaggeration. However, as a cook, it was still very fulfilling to have someone enjoy the food he made. And so, the entire table full of food, which would normally take half an hour to finish, was eaten. In less than half an hour, the food was devoured by the group, leaving nothing behind. Bai Linger patted her round belly, her face beaming with happiness, and exclaimed, "I'm so full." Zhao Ziyo asked incredulously, "Just full?" Bai Linger nodded, "Yes." Zhao Ziyo exchanged glances with those around him, then asked, "What about being stuffed?" Bai Linger grinned, appearing very confident and smug, "I've never been stuffed." Hiss! A series of gasps filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They rested for 10 minutes. Bai Linger got up and swayed as she walked out the door. Seeing this, Su Changqing hurriedly followed. Once outside, Bai Linger headed towards the first acre of spirit field on the right. She was unaware that Zhao Ziyo had already secured the first 3 acres. She had activated the water elemental power in her danshan. She had even made the hand gestures for casting the lesser cloud and rain technique. Su Changqing, following behind, changed his expression slightly. He hurriedly stepped forward, pressed down on her delicate shoulders, and forced her to turn 360 degrees in place, saying, "Not in front." Bai Linger asked blankly, "What just happened?" Su Changqing withdrew his hands, chuckling awkwardly, "And nothing. Old Zhao has already irrigated the first 3 mu of spirit fields, only the 4th mu is left." "Oh." Bai Linger walked towards the 4th mu of spirit fields, still confused. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, "Goodness, thank goodness I followed, otherwise the first mu of spirit fields would have been flooded." The reason he followed was actually related to last time. Previously, Bai Linger and Zhang Shui, driven by competitiveness, had competed in using the lesser cloud rain technique, almost drowning the spirit plants in 2 mu of spirit fields. This time, although they hadn't planted spirit rice yet, he didn't want it to become a pond. Fortunately, Bai Linger was fine afterward. He was performing the lesser cloud rain technique normally. Reassured, Su Changqing turned and went back inside. Taking the opportunity, he planned to discuss matters after the formal disciple competition with Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Lin An. Inside, Hu Bagui exclaimed, "This fellow deist Bai is definitely going to be extraordinary." Zhao Ziyu said gleefully, "Whoever takes her home as a deist partner will consume at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones worth of resources each year just from food." Su Changqing, who had just returned, overheard this and chuckled, "She's quite nice, just a bit slow-wit and a bit gluttonous." If he had to choose between Bai Linger and senior brother Zhang's former deist partner, Wu 11er, he would definitely choose Bai Linger. She's simple-minded and doesn't have many ulterior motives. As long as she's well-fed, she'll be happy all day. At this moment, Linen reminded them, "Senior brothers, the formal disciple competition will begin after the beginning of spring." Hu Bagui nodded, "I know, I'm planning to participate." Su Changqing asked curiously, "What about old Zhao?" Zhao Ziyo replied, "I want to try too." Faced with the formal disciple competition held only once every 10 years, their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. Seeing that they both planned to participate, Su Changqing gave them a thumbs up, "Impressive, you two have more courage than I do in this regard." Hu Bagui said in surprise, "Old Su, you're at least at the foundation establishment stage, why not give it a try? If your ranking improves, you can get more immortal sect resources." Su Changqing waved his hand, "I'm not interested in fighting and killing. I'd rather spend the time thinking about how to make money." Making money? This immediately piqued the interest of Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo. Su Changqing smoothly got to the point, "Some time ago, I attended a gathering of obscure alchemists and learned some important news there." Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo exchanged a glance, then hurriedly asked, "What news?" Su Changqing whispered, "After the formal disciple competition ends, a secret realm will open." Upon hearing the word secret realm, not only Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu, but even Lin An's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Changqing continued, "It's called the Gig's Secret Realm, and it opens once every 101 years. This time, it will open right after our formal disciple competition ends." Hu Bagui said excitedly, "Since we know this in advance, perhaps we can make a fortune this way." Zhao Ziyo frowned, "With our limited abilities, even if we know the opening time of the secret realm in advance, what can we do?" Su Changqing asked with a half-smile, "Do you know about roasting?" "I know. Aren't all the 5 major powers doing it?" Normally, 1 low-grade spirit stone could buy 10 jin of first-grade spirit rice, but now it only buys 6 jin. Regarding the speculation, everyone present, especially Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo, deeply resented it. Things that were easily available before were now being limited. Whether it was spirit plants, pills, spirit talismans, etc., everything was several times more expensive than before. Because of this, many disciples from immortal sects went to the market for unaffiliated cultivators to buy things. But distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Everyone still had to pay high prices. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes, that's what we'll be doing next." Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyo exchanged a glance, then asked, "But what should we stockpile? What should we speculate on?" Su Changqing replied, "The Gig's secret realm contains a large number of poisonous and malevolent creatures. To enter, we must carry Yang attribute pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. Those present weren't fools, they instantly understood. Their minds began to race, and they started thinking. Hubagui frowned and said, as for spirit beasts, they have fire, metal, earth, and lightning attributes, but to raise them in large quantities, firstly, we need too many spirit stones, and secondly, we don't have enough time. Su Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, yes, I prefer spirit plants, pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. Firstly, he was a spirit farmer, possessing 4 acres of second-grade spirit fields. With the help of the Azure Lotus domain to accelerate growth, he could definitely accumulate a batch of spirit plants before the secret realm opened. They can simply say they bought them from other spirit farmers, and no one will suspect a thing. Secondly, whether purchased or cultivated personally, they can all be refined into pills. Add to that the inscription of runes and weapon crafting, which can all be handled by one person. As for spirit talismans, isn't there one already? They can discuss it properly after Bai Linger finishes using the lesser cloud rain technique. If they can get her father, the high-level talisman master by Xiao Tian, into the team, then there will be no need to worry about making spirit talismans and runes. The problem is, to make a fortune, one must first spend lavishly. Su Changqing looked directly at the person opposite him. How much can you come up with? Hubagui replied, Old Su, you know I've used all my profits from the past few months to buy spirit beasts and land. I can only come up with a maximum of 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Then, their gazes fell on Zhao Ziyu, asking, and you? The fisherman awkwardly replied, Old Su, you know I really enjoy fishing and have bought a lot of fishing gear, so I can only come up with a maximum of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The three shifted their gaze to the silent guy in the corner, and you? Faced with their expectant eyes, Lin smiled awkwardly, Senior Brother Su, you know I just got released from the Earth Fire Zone, and I only have a few dozen low-grade spirit stones left in my pocket. Su Changqing said irritably, I can see that you're all broke. Hubagui asked curiously, Old Su, what about you? Zhao Zia nodded in agreement, yeah, how much can you come up with? Lin also looked on with curiosity. Su Changqing thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers on his right hand, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. 500 mid-grade spirit stones more than the 3 of them combined. But that's simply not enough for speculation. A single spirit artifact can easily cost hundreds or even thousands. Hubagui said helplessly, we only have 800 mid-grade spirit stones combined. At most, we can buy a bunch of pills and talismans. Although prices would drop after the formal disciple competition, this starting capital alone wouldn't make them rich. At most, they could make a small fortune. A moment of silence fell over the room, no one spoke. This feeling of seeing a mountain of gold but being unable to afford it was truly disheartening. After a long pause, Su Changqing spoke again, his expression complex. I'll figure out the funding. At worst, we'll have to work harder. Seeing him say this, Hubagui abruptly stood up. Old Su, aren't you treating us like outsiders? If we're going to work hard, we should work together. Ha! Su Changqing was surprised. You guys want to work together. At this moment, Hubagui continued, if all else fails, I'll sell all the spirit beasts I've raised and the land I own, and go all in with you. We can always start over. You scared me. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps influenced by Hubagui's enthusiasm, Zhao Zio gritted his teeth and said, fine, we're all in this together, I'll sell everything and gamble with you. Lin watched, a look of envy on his face. These are true brothers, buddies, and partners. Unlike his fair-weather friends, who would turn on him the moment he needed help. Su Changqing watched with a relieved smile, thank you for believing in me. Really no money? Not at all. So many mutated spirit plants. Even a lightning-struck tree worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. And a whole bunch of other things that haven't sold yet. The main reason he came was to see their reaction. Seeing that they both supported him meant they were truly of one mind. A while later, Bai Linger returned after casting the minor cloud rain technique. As soon as she reached the door, she saw everyone's eyes fixed on her. This startled the young girl, and she instinctively took a step back. Thinking she had done something wrong, she suddenly became nervous. Su Changqing stood up from his chair, approaching the other woman as he said, Old Bai, cough, Linger, wouldn't you like to have an endless supply of snacks? Bai Linger, who had been tense, immediately brightened up upon hearing this, eagerly asking, where? This caught Su Changqing off guard. He paused for several seconds before recovering, then explained, it's like this, I want to talk to your father about a collaboration. That night, the glass lamp in the second-floor bedroom flickered incessantly. Gradually, steam filled the entire room. Su Changqing gulped down a large mouthful of top-grade spirit rice wine, then let out a long sigh. Senior sister, all the wood elemental energy in my chi si is exhausted. Yu Kaiking asked in surprise, you worked so hard today. Su Changqing said with tears in his eyes, "It's what I should do, it's what I should do." Yu Kaiking took out a handful of spirit stones from her jade medicine pouch. "Considering how hard you've worked, take these 500 mid-grade spirit stones." Su Changqing didn't take them. Instead, he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but then hesitated. "What?" Yu Kaiking asked, puzzled. Su Changqing took a deep breath, then spoke frankly, "Senior sister, didn't I tell you before that I wanted to use the Gig's secret realm incident to stockpile and speculate on goods?" Yu Kaiking raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding. "Not enough money." Su Changqing nodded, "Yes." Yu Kaiking blinked, "How much more do you need?" Su Changqing grinned, "The more the better, of course." Hearing this, Yu Kaiking said with a smile, "If you want me to invest money, you'll have to see how hard you work first." Spring begins. The chill of winter is fading. Before the sun even rises, Su Changqing gets out of bed and walks towards the fields outside. 100 meters away, in a mud house, Linen, equally excited, walks quickly out. As everyone knows, the day of spring begins is not only for planting spirit seedlings, but also for a surge of spiritual energy. Therefore, today is crucial for anyone with a wood elemental spirit root. The two meet quickly. Linen says in surprise, "Senior brother Su, I've noticed you've lost weight." Su Changqing touches his cheek, "Really?" Linen nods slightly, "I used to be strong and muscular, now I'm lean and thin." Su Changqing frowns, thinking to himself, "It seems frequent dual cultivation has indeed had an effect on me." Fortunately, after this period of relentless effort, he has successfully slept with senior sister Yu. She's willing to invest 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Later, after selling some of his stock, he should be able to reach 10,000. Adding Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu's contributions, they estimated it would be around 30,000. While not a large sum, it was their limit. They couldn't afford any more. The uncertainty now lay with Bai Linger and her father, Bai Xiaotian. Since their last conversation, there had been no response from them. They didn't know if Bai Linger had forgotten to mention it, or if Bai Xiaotian wasn't interested. In any case, if they couldn't handle the spirit talismans and spells, Su Changqing had no choice but to abandon that aspect and focus on spirit plants, pills, and spirit artifacts. Suddenly, the wood elemental energy in the world grew increasingly dense, multiplying at an exponential rate. Su Changqing snapped out of his reverie and instructed, "You don't need to worry about the spirit plants. I'll plant them myself. Just focus on absorbing the spiritual energy." "Okay," Linen hurriedly replied. Then, Su Changqing took out a pound of top-grade spirit rice wine and handed it to him. "You're still in the qi refining stage, so you can't use pills or anything like that. You can only drink this." Originally, he had a batch of top-grade foundation establishment pills. The effects of this stuff are similar to top-grade spirit rice wine. However, it can only be taken during the foundation establishment stage. The body won't be able to handle it during the qi refining stage. The effect is negligible during the golden core stage. Linen had drunk it several times during this period and knew its effects well, so he excitedly said, "Thank you, senior brother Su. I will definitely establish my foundation as soon as possible." Afterwards, Su Changqing and Linen separated and approached the first acre of spirit field. He scattered the already cultivated spring seedlings all at once. After they landed, he used the wood spirit entanglement technique to control them. With a thought, they all automatically burrowed into the black soil, appearing extremely efficient. Linen was astonished at this. Is this the method of the foundation establishment stage? Back when they first came to the core of the spirit field after their initial promotion, there was one free chance to choose a spell. 3 spells in total: wood spirit cultivation spell, wood spirit entanglement spell, and wood spirit nourishment spell. Everyone except Su Changqing chose wood spirit cultivation spell. Therefore, Linen, seeing this technique for the first time, mistakenly thought it was an ability only available to those at the foundation establishment stage. Previously, the first acre of spirit field was mostly planted with spirit rice, along with some vegetables and 4-leaf clovers. Now, Su Changqing had completely abandoned 4-leaf clovers, planting only spirit rice and vegetables. As for the second acre of spirit field, the outside was still golden crowvine, but the inside was different. Besides the mutated mother rice, there were densely packed mutated daughter rice plants. If the first acre of spirit rice was the foundation, used to complete the mission, then this acre of mutated spirit rice was specifically prepared for him. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy contained in mutated spirit rice is at least twice that of top-grade spirit rice. After planting the mutated rice seedlings, Su Changqing specifically checked the growth of the earth element fruit seeds. From planting to now, almost half a year had passed. During this time, he had used the Azure Lotus domain multiple times to accelerate growth. But now he found that these things had only just taken root and sprouted. Truly worthy of being called a rare spirit plant that takes 10 years to take root and sprout, and 10 years to flower and bear fruit. At this rate, it will take at least another 1 or 2 years to mature. Then, Su Changqing went to the third acre of spirit field. This acre was the one Jiang Su had given him before. The original plan was to plant melons, fruits, and vegetables. After talking with senior sister Yu, he decided to cultivate yang-yang medicinal herbs. Firstly, King needed yang-yang herbs to re-refine the yin-yang intertwined pill. Secondly, yang-yang herbs would also be needed once the Gig's secret realm opened. Therefore, he planted Crimson Yang Ginseng and Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass in the third mu of spiritual field. As for the fourth mu, the second grade spiritual field he obtained from Lin An. Su Changqing still planted yang-yang herbs, but instead of Crimson Yang Ginseng, Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass, and Golden Crow Vine, he planted sun-piercing fungus and warm yang mushroom. These two herbs were said to work synergistically, improving their quality together. If they mutated, their value would be extremely high. By the time all 4 mu of spiritual fields were planted, dawn was breaking. Instantly, a dense surge of wood spiritual energy erupted like a geyser. The spiritual energy tide had arrived. Su Changqing and Lin An each chose a spot and sat cross-legged. Lin An took a sip of top-grade spirit rice wine, then circulated the second level of the evergreen technique. Su Changqing first popped a top-grade foundational spirit pill into his mouth, then took a sip of top-grade yellow rice wine, and then circulated the max-level Azure Lotus creation technique, even secretly releasing his symbiotic Azure Lotus. Therefore, the efficiency and speed at which the two absorbed wood spiritual energy were worlds apart. Lin An was still in the chi refining stage, his chi hadn't even opened, so he could only store it within his body. Although the top-grade spirit rice wine enhanced his absorption, he couldn't absorb much. On the other hand, Su Changqing's chi was like a bottomless pit, absorbing as much as it could. A continuous stream of wood spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, rapidly refining it into wood spiritual power. Originally, due to dual cultivation, the concentration and area of his fire spiritual power had increased, but it was quickly surpassed by the continuously growing wood spiritual power. If the fire spiritual power was a goose egg, then the current wood spiritual power was an ostrich egg. Previously, the fire elemental power had always harbored a desire to devour the wood elemental power. However, Su Changqing had suppressed it. Now, this desire to devour had actually diminished. There was a strange feeling of it bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Meanwhile, the 9 strands of elemental power within Lin An's body, under the constant impact of the external wood elemental energy, finally intertwined and merged into one. At this moment, his physique, realm, strength, and all other aspects improved. Lin An excitedly shed tears. I finally reached the mid-stage of chi refining. Normally, with normal planting and cultivation, he would have already reached this realm. He might even have advanced to the late stage of chi refining. However, he reaped what he sowed, and after several years, only now, with the help of top-grade spirit rice wine, has he barely reached the mid-stage of chi refining. This is later than Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying, who were at the same stage. Not to mention Su Changqing, who has already established his foundation. Lin An was about to share this joy when he immediately looked to the other side. What he saw there left him completely dumbfounded. Su Changqing was surrounded by an incredibly dense layer of wood spirit energy, forming a thick wall that obscured even the person inside. Feeling the ever-increasing wood elemental power within his chi, Su Changqing thought to himself, at this rate, I might break through to the late foundation establishment stage before the start of summer. For others, or normal cultivators, it would take at least several years. Su Changqing's comprehension and aptitude were average. Logically, it was impossible for him to cultivate so quickly. The main reason was actually the incredible speed achieved through the combined effects of top-grade pills, top-grade millet wine, and max-level high-grade cultivation techniques. If it were Chu with dual spiritual roots or Li Lingbai with triple spiritual roots, given the same aids, they might have already broken through to the golden core stage and reached the immortal peak. At this moment, Wang and the Pearl Chicken approached again, not disturbing their master as usual, simply lying down beside him as if resting. Although they hadn't yet awakened their intelligence and couldn't cultivate, simply staying by Su Changqing's side and absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy was still of great benefit. Even the fortress handling daily affairs on the other side was subconsciously approaching. This cultivation was so intense that he forgot to eat and sleep. It continued from morning until afternoon. Only when the sun began to set did he stop. Phew! Su Changqing felt completely refreshed and couldn't help but stretch. He opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by lush green weeds. Moreover, they were only growing near him. The rest of the area remained barren. Seeing Wang and the guinea fowl lying nearby, even looking blissfully content, Su Changqing, as before, didn't disturb them and quietly got up and headed towards the stone house. When he passed the fortress, he was surprised to find that it had sprouted new shoots. Although this puppet was made of wood, it was the first time he had ever seen it sprout new shoots. At least, it had never happened before. Su Changqing quickly scanned the area with his spiritual sense. The wood elemental energy within its body is extremely dense. Could it be a kind of growth-type puppet? At this moment, Lin An stepped forward to greet him. Senior brother Su, have you finished cultivating? Su Changqing looked at him and, seeing his radiant appearance, couldn't help but smile. It seems your cultivation level has improved. Lin and hurriedly bowed, thanks to your help. Su Changqing waved his hand, don't mention it. I'm preparing dinner, come over and eat later. Okay. Lin and nodded. A few days later, Su Changqing was sitting cross-legged on the edge of a field, absorbing what elemental energy. Suddenly, a fire crow above him emitted a cawing warning sound. A thought struck him, and he immediately switched to shared vision. He quickly discovered that 2 flying paper cranes were approaching from the other side. One of them was very familiar, it was senior brother Lee San-kei. The other person was someone he had never seen before and was a complete stranger. However, this person was also dressed in the white robes of a formal disciple, with a blue rice seedling pattern on the chest. Clearly, this was also a spirit farmer with a wood elemental root. Su Changqing was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, senior brother Lee wouldn't come here personally, let alone bring a stranger. I guess something's up. Soon after, Lee San-kei and the unfamiliar spirit farmer arrived. Su Changqing greeted him with a smile, senior brother Lee, and this is. Lee San-kei introduced, junior brother, this senior brother's name is Lee Chun. He's also a wood elemental spirit farmer, and he joined the core of the spirit field more than a decade earlier than us. Now he works for Elder Hua. Su Changqing bowed respectfully, senior brother Lee Chun. Lee Chun smiled slightly, junior brother Su, Elder Hua has mentioned you to me many times. Su Changqing was surprised, Elder Hua mentioned me. Lee Chun nodded slightly. In the entire core of the spirit field, there are people who can cultivate top-grade spirit rice, though not non-existent, they are extremely rare. Most are veterans who have joined the core of the spirit field for decades, those as young as you are extremely rare. Not only can he cultivate top-grade spirit rice, but he also consistently completes his tasks every year. Such a spirit farmer is truly exceptional. Su Changqing seemed thoughtful, so there are. Lee Chun confirmed, there are indeed several, one of them even joined the spirit field last year, a newcomer even more so than you. Su Changqing was surprised, but not unexpected. He then pointed to the stone house and said, senior brothers, let's go inside and chat over tea. Okay. Lee San-kei and Lee Chun naturally agreed. But as they walked, Lee San-kei suddenly froze, then asked in surprise, junior brother, how come you have 4 mu of spirit fields? Su Changqing waved to Linen, who was not far away, and explained, this newly added 4th mu of spirit fields originally belonged to my friend, but now we manage it together. Linen stepped forward, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, greetings, senior brothers. Lee San-kei still felt conflicted about this explanation. After all, he had been at the core of the spirit field for many years. He only possessed 3 acres of spirit fields at the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, Su Changqing, who had only joined a few years ago and had even just broken through to the early foundation establishment stage, already possessed 4 acres of second-grade spirit fields. Lee Chun suddenly realized, I remember now, I personally handled the procedures for transferring the spirit fields. Su Changqing smiled, what a coincidence. Soon, the 4 entered the stone house. Linen went to the kitchen and began to brew tea. What kind of tea? Naturally, it was Yalan Miss tea. Neither Lee San-kei nor Lee Chun were ordinary spirit farmers, so ordinary tea couldn't be used to entertain them. Linen had this much insight. While brewing tea, Su Changqing asked, senior brothers, what brings you here today? Lee Chun immediately replied, 2 things. Oh. Su Changqing seemed slightly surprised. Lee Chun raised his right index finger and continued, the first thing is to ask if you'll be participating in this year's formal disciple competition. I need to compile the list. Su Changqing immediately shook his head, I'm not interested in fighting. I only want a farm, so I won't be participating. Upon hearing this, a hint of appreciation appeared in Lee Chun's eyes, and he continued, very good, then let's focus on the second matter. Su Changqing didn't speak, only looking at him curiously. Lee Chun raised his second finger and continued, the second matter is that a new batch of outer disciples will be recruited in the outer area of the spirit fields. An inner disciple is needed for the assessment. Junior brother Lee San-kei, junior brother Zhang Su, and even Elder Hua are all recommending you. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing was stunned, you want me to guard the outer area of the spirit fields? Lee San-kei coughed lightly, immediately hinting, junior brother Su, going to the outer perimeter for training will only benefit you. Su Changqing understood the implication, but frowned. If it weren't for the planting, I could certainly go check on it, but the seedlings have just been planted, they can't be left unattended. Lee Chun immediately said, don't worry, junior brother Su, it's not about having you guard the spirit fields long-term. That task will be handled by another formal disciple. You're going for the assessment. That is to say, it's not like Lee San-kei, guarding the outer perimeter of the spirit fields for a year. It's more like Zhang Er, only appearing during the assessment. Su Changqing glanced at Lee San-kei, then at Lee Chun, seeing the subtle expressions on their faces, knowing that refusing again would be ungrateful, so he nodded and said, all right. With the matter settled, the atmosphere relaxed. At this moment, Linen brought out the freshly brewed orchid mist tea. Senior brothers, please have some tea. Li Chun, smelling the aroma in the air, exclaimed in surprise, it smells so good. Su Changqing smiled and introduced, this was a gift from a friend, it's called orchid mist tea. If you like it, senior brothers, please take a small amount with you before you leave. Li Chun didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly, clearly intending to do so. Su Changqing personally poured a cup for each of them, then asked, senior brothers, when will I head to the outskirts of the spirit fields? Li Chun and Li Sankei exchanged glances, then replied, it should be in the next few days. Junior brother Su, be prepared, and I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay, Su Changqing responded. After Linen took his leave, the three chatted idly while drinking tea. Junior brother Su, I vaguely remember this spot. The previous owners seemed to be an old spirit farmer. How much does senior brother Li Chun know? He didn't break through to the golden core stage and eventually died of old age. When we found him, he was already dead, skin and bones. Su Changqing had always been curious about the previous owner. When he chatted with Zhu Fu before, the latter hadn't said much. Now, he had learned all the information from Li Chun. The previous owner of this spot was named Lan Xin. He had a wood spirit root and his cultivation level reached the late foundation establishment stage. He lived for over 100 years. He stayed in the core of the spirit field for over 100 years. Nothing special about him, nothing particularly memorable. Overall, just an ordinary spirit farmer. Su Changqing asked curiously, does senior brother Lan Xin have no descendants? Li Chun thought carefully for a moment and said, Lan Xin didn't find a deist partner, but he has a mortal wife and children in a place called Suanzin City. Suanzin City? Su Changqing was surprised. Isn't that where Chu Chu participated in the 1,000 sales racing competition last time? It's a bit farther than the scattered cultivator market. But there are quite a few cultivators there, and the cultivation atmosphere is very strong, especially the 1,000 sales racing competition, which even attracts many disciples from immortal sections. After a while, Li Chun stood up, alright, let's stop here for today. I still need to go and check whether the other spirit farmers are participating in the formal disciple competition. Su Changqing took out a small cup of Yalan mist tea and handed it to him, take care, senior brother. Li Chun took it and said with a smile, no wonder junior brother Li Sankei and junior brother Zhang Su both recommended you. This junior brother Su in front of him really has no flaws in his conduct and dealings with people. Then, he took a small amount of Yalan mist tea and headed towards the door. Su Changqing and Li Sankei rose to see him off. Before boarding the flying paper crane, Li Chun glanced at Li Sankei before taking off and quickly disappearing into the distance. Seeing that only his own people remained, Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, senior brother, what exactly happened? Li Sankei stood with his hands behind his back, enjoying the cool breeze, and slowly said, wasn't my cousin hunting monsters in the Black Rust dynasty of the central region? Su Changqing asked, puzzled, but what does that have to do with the spirit field? Li Sankei explained, a prince of the Black Rust dynasty has been found to have a wood spirit root, and therefore wants to join our Dongting immortal sect through my cousin's introduction. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, he's a prince of the Black Rust dynasty, after all. Does he really need our help to join the Dongting immortal sect? Li Sankei turned around, and the two exchanged glances. This prince was captured by a monster when he was young. After being rescued, he developed a soul loss disorder, therefore. Su Changqing understood and continued, he's mentally challenged. Li Sankei nodded. Even though he's already a teenager, he's still like a child who never grew up. Getting him to pass the spirit field assessment will be quite difficult. Su Changqing lowered his head, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Logically, this was something Li Lingbai arranged, and he should definitely complete it. If it were a normal person, even with less talent, they would have agreed without hesitation. But this was a child with a soul loss disorder, someone whose mind wasn't working properly. Seeing the man's hesitation, Li Sankei waved his hand, don't worry, the Black Rust dynasty has made a promise, you won't suffer any losses. Su Changqing looked up, meeting his gaze again, what promise? Li Sankei grinned, if you pass the assessment smoothly, that foolish prince's second-grade spirit field will be yours, and you'll also receive 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones annually. Ha! Su Changqing's eyes lit up at the mention of compensation. Li Sankei blinked, and that's not all. We'll all become honored guests of the Black Rust dynasty, especially you. You'll become a royal retainer there, enjoying the highest level of treatment. If your future children don't awaken their spiritual roots, they can also be sent there to secure an official position. Su Changqing hesitated, wouldn't senior brother be more suitable for such a good thing? Li Sankei shook his head, you know, I like someone. Of course, this was just a perfunctory excuse. Originally, Li Lingbai had arranged for him to be the person. After all, they were relatives, so their relationship was definitely closer. However, since Lee San-kei decided to participate in the formal disciple competition some time ago and has been honing his skills on the arena, he discovered something. That is, his talent is quite average. In fighting, he can't beat his childhood sweetheart, Huo Wan. In farming, he can't outfarm his junior brother, Su Changqing. Once his cousin truly breaks through to the golden core stage, he simply won't be able to keep up. In the future, the only person who can truly assist Li Lingbai is Su Changqing, who is also rapidly growing in strength. It's better to cultivate a good relationship between the two now and firmly bind them together. This is for the good of Su Changqing, for the good of his cousin, and even for his own good. Lee San-kei knows that Su Changqing is a loyal and righteous person, exceptionally good to those around him, as can be seen from Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyou, and even Lin An. If one day he is completely abandoned by his cousin, at least he will still have a junior brother to rely on. Su Changqing sensed a hidden meaning in the other's words, but didn't press the matter. He simply nodded vigorously. All right, leave this to me. Then I'll be going too. Lee San-kei summoned his flying paper crane. Su Changqing bowed respectfully to him. Goodbye, senior brother. Soon, Lee San-kei disappeared into the distance. That night, on the Nanyu bed, Su Changqing told the warm, soft woman in his arms what had happened during the day. He then voiced his doubts, especially those he didn't understand. Yu Kaiking asked, "Tell me, are Li Lingbai and Lee San-kei related?" "Yes," Su Changqing confirmed. Yu Kaiking continued, "Since they're relatives, why weren't they assigned to him, but to you?" Su Changqing pondered, "Is there a problem?" Yu Kaiking was slightly speechless and couldn't help but flick his forehead with her slender white finger. "Then let me ask you, how talented is Lee San-kei in planting?" Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, "I think he's good at it in the outer areas, but after reaching the core, I'm not sure." Yu Kaiking pressed, "How does he compare to you?" Su Changqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Not as good as me." Yu Kaiking smiled brightly. "Clearly, Lee San-kei is trying to match you with his cousin, Li Lingbai." "Matchmaking?" Su Changqing's lips twitched violently upon hearing this. "Senior sister, I have no homosexual tendencies." Yu Kaiking rolled her eyes at him. "That's basically it." Su Changqing shook his head. "Forget it, let's not think about that. Let's get some rest." He waved his hand lightly, and the glass lamp instantly went out, plunging the entire bedroom into darkness. The night passed without incident. The next morning arrived. Yu Kaiking went to the Pill Tower again, not for the formal disciple competition, but because the Pill Tower staff had finished repairing alchemy room number 97. She needed to go and take a look herself, and also think about what to do next. Su Changqing and Lin each found a spot, sitting cross-legged and absorbing the free-floating wood elemental energy in the world. Lin had just broken through and was currently consolidating his current realm. Su Changqing was different. The wood elemental energy in his chi-si was accumulating rapidly, already several times that of the fire elemental energy beside him. At this rate, he could definitely advance his cultivation from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage before the start of summer. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. He flipped his right hand, and a communication talisman appeared. Hu Bagui. Hello? Old Su, I've sold all my spirit beasts and land, and borrowed some from my senior brothers. I can now come up with 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. What about old Zhao? Old Zhao is about the same as me, selling and borrowing. He can only come up with about 3,000 now? Didn't realize this guy was so rich. So when do we start? Leave everything to me, you guys just focus on the formal disciple competition. Okay. By the way, senior brother Chu Chu wants to meet you. After their exchange, Su Changqing put away the communication talisman. Hu Bagui was quite surprised that he had raised the money so quickly. Now, the other party had offered 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Ziyou took out 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the 10,000 given by senior sister Yu, that's almost 20,000. With some additional sales, 30,000 to 40,000 shouldn't be a problem. This amount of startup capital is definitely not much for a true speculator. But Su Changqing has an advantage that none of these people possess. He can cultivate his own medicinal herbs, brew his own pills, and forge his own spiritual weapons. In short, as long as he controls the costs, he will never lose money. While everyone's attention is focused on the formal disciple competition, Su Changqing can take this opportunity to forge a batch of pills and spiritual weapons. The only uncertainty lies with Bai Linger and Bai Xiaotian. So far, there's still not a single piece of information. It seems he needs to find an opportunity to ask them. After absorbing the nutrients sufficiently, Su Changqing called out to Linen, who was standing to the other side, "Come here for a moment." Linen interrupted his cultivation and immediately jogged over. "What can I do for you, senior brother Su?" Su Changqing countered, "Are you participating in the formal disciple competition?" Linen shook his head. "With my abilities, I'd just be giving away points." Su Changqing nodded slightly. "All right, do me a few things." Linen looked on with curiosity. Just tell me what you need. Su Changqing immediately said, don't you know many people? Go and inquire which spirit farmers are cultivating yang-grade medicinal herbs. Okay. Linen didn't know why he should do this, but he didn't ask further. Now, he was determined to stay by Su Changqing's side. While others were feasting, he could at least get some soup. If he followed someone else, he would never receive such good treatment. After Linen left, Su Changqing took out Chu Chu's communication talisman. To be honest, the two didn't contact each other much. In fact, they rarely did. Aside from the few times they met, they hadn't used this communication talisman privately. He had wanted to inform Chu Chu about the Mo She incident beforehand, but he couldn't get in touch. Now that Chu Chu had been silent for so long, his sudden contact meant something was up. Junior brother Su. Senior brother Chu. I need your help this time. What is it? I want you to brew a kind of wine. Su Changqing was stunned. He thought the other party wanted to buy some top-grade spirit rice wine, but unexpectedly, it was for brewing. Through conversation, he learned that Chu Chu still wanted to participate in this year's formal disciple competition. This wine was specifically for him and his contracted spirit beast, Crane 7, to heal their injuries. Around noon, Chu Chu finally arrived. But this time, he wasn't riding on Crane 7's back. Instead, he used a flying paper crane. This showed that Crane 7's injuries were indeed very serious. The moment Su Changqing saw Chu Chu's face, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, Senior brother Chu, how did you get disfigured? At this moment, half of Chu Chu's face was distorted. Hearing this, he said with a complex expression, although I won the battle against Masha, I was continuously damaged by his poisonous fire, and I haven't fully recovered yet. Poisonous fire? Su Changqing was stunned. Chu Chu nodded and explained, I initially thought he had ordinary wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots, but I never expected him to have a mutated poisonous fire spiritual root. Once he's affected, it's like being poisoned, the fire damage keeps piling up. Su Changqing's face darkened slightly. Is he insane? Chu Chu gritted his teeth and said, I'll remember this grudge. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll make him pay a terrible price. Su Changqing immediately asked, what kind of wine do you want to refine? Chu Chu took out a wine recipe. This is a relatively high-grade spiritual wine. The higher the quality, the better the healing effect. I considered many people, and finally decided to ask you. Su Changqing took it and read the name aloud, Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine. Chu Chu said seriously, it's actually ice heart wine, but it needs to be stored in a jade pot, otherwise, the quality and other aspects will be greatly reduced. Su Changqing examined the ingredients. Main ingredients, frozen spring water, ice spirit grass, ice toad blood. Auxiliary ingredients, spirit rice, snow lotus stamen, a small amount of fire attribute spirit peppers. Chu Chu asked nervously, will it work? Su Changqing pondered, it can be done, but I only have spirit rice and spirit peppers here. Chu Chu breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed an ugly smile, don't worry, I've already gathered the rest of the ingredients. Try brewing it, don't worry about wasting any. Seeing that he had said so, Su Changqing nodded slightly, okay, I'll brew it as soon as possible. Then, Chu Chu took out the remaining ingredients. Su Changqing took the item and turned to walk into the house. He quickly arrived at the first basement level and began to read carefully. As time quietly passed, the attribute panel changed. Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine, Beginner. Effect 1, stops bleeding from minor external injuries. Effect 2, alleviates fire poisoning. Effect 3, increases the power of water-based spells by 5% after drinking. Negative Effect 1, long-term consumption will cause cold hands and feet and slowed movement. Su Changqing pondered, it seems that the main function of this wine is more inclined towards healing? Should he consume 1 year of his lifespan to upgrade Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine to proficiency? Su Changqing shook his head, no, I choose to go all in. Remaining lifespan, 530 years. Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine, Masterful Hands. Effect 1, slowly heals non-fatal injuries below the golden core stage. Effect 2, rebuilds damaged meridians. Effect 3, heals damage caused by special fire poison. Effect 4, after drinking, spiritual energy absorption efficiency increases by 100% for 1 hour, and water-based spell power increases by 50%. Effect 5, after drinking, spiritual energy loss in water-based cultivation techniques decreases by 50% for 1 hour, and the probability of breaking through bottlenecks increases by 10%. Special Effect 1, after drinking, immunity to cold poison and water-based negative status effects for 1 hour. Special Effect 2, powerful spells can be cast in water using water spiritual energy. Negative Effect 1, long-term consumption can easily lead to excessive cold energy and frozen meridians. From beginner level to masterful hands level, others may need several years, even more than 10 years. But for Su Changqing now, it's just a matter of a moment. He has mastered Masterful Hands level Spirit Rice Wine and Masterful Hands level Yellow Rice Wine. Although in terms of value, they are not as valuable as Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine. With the experience and skills gained from these two types of wine, he could master the techniques more quickly during the learning process. The next step was to start brewing. However, Su Changqing wasn't in a hurry, and didn't even inform Chu Chu outside. He knew that brewing Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine now was too fast. Even if it didn't arouse suspicion, it would create the illusion that brewing was simple. Therefore, he had to wait. 2 days passed in a flash. During the day, Su Changqing ate and drank as usual. At night, he cultivated with senior sister Yu. During this time, Chu Chu left briefly but returned quickly. He wanted to wait until Su Changqing had brewed the Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine before returning to the Spirit Beast Valley. Given his current appearance, situation, and strength, returning or not made little difference. On the third day, Su Changqing finally began brewing Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine for the first time. He went down to the basement level and first washed his hands with the spring water. Then he poured the uncontaminated ice spring water from the storage container. The water, like blue crystal, released a chilling aura as soon as it flowed out. However, the first thing Su Changqing did was boil it. Then he began stirring it clockwise with a spoon. Strangely, after the ice spring water boiled 81 times, although some evaporated, the remaining portion formed a liquid resembling bone marrow. This was the key to brewing the Ice Heart Jade Pot Wine, called Ice Soul Marrow. Next, Su Changqing took out a porcelain fruit knife and, with almost no metallic elements, sliced the ice spirit grass, then stirred it with the snow lotus stamen. Seeing the juice appear, he immediately added yeast. Instantly, the already blue liquid became even more crystalline. At this point, Su Changqing placed the thoroughly washed, top-grade spirit rice into the bowl, filling it completely. He then carved a hole about the size of a palm in the center and placed the ice toad heart inside. Due to the chilling aura emanating from the ice toad heart, the spirit rice, spirit peppers, and the mixed liquid all visibly solidified. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changqing covered it with a layer of silk gauze, followed by a layer of bright red fire spirit peppers. This created a very delicate balance between hot and cold. The liquid inside gradually turned into jelly. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting. It will take at least 7 days to produce some Ice Heart wine. Like other wines, the longer it takes, the more will be produced. Su Changqing stayed a while longer, and seeing that there were no problems, he turned and walked towards the ground. Chu Chu, who had been drinking tea and was even tired of it, saw this and hurriedly stood up to ask, "How is it?" Su Changqing chuckled, "The brewing is finished, but as for the final product, we'll have to wait another 7 days. 7 days? Chu Chu murmured. There are only 5 days left until the formal disciple competition. That means if he doesn't want to give up, he has to participate for 2 days first. If he's lucky, he won't encounter any formidable opponents along the way. If he's unlucky, he might encounter a genius in the first round. There's no other way now, he can only take it one step at a time." Su Changqing was surprised to see the untouched orchid mist tea on the table. "Why aren't you drinking it?" he asked. Chu Chu replied irritably, "I drink tea every day, I'm almost sick of it." Su Changqing grinned. "Looks like you, like Pei Mo, enjoy drinking." Upon hearing Pei Mo's name, Chu Chu paused, then said with a hint of melancholy, "He's been away from the immortal sect for over a year now, I wonder when he'll return." Su Changqing took a sip of the orchid mist tea and said, "I heard that senior brother Li Lingbai will return in 6 months. If Pei Mo wants to participate in the formal disciple competition, he should do so sooner." For many formal disciples, participating in the formal disciple competition was the best option. A standout performance could catch the eye of the immortal elders. If they made it into the top 10, they would be highly regarded. They could directly become core disciples and reside on that lofty immortal peak. This was a golden opportunity to defy fate, a once-in-a-decade chance not to be missed. Chu Chu sat down again, his eyes full of curiosity. "Junior brother, aren't you in a hurry at all? Don't you plan to participate?" Su Changqing replied affirmatively, "I'm just an ordinary wood elemental spirit farmer. I've never fought before. Rather than go up and give away points, I'd rather honestly farm." Chu Chu's expression became complicated upon hearing this. He sighed, if only everyone were as clear-headed as junior brother. Su Changqing looked at the spirit seedling swaying in the wind in the spirit field, his entire demeanor exceptionally relaxed. Isn't the pursuit of the immortal path simply clear-headedness? Chu Chu was taken aback, and after a long while, he looked at him deeply. "Senior brother, I've learned something." At this moment, a vibration came from Su Changqing's azure gourd. He flipped his hand, and a communication talisman appeared out of thin air. Then he got up and walked towards the door. "Hello? Senior brother Su, I've done my best to investigate. And the results? 28 spirit farmers are known to be cultivating yang-grade medicinal herbs. How many are willing to sell?" "Only 6. Good. Sign contracts with these people and buy as many as you can. But some aren't ripe yet. Do we have to sign contracts now? It's alright, I can wait. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes and carefully put away the communication talisman in his hand. The entire Dongting immortal sect has at least tens of thousands of formal disciples. Therefore, the duration of the formal disciple competition isn't 7 days, 10 days, or half a month. It's several months, possibly even more than half a year. This gave Su Changqing ample time to handle everything. Just as he was about to enter the house to continue his chat with Chu Qiu, suddenly, a slight vibration emanated from the azure gourd again. This time, however, the communication talisman's owner was not Linen, but Bai Linger. Hello? Su Changqing, my father wants you to come to the Imperial Water Pavilion. What for? To discuss the cooperation. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's lips curled slightly. He thought to himself, since they're willing to discuss it, it means there's potential. It's just a matter of profit sharing. Immediately, Su Changqing called out to Chu Qiu inside the house, Senior Brother Chu, I have some business to attend to at the Imperial Water Pavilion. Please make yourself at home. Chu Qiu glanced at the stairwell and said somewhat awkwardly, I'd better go with you. He had only learned in the past few days that junior brother Su had a female deist partner. She was quite beautiful. She seemed to be a high-level alchemist. The two of them had been causing trouble all night, no wonder Lin lived 100 meters away. If he stayed, he felt it wouldn't be appropriate, it might lead to misunderstandings. Su Changqing nodded, alright, let's go together then. He immediately summoned his mode of transportation, the large leaf grass. Chu Qiu came out of the house. The two stood on either side of each other, then immediately took off and flew towards the Imperial Water Pavilion. They barely spoke along the way. After all, Chu Qiu had something on his mind and was reluctant to talk. Su Changqing was pondering how to talk to Lao Bai later. If the other party made exorbitant demands, then they shouldn't cooperate. In any case, Su Changqing was not one to suffer losses. After about an hour, the two approached Black Lake and could see the Imperial Water Pavilion. However, this time, their arrival brought a different sight, or rather, a different discovery. In the water, there was no longer the 100-jang-long yellow serpent. Instead, there was a tortoise head, black with a hint of red. It looked very docile, completely still, like a black island. Intricate runes were engraved on its shell, somewhat resembling the 8 trigrams, somewhat resembling the Big Dipper. In short, the water elemental energy in the entire Black Lake became denser because of it. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, I've been here so many times, and this is the first time I've ever seen Suanyu. Chu Qiu echoed, me neither. Suanyu completely lacked the madness, ferocity, and savagery of the Tengshi. It appeared more composed, reserved, and wise. It only peeked out, its head visible, seemingly observing something, utterly silent. Su Changqing and Chu Qiu circled Suanyu several times before flying to the entrance of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Upon arrival, he took out Bai Linger's communication talisman, asking her to come and meet him. Those outside, unless they were relatives or master disciple of someone inside the Imperial Water Pavilion, required a guarantor to enter, similar to the rules of the Pill Tower. Soon after, Bai Linger skipped and hopped out. She had assumed it was only Su Changqing, her face beaming with joy. But then she saw Chu Qiu, and was immediately startled by his ugly face. Su Changqing quickly introduced, this is Senior Brother Chu Qiu from Spirit Beast Valley. Ah, Bai Linger exclaimed in surprise, you're Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu looked at the short girl in front of him and said, hello. Bai Linger couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Chu, why did you join Spirit Beast Valley instead of the Imperial Water Pavilion? Hearing this, Su Changqing perked up his ears. Chu Qiu paused for a moment, then explained, I almost became a disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, but I joined Spirit Beast Valley because of matters related to spirit beasts. Bai Linger seemed to understand, but fortunately, her attention was quickly drawn to Su Changqing, and she immediately reached out for food. I persuaded my father for several days before he finally agreed to see you. Where's the food? Su Changqing pulled out a bag of snacks he had prepared beforehand from his jade gourd. These are all for you. Ask me for more when you're done. Instantly, Bai Linger was overwhelmed by the snacks. If it were anyone else, they might have felt offended, or even annoyed. But Bai Linger, seeing so many snacks, immediately brightened up, her smile widening. After she had stuffed them all into her storage bag, she led Su Changqing and Chu Qiu into the Imperial Water Pavilion. Isn't that Chu Qiu? What happened to his face? It looks like he was burned by Masha. Su Changqing and Bai Linger didn't know many people, so no one discussed it. But the moment Chu Qiu crossed the threshold and entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many disciples with water elemental roots. They stared at him. They discussed him animatedly. Many of them were frightened by his disfigured face. The female disciples, in particular, showed expressions of pity. Chu Qiu was handsome, talented, and highly skilled. He had even defeated Lan Tian, the top-ranked disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion, and was therefore admired by many disciples with water elemental roots. Now, seeing his current appearance, they couldn't bear to look at him. Fortunately, this blow didn't bother Chu Chiu. He didn't care about the pointing fingers and whispers of the surrounding disciples, male and female. His only thought was to recover from his and Lord He-Chi's injuries as soon as possible. Then, he would find an opportunity to beat Mo Shahaf to death, to vent his anger. Not long after, the two arrived at the third floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. They saw Bai Linger's father again, Bai Xiao Tian. Whether he had been waiting or had just finished, it was unclear. He was sitting in a chair yawning, looking sleepy. Bai Linger said with a grin, "Father, Su Changqing is here." Bai Xiao Tian asked irritably, "So I can rest after we finish talking, right?" Su Changqing exchanged a glance with Chu Chiu. Something about the other's words felt off. Bai Linger blinked, "Father, you're a high-level talisman master, and you've reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. You've only been without rest for 5 days. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoshan's expression became complicated. He immediately looked at Su Changqing behind him. You, come with me to the other room for a private chat." Although surprised, Su Changqing followed her into another small room. The door slammed shut. The sounds outside stopped abruptly. The room wasn't large, but the soundproofing was surprisingly good. Su Changqing glanced around and saw many silencing talismans and similar symbols pasted around the room. Bai Xiaotian frowned and demanded, "What kind of spell have you cast on my 2 daughters?" Su Changqing looked bewildered and asked, "What spell?" Bai Xiaotian laughed angrily, "My eldest daughter mentions you occasionally, that's one thing, but my younger daughter talks about your name all the time." Su Changqing shook his head, "I haven't cast any spell on your daughters. She just likes my cooking and snacks." Hearing such a simple reason, Bai Xiaotian opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Su Changqing asked, "What exactly happened?" Bai Xiaotian, looking exhausted, said, "At first, I wasn't interested in your so-called cooperation, but she kept me up like a dog, working me like a machine for days without rest." Su Changqing suddenly understood. So, the other party agreed because she couldn't take it anymore. Bai Xiaotian plopped down, taking a deep breath. "Even now, I'm still not interested in your so-called cooperation, but there's something else I'm a little impatient about." "What?" Su Changqing asked instinctively. Bai Xiaotian stared at him intently with bloodshot eyes. "After the formal disciple competition, take Linger home." Su Changqing looked troubled. "But I already have a deist partner." Bai Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. "Which formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion is it? Not a water elemental root? A fellow spirit farmer? Not a wood elemental root either. What kind of spiritual root is it then?" "Fire, spiritual root." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotian gave a strange look and retorted, "You're the one who's their deist partner." Su Changqing's lips twitched. "Old Bai, that's a bit hurtful." Bai Xiaotian sneered, "People with wood elemental roots usually find water elemental roots, or the same type of root. You, on the other hand, found a fire elemental root. What else could you be but someone else's deist partner?" Su Changqing was speechless, waving his hand. "None of that matters. I'm not the kind of person who's fickle. Right now, I can't even handle one person." After sharing a bed with her for a while, he had discovered, senior sister Yu, though cold on the outside, had a warm heart. That's why her ice water spiritual root mutated at a rate that changed every day. Fortunately, Bai Xiaotian didn't insist, even expressing understanding. "You're a sensible kid. In that case, I'll let Linger rest a little longer." Su Changqing hurriedly asked, "What about the cooperation?" Bai Xiaotian frowned, remaining silent for a while before speaking. "Are you sure the information is correct?" Su Changqing nodded vigorously, 100% certain. Bai Xiaotian pondered, "All right, I can draw Yang attribute talismans, but you'll have to provide the materials. We'll split the profits 50-50. Su Changqing immediately shook his head. "Old Bai, a 50-50th split probably won't work." Bai Xiaotian raised an eyebrow. "What ratio do you want?" Su Changqing blurted out, "For Linger's sake, I'll do 80% and you 20%. Bai Xiaoshan's face darkened upon hearing this, clearly dissatisfied. "Too low." Su Changqing continued, "Or, I'll do 70% and you 20% while Linger does 10%. Bai Xiaotian pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Su Changqing stated matter-of-factly, "I have the information, and I'm the one providing the materials, so why not find a more obedient talisman master with a lower profit-sharing ratio?" This statement left Bai Xiaotian speechless. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a way to refute it. Admittedly, he was a high-level talisman master, possessing considerable talent and advantages in creating spirit talismans, spells, and runes. But what the man in front of him said also made some sense. He was only choosing to cooperate with him because of Linger. If they couldn't reach an agreement here, they could always find another, or even several, outside. Even if they weren't all advanced talisman masters, but rather beginners, quantity could overcome quality. Of course, Bai Xiaotian didn't know that Su Changqing could already inscribe runes. This meant he would also be able to draw spirit talismans in the future. Therefore, after much deliberation, Bai Xiaotian finally agreed to the second profit-sharing ratio. Su Changqing 70%, himself 20%, Bai Linger 10%. Even if he lost a little, at least his youngest daughter would earn something so she could buy more snacks later. Upon seeing that the other party had agreed, Su Changqing smiled and asked, "Old Bai, I heard that straw is also one of the raw materials for drawing talismans?" Bai Xiaotian nodded slightly. "That's right, it can indeed be used to draw talismans, and the higher the quality of the spirit rice, the better the effect of the talisman." Su Changqing thought to himself, "I have only top-grade spirit rice and mutated spirit rice here. That means, drawing talismans costs nothing except for the initial cost. 2 acres of spirit rice should be enough for Bai Xiaotian to draw talismans." Then, the two began to discuss the details. Afterwards, they even signed a talisman contract. The contract stipulated that during the cooperation phase, one party would provide the raw materials, and the other party would diligently draw the talismans. If either party failed to fulfill the agreement, the cooperation would immediately terminate, and the breaching party would have to pay heavy compensation. After finishing their discussion, the door to the small room opened. Su Changqing and Bai Xiaotian walked out unharmed, but unexpectedly, there were 3 people standing there. Not only Bai Linger and Chu Chu, there was someone else who surprised everyone. Who? Lan Tian, once a dazzling genius, hailed as the #1 formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Now, however, he has lost his former brilliance and appears extremely sensitive. Even the slightest noise will trigger a strong reaction from him. Both Chu Chu and Lan Tian have fought against Mo. Lan Tian was utterly humiliated, even suffering psychological trauma. Although Chu Chu won, he was also severely injured, almost unable to participate in the upcoming formal disciple competition. Upon learning that Chu Chu had arrived at the Imperial Water Pavilion, Lan Tian immediately came to check on him. When he saw that half of Chu Chu's face was disfigured, he was utterly shocked. At the same time, his fear of Mo had reached its peak. Lan Tian's voice trembled. "Even you're like this?" Chu Chu said expressionlessly, "With your mentality, you shouldn't participate in the formal disciple competition." Lan Tian was stunned. Sigh. At this moment, Su Changqing called out, "Senior brother Chu, let's go back." Before leaving, Chu Chu thought for a moment and said, "Lan Tian, you are, after all, the #1 formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion. If you can't set a good example, then the other water elemental disciples are useless." Upon hearing this, Lan Tian's pupils contracted, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Afterwards, Su Changqing and Chu Chu bid farewell to Bai Xiaotian and Bai Linger. They quickly left the Imperial Water Pavilion. On the way, Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Chu, what kind of fighting style did that Masha have that scared Lan Tian like that?" Chu Chu recalled the previous battle. He was a madman. His fighting style was extremely insane, using all sorts of underhanded, dirty, and ruthless tricks. "He didn't treat me or any of his opponents as human beings at all. He seemed more like..." Su Changqing pressed, "More like what?" Chu Chu took a deep breath, "More like a wild beast or a monster." Su Changqing pondered, "I heard the northern region is located in a desert, with a very harsh environment." Chu Chu nodded. "The people of the northern region, due to their living environment, are mostly quite stubborn and extreme. They are good at seizing any opportunity." The two chatted for a while until they finally returned to the spirit field. Because they had to wait for the ice heart jade pot wine, Chu Chu, though bored, didn't leave. While Su Changqing took advantage of the early hour, using the wood spiritual energy attracted by the spiritual plants, he continued his cultivation. The spiritual plants in the 4 acres of spiritual fields, as if drawn by a force, swayed slightly toward his location. Wisps of wood spiritual energy rapidly surged towards him. Su Changqing took a sip of top-grade yellow millet wine and a sip of top-grade foundational spiritual pill. His absorption speed and efficiency reached their peak at this moment. His Qi, along with his entire being, transformed into a vortex devouring spiritual energy. Chu Chu watched this with a jolt of fear. Although this junior brother Su dislikes fighting, his cultivation is incredibly smooth. Could this be related to his clear and unobstructed mind? 4 days later. Only 1 day remained until the formal disciple competition. In the morning, Su Changqing had just finished absorbing the wood spiritual energy gathered by the spiritual plants when he suddenly felt a slight vibration coming from his azure gourd. With a thought, a communication talisman appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he then infused it with a wisp of his own wood spiritual power. On the other end, Li Sankei's voice came, "Junior brother Su." "Senior brother? The newly recruited wood spiritual root disciples from the outer perimeter have all arrived. You should go." "Okay, I'll go after I finish making lunch." "That's no problem. Don't forget what we discussed earlier." "Don't worry, I'll definitely take extra care of that silly prince." The communication ended. Su Changqing put away the communication talisman and then got up to walk towards the stone house. Before heading to the outer perimeter of the spiritual fields, he needed to prepare meals for Wang Wang, Pearl Chicken, Senior Sister Yu, and Senior Brother Chu. The first two were his pets. Senior Sister Yu was his deist companion. Senior Brother Chu was a distinguished guest. Everyone had to be taken good care of him. Fortunately, cooking was a piece of cake for Su Changqing now. He could make incredibly delicious and abundant meals from almost any ingredients. Yu Kaiqing asked, "Are you coming back tonight?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes. Okay, I'll wait for you." Yu Kaiqing looked charming and alluring. Su Changqing stepped out the door, immediately summoned the great leaf grass, and soared into the air, flying towards the outer edge of the spirit fields. This time, Chu Chu didn't follow. He was just a guest, not a follower, much less a bodyguard. Following Su Changqing around every day felt a bit strange. However, Chu Chu didn't stay in the stone house. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, he summoned his flying paper crane and suddenly flew towards the entrance of the earth vein. As he got closer and closer to the outer edge of the spirit fields, Su Changqing once again saw the vast expanse of Grade 1 spirit fields. Because it was only a few days after the start of spring, many spirit fields were already planted with spirit rice, a vibrant green, stretching as far as the eye could see. This scene filled him with a myriad of emotions. When he successfully became a full disciple, he never imagined he would return. Moreover, as a formal disciple, representing the core of the spirit fields for the assessment, things were different now. Everything had changed. What's that? For enormous leaves are spinning. Is there a person standing on them? Probably a formal disciple. This mode of transportation looks very advanced. As Su Changqing approached, he instantly attracted the attention of the outer disciples below. Those outside pointed and whispered. Those inside, hearing the commotion, ran out and joined in the pointing and whispering. In just a short while, hundreds of people had gathered. Among them were many outer disciples who had failed the assessment once, or even twice. At this moment, a female disciple with a wood elemental root, dressed in a formal white disciple's robe, stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Senior Brother Su Changqing?" Su Changqing looked down at her. "Yes, it's me. Are you the formal disciple guarding the spirit field this year?" The female disciple with a wood elemental root was very respectful, replying to Senior Brother Su, "My name is Linya, and I am indeed the formal disciple guarding the spirit field this year." She had only been a formal disciple for 2 years and had been personally recommended by Lu Yuanyuan to become this year's spirit field guard. Initially, Linya didn't think Su Changqing was particularly impressive. They even believed he had stolen their place in the assessment. One was an assessment. The other was guard duty. Which was more arduous was obvious. But upon learning that the person who recommended him was Li Lingbai's cousin, Li Sankei, and Zhang Su, a well-known foundation establishment disciple in the core of the spirit field, and even Elder Hua, the spirit field manager, they instantly realized this man was no ordinary person. Therefore, their initial contempt vanished, replaced by intense nervousness. They feared that accidentally offending him would cause serious trouble. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land. "Junior Sister Lin, you've worked hard." Linya paused for a moment, then flashed a fawning smile, immediately introducing him to the curious outer disciples. "Fellow junior brothers, this is Senior Brother Su Changqing, the foundation establishment disciple who will be assessing you this year." Another formal disciple. Another foundation establishment disciple. This caused an uproar among the surrounding outer disciples. They all bowed respectfully, saying loudly, "Senior Brother Su." Su Changqing smiled slightly. "My fellow disciples have worked hard. I hope everyone succeeds in becoming official disciples." Linya, standing nearby, thought to herself, "I thought Senior Brother Su had a bad temper, but I didn't expect him to be so polite to me and the outer disciples." Su Changqing, still smiling, continued, "Junior Sister Lin and I will be staying here for a year. If anyone has any questions, anything you don't understand, or anything you don't know, please feel free to ask. This Senior Brother Su is so kind. Many official disciples are arrogant and look down on us outer disciples. What do you know? Truly capable people are approachable." Ignoring the praise from the outer disciples, Su Changqing winked at Linya. The two then moved to the other side. Linya looked at him questioningly. "Senior Brother Su?" Su Changqing asked, "Is there an outer disciple named Mo Yin?" Linya nodded. "Yes, there is such a person." "Where is he?" Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Linya quickly replied, "At this time, he should be taking a nap." "A nap?" Su Changqing was taken aback. Linya said with a complicated expression, "This person is very strange. He neither cultivates nor practices. He's no different from an ordinary person in the mortal world, and he especially loves eating and sleeping." Su Changqing had come specifically for him, so he asked again, "Which room is he in?" Linya thought for a moment. "I'll take you there myself." Then, the two walked towards Mo Yin's room. It wasn't far, in fact, it was nearby. It was unclear whether someone had deliberately arranged it. It was the same room as Su Changqing's room when he was an outer disciple a few years ago. At this moment, the door was ajar. A loud snoring sound could be heard coming from inside. Su Changqing and Lin Ye exchanged a glance, then pushed open the slightly ajar door. Sure enough, a young man, looking only 16 or 17 years old, was fast asleep on a wooden plank bed covered with straw. He was probably sleeping too comfortably, as drool was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Ye said with a wry smile, "Senior brother Su, this person is Mo Yin." Su Changqing waved his hand and said, "Go and attend to your own business." Lin Ye was taken aback, but quickly realized what he meant and excused herself. Yes. After she left, Su Changqing entered the room and closed the door behind him. He walked step by step to the bedside, scrutinizing Mo Yin lying on it. This man was one of the princes of the Black Rust dynasty. He wore a loosely draped, moon-white brocade robe woven with silver. Underneath, he wore a soft silk undergarment with a dark pattern. To be fair, he was quite handsome. His nose was high and straight, his thin lips pursed in pale pink. He was snoring and drooling, a simple, honest smile, playing on his lips. He seemed perfectly normal. Unfortunately, he had been captured by a monster as a child and, after being rescued, developed a mental disorder. Su Changqing reached out his right hand, pressed down on the other's shoulder, and nudged him, "Wake up." Mo Yin groggily opened his eyes. Upon discovering a stranger standing beside the bed, his eyes widened in fright. He let out a scream. His arms and legs thrashed wildly across the bed, as if trying to squeeze himself into the wall. To avoid attracting attention, Su Changqing pulled out a soundproof doormat and tossed it behind him, where it landed perfectly in the middle of the wooden door. The sounds and movements outside could still be heard inside, but the sounds and movements inside couldn't be heard outside. Mo Yin had given up struggling, cowering in the corner, trembling. Seeing this, Su Changqing activated his Azure Lotus creation technique, releasing the gentle wood elemental energy from his danshan, enveloping Mo Yin within it. Gradually, Mo Yin, who had initially been terrified, seemed to realize that the person before him meant no harm, and slowly calmed down. However, he remained huddled in the corner, appearing extremely cautious. Su Changqing said, "This is no longer the perilous central region, but the incredibly safe Dongting immortal sect." At this moment, two words popped out of Mo Yin's mouth: "Father." Su Changqing took a step back in fright, quickly saying, "I'm only 21 this year, where would I have a 17 or 18-year-old son like you?" "Mother?" Mo Yin immediately pouted, "Hungry." Su Changqing's face turned green, and he couldn't help but say, "Can't you be normal for once?" Mo Yin looked very aggrieved, but still pouted, "Hungry." "Hungry?" Su Changqing took out some snacks from his jade gourd and handed them over. Actually, these were prepared for Bai Linger, just in case they met one day. Unexpectedly, they came in handy here. Mo Yin smelled the aroma of the food and immediately took it excitedly, munching away. Looking at the other's simple-minded appearance, Su Changqing muttered, "Senior Brothersley, you really know how to give me a hard time." In Mo Yin's condition, communication was impossible, let alone teaching him how to cultivate spirit rice. After eating his fill, Mo Yin completely relaxed. He didn't sleep, but just lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on Su Changqing. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They stared at each other. A wide-eyed stare. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Finally, Mo Yin couldn't take it anymore and rubbed his sore eyes. Su Changqing smiled smugly, "You're still too green to mess with me." "Wah!" Mo Yin suddenly burst into tears. Seeing his unpredictable mood swings, Su Changqing felt a headache coming on. "Don't cry, here's some more food." He took out some snacks and handed them to him. Mo Yin took the snacks while crying, then started giggling happily as he ate. Seeing the snacks were effective, Su Changqing coaxed him gently, "I have lots more good food here. Come with me, we'll go outside to learn about seedlings." "Eat, eat," Mo Yin said, food dangling from his mouth, his hands gesturing in the air. Su Changqing, snacks in his right hand, turned and walked towards the door. As he got closer, he removed the door talisman and opened the door. And so, Mo Yin, like a mouse finding food, slowly slipped out of the room. Led by Su Changqing, he walked towards the Grade 1 spirit field outside. Isn't that the idiot? Senior brother Su is so kind, he even educates an idiot seriously. My God, with a disciple like this, we'd be doing senior brother Su a disservice if we didn't become official disciples. To outsiders, Su Changqing's serious education of even an idiot, his refusal to mistreat him, was truly admirable. Many people, moved by his actions, grew even more enamored and respectful. These days, due to the high turnover rate of outer sect disciples, they are rarely respected by formal disciples. Most are either indifferent or give off an air of superiority. Unlike Su Changqing, who has no airs whatsoever, making everyone feel at ease. After inquiring along the way, they finally arrived at the Grade 1 spirit field that Mo Yin needed to tend. It wasn't far from their resting place, just a few minutes' walk. However, to Su Changqing's surprise, a large number of outer sect disciples had gathered around, all looking at him expectantly with eager eyes. He could only chuckle awkwardly and hold up the spring seedlings. Everyone, follow along and learn how to plant spring seedlings. Immediately, hundreds of outer sect disciples around him began to imitate him. Even many who had 1 or even 2 planting experiences joined in. Everyone's attitude was very serious. Linya stood on the other side of the paddy field, looking down at him with a surprised expression. Senior brother Su is so down to earth. He even volunteered to do my task. At that moment, Su Changqing was planting spring seedlings in Mo Yin's grade 1 spirit field. His gaze swept over Mo Yin, who was squatting on the edge of the field happily eating snacks. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "You're really something. I'm a formal foundation establishment disciple, and I'm personally helping an outer disciple like you plant seedlings." Mo Yin chuckled sheepishly beside him. Linya watched with admiration in her eyes. Senior brother Su is so kind. This fool hasn't done anything, just squatting there eating snacks and he gets praised. Originally, Su Changqing only wanted to teach Mo Yin how to plant seedlings, but unexpectedly, he ended up being collectively supervised by hundreds of outer disciples. He couldn't even secretly plant all the seedlings, he could only slowly and painstakingly finish them off. So that's how seedlings are planted. Thank you, senior brother Su. What did I learn the previous 2 times? Thank you for your hard work, senior brother Su. As evening fell, Su Changqing finally straightened up, but his smile froze. Logically, the assessment should have been very simple. Just like Zhang Er, he kept glancing over. Why was he working so hard? The key was that he couldn't get angry, since so many eyes were watching. He had no choice but to take out the snacks again and lure the unproductive Mo Yin back. Only after re-entering the room did he breathe a sigh of relief. He plopped down on the bed as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. At this moment, Mo Yin broke off half of a snack and offered it to Su Changqing. "Eat, you eat." Su Changqing looked at the drool left on it and shook his head, saying, "I'm at the foundation establishment stage, I won't get hungry even if I don't eat for a while." Mo Yin seemed to understand, but still stuffed the half-eaten snack into his arms. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Su Changqing reluctantly took the snack, but didn't eat it, just casually holding it in his hand. Mo Yin completely lacked the demeanor expected of a prince, showing no concern for the dirt, and simply sat down on the ground, shaking his head and munching on the snack. Watching him devour it, Su Changqing frowned and said, "Even if I use my abilities to make you a formal disciple, what will happen afterward?" Although Li Lingbai would send someone to look after him, it certainly wouldn't be comparable to being at home. In the Dongting Immortal Sect, or any other cultivation force, those who cannot cultivate normally are nothing but a burden, destined to be discarded sooner or later. Sitting on the ground, Mo Yin seemed oblivious, continuing to eat his snacks. Seeing this, Su Changqing got up from the bed, first tidying it up, rearranging the kicked-out straw, then pouring a cup of clean spring water. "I'm going back to rest. Don't wander around alone tonight." After giving his instructions, he closed the door and left. Inside, only Mo Yin remained. His simple-minded demeanor vanished instantly. He nimbly got up from the ground, his sharp eyes scanning the now tidy room, coldly saying, "Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious." Late at night, in the stone house, the window creaked open, and the heat in the room gradually dissipated. Su Changqing lay on the bed and asked, "Senior sister, the formal disciple competition starts during the day. You and I have been up so late, aren't you planning to participate?" Yu Kaiqing shook her head. "If I participated, it would be a bit unfair." Su Changqing was surprised. "You're that powerful?" Yu Kaiqing's lips curled into a half-smile as she said, "Over the years, I've been searching for various medicinal herbs for refining pills. I've experienced everything." Although having the status of a formal disciple of the Dongting Immortal Sect could avoid most dangers and troubles, she would still encounter rogue cultivators robbing her on the road, or monsters suddenly appearing. Most of the time, she was alone. Without real skills, how could she survive? In the past, she would definitely have participated in the formal disciple competition, hoping to gain the attention of the immortal masters through this method. But now, seeing her ice water spiritual root about to mutate into an ice spiritual root, of course, there's no need for that. Su Changqing suddenly realized, "It seems you're not only skilled in alchemy." Yu Kaiqing clearly understood the implication, and the two exchanged a smile. Daytime arrived. Because acquaintances like Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Chu Chu were all participating in the formal disciple competition, Su Changqing didn't go to the spirit field. After all, it only happens once every 10 years, and he wanted to see how lively it was. After agreeing on a time and place to meet with them, Su Changqing went to the first basement level to check on the ice heart jade pot wine. After several days of fermentation, a small amount of wine had been produced. It emitted an even more chilling coldness. The fire spirit peppers on top were covered with a layer of frost. It was indeed drinkable now. But Su Changqing wasn't in a hurry to take it out. He had to adhere to the prescribed time, otherwise, its effects would be greatly diminished. After confirming everything was alright, he turned and left the basement. Since senior sister Yu wasn't interested in the formal disciple competition, he hadn't asked her to come along. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Chu Chu arrived shortly after. Hu Bagui was quite surprised, senior brother Chu. Zhao Ziyu didn't recognize him at first, but upon hearing his name, he couldn't help but take a closer look. However, Chu Chu's appearance had changed drastically compared to before. The left half of his face looked as if it had been melted by flames, appearing exceptionally distorted. Su Changqing explained, this time, senior brother Chu is going to the weapon forging peak with us. Hearing this, Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu nodded slightly. Chu Chu nodded expressionlessly, acknowledging the greeting. Then, the four of them stepped onto the large-leafed grass and flew towards the weapon forging peak. Although the space was somewhat cramped, this thing was faster than the flying paper cranes. After about half an hour, they still hadn't reached the forging peak. They saw all sorts of modes of transportation everywhere. The most numerous, of course, were the flying paper cranes. They were almost identical in size and color. Slightly more advanced were the uniquely shaped vehicles like Su Changqing's. Of course, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the flying shuttles and spaceships. These are all incredibly valuable. Hu Bagui said enviously, when I get rich, I'll definitely buy a flying shuttle. Zhao Ziyu glanced at Chu Chu beside him and immediately reminded him, you haven't even gotten rich yet, why are you talking nonsense? Hu Bagui was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant and chuckled dryly, being a person is like cultivating immortality, you have to have a goal. Su Changqing teased, wasn't your previous goal to produce more spirit beast dung? Hu Bagui blushed and waved his hand, goals also have to be big or small. Set small, achievable goals. Look to extremely distant, grand goals. When the four arrived at the forging peak, they immediately saw several familiar faces. Hu, Li San-Kei, Han Xin, Zhang Shui. These people were also going to participate in the formal disciple competition. After seeing Su Changqing and the others, Zhang Shui didn't approach them, but simply smiled and nodded, then left with her other friends. Li San-Kei hadn't revealed his participation in the formal disciple competition to anyone, and seeing so many familiar faces made him quite nervous. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to approach them anyway. After all, having many acquaintances gave him more confidence. Only Han Xin, upon seeing Su Changqing, her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached, Little Su, what brings you to the formal disciple competition? Hearing this address, Su Changqing said somewhat awkwardly, don't call me that next time, it's a bit embarrassing. Han Xin crossed her arms and sneered, you still call me Old Han? Su Changqing quickly explained, adding old is actually a term we use only with close acquaintances. Hu Bagui nodded in agreement, that's right, we call all our acquaintances that in private. Of course, old Bai doesn't count. Bai Xiao Tian was indeed called that because of his age. Han Xin pouted, then held out her right hand, fine, call me whatever you want. Where's my spirit rice wine? Su Changqing immediately handed over 10 jin of top-grade spirit rice wine he had prepared beforehand, here you go. Han Xin grinned, picked it up, and started drinking, gulping it down. Seeing this, Su Changqing was already used to it. But Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, Chu Chu, and Li San-Kei stared wide-eyed. Before this, Chu Chu only knew Pei Mo as a drunkard, the kind who was addicted to alcohol. Unexpectedly, this female drunkard was no less so. Su Changqing couldn't help but remind him, drink less. If you get drunk, how will you fight? Han Xin put down his wine pouch, his expression playful. You're obviously an amateur. You've never fought a formation master before. Su Changqing shrugged, stating matter-of-factly, I'm just an honest spirit farmer. How could I fight anyone? Han Xin patted the compass at his waist, saying confidently, once my formation is complete, even a genius like Li Lingbai with 3 elemental roots wouldn't be able to win in a short time. Su Changqing outwardly seemed to understand, but inwardly thought, it seems that battles involving earth elemental roots aren't as simple as I imagined. I really want to see how formation masters fight. As more and more people gathered around, they headed towards the arena. Just like before, there were 9 arenas, numbered from 1 to 9. Compared to the initial one, the current one is larger and made of more durable materials. The entire formal disciple competition, due to the large number of participants, will likely last for half a month starting from the preliminary rounds. The exact time of the battles will be determined by drawing lots. Su Changqing noticed that above each arena floated an unopened scroll. It shimmered with spiritual light and was inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. He didn't recognize most of them, he had absolutely no recollection of them. They appeared to be extremely profound and high-level runes. In an instant, the scroll slowly unfurled, revealing its contents. It was a list. It was filled with the names of official disciples. At first glance, Su Changqing saw a familiar name on scroll number 7. Hu, Lee San-kei. His name glowed with golden light, followed by a golden thread that rapidly wrapped around another name, Zhao Ben. This meant that the two would be fighting on arena number 7. Lee San-kei was actually among the first to step onto the arena. Soon, Hubagui and the others also noticed and immediately turned their gazes towards him. Feeling their worried looks, Lee San-kei took a deep breath. I'm ready. From the moment he participated in this official disciple competition, he had been prepared to go all out. He wasn't doing this to impress his childhood sweetheart, Huo Wan, but to prove that even with a wood spirit root, he could fight and win. Su Changqing observed this closely, knowing that senior brother Lee was under immense pressure. After all, so many familiar faces were watching. Why is the sky over there red? The immortals are here. This time, I hope I can get attention. Just then, a commotion arose from the other side. Su Changqing and the others, hearing the noise, immediately looked over. They saw half the sky ablaze with crimson light, and a female immortal in red robes gracefully emerged from the depths of the glow. With each step she took, fiery lotuses bloomed beneath her feet, instantly dissipating into sparks. Although her face was partially obscured by the shadow of her umbrella, her beauty was undeniable. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes, slightly upturned, seemed to hold the depths of autumn water. Her skin was as white as snow, radiant and captivating against the backdrop of her red robes. Her right hand held a red umbrella, like a crimson lotus blooming in the twilight. The umbrella ribs were forged from crimson gold, its surface embroidered with a lifelike image of a phoenix spreading its wings. Each feather was inlaid with tiny fire spirit pearls, refracting countless streams of crimson light with each tremor. However, the appearance of the red-clad fairy was merely the beginning. The sky suddenly changed. The previously spreading crimson clouds were abruptly torn apart by a chilling azure light. That azure light surged like a living creature, transforming into spiderweb-like veins, each gleaming with an emerald glow, spreading swiftly from afar. Where it passed, the clouds were dyed dark green, sprouting dense vine-like patterns, as if the sky had been pierced by the roots of some giant tree. A cyan phantom appeared, closely following the red-clad fairy. But suddenly, the sky trembled. The clouds surged like boiling water, and a dazzling white sword aura crashed down from the heavens. Wherever it passed, the crimson clouds and azure light vanished instantly. A figure appeared with a domineering sword aura. This person wore a black, close-fitting outfit, with dark gold sword patterns embroidered on the hem. But what attracted the most attention was something on his back. What? A huge golden sunflower. Su Changqing blurted out, Qin Bailey. The third immortal to appear was none other than Qin Bailey, a sword genius who had condensed a great earth golden core before the age of 30 and ranked first among the core disciples of the Dongting Immortal sect. Unexpectedly, he was the one presiding over this formal disciple competition. Suddenly, the sea of clouds surged, and a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, a jade-green gourd, easily 3 jang tall, approximately 10 meters, fell from the sky. A portly, white-haired old man sat cross-legged atop it, holding a jade wine jug. He poured himself a drink and slowly approached. Behind him, a 10 jang tall stone statue moved sideways. The statue was bare-chested and muscular, its muscles as jagged as rock, its arms as thick as pillars. Its palms held a massive bronze seal, inscribed with the characters, Suppress Demons. Most striking were the 9 ring-shaped bone spikes atop the statue's head. Each spike was bound with a rusty iron chain, the other end of which plunged deep into the void, as if imprisoning something indescribable. The red-clad fairy Su Jinli, the Lord of Azure Light, Qing Xiao, Qin Bailey, the number 1 core disciple. That one on the gourd is the drunkard Zhang Bo. This stone statue has an even more impressive background. It's a projection of Xian Yuan. All 5 were, without exception, golden core cultivators. They represented the immortal peak to oversee this formal disciple competition. Firstly, to see if there were any outstanding formal disciples. Secondly, with them present, no accidents would occur. According to the rules of the Dongting Immortal sect, core disciples who reach the golden core stage can accept disciples. In other words, although they represented the immortal peak, they could also choose their disciples. The 5's appearance instantly caused a sensation among the formal disciples. Fortunately, everyone still understood the rules. Excited as they were, they dared not act recklessly. Hoopa Gui exclaimed excitedly, I wish I could be chosen. Zhao Ziyu chuckled, reminding him, if you can attract their attention, you might be chosen. Hoopa Gui immediately looked thoughtful, attract attention. However, it wasn't relevant to them today. There were far too many people participating in the formal disciple competition. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of heads. Su Changqing earnestly said to Lee San-kei, senior brother Lee, don't be nervous during the battle, and don't let external factors influence you. Just follow your own instincts. Lee San-kei nodded vigorously, understood. Chu Qiu, being the most experienced fighter among them, advised, the best way is to first gather information about your opponents and see if you can find their weaknesses. However, with so many formal disciples, there was a chance of encountering someone with the same name. Therefore, trying to find out at this point was clearly a bit too late. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing winked at Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu, then asked, "Are all the franchisees and partners ready?" There was another reason for attending the formal disciple competition. It was to see how many spirit stones the franchisees and partners could earn by setting up stalls. Before the formal disciple competition even started, they earned a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones a day. Now, with more participants and a more lively scene, they were sure to earn even more than before. Hu Bagui nodded, "Don't worry, we notified them beforehand." Top-grade ingredients, barbecue seasoning, and brand new sauces had already been distributed. Many people were already standing near the 9 arenas. Zhao Ziyu frowned and said, "Some are still on their way." Su Changqing waved his hand, "Never mind, let those who secured the good spots start setting up their stalls first. The earlier they start this kind of business, the less trouble they'll have." Hu Bagui smiled smugly, "Don't worry, I specifically bribed a group of Golden Spirit Root disciples to maintain order for the stall setup. Because the official disciple competition was held at the weapon forging peak, many of the Golden Spirit Root disciples there, especially those not participating in the competition, had to come to maintain daily order." Hu Bagui had been making his way into the scene for a long time. Today he was delivering food. Tomorrow he'll be delivering drinks. He even gave away several high-level paper figures from the Imperial Water Pavilion. A moment later, the arena battles officially began. Arena number 7, Li Sankei vs Zhao Ben. Upon hearing Li Sankei's name, he himself remained calm. However, several acquaintances nearby tensed up. Although Li Sankei had been honing his combat skills and accumulating combat experience, his previous matches were merely casual sparring, with wins and losses not affecting his points. Now, this was a formal competition, and his opponents would take it just as seriously. The rules of the formal disciple competition were that each person started with only 1 point. Winning added 1 point, losing deducted 1 point. Those with 0 points were directly eliminated. Those injured or unable to participate due to other factors were considered to have forfeited the competition. If you lost your first match, you had to wait another 10 years. Li Sankei took a deep breath, his eyes becoming exceptionally determined. "Let's go." Immediately, he walked towards arena number 7. Su Changqing and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. Soon, they gathered directly below arena number 7. Li Sankei strode steadily onto the arena. With each step, the hard steps creaked loudly. Chu Chu suddenly spoke up, "Your senior brother Li's opponent." Su Changqing looked to the other side upon hearing this, his expression immediately darkening. Good heavens, this Zhao Ben is actually a fire elemental cultivator. His entire body radiated a scorching aura the moment he appeared. It seems this person's strength is not to be underestimated. Hu Bagui worried, since elemental roots are mutually destructive, senior brother Li probably won't be able to unleash even half his full power. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Wood elemental roots are primarily restrained by fire and metal elemental roots. Powerful individuals can minimize the effects of elemental restraint. Most people are already doing well if they can unleash half their full power. Su Changqing spoke up, "I think we should trust senior brother Li. Although their attributes are mutually exclusive, it doesn't mean there's no chance of victory." Chu Chu agreed, "Junior brother Su, although you don't like fighting, I have to admit your thinking is indeed more insightful." In his view, whether it's a battle or a contest, as long as a winner can be determined, even if one's strength is inferior, one cannot be weak in spirit or mentality. Otherwise, one won't even be able to unleash half their full potential. And from what he could see, Li Sankei's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. "Fellow deist, you have a wood spirit root, just admit defeat. It hasn't even started yet, who will win or lose is still uncertain. I'm a foundation establishment stage cultivator with a fire spirit root, and my fire extinguishing technique is at level 3. Enough with the nonsense. You, fine. On the arena, Li Sankei and Zhao Ben stood facing each other. Originally, Zhao Ben intended to persuade his opponent with words, thus avoiding the consumption of his fire elemental power and concealing his trump card. However, he hadn't expected to encounter such a stubborn mule. "Begin!" With the order from the disciple with the golden elemental root, the arena match officially began. The first to react was surprisingly Li Sankei. A wood character spirit seal appeared on his right hand. Densely packed seeds rained down on his opponent. Zhao Ben was startled and immediately activated the fire expelling technique, urging the fire elemental power in his danshin. The next second, he slightly opened his mouth, as if sneezing. With a snort, dark red flames exhaled from his nose. Like 2 venomous snakes, they blocked the flying seeds. It was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ben smiled smugly, "Your skills are really..." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. His opponent, who had been standing in front of him, had vanished. Su Changqing and the others below the arena saw it all clearly. Lee Sankei's speed, or rather, his movement technique, was like a ghost. Using the seed to block his opponent's vision, he darted into his opponent's blind spot in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, he silently appeared behind him. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. I almost forgot, senior brother Lee's movement technique is quite impressive. It was after seeing Lee Sankei demonstrate his movement technique that he was motivated to learn the wood concealment technique. But this was, after all, a battle between two cultivators. Zhao Ben's spiritual sense instantly covered the entire arena, immediately detecting his opponent behind him, but he pretended not to notice and continued to wait. As Lee Sankei drew closer, Zhao Ben snorted again. He exhaled 2 more dark red fire snakes from his nose and coiled them behind him. This attack caught many off guard, especially Lee Sankei. His sleeves instantly turned to ash. His exposed skin instantly became red and shiny. A series of blisters even appeared on his arms, starting from his wrists. Lee Sankei hurriedly swayed, narrowly avoiding the 2 dark red fire snakes that slashed at him like scissors. Then, enduring the excruciating pain in his arms, he frantically channeled the wood elemental energy in his dantian to heal his injuries as quickly as possible. Zhao Ben turned around, a mocking smile on his face, and said, "Your movement technique is fast, but under the cover of spiritual sense, you have nowhere to hide." But the next second, his smile froze. A sharp pain in his foot made him immediately look down to check the situation. On the ashes-covered ground, a thin, bluish-green needle was embedded. Thud! Asterisk thud! Asterisk! Asterisk thud! Asterisk! The bluish-green needle, as if alive, frantically pierced through the sole of his right foot. In the time it took to breathe, it was riddled with countless holes. Bright red blood gushed out like a sieve. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. The intense pain contorted Zhao Ben's features. He roared, "You actually threw a magical artifact on the ground like trash?" Lee Sankei's lips curled slightly. "Ever since I conceded defeat to Huo Wan, I've learned one thing: when your own abilities are insufficient, you must rely on external aids." This 3-patterned bluish-green wooden needle was something he had bought with his share of the spirit stones, after much hardship. Although its quality wasn't high, it was still usable for dirty tricks. The battle had barely begun when he mingled with the seed and threw it out together. Although the seed turned to ash, the greenwood needle was highly resistant and was unharmed. Moreover, the ash perfectly concealed himself. Zhao Ben staggered backward, cursing, "If you had taken it out earlier, I would have surrendered." Lee Sankei glanced at the burn on his arm and chuckled, "I wanted to see if I could defeat you without using any magical artifacts, but I clearly overestimated myself." Zhao Ben gritted his teeth, "You really are." "I surrender. The first battle on Arena 7 is over. Lee Sankei wins, +1 point. Zhao Ben surrenders, -1 point, current score 0, eliminated." Seeing this, Su Changqing and his 2 companions were quite excited. They hadn't expected Lee Sankei to actually defeat his opponent. Although he had used a spiritual artifact, at least he had one. What do you think? Just a minor skirmish. Those who haven't reached the golden core stage are nothing but ants. Spiritual power is ultimately just spiritual power. Its power is too weak to be considered significant. Indeed, if it were magic power, let alone a spiritual artifact, even a soul could be burned to ashes. On the stands, the 5 golden core cultivators, after witnessing the battle on Arena 7, had different expressions. Although Lee Sankei had one, his face showed no joy as he stepped off the stage. Su Changqing stepped forward and asked, "Senior brother, are you alright?" Lee Sankei glanced at the dense blisters on his arm and shook his head, saying, "Wood spirit roots are good at recovery. This kind of injury will heal quickly." Hoopa Gui grinned, "Senior brother was the first to win, that's a great start. We should celebrate." Zhao Zio nodded in agreement, "That's right. Let old Su prepare a feast." Su Changqing smiled slightly, "I'm fine with anything." However, Lee Sankei waved his hand, his expression complicated, and said, "Let's skip the celebration." "Why?" Su Changqing and the other 2 were puzzled. Chu Chu explained first, in the first battle, although fellow Deus Li won, he used all his trump cards. If he encounters another fire spirit root cultivator later, the same move won't work. Moreover, cultivators with other spirit roots will be on guard. Lee Sankei nodded slightly, "That's right." He had no idea what his future opponents would be like. Because it was his first battle, it attracted a lot of attention. This meant that his various methods and trump cards had already been discovered. If he continued in the same way in subsequent battles, his chances of winning would be very low. Hearing their explanations, Su Changqing suddenly understood. Indeed, now was not the time to celebrate. Lee Sankei needed to recover from his injuries as soon as possible to be in better condition for the next battle. Next, the group watched some battles between other spirit roots. Overall, the fighting styles and methods of the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages weren't particularly impressive, they were basically all about circulating cultivation techniques, channeling spiritual power, and releasing spells. Then, it all comes down to the proficiency of each individual's combat skills and the richness of their combat experience. In a situation where spiritual roots are mutually exclusive, unless one is likely Sankei and pulls out a spiritual weapon, the probability of turning defeat into victory is almost zero. Su Changqing, finding the scene utterly uninteresting, said to those around him, "I'm going to the outer edge of the spirit field." "Okay," everyone responded. Immediately, Su Changqing walked alone towards the edge of the weapon forging peak. But as he walked, he bumped into a familiar face. Who? Han Su. The two met and both paused, stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected to meet here. Han Su's heart pounded, and he greeted Su Changqing nervously, "Senior brother Su." Su Changqing smiled and asked, "Any battles today?" Han Su nodded, "I saw my name." Su Changqing patted his shoulder forcefully, "Then you'd better do your best." Han Su paused, then couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Su, why didn't you ask me to loosen the soil this spring?" Why was he nervous? That's the reason. Usually, Su Changqing would notify him in advance, and they would arrange a time. But this time, he hadn't contacted him proactively. He felt uneasy. If he lost this powerful ally, where would he find top-grade spirit rice and top-grade spirit rice wine? Su Changqing replied, "It's like this, I'm adding 2 more mu of spirit fields to help the earth elemental disciples who are reclaiming and expanding their land. I'll also loosen the soil in the other 2 mu of spirit fields." Han Su was taken aback. "I see." Su Changqing reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll contact you again in the summer." Han Su breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." Su Changqing asked with concern, "Is there enough spirit rice and spirit wine?" Han Su immediately replied, "Enough, enough." Su Changqing didn't linger any longer. "Then I'll be going. Remember to let me know if anything happens." Soon, he arrived at the edge of the forging peak. He summoned the great leaf grass, took to the air, and then plummeted downwards. Han Su withdrew his gaze and murmured, "In just 1 winter, senior brother Su has actually gained 2 acres of grade 2 spirit fields. His potential is even higher than I estimated." At this moment, he was incredibly grateful for his initial persistence. An hour later, Su Changqing arrived at the outer edge of the spirit fields. With the addition of the new disciples, this boundless grade 1 spirit field was now completely green. Not only were rice seedlings planted, but many disciples were also walking around the spirit fields. It seemed they were carefully inspecting them, afraid of making a mistake. "Senior brother Su. Senior brother Su, you've arrived. Senior brother Su, how's the spirit rice in my spirit field doing?" The moment Su Changqing landed, he was immediately surrounded by outer disciples. Compared to other formal disciples, this person before them commanded even more trust, even admiration. Seeing this, Su Changqing welcomed them all and answered every question. After all, he himself had risen from outer disciple to formal disciple. He knew their thoughts and feelings well. After dealing with everyone, another half-hour passed. He went to Mo Yin's room, intending to find the foolish prince. But he found that the prince wasn't in his room. After asking someone nearby, he learned that someone had seen Mo Yin walk towards the spirit field. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, going to the spirit field on his own initiative. Filled with doubt and curiosity, he quickly went over. Not long after, Su Changqing stood on a higher ridge and looked around. He immediately noticed that Mo Yin was bent over, planting seedlings in the spirit field. He seemed to have been doing this for quite some time. Su Changqing didn't disturb him, but watched from a distance. Mo Yin's planting technique was very mediocre. He held the seedling in one hand and stuffed it into the soil with the other. He completely lacked any sense of rhythm or spacing, appearing very careless. At this rate, the yield for the first quarter would be at most 500 jin. As for becoming a regular employee, that was out of the question. Su Changqing observed this and pondered, "Although there's no need to be surprised by what a fool does, I still feel something's wrong with this guy. A person with extremely unstable emotions. How could he possibly work with such patience?" Just then, Mo Yin in the field suddenly began to jump around. The planted rice seedlings were either pulled out or trampled to death. He looked like he was having a fit. Su Changqing frowned. Is he acting strange again? After a while, Mo Yin started rolling around in the mud. An excited smile appeared on his face. He even called one of the 2 rice seedlings Father Emperor and the other Mother Empress. Su Changqing shook his head. "I can't figure him out." He couldn't let anything happen to Mo Yin, so he immediately went downstairs. Upon seeing who it was, Mo Yin was startled and frantically tried to burrow into the mud. After seeing who it was, it relaxed and then pouted, saying, "Hungry." Su Changqing took out some snacks to lure it in. "Come on, come back with me." Mo Yin immediately threw a tantrum on the ground. No, I want to play." Su Changqing didn't want to waste time here, so he shoved snacks into the other man's mouth, then grabbed him by the neck with his right hand and lifted him up. He forcibly carried him back. Along the way, Mo Yin ate while frantically struggling. Those around him burst out laughing at the sight. It's only because of senior brother Su. If it were anyone else, who would care about this idiot? He doesn't know how lucky he is, sigh. It's strange, why would the immortal sect recruit an idiot? His identity and background are not simple. Didn't you see him calling everyone Father Emperor and Mother Empress? Who cares about your identity or status? The immortal sect only recognizes talent and aptitude. After showering, he changed into clean, new clothes. On Mo Yin's face, one side showed resistance, and the other showed disgust. He seemed to dislike being controlled or manipulated. Seeing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but ponder, I think a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. I'll just get you into the first batch of officially promoted employees, and once you're in the core of the spirit field, let senior brother Lingbai have his headaches. He wasn't a nanny, there was no need to follow this guy around every day. Why waste time like this? Mo Yin sat on the hard wooden bed, leaning against the cold wall, and said angrily, You're so annoying. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, Isn't it good that someone cares about you? Mo Yin froze, You. Su Changqing said wistfully, I have no parents, not even a family. Mo Yin was speechless, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Su Changqing waved his hand, I'll personally help you plant the seedlings in the spirit field. Don't mess around. Then, he closed the door and walked away. After confirming the person was out of sight, Mo Yin relaxed, his eyes lowered, half closed, and muttered, What level is that person? You almost didn't notice? I know, only you care about me. But that person is right, enter the core of the spirit field first, that way I won't be eliminated. Only by becoming a formal disciple can I access high-level cultivation techniques, spells, and resources. A faint voice came from the room. However, whether they lived nearby or passed by, everyone was used to it. They knew this fool would talk to himself. Meanwhile, Su Changqing found Lin Ya, a formal disciple guarding the outer perimeter of the spirit field. She, who should have been busy, was now quite leisurely. The window was open. A cup of hot tea was being brewed. She was looking at the scenery outside. Suddenly, a familiar face came into view. Su Changqing greeted her with a smile, Junior sister Lin, you seem quite relaxed. Linya was taken aback, but quickly rose to greet him, Senior brother Su, please come in and rest. Su Changqing walked through the open wooden door, his gaze casually sweeping across the room. The room's furnishings were very simple. Besides a few books, there were only stacks of fragrant tea cakes. It seemed this junior sister Lin greatly enjoyed drinking tea. That was understandable, given that wood spirits were inherently drawn to nature. Linya pointed to a wooden stool beside her and said, Senior brother Su, please sit down. What brings you here today? While not exactly sarcastic, her words carried a hint of irony. As a formal disciple guarding the spirit fields, she should theoretically be fawned over by the outer disciples. But now, this disciple undergoing assessment had stolen all the limelight. Of course, some had tried unconventional methods, attempting to curry favor or even marry into the family. But every single one of them was either mediocre in talent or unattractive. Su Changqing countered, has senior sister Lu discussed Mo Yin with you? Linya replied, she mentioned that this person is special and should be placed in the core of the spirit fields. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and then continued, then let's be frank. What do you mean? Linya asked, somewhat puzzled. Su Changqing said earnestly, as the saying goes, a short pain is worse than a long one. The sooner Mo Yin is officially promoted, the sooner we can both be free. Linya wasn't stupid, she understood immediately, you want him to be officially promoted in the first quarter? That's right, Su Changqing affirmed. Linya pointed to the grade 1 spirit field outside and said, even though we can use connections, it should at least be full of rice seedlings, and the yield can't be too low, right? Su Changqing nodded, don't worry, I'll plant it myself, it will definitely yield 1,000 jin. Linya's expression relaxed, since senior brother Su is handling it, everything will be fine. Su Changqing's purpose in coming to inquire was actually to confirm one thing, whether Lu Yuanyuan knew about Mo Yin or not. If she didn't, he wanted to have a good talk with Linya. Perhaps he should even send her something of value. Now it was certain that Li Lingbai had already communicated with Lu Yuanyuan beforehand. Therefore, there were no more worries. Su Changqing planned to help Mo Yin cultivate spirit seedlings, allowing Mo Yin to be among the first to be promoted to official positions, while simultaneously acquiring his 5th acre of second-grade spirit land. Then, the two chatted casually. For example, about what they like to eat. What's your favorite color? What are your hobbies and interests? Su Changqing realized that his junior sister Lin was quite interested in him. His admiration was obvious. Seeing this, he didn't linger but got up and left. Linya saw him to the door, her eyes filled with anticipation, and said, Senior brother Su, come visit often. Hearing this, Su Changqing waved without turning his head. After walking a distance, he didn't go to the room arranged for him. Instead, he continued downwards, delving deeper into the grade 1 spirit field. Although the concentration of wood elemental energy here wasn't as high as at the core of the spirit field, it was still better than nothing. Therefore, Su Changqing chose a high spot to sit cross-legged, then took out a top-grade foundation spirit pill and a bottle of top-grade yellow rice wine. He drank the pill with the wine. The amazing effects were astonishing. Instantly, he became extremely excited. Immediately, he activated his max-level Azure Lotus creation technique and began absorbing the wood elemental energy here. If outer sect disciples were likened to small fish and shrimp, then Su Changqing was now a massive whale. As the various effects combined, the wood elemental energy absorbed into his body was gradually refined. The wood elemental power in his Qi increased steadily, little by little. Why is the wood elemental energy decreasing? It was quite plentiful just now. That's strange. Although Su Changqing's position was now far away from most of the outer sect disciples, but there was no way around it. His absorption speed was too fast, and his refining efficiency was astonishing. Therefore, the affected area was wider, still impacting many outer sect disciples. They could only return to normal after moving to more distant locations. Another day passed, and the day arrived when the Ice Heart Jade Pot wine could be drunk. Although Chu Chu did participate in the formal disciple competition, the sheer number of participants meant he wasn't assigned an opponent for 2 consecutive days. Su Changqing filled a gin, approximately 500 grams, of ice heart wine into a jade pot and then emerged from the basement. At that moment, Chu Chu, unable to contain himself any longer, abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed on the wine pot radiating an astonishing chill. Finally, Su Changqing presented the wine with both hands, instructing, "Senior brother Chu, it's best not to drink this kind of wine at night, try to drink it during the day to balance your yin and yang." Chu Chu hurriedly accepted it, then said gratefully, "Junior brother Su, if I can recover from my injuries this time, you will be the person I trust most in the immortal sect." Su Changqing said half-jokingly, "Why are you being so formal with us?" Chu Chu was taken aback, then smiled sheepishly. "Indeed?" Su Changqing asked with a smile, then, "Senior brother Chu, are you going back or?" Chu Chu took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully, "Please protect me, junior brother." Su Changqing pointed to the earthen house where Linen lived and said, "Senior brother Chu, my friend isn't home these days. Why don't you go inside and recover and cultivate?" Chu Chu nodded slightly, "Okay." Then, the two went to the earthen house. The door wasn't closed, just ajar. The contents inside were very simple. Besides a bed, there was only a teapot and a few porcelain cups. A used broom leaned against the corner. This environment was certainly incomparable to Chu Chu's mansion in the Spirit Beast Valley, but he didn't care. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a small bottle of Ice Heart Jade wine in both hands. Seeing this, Su Changqing closed the door and then pasted several soundproofing talismans. There were 2 types of soundproofing talismans. One type blocked out external sound. The other blocked out internal sound. This time, Su Changqing used the type that blocked out external sound. In this way, no sound from outside could be heard inside. Of course, a significant disturbance, such as an earthquake, would certainly be detected. Chu Chu opened the jade pot, and the already chilling aura intensified several times over. "I'm starting." Su Changqing, sitting cross-legged by the door, nodded solemnly to the other man, "All right." Chu Chu took out his small wine cup, carefully poured a small amount, and then stored the remaining Ice Heart Jade pot wine in his storage ring. The wine was a deep sea blue. When still, it resembled a small sapphire. When shaken, it shimmered with fine, crystalline light. The initial aroma was that of refreshing ice spirit grass, mixed with a faint sweetness of spirit rice. Upon closer inspection, a trace of the distinctive fishy smell of ice toad blood could be detected. Fortunately, the smell was not strong, merely faint. Chu Chu drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Instantly, it felt like drinking melting snow. The wine was rich and full-bodied, bursting with complex flavors in the mouth. Spicy, sweet, and slightly bitter intertwined. After swallowing, a lingering coolness remained in the throat, as if swallowing a piece of ice. A chill instantly swept through his body, making him shiver. The hair on his body was instantly covered in frost. This was the terrifying effect of the masterful Ice Heart Jade Pot wine. Su Changqing watched, circulating his max-level Azure Lotus creation technique, releasing the wood elemental power in his dantian at any moment. Chu Chu exhaled a puff of white mist. Ugh. The extreme cold felt like his body was about to freeze. Just then, a trace of heat appeared in his flesh and meridians. At first, it was very weak, seemingly sensing the chill's intent. It immediately began to resist, the temperature rising higher and higher, becoming increasingly intense. 2 forces collided, seemingly tearing flesh and blood apart. The extreme pain was overwhelming, like a tidal wave. Instantly, Chu Chu's face turned 2 colors. The left half of his face turned bluish-green. The right half was a deep blue. The contrast of cold and heat surged and attacked within his body. Like fire and water, they wouldn't stop until a victor emerged. From Su Changqing's perspective, Chu Chu was sometimes shivering with cold, sometimes radiating heat from his pores. Such torment would have been unbearable for anyone else. But Chu Chu's obsession with revenge ran deep. Therefore, no matter how unbearable it was, he forced himself to endure it. His silver teeth chattered back and forth, making a clucking sound. It was unclear whether it was from the cold or from hatred. It felt as if he would crush them at any moment. Fortunately, this torment of alternating hot and cold didn't last long. The bluish-green color on the left side of his face was gradually fading. Clearly, the lingering poisonous fire within his body was slowly dissipating. Seeing this, Chu Chu activated his max-level water transformation technique, controlling the uncontrollable chill within his body. Then, he meticulously refined the energy, replenishing the depleted water elemental power in his danshan. Time ticked by. From daytime, it continued until evening, longer than the struggle between water and fire. Only when night fell did Chu Chu open his eyes, his pupils flashing blue light. His entire aura and state were completely different from during the day. Su Changqing asked with concern, "How is it?" Chu Chu smiled slightly. "The poisonous fire has been cleared, and the remaining chill has been refined into water elemental power." Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." To be honest, he was actually quite worried. After all, this was a masterful ice heart jade pot wine. What if the effect was too good, and the other party couldn't withstand it? What if the Spirit Beast Valley came to demand the person, but presented a corpse? How would he explain that? Fortunately, the person before him possessed both water and wood elemental roots, making their recovery ability stronger and more enduring. At this moment, Chu Chu bowed again, saying, "Thank you, junior brother Su, for protecting me." Su Changqing waved his hand. "We're all on the same side, no need to be so polite." Chu Chu smiled. "I'm recovering here, so Ichi should be almost there too." Su Changqing looked at the other's ugly half-face and frowned. "It's a pity, senior brother's handsome face." Chu Chu didn't seem to care much. "At worst, I'll wear a mask from now on, it won't affect my life anyway." Su Changqing pondered, but even if senior brother recovers, that Mo She is still not to be underestimated. Although he hadn't met this person yet, he could tell that the other was ruthless. If it weren't for the immortal sex rules, Lan Tian and Chu Chu would probably be in trouble. Chu Chu twirled the storage ring on his finger, answering a seemingly unrelated question. "Junior brother's Ice Heart Jade Pot wine has amazing effects, even greatly increasing my cultivation speed. It won't be long before he advances from the late foundation establishment stage to the peak foundation establishment stage. If he were to encounter Masha at the formal disciple competition, he would make him pay a heavy price." The two chatted for a while longer before Chu Chu prepared to leave. Before leaving, he specifically gave Su Changqing 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. Su Changqing wanted to refuse, but Chu Chu insisted on stuffing them into his pocket. For Chu Chu, a mere 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones to heal his injuries was like a windfall. If someone else were to brew the Ice Heart Jade Pot wine, it probably wouldn't have such a miraculous effect. The first choice was actually Zhang Bo, the Golden Core cultivator who was overseeing the formal disciple competition. Zhang Bo was a wine lover and enjoyed collecting various brewing recipes. His brewing skills were extremely superb. Unfortunately, he was elusive and difficult to meet. Su Changqing was chosen last, but the result was an unexpected surprise. Under the stars and moon, Chu Chu stood on a flying paper crane and looked at Su Changqing, saying sincerely, "Junior brother Su, I will remember your kindness today. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Su Changqing smiled slightly. "Okay, I'm off." Chu Chu instantly leaped into the air. Soon, he disappeared into the hazy night. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the stone house. He saw Yu Kaiking leaning against the railing of the second-floor balcony, quietly watching him. Actually, this incident made Yu Kaiking look at Su Changqing with new respect. She had thought he was just a spirit farmer who only knew how to cultivate the land and had a slight talent for planting. She never expected that he was proficient in farming, spiritual cuisine, and brewing wine. 10 days later, Su Changqing and the others returned to the forging peak. Their location was arena number 3. Originally, he had lost interest in the formal disciple competition. Firstly, it was boring. Secondly, he disliked fighting and killing. But who could resist the fact that the person stepping onto the arena this time was an acquaintance? Hu Bagui. Upon hearing this news, everyone was incredibly excited. Neither Su Changqing nor Zhao Ziyo had ever seen Hu Bagui in action before. When they encountered the fish demon at Black Dragon Pool, this guy could ignite metal and then launch it. Now, so much time had passed, his strength had definitely increased. "Go for it. You can't let us down. Don't worry, I'm well prepared this time." Su Changqing and the others cheered him on. Hu Bagui stepped onto the arena with a smug look on his face. His opponent this time was also a cultivator with a fire elemental root. At first glance, their elemental roots seemed similar. However, Hubagui actually possessed a fire metal elemental root, which was incompatible with fire. There was a restraint between them, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. As for their cultivation levels, there was a difference. Hubagui was currently at the peak of chi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. He estimated that after the formal disciple competition, consuming a foundation establishment pill would allow him to successfully establish his foundation. Why not consume it now? Because he was worried about failure. Even though the probability was low, Hubagui still dared not gamble. Athel 3, Hubagui on the left, Wang Qian on the right. Currently, Hubagui has 1 point. Currently, Wang Qian has 1 point. Currently, Hubagui is at the peak of chi refining. Currently, Wang Qian is at the early stage of foundation establishment. The information was quickly listed. A peak chi refining cultivator versus an early foundation establishment cultivator. It seemed like only a small difference in cultivation level, but in reality, the difference was enormous. First, the spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator was at least 10 times denser than that of a chi refining cultivator. Second, there was an even greater advantage: awakened spiritual consciousness. Fighting with spiritual consciousness and fighting without it were completely different concepts. Spiritual consciousness was like a portion of one's consciousness extending outwards, allowing one to perceive their surroundings. Therefore, in terms of reaction time, the foundation establishment cultivator was far superior to the chi refining cultivator. Strangely, Hubagui showed no sign of tension. A confident, even slightly smug smile graced his face. Wang Qian said calmly, "Fatty, admit defeat. I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage. What makes you think you can win?" Hubagui curled his lip. "Don't give me that. I'll never admit defeat easily." Wang Qian's face darkened. "Fine, then I'll show you just how big the gap is between us." Instantly, his eyebrows turned a bluish red, condensing into willow leaf-shaped flames. A scorching aura instantly spread throughout arena number 3. Seeing this, Hubagui reached into his storage bag, grinning wildly. "After this battle, my name will surely be renowned throughout the immortal sect." Thud! Thud thud! Lumps of spirit beast droppings were flung out, and they looked incredibly fresh. Sticky! They looked like they'd just been defecated not long ago. Wang Qian was wondering what it was when it flew over, his face turning green. He'd considered many fighting methods, even the most obscure ones, but he never expected this. He used his movement technique, constantly dodging. Although he did avoid the attack of the spirit beast's excrement, the high temperature emanating from his body caused the excrement to dry rapidly. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with a strong stench. The higher the temperature, the more pronounced the stench. At first, Wang Qian could hold his breath, but he couldn't bear it for long. He collapsed into the only corner not yet covered in spirit beast excrement, opened his mouth wide, and vomited violently, spewing out undigested roasted meat from his stomach. Now, let alone fighting, even getting up was a problem. Hubagui was still concerned about his opponent. "Are you alright?" Wang Qian was utterly disgusted, vomiting between utterances, saying, "You fucking, ugh, I surrender." The disciple with the golden spirit root, pinching his nose, immediately announced the result of the match around Arena 3, Hubagui wins, points +1, currently 2 points. After saying that, he too couldn't bear it anymore and immediately ran off the arena. As for Wang Qian, he slowly climbed down the steps. Soon, only Hubagui, immune to the stench of feces, remained on the stage. This works. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. Hubagui, right? I'll remember that name. At this moment, the faces of the thousands of onlookers were all deathly pale. Many looked at Wang Qian with pity. Su Changqing, Zhao Ziyou, and Li Sankei, who had been cheering just a moment ago, were now all covering their faces with their hands. They were too ashamed to show their faces. Someone next to him asked, "Were you friends who were cheering you on just now?" Su Changqing quickly shook his head. No, I don't know this fat shit." Hubagui paid no attention to the frenzied discussion and insults from below the stage. His small eyes were fixed on the 5 golden core cultivators sitting there. He discovered that 3 of them were looking down, their eyes, mouths, and hearts. Only 2 seemed to be watching him. One was a towering stone statue, a projection from Xian Yuan. The other was Zhang Bo, a drunkard whose wine cup had fallen to the ground, utterly dumbfounded. This fighting style naturally attracted their attention. However, 3 of them felt that even a glance would offend their eyes. After a long while, Zhang Bo finally came to his senses, chuckling dryly. Interesting. I've lived for 200 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a fighting style." The red-clad fairy Sujin Li teased, "One stinks of excrement, the other stinks of wine. I think you two are birds of a feather, why not take him in?" Qing Xiao, a phantom of azure light, chimed in, yes, 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 just don't let him harm others. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo stroked his beard and laughed heartily, ha ha ha. However, he made no other move. It seemed that while Hu Bagui's behavior had attracted the immortals' attention, it hadn't moved them. A disciple with a golden spiritual root reminded him, take your poop with you. Hu Bagui squatted down to pick up the poop, luckily it's dry, otherwise it would stick to my hands. Ugh. His opponent, Wang Qian, who had been feeling much better, vomited again upon hearing this. Su Changqing and the other two exchanged glances and hurriedly turned to leave. They didn't dare stay there any longer. They seriously suspected they were likely to get beaten up later. Seeing this, Hu Bagui quickly called out, Old Su, Old Zhao, Senior Brotherly, wait for me. However, the more he called, the faster they walked away. In no time, they had reached the edge of the forging peak. Only then did the three breathe a sigh of relief. Why didn't you wait for me? Hu Bagui arrived late. Zhao Ziyu said irritably, why are you fighting with excrement? Hu Bagui retorted matter-of-factly, didn't you tell me to distract them? Zhao Ziyu opened his mouth, but I didn't tell you to use excrement. Hu Bagui said matter-of-factly, just tell me if you've distracted them or not. Zhao Ziyu was speechless. Su Changqing couldn't help but speak up, more than just distraction, if it weren't for the immortal sex rules, I think they would have killed you. Anyone looking at it felt that this wasn't a fight at all. It felt more like they were there to cause trouble. They thought that after so long, Hu Bagui would have something big to hold back, but it turned out that this guy had actually produced a huge mess. A thunderclap boomed. A clap of thunder startled the sparrows under the eaves, and the window panes trembled. A damp, earthy smell gradually filled the air. At first, a fine drizzle fell, leaving dark spots on the bluestone slabs. As the thunder subsided, a dense downpour wove a gray haze over the world. Under the rain curtain, Su Changqing moved swiftly, surveying the surrounding Grade 1 spirit fields with his eyes. At this moment, the green rice seedlings in the fields were saturated with water, the water droplets on their leaves condensing into shimmering light, then rolling into the soil like glass beads. The only sound in the entire spirit field was a soft rustling. The atmosphere was perfectly atmospheric. If he were in the stone house, Su Changqing would definitely be reclining in a rocking chair for a nap. But here, or rather, at this moment, he still had to patrol. He was no longer the same Zhang Er he once was. During the assessment, the other party would only occasionally glance over. They wouldn't show up even in windy, rainy, thundery, or hot weather. It could be said that their attitude and behavior were extremely perfunctory. Su Changqing believed that since he was in charge of the assessment, he had to perform it seriously. Not to mention the reward he received from the immortal sect. Moreover, these outer disciples respected him greatly. Senior Brother Su, thank you for your hard work. Senior Brother Su, it's not too late to check after the rain stops. Senior Brother Su, if I can't become a full disciple, I'll really be letting you down. This scene was witnessed by them as Su Changqing passed by the outer disciples' residence. Many were deeply moved and spoke up. Su Changqing simply waved without turning his head. Not long after, he arrived at Mo Yin's exclusive Grade 1 spirit field. The spring seedlings he had secretly planted were now thriving. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, such as Mo Yin going berserk again and deliberately damaging them, this guy would definitely be promoted smoothly during the first quarterly assessment. As for whether this backdoor method would attract the attention of his superiors, that wasn't something he should worry about. After inspecting everything and confirming there were no problems, nearly an hour had passed. He summoned the large-leafed grass, and he soared into the air, flying towards the core of the spirit field. On his way home, the drizzle intensified. Dense rain poured down from the horizon, merging the sky and earth into one. It seemed as if the accumulated dampness of winter was slowly seeping into the soil. As he neared home, Wang Guang's head peeked out from its kennel, looking furtive. Upon seeing its owner, it first barked, then barked repeatedly towards the house. Seeing this, Su Changqing glanced at the 5 fire crows hiding in the study because of the rain, then scanned the room with his spiritual sense and discovered a person sitting on the first floor. The figure was somewhat familiar, but the aura was slightly unfamiliar. Although he didn't know who it was, he wasn't afraid. After landing, he lightly waded through the water, walking step by step to the door and looking inside. A tall, muscular male disciple sat upright at the tea table, facing away from him. He was bald, but a hideous scar was visible on half of his face. Hearing the movement at the door, the man turned his head. Su Changqing was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Pei Mo." This person was none other than Pei Mo, the male drunkard who was as famous as the female drunkard Han Xin. Dual spiritual roots, unfortunately, both were mutually destructive. Jin Kemming, after many twists and turns, joined the Spirit Beast Valley. Nearly 2 years ago, he followed core disciple Li Lingbai to the Central Region battlefield to hunt monsters. Pei Mo put down his teacup, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "It's been over a year since we last met. You look more haggard than before. Perhaps you've fallen ill from missing me? Su Changqing chuckled. You're one of my biggest clients. Pei Mo wholeheartedly agreed. Without your drinks, my life in the central region feels a bit less flavorful. Su Changqing set aside his wet shoes and walked barefoot into the room. You look even more robust and muscular. Pei Mo revealed a set of icy teeth, a half smile on his face. The reasons I went to the central region are, firstly, to hunt monsters, improve my strength, and enrich my combat experience. Secondly, as I mentioned before. Su Changqing seemed thoughtful. The blood pool for refining flesh? Pei Mo nodded slightly. That's right, that's it. The blood pool for refining flesh actually comes in several forms. According to the 5 elements, there are 5 pools: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Furthermore, there are several other pools based on one's unique spiritual root. The key, however, lies in using the flesh and blood of different demons to concoct poisonous blood. Any cultivator with a spiritual root will receive benefits in stages as long as they stay inside for 7, 14, 21 days, up to 49 days and 81 days. The longer the stay, the greater the benefits. However, the longer they stay, the more toxins accumulate in their bodies. Those in the chi refining stage can only endure it for a maximum of 7 days. Those in the foundation establishment stage can last for 14 days. Pei Mo, relying on his powerful willpower, persevered for 18 days before finally collapsing. His physical strength was now comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator with a perfect earth spiritual root. As for his spiritual power, it had reached the late foundation establishment stage. However, he still possessed a metalwood spiritual root, a fact that couldn't be changed. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're amazing. Pei Mo extended an invitation. If you'd like, I'll take you for a soak next time. Su Changqing smiled awkwardly. It's too dangerous outside. I'd better stay obediently in the immortal sect. Seeing this, Pei Mo wasn't dissatisfied or angry. Instead, he quite agreed. This time, Li Lingbai and I went to the central region battlefield and truly witnessed how dangerous it was. Monsters kept humans as their primary food source. There, almost every day is filled with fighting, slaughter, and even death. Su Changqing pondered. You've returned this time to participate in the formal disciple competition and then head back to the central region? Pei Mo confirmed. That's right, that's my plan. Su Changqing asked in surprise. What if you become a core disciple? Pei Mo sneered. There's no what if. I'm not recognized by these high and mighty immortals, so it's impossible for me to become a core disciple. Someone like me is only fit to transform on the battlefield. Su Changqing asked again. Then, what about senior brother Lingbai? Pei Mo replied. He's still in the central region. He'll be back in 6 months. He's already a core disciple, so he doesn't need to participate in the formal disciple competition. Su Changqing couldn't help but sigh. You've changed so much. I imagine senior brother Lingbai has too. Pei Mo said with a playful expression. The changes I've made are far less than yours. When he first arrived, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. In his original memory, this place was a wooden house and an acre of second-grade spirit field. But now, not only has the wooden house become a stone house, but the acre of spirit field has even grown to 4 acres. It's unbelievable that such a drastic change has occurred in less than 2 years. Su Changqing gave an embarrassed smile and waved his hand, saying, Oh dear, I'm just an ordinary wood elemental spirit farmer. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Spring was drawing to a close, and the first quarterly assessment officially began. There were 3 members in total for the assessment. The first was Lin Ya, who was on duty guarding the spirit fields. The second was Su Changqing, who was being assessed on planting. The third was Luo Buchen, who was weighing the spirit rice. Yes, the official disciple weighing the spirit rice this time was Luo Buchen again. It was hard not to believe that this person hadn't pulled any strings. It had been over 3 years, almost 4. Although he possessed dual spiritual roots, he hadn't made much progress in recent years. The only change was that he had advanced from the early stage of chi refining to the middle stage. At this moment, the 3 of them stood on the ridges of the fields. All around them were outer sect disciples with expectant eyes. Senior brother Su works so hard, I must succeed in becoming a full disciple. That's right, we can't let senior brother Su down. This is my 3rd assessment, and under senior brother Su's guidance, I'll definitely become a full disciple. Hearing everyone around him constantly mention senior brother Su, Luo Buchen raised an eyebrow. He had never encountered anything like this before. Previously, full disciples rarely received praise from outer disciples. It was considered good if they weren't insulted about their families. But this time, it was truly an eye-opener. Moreover, what shocked Luo Buchen the most was actually the spirit rice in the grade 1 spirit field. He had harvested in the outer area many times and had considerable experience. The final yield could be seen from the growth of the spirit rice. 9 out of 10 outer disciples before him weren't very good. Now, looking around, it was all a golden expanse. Every stalk of spirit rice was tall and strong, and the ears of rice were heavy with grain. This clearly shows that its output is definitely not low. Luo Buchan couldn't help but ask, could it be that the number of people promoted this time will break the previous record? At this moment, Su Changqing smiled slightly. Fellow Deus Luo, let's begin. Luo Buchan snapped out of his reverie and nodded slightly, okay. With a flick of his wrist, a ring flew out from his sleeve. After spinning a few times in the air, a golden shadow darted out from it. It expanded as it landed. With a bang, a huge golden toad appeared on the ridge of the field. It was entirely golden, with round golden beads on its back. Su Changqing squinted, observing him. Lord Jin, you've gotten quite plump over the years. Luo Buchan paused, then smiled and explained, to some extent, a spirit beast's potential can determine its final size. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he asked curiously, I've raised a few fire crows. Is there any way to evolve them faster? Luo Buchan replied, spirit beasts with attributes mostly need rare and precious materials of the same attribute to activate their potential. As for the fire crows, the two chatted idly, while Lord Jin automatically completed the harvest. It had visited the outer edge of the spirit field many times. It remembered everything here clearly, especially its own tasks. Lin Ya, however, was a little nervous as a first-time official disciple guarding the spirit field. Wang Zizi 1100 Jin, successful assessment. Su Linshan 1000 Jin, successful assessment. Mo Yin 1000 Jin, successful assessment. As time passed, the assessment gradually came to an end. The number of outer disciples who were able to become official disciples this time has broken records. Luo Buchan exclaimed in surprise, if I remember correctly, the most people ever made it was only 10, and that was over 100 years ago. This time, there are 13. Linya couldn't help but say, I remember only 4 people were promoted in my last assessment, and 2 of them were on their 3rd attempt. Su Changqing smiled outwardly, but thought to himself, if there weren't more people, how could I have gotten away with it? Senior brother Su, I've let you down. Even an idiot would have been enough, and I'm still 100 Jin short? Next time I'll definitely succeed. I can't let senior brother Su down. The outer disciples who failed the assessment didn't react with frustration or anger. Instead, they apologized to Su Changqing with faces full of remorse. Linya was fine, she was used to this kind of scene. Luo Buchan, however, was completely dumbfounded. Then, he looked at the nonchalant Su Changqing with a look of utter disbelief. He seemed to understand why this person was the one selected as a formal disciple in this assessment. It must be said, he truly possesses considerable skill. As evening approached, Su Changqing stood with the 12 outer disciples who had just been officially admitted to the sect. He took out 12 volumes of the 100 Tales of Spiritual Fields from his azure gourd, handing them to each one while instructing them, these contain the knowledge you'll need to enter the core area. Be sure to read them carefully. Su Linshan, Wang Zizi, and the others were deeply moved. Senior brother Su, you've helped us so much. Su Changqing chuckled, I was also an outer disciple who was admitted to the sect. I know all too well how difficult life would be without guidance and instruction. It's not that becoming an official disciple is a guaranteed leap to success. In fact, one will encounter all sorts of troubles and difficulties. For example, insects growing in the spiritual fields. For example, exploitation by the Agricultural Heart Society. And for example, being cheated when seeking cooperation. Su Linshan exchanged glances with those around him, then said earnestly, Senior brother Su, we've all discussed it. Once we enter the core of the spirit field, you will be our leader. Su Changqing was surprised. Oh. Wang Zizi immediately said, if it weren't for your diligent guidance, many of us wouldn't have been able to become official disciples. This kindness will last forever. Yes, senior brother Su. The 12 people, their sincerity evident, bowed respectfully. Su Changqing saw this and nodded slightly. Good. He took out 12 of his communication talismans and handed them out. As for the 13th person, the simple-minded Prince Mo Yin, he had already been led away by Li San Ke. Time quickly passed to the next day. Luo Buchan, as usual, used his spirit crane to lead the 12 newly officially advanced outer disciples to the Pingdingshan Palace at the core of the spirit field. When so many people suddenly surged in, even the well-traveled elder Hua was taken aback. So many people? Luo Buchan, who had followed in, chuckled, I can only say you chose the right person this time. That formal disciple named Su Changqing is indeed capable. He broke the record on his first assessment. Su Changqing. Elder Hua suddenly realized. He remembered this formal disciple vividly. In his first year, he not only chose to plant in winter but also completed the task. Crucially, the spirit rice he submitted was top-grade spirit rice. Over the years, he had always been honest and law-abiding, never causing any trouble. I heard he recently found a deist partner, which has caused him to become increasingly thin. In fact, Elder Hua is already considering whether to add Su Changqing to the core management team. Luo Buchan reminded him, there are 13 people who have been promoted in total, but there's one special case. Elder Hua said in a deep voice, I know who that person is, there are other arrangements. Luo Buchan breathed a sigh of relief, then said, then, I'll be going? Go ahead, go ahead. Elder Hua didn't want to waste time on a disciple from the Spirit Beast Valley. Soon, Luo Buchan turned and left, leaving behind 12 with Spirit Root disciples who had been promoted from the outer section. They were all excited, curious, and thrilled. Facing so many people, Elder Hua looked kind and gentle. You can choose your spirit field location now. Wherever Senior Brother Su is, we'll be there. But his spirit field is very remote, there are no spots nearby. Then choose the place closest to Senior Brother Su. The sun was high in the sky. Su Changqing held a sharp sickle in his right hand, his left hand pointing towards the blue finger. Harvesting 1 Supreme Spirit Rice Stalk increases lifespan by 6 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Cabbage increases lifespan by 5 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Watermelon increases lifespan by 5 days. After harvesting the first acre of Spirit Field, his lifespan had increased by a total of 13,516 days. Everything was so smooth, as if he had performed it hundreds or thousands of times. Unfortunately, none of the spirit plants in the first acre of Spirit Field mutated. Su Changqing stepped onto the ridge and looked towards the second acre of Spirit Field. Because of the array, from the outside, only dense golden crow vines could be seen. As for inside, naturally, thousands of mutated spirit rice stalks were planted. Even Yu Kaiking, who often stayed overnight here, hadn't noticed this. As for the 4 acres of spirit fields, Su Changqing arranged them as follows. The first mu, approximately 0.16 acres, is for breaking even, planted only with spirit rice and vegetables. The second mu is surrounded by golden crow vines on the outside and mutated rice inside. The third mu is planted with yang attribute medicinal herbs, crimson sun ginseng and crimson gold thunder marrow grass. The fourth mu contains 2 complementary herbs, sun-piercing fungus and warm sun mushroom. Currently, because someone is always home, he hasn't used the Azure Lotus domain to force growth. Furthermore, he needs to manage matters around the spirit fields, so the first quarter is within the normal cultivation cycle. The mutated rice is already mature, that's obvious. As for the crimson sun ginseng and crimson gold thunder marrow grass, it's slightly different. The crimson sun ginseng isn't ready yet, so it's not mature. However, the crimson gold thunder marrow grass matured at an increasingly rapid pace after the thunderclap on the day of the awakening of insects. Whether by coincidence or some other reason, it matured on the same day as the top-grade spirit rice. The sun-piercing fungus and the warm sun mushroom were still a bit lacking, they couldn't be harvested until the beginning of summer. Su Changqing's main source of income this time was only half of the first, second, and third mu of land. Immediately, he headed towards the second mu of the second-grade spirit field planted with mutated rice. Linen had been busy lately and rarely returned. Yu Kaiking was never home during the day, only appearing at night. At this time, the only companions for the protagonist were Wang Wan, Pearl Chicken, Fortress, and Poplar Tree, and 3 of them couldn't speak. They either barked, clucked, or seemed to understand. Fortress, although able to speak, had a very rigid way of thinking. Basically, they could only understand simple instructions, anything slightly more complex was beyond their grasp. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at the second acre of Spirit Field. As the holder of the array, he was immune to any obstacles or deception. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped in an incredibly rich aroma of rice. Each mutated rice stalk shimmered with golden light, exuding an imposing aura. As for the mutated mother rice in the very center, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to sunlight, it had swelled considerably since being in the cave, nearly 3 meters tall. The heavy ears of rice resembled outstretched branches, appearing lush and verdant. The entire plant resembled crystal, radiating a golden luster. In short, the more he looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. Su Changqing took a deep breath, carefully savoring the alluring aroma emanating from the mutated rice, and chuckled, "You are my greatest trump card." Then, he used the Azure Finger technique while wielding his scythe. Harvesting 1 mutant rice stalk increases lifespan by 10 days. Harvesting 500 mutant rice stalks increases lifespan by 5,000 days. Harvesting 1,079 mutant rice stalks increases lifespan by 10,790 days. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out. The last mutated rice stalk had mutated again. Su Changqing wept with joy. He had been trying to use the green finger technique repeatedly without success, thinking he was having a run of bad luck. At this moment, the shape and color of the last mutated rice stalk were changing. It gradually changed from golden yellow to brownish yellow. At the same time, it emitted a rather strong earth elemental aura. Su Changqing was surprised, the attributes have changed. Immediately, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. Mutated rice with corrosive brownish buds. Negative effect 1. The rice grains contain corrosive miasma, which will erode a cultivator's meridians upon consumption. Special Effect 1 generates a vortex, increasing the growth rate of Earth attribute spiritual plants within the domain by 50%. 1 negative effect. 1 special effect. This is actually a failed mutation spiritual plant. Su Changqing initially looked disgusted, but then an idea struck him. He glanced at the earth element fruit in the corner. It just so happens that this thing takes 10 years to take root and sprout, and 10 years to flower and bear fruit. If I use this failed mutation spiritual rice, wouldn't it be a perfect pair? Thinking this, he didn't use a sickle to harvest it. Instead, he enveloped it with dense with spiritual energy, then dug up the black soil beneath, excavating the roots. After everything was prepared, he transplanted it next to the earth element fruit. Thus, the previously solitary earth element fruit had a neighbor for the first time. Su Changqing loosened the soil and irrigated with spring water. After finishing, he patted the ears of the mutated brown-on rice and instructed, "From now on, it's up to you to take care of it." Just then, a gentle breeze blew, and the mutated brown-on rice swayed slightly. At first glance, it seemed to understand human speech, nodding slightly. Afterward, Su Changqing harvested the surrounding golden crow vines. Harvesting 1 supreme golden crow vine increases lifespan by 7 days. Harvesting 100 supreme golden crow vines increases lifespan by 700 days. A total of 700 days of lifespan increase. Now, only the third mu of spirit field remains unharvested. The crimson gold thunder marrow grass shimmers with a flowing crimson gold luster. Fine, sharp thorns grow along the edges of its leaves, like sharpened blades. The grass stems were covered in dark purple veins, resembling lightning bolts dancing across the surface. With fluctuations in spiritual energy, tiny arcs of electricity would occasionally crackle and pop. Because it was lightning-struck wood, Su Changqing instinctively felt a slight resistance, even fear, when he stepped into the third acre of spiritual field. Harvesting this spiritual plant was slightly cumbersome. Su Changqing activated the wood spirit entangling technique, a wood character spiritual seal appearing on the back of his hand. He then stimulated the grass seeds stored within, rapidly transforming them into black iron vines. Then, using the iron as a conductor, he gradually depleted the lightning power within the crimson gold thunder marrow grass. Fortunately, this was just a type of grass, and it couldn't store too much energy. Each black iron vine essentially guided 1 crimson gold thunder marrow grass. This caused a slight delay. Half an hour later, the harvesting began. Harvesting 1 supreme crimson gold thunder marrow grass increases lifespan by 8 days. Harvested 2,666 supreme crimson gold thunder marrow grass, increasing lifespan by 21,328 days. This harvest has added a total of 46,334 days to lifespan. Currently, remaining lifespan is 656 years. It's just noon, time to cook. Back on the field ridge, Su Changqing couldn't help but stretch. Finally finished. What should we have for lunch today? Sesame oil fried eggs? Spicy stir-fried cabbage? Oh, let's make them all together. It's now the Shen Shi hour. Around 3 p.m., Li Sankei arrived with a land deed for a second-grade spirit field and a team of 5 people with earth spirit roots. Su Changqing glanced around and noticed that the people clearing the land were unfamiliar faces. It seemed they were another team from the earth veins. He was somewhat disappointed that it wasn't Wu Guangmin and the others who were involved. After all, everyone was very satisfied with the previous cooperation. However, the final arrangement still depended on senior brother Li. Li Sankei handed over the land deed and then asked, "Junior brother Su, I heard you broke the record this time." Su Changqing took it with both hands, examining it as he replied, "It seems so." Hearing this, Li Sankei said with deep regret, "It's a pity you can only take the assessment this year. If you went every year, our spirit field would definitely be teeming with talent." Su Changqing carefully put away the land deed, looking at him with puzzlement. Why? Of course, it wasn't that he was particularly fond of the outer areas of the spirit field. It was simply that he couldn't understand it. Logically, shouldn't one continue doing better? Li Sankei explained, "Our spirit field, especially in the core area, although mostly populated by honest and hard-working wood elemental spirit farmers, has gradually seen the emergence of families and powerful groups over time. Speaking of families, the Rong family is currently the most prominent in the spirit field. The Zhang family is second. As for smaller families, there are many more. And in terms of powerful groups, the largest is the Nungzin society. Besides these, there are smaller factions like the Farmers' Army. They operate in groups of 3 to 5, or in pairs. Collectively, these groups wield considerable influence. Even the assessment tasks, previously monopolized by the Rong and Zhang families, have now been changed so that each person has only one opportunity to take the assessment within 10 years. In other words, after Su Changqing completes this year's assessment task, he cannot take it again for at least 10 years. After hearing the explanation, Su Changqing suddenly understood. "I see, that makes sense now." Li Sankei teased, "Now you're even more impressive than me." A mere early foundation establishment cultivator, yet you own 5 acres of second-grade spirit fields, almost catching up to your senior brother Zhang. Su Changqing replied honestly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have any of these spirit fields. Li Sankei felt pleased to hear this, but his expression quickly turned serious. I can't pay the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones right now, we'll have to wait until the spirit stones return. Su Changqing waved his hand. Although we're not related by blood, we've always been the closest of brothers. Talking about this would be too formal. Frankly, given their relationship, what difference would it make if he didn't pay? Besides, given Li Sankei's character, he would never embezzle it. However, the unspoken meaning behind Su Changqing's words was clearly telling Li Sankei. He would accept this favor, and their relationship would only improve in the future. These are trivial matters, not worth fussing over. Hearing this, Li Sankei breathed a sigh of relief. He even felt a little fortunate that he had chosen to help the other person when he was down on his luck. If he had refused, given the man's talent, he would have thrived even without Li Sankei. But by then, trying to cultivate a good relationship would have been impossible. It would have been impossible to develop it to its current level. After a while, Li Sankei departed on a flying paper crane. Su Changqing observed this and pondered to himself, senior brother Li is so kind to me, why not help him forge a spiritual weapon that can be used for both transportation and attack/defense? However, he needed to come up with a good excuse to give it to him. As evening approached, the 5-person Earth Elemental Spirit Root team decided to rest and finish the rest the next day. This time, however, Su Changqing refused. Instead, he settled the spirit stones and told them not to come back the next day, as he had other plans. He conveniently took this opportunity to have Han Su loosen the soil. After so long, it was time to reconnect. Although the 5-person Earth Elemental Spirit Root team was displeased, they dared not show it. The number of spirit fields they cultivated indicated that this wood elemental spirit farmer was no ordinary person. He could cultivate 5 acres of second-grade spirit fields. Either his cultivation level was high, or he had extensive connections. In short, they absolutely could not afford to offend him. After the others left, Su Changqing turned and went into the stone house to prepare dinner. Just as he finished, Yu Kaiking rushed in. Su Changqing pointed to the food on the table and smiled, "Senior sister Yu, hurry." However, the next second, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a soft body bumped into him. Yu Kaiking's voice trembled as she said, "Let's not eat, let's go upstairs." Su Changqing was surprised. "Today, you're so cold." At this moment, Yu Kaiking's body emanated an astonishing chill. Where was her former warmth? It was as if she were hugging a block of ice. Yu Kaiking didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "After half a year of our hard work, my ice water spiritual root is only a hair's breadth away from mutating into an ice spiritual root." Su Changqing took a deep breath. "All right, let's go upstairs." Immediately, the two of them didn't eat. They closed the door and headed straight for the second floor. In no time, the bedroom was filled with intense heat. Intermittent bursts of chilling cold still emanated from her. Before they knew it, it was midnight. Yu Kaiking was now completely covered in a layer of crystalline frost. If she weren't breathing, she would resemble an ice sculpture. The intense cold even suppressed any heat. Seeing this, Su Changqing nervously retreated to the bedroom doorway, ready to flee at any moment. Fortunately, through Yu Kaiking's relentless efforts, she finally absorbed the emanating cold energy, storing it in her Qi. Her goal was finally achieved. Her ice water spiritual root had completely mutated into an ice spiritual root. Although she couldn't yet achieve yin-yang balance, she could already refine the yin-yang intertwining pill. By consuming this earth-grade pill, not only could her body return to its initial state, but she could also use this opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. Although Yu Kaiking was still pale, Su Changqing could clearly sense that her condition was much better than before. This state originally only occurred during dual cultivation. Yu Kaiking exhaled a cold breath, then raised her eyelids, her gaze slightly indifferent, and said, "Changqing, you've had a tough 6 months." Su Changqing chuckled dryly. "It's all right." Yu Kaiking said in a deep voice, "From now on, I'll come to see you less often. One reason is that my ice spirit root will suppress the urge for dual cultivation. The other is that I'm going to refine the yin-yang intertwining pill next." "Oh." Su Changqing's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of regret in his heart. For the past 6 months, although they weren't deist partners, their relationship was closer than that of deist partners. They had done everything they were supposed to do, including the actions, conversations, and so on. It was understandable that she had come here to build fire from wood, thereby stimulating her other ice water spiritual root to accelerate its mutation. Now that her goal was achieved, leaving was perfectly normal. Yu Kaiking's icy face softened slightly, revealing a hint of warmth. "But tonight, I'm still here." Su Changqing paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he immediately embraced her. "Then let's continue." Summer sunlight filtered through the lush foliage of the poplar trees, casting shadows on Su Changqing's face. He leaned against the poplar, his eyes slightly narrowed, a bitter blade of grass dangling from his lips. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair and lifted his sleeves. Now, Su Changqing was living alone again. Senior sister Yu had moved away, returning to the Earth Fire Zone. Linen was constantly on the move, rarely returning. A touch of melancholy lingered in the pleasant atmosphere. Su Changqing grinned slightly. Luckily, I've gotten used to it. During the day, he liked to lean against the poplar, watching the spiritual plants sway in the breeze. An occasional cool breeze felt incredibly comforting. At night, he would lie on the rooftop, gazing at the countless stars. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and his heart would find instant peace. As for his daily life, he was still in charge of the assessments, but he didn't need to go to the outer perimeter every day. Last season, a large number of outer disciples remained. Now, everyone is an acquaintance, and there's not much to teach them. Wan Wang, no longer quiet like in winter, runs wild every day, expending its abundant energy. The guinea fowl often wanders around, but doesn't go too far, returning at the slightest disturbance. The 5 fire crows patrol the spirit fields daily, showing little change. As for the fortress, it pairs well with the poplar tree. When not in use, it always stands motionless under the tree. Su Changqing opened his eyes, watching Wang Wang running around in the fields, and pondered, my dog is stronger and more agile than its kind in every way, both in size and overall. It's been almost 3 years now, shouldn't we consider breeding it? Looks like he needs to find some time to talk to Hu Bagui. Just then, a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. He flipped his right hand, and a communication talisman appeared out of thin air in his palm. Judging from the wear and tear, the frequency of their communication was quite high. Sun Peng. Fellow deist CAI, the spirit rice wine is sold out again. When are you coming? This time it was a full 3,000 caddies, gone in less than a month. There's nothing we can do. We've taken all the business from our competitors, many have closed down. Alright, I'll bring another 3,000 caddies. When can we increase the production? I don't have that much energy by myself. How about I introduce you to a few? What? Maids, servants. In Sun Peng's view, Su Changqing, as a disciple of a celestial sect, didn't need to do everything himself. He could completely delegate it to his servants and maids. Even they, as independent cultivators, couldn't do without someone by their side. Moreover, someone of Su Changqing's status, position, and cultivation level. Su Changqing declined Sun Peng's offer and then ended the communication. He went straight to his stone house to prepare the 3,000 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine. After filling the container, he began making food for Wang Wang, the guinea fowl, and the 5 fire crows. Once everything was ready, he handed it over to the steward-like fortress to feed them at set times. As large-leafed grass sprouted from the ground, he quickly disappeared into the distance. About half an hour later, he returned to the forging peak. Speaking of which, the formal disciple competition had been going on for almost half a year. It seemed that because there were so many participants, it was still in the preliminary rounds. Acquaintances like Chu Chu, Li Sankei, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyou were either advancing rapidly or had already been defeated. Sure enough, when Su Changqing arrived at the square, he found that the crowd of onlookers had dwindled by more than half. Those who remained were mostly loyal fans of a certain genius. Although Chu Chu was disfigured, his indomitable spirit attracted even more attention. As the formal disciple competition continued, several ranking lists had emerged. For example, a ranking of genius strength, a ranking of battle records, a ranking of potential, an overall performance ranking, and so on. In short, Chu Chu's name was either in the top 10 or the top 3. Lan Tian, once the undisputed #1 formal disciple of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Now, he couldn't even make it into the top 10, and was even left behind by his friend Jian Hangzhen. Both Chu Chu and Lan Tian had been challenged by Mo Xia, but their situations were completely opposite. One was riding high. The other was practically unknown. It seemed that Lan Tian still hadn't recovered from Mo Xia's shadow. Su Changqing turned his gaze from the arena. During this period, through supplying recipes and ingredients, and recruiting new members, we've been earning 2,000 to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones each month. After deducting costs, all 4 of them received a substantial share. However, Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyou's share was all invested in the upcoming Gig's secret realm. Therefore, from the beginning of spring to the beginning of summer, they lived a rather frugal life. Su Changqing fared slightly better, managing to visit the rogue cultivator market once a month. Previously, selling 500 jin of spirit rice and 2,000 jin of high-quality spirit rice wine yielded a combined 215 mid-grade spirit stones. This time is different. Last month, he sold 3,000 jin of high-quality spirit rice wine, so he'll definitely earn more. Unfortunately, this is Su Changqing's limit. A person's energy is limited. Soon after, he boarded the flying giant sword heading to the rogue cultivator market. This time, without any disturbance, they arrived smoothly an hour later. The first thing upon landing was, of course, to disguise themselves. They found an inn and quickly applied some makeup. They transformed themselves from a disciple of the immortal sect into an ordinary, wandering cultivator from the market. Then, they familiarly went to the spirit rice trading point to check today's prices. The prices of grade 1 spirit rice had changed. Inferior 1:9, superior 1:7, top grade 1:4. Grade 2 spirit rice had also changed significantly. Inferior 1:1.9, superior 1:1.6, top grade 1:1.3. Currently, both grade 1 and grade 2 spirit rice were declining in price towards levels seen 2 years ago. It seemed that with the ongoing competition for official disciples of the immortal sect, the 5 major powers, including the nuns in society, were no longer as strict in their control over resources as before. This was good news for all cultivators. Buying things wouldn't cost so many spirit stones anymore. After confirming, Su Changqing spent 625 low-grade spirit stones to buy 1,000 jin of second-grade high-quality spirit rice. Then he headed towards the other trading post. This time, he came to the rogue cultivator market not only to connect with the Sun family for resources. Also, he wanted to see if there were any bargains he could find. Last year, he was lucky, always getting unexpected gains every time he came. But from the beginning of spring this year until now, things haven't been quite as good. Just as he arrived at the entrance, a beautiful female receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Immortal Master, do you have?" Su Changqing immediately interrupted, "I'll do it myself." "Ah." The receptionist was stunned. Su Changqing went to the mirror. He channeled what elemental energy into his danshan. The image instantly activated. He carefully examined each item, starting with cultivation techniques, spells, and spiritual plants. He discovered that many items related to earth elemental roots had been added. Earth attribute cultivation techniques and spells. Earth attribute spiritual artifacts. There was even a detailed map of Huang Yuanhua's cave. Su Changqing was taken aback, then turned to the receptionist and asked, "Has Huang Yuanhua's cave already been explored by the demon hunting team?" Huang Yuanhua was a rogue cultivator with an earth elemental spiritual root. His strength was at the golden core stage. His cave dwelling was discovered a year ago. Since then, a rolling dragon with over 500 years of cultivation would occasionally appear, causing quite a stir. For some reason, no individual or team was able to fully explore it for the first 6 months. Many even died. Unexpectedly, this time they even had a complete map of the cave dwelling. The sweet-looking receptionist immediately replied affirmatively, "Yes, Immortal Master, the demon hunting team has already explored that area." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow when. The receptionist quickly replied, "Just 7 days ago, our Dongqing City Lord, the Golden Core Master Wang, personally led all the demon hunting teams deep into Huang Yuanhua's cave dwelling." Hearing this, Su Changqing wasn't surprised. It was strange that this had lasted for a year. Either the Dongqing City demon hunting team was incompetent, or there was another reason. Now that a golden core cultivator has personally intervened, it would be abnormal if they still couldn't handle it. At this moment, the female receptionist smiled enthusiastically, "Immortal Master, Huang Yuanhua's cave is open for visits at any time. If you join a group, you can get a 10% discount." Su Changqing waved his hand, "I'm not interested." Although it was the cave of a rogue golden core cultivator, the rare treasures inside had undoubtedly been swept clean by Wang Zhenren. The fact that it was open to the public meant there was nothing left inside. Since all the treasures were gone, why go? What if there was danger? He definitely couldn't go. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the female receptionist's eyes. She earned more commission from recruiting people to join her group than from selling goods. After that, Su Changqing didn't ask any more questions. He carefully examined everything in the mirror cultivation techniques, spells, spiritual plants, etc. After confirming there was nothing to pick up, he quickly left the trading house and headed towards Changqing Wine Shop. The wine shop was completely sold out, awaiting Su Changqing's restock. However, some heavy drinkers preferred to linger in the main hall, enjoying the aroma. Not long after, Su Changqing and Sun Peng met again. The location was still the Panchun tea house across from the wine shop. It was still the third-floor private room. Sun Peng stood up excitedly, "You finally arrived." Su Changqing handed him a small storage bag containing spirit rice and spirit rice wine. "Everything's in here." Sun Peng took it with both hands, not even glancing at it, and instead took out last month's spirit rice wine for his share. "All 3,000 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine sold out. You get 70%, or 315 mid-grade spirit stones." Su Changqing glanced at it and found a total of 320 stones. Of course, this wasn't an overpayment. It included the 500 caddies of top-grade spirit rice he had sold. Although prices have dropped slightly, the Sun family shows no intention of lowering them, which is quite good. Sun Peng chuckled, "By the way, there are a few other things you'll definitely be interested in." Su Changqing looked at him questioningly, "What are they?" Sun Peng immediately pulled them out of his storage bag. A few days ago, our Sun family participated in the exploration of Huang Yuanhua's cave. After it was over, we specifically requested these seeds that are still relatively well preserved. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took them to examine them. There are 7 in total, and they're all different colors. You're very thoughtful. Sun Peng said earnestly, this is what we should do. Su Changqing carefully put away the seeds, then pondered, my friend is an alchemist, mainly refining labor-strengthening pills and foundation spirit pills. Do you have channels to buy or sell them? Hearing the word pills, Sun Peng became very interested. If they are high-quality pills, our Sun family is willing to purchase them, and even help sell them. Su Changqing didn't waste any words, directly taking out a top-grade labor-strengthening pill and a top-grade foundation spirit pill, placing them on the table without any hesitation. The labor-strengthening pill was brownish-brown overall, and smaller than those refined elsewhere. The foundation spirit pill was yellowish-green, round and smooth, with fine spiral patterns on its surface. Although the names were similar, they were quite different from those in the loose cultivator market. Moreover, both emitted a very strong, fresh herbal fragrance. Sun Peng stared intently, then tentatively asked, quality. Su Changqing's lips curled slightly, top grade. Upon learning that both the labor-strengthening pill and the foundation spirit pill were top-grade pills, Sun Peng's breathing became heavy, and his pupils dilated violently. He thought he had overestimated the person before him, but he hadn't expected that the other party would not only provide top-grade spirit rice and superior spirit wine. Even the pills refined by his friend were of top-grade quality. If the Sun family could seize this opportunity, they would probably take off completely. For a moment, Sun Peng was so excited that his heart was pounding. Seeing the other man's blood rushing to his head, Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, are you all right? Sun Peng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. So, fellow data CAI, no, I should say, how many spirit stones are you planning to sell them for? Regarding the price, Su Changqing had already considered it. Top-grade labor-strengthening pills, 6 low-grade spirit stones each. As for top-grade foundation spirit pills, 55 low-grade spirit stones each. Hiss! Sun Peng gasped. The prices of these 2 pills were clearly higher than the market price. Generally speaking, top-grade labor-strengthening pills cost 5 low-grade spirit stones, while top-grade foundation spirit pills fluctuate between 45 and 50. Higher quantity, lower price. Shorter quantity, higher price. Su Changqing said calmly, if you think it's too expensive, I can find someone else to cooperate with. Sun Peng frowned, thought for a while, and then said seriously, if the quantity is small, our Sun family is naturally willing to take it. But if the quantity is too large, I suggest you go to Suanzin City. Suanzin City? Su Changqing was quite surprised. Sun Peng said earnestly, the market for independent cultivators is ultimately too small. If you want to earn more spirit stones, you definitely need to go to a larger market. The market for independent cultivators is indeed very large for them, but for disciples of immortal sex, it's pitifully small. Changqing Wine Shop only sells one type of spirit rice wine, and in just a few months, it has already taken away 90% of the wine customers. Its former competitors have either closed down or moved away. Suanzin City is different. The atmosphere of cultivation there is much stronger, and the market is much larger. The most famous event there is the Thousand Sails Crossing Festival, a small festival every year, a large festival every 10 years. It's said that next year will be the centennial celebration, and it will be even more lively. Su Changqing frowned slightly, I've heard of that place, but I'm not very familiar with it. Sun Peng quickly stepped forward. Our Sun family has a slight connection with the Long family, one of the 5 great families of Suanzin City. Su Changqing instantly understood the implication. If I were to open a wine shop in Suanzin City, it wouldn't just be your Sun family, the Long family would want to share too. Sun Peng gritted his teeth. In Suanzin City, our Sun family only wants 10% of the profits. In fact, the Sun family had long wanted to use Su Changqing's high-quality spirit rice wine to open up the wine market in Suanzin City. However, the problem was that this matter required Su Changqing's consent. Before this, they hadn't been able to find a suitable reason. Now, using these 2 top-grade pills as an excuse, they simply spoke their minds. The two stared at each other. You look at me. I look at you. One's eyes flickered, a nervous glint in their eyes. The other's gaze was indifferent, their face expressionless. After a long silence, Su Changqing finally spoke, I need to consider this matter first, especially to talk to that friend who refines pills. Sun Peng, hearing this, shrank back into his chair, then nodded and smiled, of course. Then, these 2 kinds of top-grade pills. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Sun Peng immediately replied, no more than 50 Lizhuang pills and no more than 20 Jilling pills. I can buy them all on behalf of the Sun family. If there are too many, they can be sold at Changqing Wine Shop along with the wine. Su Changqing thought for a moment and said, 60 top-grade Lizhuang pills and 30 top-grade Jilling pills. In fact, there were a total of 120 top-grade Lazwang pills. As for the top-grade Jilling pills, there were even more, 70. All of these were crafted by him to pass the time when he was bored. Sun Peng took out 14 mid-grade spirit stones and said quite sincerely, as I mentioned before, our Sun family can only take a maximum of 50 labor-strengthening pills and 20 foundation spirit pills. The rest we can only place at Changqing wine shop for you. Su Changqing took the spirit stones, put them into his azure gourd, and nodded slightly. Alright, try selling the rest. Sun Peng thought for a moment and couldn't help but suggest again, fellow Deus Cai, I'll say it again, the market for rogue cultivators is too small for your immortal sect disciples. If you really want to develop, especially to make big money, it's best to go and take a look at Suingzhen City. Su Changqing responded non-committally. There was another reason why he hadn't agreed to Sun Peng's suggestion immediately. If he remembered correctly, senior brother Chu knew the son of the city lord of Suingzhen City, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. Although the Long family was one of the 5 major families there, their influence in other aspects were definitely inferior to that of the city lord's son. Therefore, Su Changqing planned to consult with senior brother Chu after returning home, then find time to investigate Suingzhen City before considering whether to cooperate with the Sun and Long families. Even a wise bird knows to choose its tree to perch on. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. The reason he initially chose the Sun family was because they were obedient. Now, he could clearly sense their ever-growing ambition. Afterwards, the two didn't talk much and quickly parted ways. Su Changqing headed straight for the auction house with the spirit stones. Compared to the trading house, the items in the auction house were more exotic and of higher quality. Since he wouldn't be back until tomorrow, he might as well browse around. He could then go to the second floor of the Yaoxiang Pavilion in the evening. Soon, Su Changqing entered the auction house. There were 2 auction times, in the afternoon and in the evening. The afternoon auction featured a larger quantity of items, but none were particularly exotic. The evening auction, however, attracted the most participants and featured much rarer items. This item is called Long-Lasting Soft Sleeves, a 6-pattern spiritual artifact discovered in Wang Yuanhua's cave. Although damaged, it can still be used after some repairs. Starting bid, 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing had just taken his seat when he saw a new item being brought to the auction floor. It looked like a pair of long sleeves as thin as cicada wings. Woven from millennial-old silkworm silk, its surface shimmers with a pale blue halo, and its cuffs are adorned with silver tassels. It has 3 basic effects. Effect 1, swinging the soft sleeves can entangle an enemy's limbs, restricting their movement. Effect 2, by extending the soft sleeves, one can grasp small objects within a 3-jang radius. Effect 3, rapidly waving the soft sleeves creates an aura that can block low-level spells. 2 basic spirit runes, Entangling Silk Rune and Chi Control Rune. Because it is a non-attribute spirit weapon, anyone can use it. Primarily suitable for cultivators between the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages. As is well known, the quality of spirit weapons is determined by the number of spirit runes. 1 to 3 runes, low-grade spirit weapon. 4 to 6 runes, high-grade spirit weapon. 7 to 9 runes, top-grade spirit weapon. 9 runes or more, supergrade spirit weapon. Supergrade spirit weapons with 9 or more runes can even contend with low-level magic weapons. Su Changqing wasn't interested in the long, soft-sleeved robe, so he didn't bid. In fact, quite a few other independent cultivators shared his opinion. Since it was a non-attribute spiritual artifact, its effects were likely mediocre. Therefore, it didn't hold much appeal. Ultimately, it was bought by a veiled female independent cultivator for 200 mid-grade spirit stones. The next item in the auction, however, caught Su Changqing's eye. This item is called the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree. Spring's fruit is the wood rain fruit, which can be used to refine healing pills. When crushed and mixed into the soil, it can also promote the sprouting of new buds in ordinary spiritual plants. Summer's fruit is the fire flame fruit, which can also be used to refine pills. After consumption, it can slowly increase the user's fire spiritual power. Autumn's fruit is the golden wind fruit. Its juice can be used to forge weapons and refine spiritual artifacts, imparting a slight cutting attribute. Consuming it can enhance the resilience of muscles and bones. Winter's fruit is the water frost fruit. Consuming it can resist the erosion of cold for 3 hours. Crushed and applied to wounds, it can also temporarily numb pain. For seasons, 4 different fruits with different properties. This item attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was announced. Many spiritual farmers even came specifically for it. However, this thing is not cheap. Starting bid, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 20 mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction house fell silent. After a long while, an old spirit farmer stared wide-eyed, asking incredulously, "How much?" The host paused, then replied with a smile, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. That attribute-less spirit artifact was only 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Your fruit tree is equivalent to a spirit artifact? My goodness, you guys are really getting rich. That's right, what's the difference between this and outright robbery? This price caused many interested people to grumble and curse. Even Su Changqing frowned, instantly losing the will to bid. If a spirit plant had exceptionally miraculous effects, a higher price was acceptable. But judging from the description of the Four Seasons fruit tree, it seemed just so-so. Its main uses, besides being eaten, were limited to refining pills. Faced with everyone's dissatisfaction, the host initially insisted, "This is the price listed by the seller." However, after being verbally abused by a group of rogue cultivators for nearly a minute, he finally backed down. I immediately said I would ask the seller if the price could be changed. Normally, the price of an item cannot be arbitrarily changed during the bidding process. This time is an exception. Firstly, it's only just begun. Secondly, it's indeed unreasonable. Then let's wait a little longer. Su Changqing, who had already stood up and was about to leave for Yaoxiang Pavilion, sat down again upon seeing this. After a while, the auctioneer reappeared, quite excitedly saying, "We've just inquired with the seller of this Four Seasons fruit tree, and they've agreed to change the price." "How much?" Many people's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The auctioneer raised his right index finger and announced loudly, "The starting price is 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be lower than 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Reducing the price by half was indeed good news for those who were already interested. Therefore, no one complained or cursed anymore. "I bid 110. I bid 120. I bid 130. Soon, the bidding began. With round after round of bidding, the price returned to 200 mid-grade spirit stones. This time, however, everyone's enthusiasm was much higher. Su Changqing was also interested in the Four Seasons fruit tree, but didn't speak. Currently, the number of bidders had decreased by 2/3 compared to before. But there were still 5 people constantly competing. The price rose steadily from 200 mid-grade spirit stones to 250. Finally, the 5 people became 2. These 2 were more cautious, bidding precisely on time. Each bid was 10 mid-grade spirit stones, not daring to go too high, for fear of losing out. When the price reached 270, one of them shook his head in frustration and gave up. Lu Sang grinned smugly, "Looks like this fruit tree is mine." Just then, Su Changqing finally spoke, 280. Upon hearing this, Lu Sang's smile froze instantly, and he glared angrily at the source of the voice. This man looked unremarkable, clearly just an ordinary rogue cultivator. But unexpectedly, he dared to interfere at this crucial moment. The host smiled and said, 280 once, 280 twice, 283 times. Lu Sang's heart tightened, and he blurted out, 290. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing followed closely behind, saying expressionlessly, 300. Lu Sang's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but say, "Fellow deist, it's just a rare fruit tree, why bother?" Su Changqing glanced at him sideways and said calmly, "I'll say the same to you." Seeing his composure, Lu Sang's face darkened. "You win, I give up." No one else bid, and Su Changqing ultimately spent 300 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire the Four Seasons fruit tree. No, to be precise, it was a sapling. For others, a spirit plant of this rarity would already be considered expensive at over 250 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing's purchase for 300 seemed like a significant overpayment, but he had an advantage that others couldn't possess, a max-level azure finger. Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, and the mutation might fail, he doesn't care, he can wait. If 1 year doesn't work, 10. If 10 years doesn't work, 100. As long as it mutates, it's a huge win. Currently, there are 5 known mutations of the Four Seasons fruit tree. For Spirit Gathering Tree, the trunk grows in the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, displaying 4-colored spiritual patterns. Effect 1. When cultivating under the tree, the spiritual roots of the corresponding season absorb spiritual energy faster. Effect 2. When the fruit ripens, it exudes 4-symbol spiritual liquid, which can stabilize one's cultivation level after consumption. For Season's Reincarnation Tree, when the fruit ripens, seasonal runes appear. Effect 1. Consuming the fruit of the corresponding season increases the cultivation speed of techniques and spells. Effect 2. Cultivating under the tree creates a miniature spiritual energy vortex, essentially providing a built-in spiritual energy gathering effect. Spiritual Plant Treasure Tree, the tree body transforms into a natural embryo for magical artifacts. Effect 1. Can be refined into defensive magical artifacts. Effect 2. The fruits of the Four Seasons transform into seasonal spiritual orbs. Effect 3. Its defensive properties change with the seasons. Seasonal Divine Tree, on each solar term day, the fruits on the tree receive a temporary blessing. Effect 1. Different fruits contain different seasonal blessings. Effect 2. After consuming the fruit, a blessing effect will be granted on any solar term day. Transseasonal tree, the trunk simultaneously grows spring buds, summer flowers, autumn leaves, and winter bark. Effect 1, consuming specific fruit combinations can grant double or multiple amplification effects. Effect 2, burying a batch of fruits can change the seasonal characteristics of a certain area. If it mutates into any of the above, it's beyond the reach of mid-grade spirit stones. This is why Su Changqing valued it so highly. But the next item caught his eye. The auctioneer announced loudly, this item is called Jade Du Spirit Bud, a tea tree. In the loose cultivator market, the most expensive tea is the Orchid Mist tea. Jade Du Spirit Bud is a higher grade, only affordable to disciples of immortal sections. Unexpectedly, it's being auctioned here, causing an uproar. Jade Du Spirit Buds, isn't that the Jade Du sect's specialty tea tree? The Jade Du sect disappeared 30 years ago. Did they wait 30 years and then come out to sell stolen goods? The surrounding people were buzzing with discussion. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this Jade Du sect, although not as powerful as the daunting immortal sect, once had over 1,000 disciples, making it a minor power in its own right. But 30 years ago, in just one night, its protective array was breached by some force, and everyone from the nascent soul sect master to the chi refining disciples was slaughtered, not even a dog was spared. Now, it's the Four Seasons fruit tree, and the Jade Du Spirit Buds. The seller behind this is very likely connected to the Jade Du sect, which was wiped out 30 years ago. Whether it's a member who participated in the massacre or a survivor, that remains unknown. Even Su Changqing realized it. Not to mention the surrounding rogue cultivators. Therefore, their eyes gleamed with an eerie light. The host, rather nervously, announced, the starting price for the Jade Du Spirit Bud is 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, this time, everyone's attention was focused on the Jade Du sect. Moreover, the price this time was indeed fair to the Jade Du Spirit Bud. Therefore, it didn't cause any dissatisfaction, and no one insulted his parents. 220, 260, 300. This time, the number of people participating in the bidding was several times that of before. Su Changqing sat at the back, in a higher position, so he could see clearly. Even the people in the VIP room were now active, bidding enthusiastically. To be honest, Su Changqing was indeed interested in this tea tree. But at the current bidding rate, he simply didn't have enough spirit stones. Sure enough, it quickly reached 600 mid-grade spirit stones, and many people's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Su Changqing shook his head, forget it, this tea tree is not meant for me. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see what price it would ultimately fetch. In about 10 minutes, the price jumped to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this point, only 1/10 of the previous bidders remained. Even so, the price continued to rise. Just then, a deep voice rang out from the VIP room in the upper right corner, gentlemen, please give the Lei family some face, we'll take this Jade Du Spirit Bud. Upon hearing the name Lei family, many people's expressions changed drastically. Some even fell silent, no longer daring to bid. In Dongqing City, especially in the market for independent cultivators, the most powerful families were. Besides the Wang family, there was the Lei family, skilled in alchemy, and the Sun family, who had risen rapidly through selling wine. You could choose not to drink, but you couldn't choose not to buy pills. Therefore, many were willing to give the Lei family face. This led to a gradual decrease in the speed and number of bidders. Ultimately, the Lei family successfully acquired the Jade Du Spirit Bud tea tree for 1,240 mid-grade spirit stones. The afternoon auction ended soon after. As evening approached, Su Changqing walked along the street towards Yaoxiang Pavilion. Along the way, he saw one unfamiliar face after another. Many of them were disciples of immortal sections. He guessed they were all there for Huang Yuanhua's cave dwelling. Su Changqing was equally curious about the place, but had no intention of going there. He would never forget what had happened half a year ago. The successive shockwaves shattered everything in their path. No matter what kind of trees or rocks they were. Even cultivators at the chi refining or foundation establishment stages. No one could withstand it. One by one, they turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Therefore, regardless of the danger, Su Changqing wouldn't go. After about 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Yaoxiang Pavilion. Compared to last time, not much had changed. The people were still the same, although there were some new faces. But the second floor remained largely unchanged. Yuer, who had received him once before, was there. Back then, her flirting techniques were quite naive. Now, her skills were so refined that a single word, even a glance, could cause the rogue cultivator's breath to quicken, and his eyes to reveal a strong desire for something. That's what you call practice makes perfect. Unfortunately, today, someone else had already beaten her to it. Therefore, Su Changqing chose a different person. She wasn't a newcomer, in fact, he had served her half a year ago. Her name was Xiao Dahong. She was young and petite. She had disappeared for a while, but unexpectedly reappeared this month. She used to be quite naive, but now she was much more mature. Xiao Dahong held the cup in her right hand and supported it with her left, respectfully saying, "Immortal Master, please drink." Su Changqing took a small sip, then asked curiously, "You left for a while before, why have you returned?" Xiao Dahong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but then hesitated. Su Changqing said calmly, "If you're willing to tell me, I'll give you more spirit stones afterward." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dahong's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Is that true?" Su Changqing flipped his right hand, and a low-grade spirit stone appeared in his palm. "Take it and spend it." Seeing the spirit stone, Xiao Dahong's eyes shone brightly. She immediately took it and whispered, "Half a year ago, a pair of scoundrels came here. They conspired to deceive people. I believed them and passed on the information about Huang Yuanhua's cave to my old flame outside." "And what happened?" Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Dahong continued, "In the end, my old flame went there and discovered it was a trap. All the cultivators who went were captured and forced to explore the dangerous cave." Through her detailed account, Su Changqing finally understood the whole story. Su Changqing had a deep impression of this pair of scoundrels. He felt something was off about their words. Now, Xiao Dahong's words confirmed this. Everyone who went was captured and forced to risk their lives to explore Huang Yuanhua's cave. Unexpectedly, they found something far more terrifying than the rolling earth dragon, a 500-year-old demon. Many cultivators died, especially the deceitful couple who had tricked everyone. Their fate was truly horrific. Su Changqing asked in surprise, "Wait a minute, how do you know so much detail?" Xiao Dahong glanced around before answering, "My old flame was lucky, he escaped, but he was severely injured. I took care of him for months, but eventually ran out of money and had to return to Yaoxiang Pavilion." Su Changqing seemed to understand, then asked, "What about your old flame?" Xiao Dahong's eyes dimmed. "He's been bedridden for months, and I don't know when he'll recover." Su Changqing's heart stirred. "I know a bit about elixirs. Should I take a look at your old flame? Perhaps there's hope?" Xiao Dahong was stunned, then said with tears in her eyes, "Immortal Master, if you can truly cure my old flame, I can do whatever I want from now on." She probably thought it was nothing, even taken for granted, but Su Changqing felt quite embarrassed and quickly said, "I'm only interested in that thing that's even more terrifying than the rolling dragon." Xiao Dahong smiled gratefully. "All right, after high hour, 9 to 11 p.m., I'll personally take you there." Su Changqing nodded slightly. Then, the two drank and waited, watching the number of people around her dwindle. Some left alone, some boarded the brothel. Finally, the hour of high, 9 to 11 p.m., turned into Zi, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Su Changqing and Xiao Dahong left Yaoxiang Pavilion together and headed outside. The distance wasn't far, just across an alley. Soon, a typical residential area came into view. Many of the prostitutes working at Yaoxiang Pavilion, both men and women, lived here. Some paid for their own better rooms. Others had been given cheaper rooms by Yaoxiang Pavilion. Originally, Xiao Dahong, through her own efforts and the earnings from her lover's demon hunting expeditions, had rented a fairly spacious room. However, the past 6 months had been filled with expenses, leading to financial difficulties, forcing her to move to a smaller, seemingly worse room. Outside was a stinking ditch. Even with the windows closed, the stench of urine was overwhelming. The air inside was also poor, extremely stuffy. The first thing Su Changqing saw upon opening the door was what appeared to be a person lying on a narrow bed, but he wasn't entirely sure. Why? Because the life force was extremely weak. Xiao Dahong pointed at her old flame, then choked out, "It's him." Su Changqing snapped his fingers lightly, and with a click, the oil lamp in the room lit up. Immediately afterward, he approached the person on the bed step by step. The closer he got, the stronger the earth energy he could feel. Upon reaching the bedside, he discovered that the person's condition was far worse than he had imagined. No, to be precise, it was appalling. The body was barely recognizable as human. The skin was a burnt yellow, hard as clay, making a crackling sound like gravel rubbing together with each breath. The hair was dry, brittle, and surrounded by dust. Standing behind, Xiao Dahong asked anxiously, "Immortal Master, have you diagnosed anything wrong?" Su Changqing, without turning his head, countered, "Have you had anyone examine you?" Xiao Dahong nodded. "I've seen several doctors, but they either lied to me or came and left, saying this disease is incurable." Su Changqing pondered, "If I remember correctly, this disease is called yellow fiend disease. Ha! Xiao Dahong looked blank. Su Changqing explained, "This is the terminology used in traditional Chinese medicine. In simpler terms, you can think of it as being afflicted by a malevolent spirit." Although Xiao Dahong didn't understand, seeing that he knew the name, she trusted him even more and hurriedly asked, "Then do you have a treatment?" Su Changqing turned around, looking at her expressionlessly. "There is no elixir in the world that can cure this illness." Xiao Dahong's heart tightened in fright, and she covered her mouth. "What? At this moment, Su Changqing grinned because the treatment isn't with elixirs, but with dispelling the malevolent spirit. The so-called warding off evil spirits refers to resolving negative energies that bring bad fortune. Yellow evil spirits, simply put, are the earth's energy condensing on the body and lingering there. If the person in the bed is left unattended, the earth's energy will accumulate more and more on their body, eventually turning them into a stone-like being, indistinguishable from a dead person. The fact that the other person is still alive is actually related to this small room. The main reason is related to this small room. First, the wooden bed separated the person from the ground, slowing down the accumulation of earth energy. Second, there happened to be a stinking ditch outside, which further neutralized some of the negative energy. It's truly fortunate that this person has survived this long. Xiao Dahong was somewhat bewildered, completely unable to understand, and could only place her hopes on this guest, so she asked, "How can we neutralize the negative energy?" Although Su Changqing hadn't yet awakened his earth spirit root, his knowledge in this area was quite extensive, so he spoke eloquently. There are many ways to neutralize negative energy. The most common one is to change the terrain, landforms, and topography, modifying the feng shui layout. Actually, earth spirit root array masters are more professional in this area. This was their specialty. That's why array masters held a higher status in the immortal sect than spirit farmers, talisman masters, and alchemists. Xiao Dahong's vision blurred after hearing this, her voice trembling with tears. "I don't understand at all, immortal master, please just tell me how to do it." Su Changqing nodded. "During the day, have someone build a coffin out of cypress wood and put him inside to isolate him from the condensed earth energy. Place 4 bowls of water in each of the 4 corners of the coffin, with an old copper coin placed under each." Xiao Dahong nodded as she memorized it. "Okay, I've got it." Su Changqing thought to himself, "By the time I come back next month, he should be better." After things quieted down, both of them felt somewhat awkward. At this time, they should have been in the invitation fragrance pavilion, making love. But now, they were in an old, dilapidated room treating someone. Su Changqing couldn't stand the atmosphere. "You two should rest early, I'm leaving." Xiao Tao Hong hesitated for a moment, then asked with a hint of suggestion, "Would you like me to see you off?" Su Changqing had already lost interest, so he waved his hand, "Never mind." Then, he quickly left. Once back on the main road, he immediately headed towards the inn. The market town for wandering cultivators at midnight was unusually quiet. On the entire Bluestone Road, only Su Changqing was present. The crisp sound of his footsteps echoed. Back at the inn, he lay down and fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully, and morning arrived. Seeing that the giant flying sword hadn't arrived yet, Su Changqing headed straight for the trading post. He wanted to see if there were any special wood attribute cultivation techniques similar to the pointing green finger technique. He currently had too much lifespan, and he had nowhere to use it. For other cultivators, the pursuit was immortality. But for Su Changqing, lifespan was like spirit stones, which he could earn and consume at any time. The beautiful receptionist, a smile on her face, opened her mouth. "Welcome, immortal Changguang." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and Su Changqing was already in front of the mirror. He infused spiritual power, activated the spell. The whole process was completed in one smooth motion. Compared to yesterday, neither the cultivation methods nor the spells had changed much. It was just these few incomplete manuals being sold over and over again. Although, he didn't find any wood attribute spells. Su Changqing found a fragment of a fire attribute spell. It seemed to have been recently added. He hadn't seen it yesterday. It perfectly suited his current needs. Azure Wood Ignition Spell. Description * allows fire attribute spells to burn more vigorously with the aid of wood spiritual power, enhancing their power while preventing backlash. Su Changqing's current spiritual root is wood fire generating, a mutually reinforcing relationship. He had always known how to increase spell power in this way, but lacking experience and skill, he had proceeded cautiously. Now, the appearance of this spell completely solved his immediate problem. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't hesitate and decisively spent 15 low-grade spirit stones to acquire it. After lingering for a while, he headed towards the flying ferry. Perhaps because the giant flying sword had just arrived, many unfamiliar faces appeared. It seemed they were all there for Huang Yuanhua's cave. This golden core cultivator's fate is truly tragic. He probably never dreamed of this. One day, his cave dwelling would become a tourist attraction open to everyone. This move is too cunning. To say that Master Wang and Huang Yuanhua had absolutely no conflict, Su Changqing would be the first to disbelieve it. Soon, he arrived at the flying ferry and successfully boarded the giant flying sword. 2 hours passed in a flash. He finally returned to the Dongting immortal sect. However, as soon as he landed, he found one of his good friends, Zhao Ziyu, fighting on the arena. Below, Hu Bagui and Li Sankei were cheering him on. Seeing this, Su Changqing naturally wouldn't leave and immediately went over. "Old Su?" Hu Bagui asked in surprise. Su Changqing greeted them with a chuckle. "Senior brotherly, old Hu." Li Sankei looked him up and down. You just got back from the rogue cultivator market? Su Changqing nodded. Yes, just got back. Hupagui said with a mischievous grin. Old Su, you've been going to the rogue cultivator market quite often since seeing your sister you left. Su Changqing rolled his eyes, annoyed. Get lost. Hupagui, however, wasn't going to miss the chance to tease him. He feigned envy and said, I've always wanted to go to the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion in the rogue cultivator market. Take me with you next time, and tell me about it. Su Changqing pouted. Tell me what? They have people who collect manure there. Hupagui chuckled awkwardly, then turned his face away. Then let's watch old Zhao's life or death duel instead. Life or death duel? Su Changqing was quite surprised. Li Sankei explained, Zhao Zio only has 1 point left. If he loses, his participation in the formal disciple competition will be over. Su Changqing was quite surprised by this. His attention had recently been focused on himself and the surrounding area of Lingtian. He wasn't very familiar with the specific situations of his friends. He only knew that since the immortal sect issued a rule against throwing excrement during battles, Hupagui had lost his next 2 matches. He was arguably the first among all his acquaintances to be eliminated. Now, the formal disciple competition had been going on for half a year, and the preliminary rounds were nearing their end. Anyone who had made it this far was incredibly strong. After all, the weak had been eliminated long ago. Su Changqing was very surprised that old Zhao had made it this far. Normally, his opponent had only been fishing, and more fishing. He had almost never fought. He hadn't expected him to be so tenacious, persisting until now. Immediately, Su Changqing focused his attention on arena number 5. To his left was Zhao Zio. To his right was his opponent, Li Mengyang. Both were at the foundation establishment stage. One possessed a water elemental root, the other a fire elemental root. The two perfectly demonstrated the incompatibility of water and fire. The entire arena was divided into 2 areas. The left side was rich in water elemental energy. The right side was turbulent with fire elemental energy. Cultivation techniques, spells, and spiritual weapons were all unleashed, making for a fiercely contested scene. Zhao Ziyu, his face cold, muttered incantations. The essence of Ken water gathered and formed. Spiritual energy flows, protecting my body. Rippling water, defending against the enemy invisibly. His water elemental power was guided out, quickly forming a water curtain in front of him. Then he pushed his hands forward, and the water mist immediately transformed into a fog, rapidly spreading outwards. This move was so powerful that it even suppressed the opponent's fire elemental power. For a moment, Li Mengyang couldn't even see his opponent clearly, his surrounding vision was completely obstructed. Even his spiritual sense couldn't accurately scan his opponent for a time. He could only determine a general location, nothing more. Water curtain technique. This is the most difficult high-level spell to learn, even among the formal disciples of the Water Control Pavilion, very few have mastered it. Zhao Ziyu is unknown, I never expected him to have such ability. At this moment, the spectators below the arena, especially the water elemental disciples of the Water Control Pavilion, all stared wide-eyed. Spells requiring incantations beforehand are never simple, and can even be quite powerful. The water curtain technique, though seemingly only 3 words, can actually manifest in numerous variations. This water mist barrier is one such variation, used to confuse opponents and even weaken their spiritual senses. Su Changqing, Hupagui, and Li Sankei, hearing the surrounding discussions, finally realized just how powerful old Zhao was. But the more they learned, the more shocked they became. After all, Zhao Ziyu's most prominent image was that of a fisherman. It seemed he'd rather fish than cultivate. How could he suddenly become so powerful? His use of his final trump card indicated the immense pressure his opponent was exerting. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, Zhao Ziyu extended his right index finger and flicked it towards his opponent. Water spiritual energy transformed into water arrows, shooting straight to the other side. Because they were all water, they were completely silent. Li Mengyang, shrouded in a spell, had his senses dulled. By the time he realized what was happening, the water arrows were already upon him. With a soft plop, the first water arrow struck him in the chest, his body jolting and sliding uncontrollably several meters away. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, a flash of fire enveloping him in a burning shield. The remaining water arrows were all blocked, evaporating into vapor and dissipating into the air. Zhao Ziyu tried several more times, but found that the water arrows could no longer harm him. Li Mengyang smiled enigmatically, I thought this opponent would be easy to deal with, but you've given me a huge surprise. Zhao Ziyu narrowed his eyes, not uttering a single word of nonsense. His gaze swept across Li Mengyang, carefully searching for weaknesses and openings. Seeing that he was being ignored, Li Mengyang said in a deep voice, Unfortunately, I have a reason not to lose the match, so I apologize. These words caused a great stir among those around him. After all, judging from the current situation, he was the weaker party. But just then, the heat on the arena surged like a torrent. It was so terrifying that even the arena, made of special materials, began to twist and deform. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyo hurriedly raised his right index and middle fingers, combining them into a sword-like gesture, and then let out a low roar, condense. The water elemental energy that had been spreading around immediately enveloped Li Mengyang. At the same time, a chilling coldness rapidly spread out. The entire right half of the arena, along with the person and the fire, was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. He won? Huba Gui asked in astonishment. Li Sanke frowned and said, I'm afraid, it's not that simple. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the ice surrounding Li Mengyang, who had been frozen in place, instantly melted away. At the same time, a vine burning with crimson flames emerged from Li Menjiang's sleeve. It appeared to be about 2 meters long. It was about as thick as an infant's arm. Su Changqing recognized it at a glance, blazing flame vine. This was a spiritual artifact worth 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, Li Menjiang's biggest trump card was this. Zhao Ziyo's pupils contracted, no wonder you're so confident. Li Mengyang took a breath, your water curtain technique is indeed versatile and very powerful. His opponent had been setting up a trap from the very beginning, all for that final, deadly attack that condensed into ice. Without this blazing flame vine, he would have definitely lost this time. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ziyo shook his head, I concede. He had no magical artifacts. His only weapon was his water curtain technique. Now, even his most powerful attack, condensing into ice, hadn't defeated his opponent. Continuing the fight was pointless, a complete waste of time. It was better to end it sooner and go back fishing. Battle on Arena 5 is over. Li Mengyang wins, +1 point. Zhao Ziyo concedes, -1 point, current score 0, eliminated. The battle ended. Zhao Ziyo walked off the arena expressionlessly. Su Changqing and the other two immediately rushed over. Old Zhao, are you alright? Zhao Ziyo shrugged, I thought it was a sure thing, but I still lost. Su Changqing patted his shoulder, comforting him, there's nothing we can do. That's a blazing vine worth 800 mid-grade spirit stones, its destructive power shouldn't be underestimated. Huba Gui said helplessly, well, now only Senior Brother Chu and Senior Brother Li are left among us. Su Changqing turned to Li Sanke, Senior Brother, when is your next battle? The latter replied, I've already made it to the semifinals, so I'll have to wait until next month. Su Changqing pondered, that's enough time. To express his gratitude, he planned to personally forge a spiritual weapon for him. While the entry-level greenwood needle had some power, how many of the formal disciples who made it to the semifinals didn't possess some powerful spiritual weapon? If Li Sanke wanted to go further, he had to improve his strength. And the weapon itself was also part of one's strength. The four of them walked and talked. They soon arrived at the edge of the forging peak. Zhao Ziyo was going fishing, so he wasn't going that way. Su Changqing, along with Huba Gui and Li Sanke, left together. At the fork in the road, Huba Gui left to head towards the Spirit Beast Valley. Instantly, only Su Changqing and Li Sanke remained on the large leaf grass. Su Changqing asked, Senior Brother, do you prefer offensive or defensive spiritual weapons? Li Sanke asked in surprise, why do you ask that? Su Changqing waved his hand, just curious. Li Sanke thought carefully, I already have one offensive spiritual weapon, so the second one definitely has to be a defensive one. Su Changqing pondered, the greenwood needle is only an entry-level offensive spiritual weapon, its power is limited. Li Sanke smiled slightly, for me right now, having one is good enough, I have no choice. He certainly wanted to buy better spiritual artifacts, perhaps more than one. The problem was, spiritual artifacts were extremely expensive. Even an entry-level azure wood needle cost several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Unless he had the raw materials himself, he couldn't get a discount. If his cousin Li Lingbai were here, he could ask him for help. Unfortunately, Li Lingbai wouldn't be back for a while, and by then it would be too late. That's true, Su Changqing nodded, silently noting it down. The second basement level houses the weapon refining room. Although Su Changqing's cultivation level is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his weapon refining skills have already reached the maximum level, also known as mastery. Therefore, the types of spiritual weapons he can refine have become much more diverse. As per Li Sanke's previous request, the second spiritual weapon should ideally be defensive. Now, there are 5 spiritual weapons to choose from. They are Azure Vine Dragon Binding Staff, Tree of Life Armor, Wood Spirit Returning to Nest Ring, Vine Dragon Binding Lock, Thorn Beast Catching Net. The second spiritual weapon is a passive defense, leaning towards recovery. The fifth spiritual weapon is an active defense, leaning towards support. The other 3, in addition to active defense, also possess offensive capabilities. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, pondering silently for a while before muttering to himself, considering that Senior Brother Li is gradually unlocking the 6th attribute, the second new spiritual artifact can't be too obvious. That leaves only the wood spirit homecoming ring on his wrist and the thorn beast trapping net that can be stored away. After much thought, he decided on the wood spirit homecoming ring. This spiritual artifact is more advanced than the green wood needle. When not in use, it can be worn on the wrist. When needed, it can be released to actively attack and bind targets. Wood Spirit Homecoming Ring. Effect 1. Use spiritual power to guide the ring on the wrist to condense 10 sharp wooden cones. Effect 2. The wooden cones release a small amount of paralyzing toxin, reducing the target's movement speed. Effect 3. 3 rings combined can release a greenish-blue explosive ball. Effect 4. When attacked, it releases a semi-transparent green shield. Effect 5. The shield converts a portion of the absorbed damage into healing energy. These are the 5 inherent effects after successful crafting. It can both attack and defend, making it an all-around offensive and defensive weapon. With a large number of spirit runes, it can also add additional special effects. In terms of materials, it is mainly made from 2 types. The primary material is a type of soft jade called emerald jade. The secondary material is the wood spirit marrow of green wood that is over 100 years old. Moreover, it must be a whole piece of wood spirit marrow. Only in this way can it achieve telepathic connection. Otherwise, its power and regenerative abilities will be greatly weakened. Su Changqing has emerald jade, and more than one piece. But he doesn't have wood spirit marrow. He hasn't used it before when refining weapons. Therefore, he first took out the soft jade and soaked it in clean spring water. Then he took out a communication talisman and, while walking outside, infused it with wood spirit power. Senior Brother Su. Linen, are you busy? Not bad. What can I do for you? I need wood spirit marrow, and it has to be a complete piece of 100-year-old wood spirit marrow. Alright, I'll buy it for you right away. It's no wonder, Linen is now Su Changqing's best helper. From the moment he joined until now, he's been running around every day, busy buying Yang attribute medicinal herbs. Now, with his help, a large batch has been acquired. Next, all he needs to do is find time to refine the pills. After the communication ended, Su Changqing put away the communication talisman. Then he placed a rocking chair by the door, lay down on it, and waited patiently. Outside, cicadas chirped incessantly. The spiritual plants, under the scorching sun, looked a little wilted. Summer easily makes people lazy. The cool breeze was especially pleasant. Su Changqing squinted, sipping his finest yellow rice wine while studying the green wood fire ignition technique. He waited for almost 3 hours. From daytime until nightfall, Linen finally arrived, riding his flying paper crane. Judging from his hurried manner, he clearly hadn't been slacking off. Su Changqing waved just in time for dinner. Linen hurriedly pulled a complete piece of wood spirit marrow from his storage bag. This stuff is really hard to find. I contacted several spirit farmers and even went to the Nongzhen Society's trading point in the Red Maple Valley Market before finally finding a piece that suits your needs. Su Changqing took it, examined it carefully, and even scanned it deeply with his spiritual sense, then nodded slightly. The quality is indeed excellent. Linen chuckled, then picked up his bowl and chopsticks. I'm glad you're satisfied. Su Changqing carefully put away the wood spirit marrow, personally poured him a cup of top-grade spirit rice wine, and then asked, I heard the preliminary rounds of the formal disciple competition are about to end. Linen nodded hurriedly, yes, in the next few days, I think. Su Changqing then asked, how many people on the list I gave you have advanced? Linen took a small sip of the top-grade spirit rice wine, savoring the long-lost taste, and replied, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, Bai Linger, and Bai Zuer have been eliminated. Xu Qiu, Li Sankei, and Zhang Shui have successfully advanced. His role outside was twofold. One was running errands. The other was gathering information. Because Su Changqing's attention was focused on him, he had Linen, who was out running errands, gather information as well. Everyone familiar with and involved in the official disciple competition had compiled a list. Currently, those who advanced and those eliminated in the preliminary rounds were exactly as he had imagined. Of course, Zhao Ziyu's situation was more complicated. He had concealed some of his strength and originally had a chance to advance to the semifinals. However, unexpectedly, his final opponent possessed a spiritual artifact worth 800 mid-grade spirit stones. This resulted in him losing the match despite having the advantage of a counter-elemental relationship with his spiritual root. The two then chatted casually while eating. Su Changqing had a relatively clear understanding of the recent events and the current situation at the core of the spirit field. Just as they were finishing their meal, Linen suddenly remembered something and immediately slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. What? Su Changqing looked at him in confusion. Linen immediately said, there's been news lately that there have been personnel changes in the management of the spirit field's core area. The Rong family, ranked first, and the Zhang family, ranked second, are both eager to take over. Su Changqing didn't seem to care much about this. That has nothing to do with me. Linen said meaningfully, although senior brother Su doesn't care, those you brought into the spirit field's core area are quite enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing was stunned. Su Linchen and the others? Linen confirmed, as far as I know, these people are helping you build momentum. Su Changqing pondered, I haven't seen them for a while. After eating and drinking their fill and finishing their conversation, Linen took the initiative to leave and walked towards his earthen house. Upon opening the door, he found many new things inside. The bed was new, softer, and bigger. The furniture was new, more numerous, and more exquisite. Who would do such a thing? The result was obvious. Linen turned to look at the stone house opposite, his eyes already moist, tears welling up. Since the two signed the blood pact, he considered himself Su Changqing's servant, or perhaps his steward. But unexpectedly, during this time together, not only had he not been mistreated, but he had been exceptionally cared for. If it were someone else, especially that alchemist from the Earth Fire District, the situation would be unimaginable. Still on the second basement level, in the weapon refining room, the fire was already lit. It was crimson, burning fiercely. Su Changqing placed the jade in front of him, then used a jade carving knife to cut it into 3 pieces. Although some were larger than others, it wasn't a big problem, because next, he would use another tool. What? A file. The main function of this thing was to cut, polish, or refine the surface of materials. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of friction echoed continuously in the quiet weapon refining room. As Su Changqing continued to polish with the file, the 3 pieces of jade, originally of different sizes, visibly transformed into 3 identical rings. The Wood Spirit Homecoming rings weren't a single ring, but a set of 3. They could be used together or separately. Used together, their power was greater, and their effect was better. Separately, their power was less, and their effect was weaker. After Su Changqing smoothed the surface, he immediately moved the Wood Spirit Marrow over. Then, aiming at a spot slightly below the center, he gently inserted a green bamboo tube. A series of drip-drip sounds rang out. Drops of pure white Wood Spirit Marrow slowly flowed out. Time ticked by, and the material pre-treatment was gradually completed. At this point, Su Changqing found a rather large circular spirit artifact mold and placed 3 identical jade rings inside. Once everything was stable, he quickly poured the Wood Spirit Marrow into it. Then he placed it over a fire to heat it. However, he didn't cover the mold, instead, he left it open. After a while, the Wood Spirit Marrow boiled into a green slurry. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changqing took out the 3 jade rings and placed them in the spring water that had been prepared beforehand to quench them. With a hiss, a wisp of fragrant smoke rose. Then, the process repeated itself. Once, twice, quickly reaching 14 times. Finally, spiritual runes appeared on the surface of the jade ring. Su Changqing carefully counted, there were 5 in total. As everyone knows, runes 1 to 3 belong to low-grade spiritual artifacts. Runes 4 to 6 belong to high-grade spiritual artifacts. These 5 spiritual runes perfectly fit the high-grade category. In other words, they could be used to inscribe at least 5 different runes. Since the name is the Wood Spirit Returning Home Ring, the Wood Spirit and Returning Home runes are clearly not just for show. Therefore, 2 of the spiritual runes to be inscribed on this artifact are already fixed. One is the Wood Spirit rune. The other is the Returning Home rune. The function of the Wood Spirit is to communicate more deeply with the user. And the meaning of returning home is the ability to control it at will. For example, he could release it, or it could return to his hand with a thought. This left Su Changqing with only 3 spirit runes to choose from. Among the many runes, he pondered deeply and gradually made a decision. For the 3rd rune, he chose the Barrier rune. Its main function is to increase the shield's defensive strength. It can absorb more damage, thereby indirectly increasing the concentration of regenerating energy. As for the 4th rune, Su Changqing thought long and hard and chose the Rotation rune. When the shield is broken, it will automatically trigger, thus accelerating the shield's regeneration speed. It seems rather ordinary, but in reality, it can be a lifesaver in critical moments. The 5th rune he chose was the more advanced Eternal Life rune. This is a passively triggered rune. It can absorb the dissipated spiritual energy and operate on its own. Its main function is to strengthen the entire Wood Spirit Homecoming ring. In this way, all the runes form a closed loop. Just like its name, it is endlessly regenerating and cyclical. Su Changqing picked up his carving knife and began to carve the 1st spirit rune, the Wood Spirit rune. Then came the 2nd, the Homecoming rune. The 3rd was the Barrier rune. The 4th was the Rotation rune. The 5th was the Eternal Life rune. The most time-consuming part was carving the spirit runes. After all, Su Changqing hadn't yet developed a skill in this area and couldn't sacrifice his lifespan to improve. Basically, he could only rely on his previously accumulated experience and techniques to carve them. A slight mistake could lead to failure. Although failure could be corrected by continuing to refine the runes, it wasn't too troublesome, it was equivalent to accumulating experience. The quantity of jadeite is still plentiful. Unfortunately, the wood spirit marrow is pitifully scarce, enough for only one more refinement. Once it runs out, it will have to be collected again. The key issue is that wood spirit marrow older than 100 years is hard to find. Didn't you see how Lennon spent several hours, running back and forth multiple times, before finally finding suitable pieces? If it succeeds on the first try, he can refine another wood spirit returning ring. Wouldn't it be better to give one to Senior Brotherly and keep one for himself? In a flash, another hour passed, which is 2 hours. Finally, all 5 runes on the first wood spirit returning ring were inscribed. Instantly, its surface began to shimmer with a vibrant emerald green light. It's clearly a high-grade item. Selling it would fetch at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Although it seems like a lot, compared to what Senior Brotherly gave him, it's actually quite little. Last time, he not only obtained an acre of second-grade spirit land, but also became a guest of honor of the Black Rust dynasty, receiving over 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones annually. That's equivalent to 3 spirit artifacts of this quality. The successful forging of the first wood spirit homecoming ring brought Su Changqing a sigh of relief. He carefully stored it away, then turned and left the forging room, going directly outside. He checked the time, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, he had prepared food in advance and entrusted it to the fortress for feeding. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about Wang Wang and the pearl chickens going hungry. Zzzzzzzzz. The cicadas outside were still chirping noisily. Su Changqing didn't find it annoying. In fact, he thought this was the true essence of summer. Atmosphere is sometimes more important than noise. So, he rested at the door for a while, recovering his depleted spiritual energy. Soon after, he headed back towards the basement entrance to begin forging the second wood spirit homecoming ring. With the experience of the first time, the second time went much more smoothly. Especially, the steps, flame temperature, and concentration of wood spirit marrow were all handled with greater precision. This time, the time was shorter than before. I thought the quality would be better, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The number of spirit runes remained unchanged at 5. This meant that the runes could only be inscribed as in the first way. Spiritual artifact, wood spirit homecoming ring. Quality, high grade. Spirit runes 5, wood spirit rune, homecoming rune, barrier rune, rotation rune, life-giving rune. Effect 1 uses spiritual power to guide the ring on the wrist to condense 10 sharp wooden cones. Effect 2, the wooden cone releases a trace amount of paralyzing toxin, reducing the target's movement speed. Effect 3, the 3 rings combined release a bluish-green explosive ball. Effect 4, upon being attacked, a semi-transparent green shield is released. Effect 5, the shield converts a portion of the absorbed damage into healing energy. Fortunately, the 5 basic effects remain unchanged despite the loss of 1 spirit rune. It's still the same, nothing has changed. Su Changqing left a dual imprint of his blood and spiritual consciousness, allowing one of the wood spirit homecoming rings to recognize him as its master, and then quickly left the basement. 2 more hours have passed, so it's now night. The noisy cicadas of the day have been replaced by a cacophony of insect chirps and frog croaks. Although it's noisier, it's not a big deal after a while. Su Changqing even saw fireflies, which he hadn't seen in a long time, flitting about in the fields. He walked out of the stone house step by step, reaching the door. Feeling the heat, Wang Wang was lying by the door. Seeing its owner come out, it hurriedly wagged its tail and yawned as it got up. Su Changqing squatted down and patted the dog's head. Good job. Wang Wang immediately squinted its eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. After a while, it started kicking its forepaws back and forth on the ground, appearing very excited. As its owner, Su Changqing immediately knew what it meant and pulled out a pig leg bone. Sure enough, Wang Wang's eyes lit up at the sight of the bone, and its saliva dripped down its face. After rewarding it, Su Changqing rolled up his sleeve, revealing the 3 wood spirit homecoming rings on his right wrist. Next, it was time to test their effectiveness. 3 bracelets glowed with a vibrant emerald light. Su Changqing's heart stirred. He felt a slight tremor in his wrist, and a semi-transparent green shield spread from his right side, instantly enveloping him. Within it, he could feel a cool, refreshing aura, like a gentle breeze. Su Changqing carefully assessed the depletion of his wood elemental energy in his dantian and determined that, based on his current level and concentration, it could circulate for a whole day without being attacked. After all, it contained a life-giving rune that could automatically absorb any dissipated spiritual energy. Then, he walked step by step towards the poplar tree. Not to attack, but to approach the fortress. Sensing something approaching, the other party's previously dim eyes immediately lit up with a green light. It was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Upon seeing its master, the fortress didn't attack. Instead, it respectfully asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Su Changqing said calmly, "Attack me." Upon hearing this, the fortress visibly hesitated. One of its design purposes was to protect its master. However, the problem was that it also had to obey all of its master's commands. Therefore, it was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Seeing this, Su Changqing ordered, "I'm testing the shield's defensive capabilities. Don't hold back, and don't hold back at all. Attack with full force." Come to think of it, he had never seen the fortress attack before. He was quite looking forward to it. Having received the definite order, it no longer hesitated or wavered. It immediately raised its two arms, and dense roots sprouted, merging the two arms together to form a weapon resembling a warhammer. Then, it slammed it down hard on the green, semi-transparent shield surrounding Su Changqing. Bang! Su Changqing could clearly feel the shield in front of him tremble. The powerful impact even cracked the ground beneath his feet. However, the shield remained intact, and most of the damage was absorbed. The previously faint wind was now exceptionally strong. The cool, refreshing feeling became even more intense after absorbing the damage. After experiencing the sensation, Su Changqing said, "Keep attacking, I'll make you stop again and again." Bang! Bang bang! Upon hearing this, the fortress immediately swung its warhammer, formed from two hands, and slammed it down repeatedly. Back and forth, blow after blow. Before long, spiderweb-like cracks covered the ground beneath Su Changqing's feet, a shocking sight. The shield on his body, initially clear, gradually became blurred. Especially after the attacks, the depletion of what elemental energy in his danshin increased exponentially. A simple test showed that, when not under attack, it could operate for a day, as the depletion was minimal. However, when faced with attacks, especially those of increasing intensity, the duration is only between 10 minutes and half an hour. But the test is not over, it has only just begun. The Wood Spirit Homecoming Ring has two operating modes: within the hand, and without the hand. Now, Su Changqing has completed the test with the handheld mode. Therefore, with a thought, the three Wood Spirit returning rings on his wrist quickly detached and floated in a triangular formation, positioned above, to the left, and to the right, at 3 points on the shield. The previously dimmed shield became clear again, and even thicker. Next, Su Changqing ordered the fortress to continue its attack. Bang! Another barrage of attacks erupted. A crater had already formed in the ground. Su Changqing had to change positions and then assess the situation. If he released the three Wood Spirit returning rings, the defense would at least double. However, the rate at which the Wood Spirit power in his Chi was consumed would increase again. Previously, it took between 10 minutes and half an hour. Now it would be exhausted in less than 10 minutes. And this was the effect of inscribing 5 runes. Without any, the duration would be even shorter. Fortunately, the Wood Spirit returning rings would accumulate energy after absorbing attacks. Originally, the 3 of them only emitted a flowing emerald green light. Now, however, it was dazzlingly bright. One could clearly sense the astonishing energy contained within. Su Changqing's mind stirred, and he launched an attack on a rock not far away. Instantly, the 3 Wood Spirit returning rings overlapped, their accumulated energy merging and releasing a palm-sized green sphere. It flew towards the rock at a visible speed, then exploded with a loud boom. The sound was quite loud, even waking up Wang Wang and the guinea fowl. The chirping of insects and croaking of frogs in the fields fell silent. Su Changqing's figure blurred, instantly arriving at the spot where the rock had been, only to find it reduced to dust in the explosion, leaving a crater half a person's depth. The power is decent. It's just a bit slow. However, a sudden attack at close range makes it difficult for an opponent to react. Defense and power were tested. Actually, the recovery effect still needed to be tested. However, since Su Changqing had fully mastered the Suanmu Golden Body technique, ordinary attacks could no longer inflict even the slightest damage on him, making testing impossible. Anyway, for now, the spiritual artifact, combining offense and defense, is quite effective. It should be perfectly fine for Li Sankei, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to use it for several years. As Su Changqing walked back, he noticed Wang Wang and Pearl Chicken staring at him with resentful eyes. They were already noisy, and the 2 little ones had finally managed to fall asleep. Now they were awakened again. Su Changqing grinned, sorry, I'll test it during the day next time. To make up for his mistake, he took out a pig leg bone and a handful of top-grade spiritual rice as compensation. He then returned to the stone house and, taking advantage of the remaining time, immediately lay down on the bed to sleep and begin recovering his spiritual energy. Time flew by, and daytime arrived. After finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing flew towards Li Sankei's spiritual field, stepping on large-leafed grass. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived smoothly and quickly. Li Sankei was tending to the spiritual plants in his spiritual field. He was surprised to see the other party arrive uninvited. Su Changqing greeted him after landing. Good morning, senior brother. Li Sankei asked in surprise, what brings you here so early? Su Changqing took out the Wood Spirit returning ring from his azure gourd. Senior brother, this is a spiritual artifact given to me by a friend. It's called the Wood Spirit returning ring. What do you mean? Li Sankei asked, bewildered. Su Changqing presented the item with both hands, explaining, I'm not fighting, so keeping it is useless to me. It's better to give it to you, who is currently participating in the formal disciple competition. Li Sankei hesitated, unable to resist saying, "This is a valuable spiritual artifact. Giving it to me might be." Su Changqing smiled, "You're my senior brother." Just those words touched Li Sankei's heart, who had initially refused. He nodded and accepted the item, saying, "In that case, I won't be polite." Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm leaving now. I still need to patrol the outer perimeter of the spirit fields." "Wait," Li Sankei quickly called out. Su Changqing blinked. "Is there anything else, senior brother?" Li Sankei immediately said, "Junior brother, do you remember Li Chun?" Su Changqing vaguely recognized the name. "I think I've seen him before?" Li Sankei said seriously, "His position at the core of the spirit field has changed, and a position will become vacant. I've already recommended you." Su Changqing asked curiously, "Senior brother, so far, I've only seen Elder Hua and Li Chun in the management team. I haven't seen anyone else. Take the Imperial Water Pavilion as an example. The highest-ranking manager is the Nascent Soul Pavilion Master, also known as the Water Lord. Next is the Talisman Master. Next is the Steward. Next is the Rain Master. Finally, the Water Spirit Root Disciples. On the Spirit Field side, the highest-ranking manager is called the Farming Master. Next is the Grain Master. Next is the Steward. Next is the Spirit Cultivation Envoy. Finally, the Wood Spirit Root Disciples. In other words, Elder Hua, who has lived for a very long time, only holds a middle position in the management of the Spirit Field's core. Above him are the Grain Master and the Farming Master. The problem is, Su Changqing has been in the Spirit Field's core for almost 5 years, but no matter when he goes to that palace, only Elder Hua is there, and he only occasionally sees a few staff members. This was the first time he'd met Li Chun in years. He always felt these people were unassuming and low-key. Li Sankei casually remarked, "They have to farm too." Su Changqing opened his mouth, unable to refute. Li Sankei continued, "Normally, Elder Hua managing the spirit fields is enough. As for the Grain Master and the Farming Master, they live on the Immortal Peak and rarely come down to meet us." Su Changqing suddenly realized, "No wonder I haven't seen them." Li Sankei's lips curled slightly. "Guess what Li Chun's position is?" Su Changqing spread his hands, excluding Elder Hua, that leaves only the Spirit Cultivation Envoy. Li Sankei nodded slightly. The Spirit Cultivation Envoy's role is to supervise almost all the spirit plants in the entire spirit field. Generally, they aren't very busy, only needing to go to the core management office for supervision in the last few days of each season, and occasionally patrolling the entire spirit field. Su Changqing shook his head. "I'm not a Spirit Cultivation Envoy, so there's no point in talking about this, and besides, I'm not interested." Li Sankei said meaningfully, "Some things can't be refused just because you're not interested." Su Changqing seemed thoughtful, like that foolish prince. Many things seem like a windfall, but in reality, there are many factors behind them. A fool, promoted to a high-ranking position on his first farming attempt. Wouldn't others notice? Everyone's not a fool, they're all shrewd. After that, the two had nothing more to talk about and quickly parted ways. Su Changqing stepped on the large-leafed grass and flew directly towards the outer edge of the spirit field. Along the way, he pondered the matter of the position change. The Rong and Zhang families had been operating in the core of the spirit field for many years. They were powerful, influential, and had extensive connections. If they wanted to obtain the position of spirit cultivator, they wouldn't be guaranteed it, but they had a better chance than others, especially than himself. But judging from the current situation, Li Sankei seemed exceptionally confident. "It seems there's more to this than meets the eye." Su Changqing shook his head. "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time." He genuinely wasn't interested in the spirit cultivator position. He only wanted to develop his strength discreetly. But if he couldn't refuse, then it didn't matter. Not long after, Su Changqing returned to the outer perimeter of the spirit field. Compared to spring, there were far fewer unfamiliar faces in summer. The vast majority of the outer disciples were those who had stayed from the previous quarter. "Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su is here again. Please take a look at my spirit rice, what's wrong?" Everyone was excited when they spotted the familiar large-leaved grass. As soon as he landed, at least several hundred outer sect disciples swarmed around him, showing extraordinary enthusiasm. Looking at the many young faces before him, Su Changqing smiled slightly. "If you have any questions, just say so, I'll address them one by one." He remained completely unpretentious. On the other side, Linya leaned against the railing, her expression quite envious, saying, "Look at this popularity." Both of them came from the core of the spirit fields and were formal disciples. Yet one was surrounded by everyone, the other was ignored. To say she wasn't upset would be a lie. But what truly upset Linya, or rather, the only thought in her mind, was, "Why isn't I the one besides Senior Brother Su?" The following days passed uneventfully. Su Changqing's life became very routine. cooking, handling daily tasks, refining pills, studying the green wood fire-attracting technique, patrolling the perimeter of the spirit fields, sleeping. Until one day, while observing the poplar tree, he suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have purchased a sapling of a 4 seasons fruit tree at the market for rogue cultivators. Remembering this, Su Changqing hurriedly took it out of his azure gourd and examined it closely. The entire sapling of the 4 seasons fruit tree was about the length of an adult's arm. The trunk had natural 4-colored patterns, corresponding to the green of spring, the crimson of summer, the golden yellow of autumn, and the snow white of winter, as if condensing the 4 seasons into one. The growth of its branches and leaves was extremely unique. In spring, the leaves were a translucent light green. In summer, the leaves turned a deep, rich green. In autumn, the leaves all turned golden yellow. In winter, the leaves froze into silvery white ice crystals. Different fruits ripen in different seasons, each with its own unique effects. It's one of the more rare, but less sought after, spiritual plants. Su Changqing scanned the area, searching for a suitable planting spot. While it could be planted in the spiritual field, its nutrient absorption was too strong. No other spiritual plant within 5 meters could compete with it. Therefore, the best approach was to choose an open space, as far away from the spiritual field as possible. Soon, his eyes lit up. During the earlier testing of the wood spirit returning to Nest Ring, a crater had been created. The surrounding rubble and weeds had all been reduced to dust in the explosion, perfect for planting the 4 seasons fruit tree. So, Su Changqing immediately went over. Sure enough, the crater was still there, and he could even see several lumps of dog feces inside. It seemed Wang had made this its dumping ground. But that didn't matter, the 4 seasons fruit tree would absorb the nutrients anyway. Soon after, he placed the sapling in the soil, then transferred a batch of fresh black soil from the 5th mu of spirit field on the other side. After burying it, he irrigated it with spirit spring water. Once everything was done, he immediately summoned his companion green lotus and began to accelerate the growth of the seedling. For other spirit farmers, cultivating a spirit plant requires a great deal of time and energy. But Su Changqing lacked nothing, and could even accelerate the growth rate of the spirit plant. Sure enough, what was just a small sapling a few minutes ago? But as time went on, especially under the nourishment of abundant wood spirit energy, it grew at a visible pace, little by little. Because it was summer, the veins on its trunk turned crimson, like burning flames. Yet the leaves were a deep green, brimming with vibrant life. On its first cultivation, it had grown from a sapling into a sapling as tall as a person. At this rate, it would probably flower and bear fruit in just a few days. And the fruit that grew in summer was called fire flame fruit. Not only could it enhance the fire elemental power of the consumer, but it could also be used as an extremely yang medicinal ingredient in alchemy. Top-grade foundation pill. Top-grade yellow rice wine. Max-level azure lotus creation technique. Plus, all the spiritual plants in the 5 acres of spiritual fields absorbing with spiritual energy. In an instant, Su Changqing himself transformed into a vortex with powerful suction, continuously devouring the surrounding free wood spiritual energy. With continued refining, the pool of wood spiritual energy in his Qi increased in both concentration and area. It should be noted that after several months of accumulation, it had already reached a certain scale. Compared to the fire spiritual energy beside it, it was significantly larger, its area at least several times larger. Now, after the superposition of so many heaven-defying effects, a qualitative change was subtly occurring. First, the concentration and area. As if reaching a threshold, the changes became increasingly minimal. Finally, there was no more change. But strangely, the amount of wood spiritual energy being converted increased. It even surpassed the speed and efficiency of absorbing external wood spiritual energy at one point. Originally, the spiritual energy in his Qi, whether wood or fire, appeared as a pool. But this time, after a period of stagnation, the wood spiritual energy, like a balloon being inflated, suddenly expanded, eventually becoming a bulb. Both its concentration and area were several times greater than before. At this moment, a squeak sound came from his Qi. Su Changqing felt his body tremble, followed by an even more powerful suction force, absorbing wood spiritual energy over a wider area at a faster speed. In the end, it completely absorbed all the wood spiritual energy from the 5 acres of spiritual fields. It only slowly stopped when there was nothing left to absorb. Su Changqing opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with spiritual light, and then murmured, "Late stage of foundation establishment." If it were someone else, it would probably take 4 or 5 years, or even 10 years. But with the support of numerous heaven-defying effects, he had reached it in just 2 years. It's important to know that Li Lingbai, a genius with 3 complementary spiritual roots, has only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In other words, the two are currently only one minor realm apart. Of course, in terms of combat, Li Lingbai is undoubtedly superior. This is beyond doubt. After all, he has fought countless monsters on the Central Region battlefield. Next, Su Changqing immediately tested the range of his spiritual sense. As everyone knows, the early foundation establishment stage is only 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters. The mid-foundation establishment stage increases to 20 zhang, and so on. The late foundation establishment stage is naturally 30 zhang. Sure enough, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, everything within 100 meters appeared in his mind, and it was clearer, more detailed, and more nuanced than when he was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Wang was biting fleas on its body. A guinea fowl chased after small insects on the ground. The fortress stood under a lush poplar tree. A nearly 2-meter-tall four-season fruit tree swayed in the wind. Weeds growing in the cracks of the rocks. Spiritual plants in the spiritual field. Crawling insects beneath the soil. Flowers, grass, trees, crawling insects, everything was clearly understood. The only thing uncertain was the fire crow, over 100 meters tall, constantly flying back and forth. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he summoned his companion Green Lotus, discovering that even its size had doubled. Before, it was a tiny flower, only the size of an adult's palm, but now, it was the size of 2 adults' palms. It emitted a flowing emerald green light from above. It looked exceptionally mystical. He picked it up and tossed it towards the first acre of Grade 2 spirit field beside him. After landing silently, the Azure Lotus domain rapidly expanded. Su Changqing carefully sensed it, estimating its duration. He discovered that it had indeed lasted longer. Previously, it could only last 1 to 2 hours before the wood elemental energy in his Qi would be exhausted. But now, it would take at least 5 hours to exhaust such a large amount of wood elemental energy. And the longer the Azure Lotus domain lasted, the faster the spirit plants grew. After testing his spiritual sense and the accompanying Azure Lotus, Su Changqing rolled up his sleeve, revealing 3 wood elemental returning rings on his right wrist. This spiritual artifact was both offensive and defensive. It could not only generate a shield, but also release wooden cones containing paralyzing toxins. 10 at a time, as long as the wood elemental energy in his Qi was not exhausted, it could be released continuously. Previously, Su Changqing had tested it, but hadn't launched it yet. Now, a thought struck him, and the wood spirit returning rings lit up one by one. As the small amount of wood spirit power in his Qi was consumed, 10 sharp wooden cones quickly condensed in the air. They looked similar to normal wooden cones, brown in color, about the length of an adult's arm, with a strange, eerie green tinge at their tips. Su Changqing aimed ahead and pointed. A series of hissing sounds rang out. The 10 wooden cones shot out at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they covered dozens of meters. Upon landing, they pierced the ground, creating 10 2-meter-deep craters. However, this wasn't the end. Su Changqing continued to consume the wood spirit power in his Qi, summoning wooden cones again. 10 at a time, 10 at a time, quickly reaching 10 times, 100 at a time. Dozens of meters away, the ground was riddled with countless pits. It was a shocking sight. After sensing the wood elemental energy in his Qi, Su Changqing exclaimed in amazement, summoning the wooden cone, activating the spiritual weapon, and releasing the Azure Lotus domain. Yet it hasn't consumed much in such a short time. This was multitasking. The Azure Lotus domain, in particular, consumed the most wood elemental energy. But this time, with his cultivation level advancing to the late foundation establishment stage, the concentration and area of his wood elemental energy had undergone a significant change. From the current perspective, there was no longer any stretching out situation. Logically, reaching the late foundation establishment stage would allow him to announce a breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage, thus enabling him to claim another acre of Grade 2 spirit land at the core of the spirit fields. However, after much thought, Su Changqing suppressed his impulse. While it's true that the transition from the early to the mid-stage doesn't take too much time, he had already gained 3 acres of Grade 2 spirit land in just 1 year. Zhang Su, 1 Niu. Lin En, 1 Niu. The Foolish Prince, Mo Yin, 1 Niu. Although these were all gifts from others, Su Changqing knew the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Being too high profile would easily attract the attention of certain people. Moreover, it completely contradicted his low-key and steady style. Especially recently, he should be even more discreet. Therefore, after much thought, he decided to wait until the end of this year, or the beginning of next year. Then he would announce to the public that he had advanced his cultivation realm to the mid-foundation establishment stage. As an immortal, some things cannot be rushed. One must take it slow and proceed gradually. Su Changqing's lips curled slightly, however. To celebrate my breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage, I'll have a good meal today. Immediately, he walked towards the stone house and quickly entered the kitchen. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the house. Wang, the guinea fowl, and even the fire crow were attracted. They all crowded to the doorway, peering inside with curious eyes. Wang, in particular, couldn't help but drool profusely. The trunk of the Four Seasons fruit tree was crimson, like a blazing flame. However, the leaves growing on it were all emerald green. Yet, there was no striking incongruity. It was as if it was meant to be this way, or destined to be this way. Under Su Changqing's constant ripening using his azure lotus domain, it grew to 2 meters tall. While its branches were lush and verdant, they were laden with large fruits. These were called fire flame fruits. Their skin was fiery red, like vibrant tomatoes. Upon approaching, one could feel a wave of heat emanating from them. This was similar to the extremely yang medicinal herbs he cultivated. For example, the golden crow vine emitted a similar aura, even stronger. Su Changqing reached out his right hand and twisted off a fruit. Holding it in his hand, it felt about the same weight as a tomato, not particularly heavy. When he shook it, he could feel liquid flowing inside. Su Changqing casually wiped it on his clothes, then popped it into his mouth and took a bite. The initial taste was like melted, soft syrup, with a slightly burning sweetness, like swallowing a small piece of burning honey. The juice produced a slight numbing sensation upon contact with the tongue, which then transformed into a warm, burning sensation. As it flowed down the esophagus, a distinct line of fire could be felt running from the throat to the stomach. With just one bite, Su Changqing's face flushed slightly and felt hot. He hadn't expected that such a small fire flame fruit would contain such a rich concentration of fire spiritual energy. However, this was precisely what Su Changqing was currently lacking. Although he cultivated many yang attribute medicinal herbs, which did attract a considerable amount of fire spiritual energy, the concentration was worlds apart from that of the earth fire zone. Now, with the fire flame fruit, combined with numerous extremely yang medicinal herbs, he could finally enhance his fire spiritual power. Moreover, this fire flame fruit wasn't just for eating, it could also be used for alchemy. Currently, Su Changqing knows of 3 types of pills. They are Crimson Sun Pill, Frost Fire Pill, and Flame Technique Pill. Crimson Sun Pill. Foundation Establishment Stage Effect quickly condenses fire spiritual power, increasing cultivation speed by 15% for 7 days. Golden Core Stage Effect stabilizes mana, increases the critical hit rate of fire attribute spells by 20% for 3 days after consumption. Frost Fire Pill. Foundation Establishment Stage Effect 100% eliminates fire poison, reduces damage from water and ice spells for 3 hours after consumption. Golden Core Stage Effect balances yin and yang, increasing the power of fire, ice, and water attribute spells by 15%. Flame Technique Pill. Foundation Establishment Stage Effect increases the speed of learning Flame Burst spells and increases the power of Flame Burst spells by 20%. Golden Core Stage Effect causes mana agitation after consumption, temporarily increasing the power of fire attribute spells by 20%. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, secretly pondering, I'll try the Crimson Sun Pill first. However, when he planned to collect some flame fruits to refine pills on the 2nd floor of the basement, the fire crow above his head suddenly let out a caw. Su Changqing froze, then closed his eyes, checking the shared image in his mind. He saw Li Sankei riding a flying paper crane towards him. Normally, Li Sankei wouldn't come in person. They always communicated and resolved matters using communication talismans. His arrival now clearly indicated something important or urgent. Therefore, Su Changqing temporarily put aside his alchemy thoughts and stood before the 4 Seasons fruit tree to wait. After a while, Li Sankei finally arrived and immediately called out, "Junior brother Su." Su Changqing, feigning surprise, turned around and asked, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Li Sankei was about to explain when he suddenly saw the 4 Seasons fruit tree and froze, then asked, "Is this the 4 Seasons fruit tree?" Su Changqing picked a flame fruit and walked towards him with a grin. "Yes, senior brother, try it." Li Sankei took a bite, his eyes widening instantly, his cheeks flushing red. "It's delicious, but the fire elemental energy is a bit too strong." Su Changqing said matter-of-factly, "That's just how 4 Seasons fruits are." Li Sankei nodded slightly. Although it was hot and refreshing, the more he ate, the more he wanted. It was like an addiction, he couldn't stop. Su Changqing proactively inquired, "Senior brother, is there something you need from me personally?" Li Sankei nodded. "Elder Hua asked me to take you to the Pingdingshan Palace." Su Changqing was taken aback. Could it be? Li Sankei smiled slightly, "Most likely." Su Changqing was quite reluctant. He had intended to keep a low profile and develop his strength quietly. But then this happened. Li Sankei seemed to have noticed, patting him on the shoulder. "I told you before, some things are impossible to refuse, especially when it's beneficial to you." "Perhaps," Su Changqing replied non-committally. Afterward, he closed the door of the stone house. He then instructed Fortress and Wang Wang to guard the house. Only then did he summon Bigleaf Grass, and together with Li Sankei, they flew towards the Pingdingshan Palace. Along the way, they could see many Grade 2 spirit fields, all planted with spirit plants. Since it was just past the beginning of summer, the spirit seedlings were still in a slow growth stage, lush and verdant, swaying in the breeze, a vibrant scene of life. Before long, the two arrived at Pingding Mountain. Because of regulations prohibiting direct flight, they had to land at the foot of the mountain and then climb the steps one by one. Fortunately, both Su Changqing and Li Sankei were used to it. When they reached the top, they found a large crowd already gathered. Among them were many familiar faces: John Su, Zhao Ying and her husband, Zhao Ziao, and others. Su Linchen and his group, whom they had brought to the core of the spiritual field. Of course, there was also Elder Hua, Li Chun, and Rong Yan. Whether strangers or acquaintances, everyone was gathered here, a large group. When Su Changqing and Li Sankei entered the palace, they were met with unanimous stares. Su Changqing, senior brother Su is here. Li Sankei? Many were surprised to see that the last to arrive were Su Changqing and Li Sankei. Zhao Ying and Zhao Ziao, who had been promoted to official positions together, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Rong Yan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Li Sankei, thinking to himself, this position of spirit cultivation envoy can't possibly go to the Li family, can it? John Su, representing the Zhang family, greeted Su Changqing with a smile. Junior brother Su, you've finally arrived. Following him were Su Linchen and a dozen others, all quite excited. Senior brother Su. Zhao Ying and Zhao Ziao exchanged a glance. Perhaps senior brother Su has forgotten about us? At this moment, the previous spirit cultivation envoy, Li Chun, stepped forward and announced loudly, good, now that junior brother Li and junior brother Su are both here, everyone is present, we can announce the results. Rong Yan turned to Zhang Su beside him and asked, who did you vote for? Zhang Su replied with a half-smile, of course, it's one of our own. This answer pleased Rong Yan. You're quite sensible. Instantly, everyone looked towards the silent elder Hua on the other side. Sensing everyone's expectant gazes, it slowly opened its eyes. Its deep gaze swept over everyone present. The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet and tense. Although Rong Yan appeared confident, his heart was pounding. Although the spirit cultivator was only one level higher than the spirit farmer, the authority was considerable, and the rewards were substantial. The key was that even if he encountered him, he would have to respectfully address him as, greetings, spirit envoy. Finally, Elder Hua's gaze locked onto Su Changqing, and he said in a deep voice, the next spirit cultivator is Su Changqing. Who is Su Changqing? It's actually Su Changqing. Upon hearing this name, many felt a sense of unfamiliarity. In their view, the next spirit cultivation envoy should be chosen from either the Rong or Zhang families. Rong Yan already possessed the strength of the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the Rong family was the #1 cultivation family in the spirit fields. Zhang Su, as the most powerful spirit farmer in the Zhang family, owned 9 acres of second-grade spirit fields, also qualifying him to be the spirit cultivation envoy. Many even thought it might be Li Sankei. Not to mention, the Li family was currently the #1 cultivation family in the Imperial Water Pavilion. Furthermore, the genius Li Lingbai, with his 3 spiritual roots, was about to break through to the Golden Core stage. Unexpectedly, most people were wrong, it was actually Su Changqing, someone they hadn't paid attention to before, only recently gaining some fame. Rong Yan's gaze froze for a moment, then, as if remembering something, he immediately looked at Zhang Su beside him, glaring fiercely, didn't you say you were one of us? Zhang Su shrugged, his expression matter-of-fact, to me, junior brother Su is indeed one of us. Rong Yan's face darkened, you dare betray me? Zhang Su's lips curled into a smile, senior brother Rong, there's an old saying, a good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. Then, he walked towards Li Sankei on the other side, and soon the two stood side by side. Seeing this, Rong Yan's pupils contracted. How could he not understand now? He exclaimed inwardly, so the Zhang family has already sided with the Li family. In that instant, a strong sense of crisis surged within him. If Li Lingbai broke through to the Earth-grade Golden Core stage, he would rise to power completely, unstoppable by anyone. At that time, with him as a backer, the Zhang family would likely. The outcome was self-evident. Su Linchen and the others were overjoyed. Congratulations, senior brother Su. Zhang Su chuckled, junior brother Su, you'll have to look after me from now on. Even Zhao Ziao pulled Zhao Ying and his wife forward to congratulate them. Congratulations, senior brother Su. Among the acquaintances, only Li San remained completely calm. He had actually already foreseen the outcome. Su Changqing looked at the people surrounding him, bowing respectfully to everyone, whether he knew them or not. Thank you all for your support. Li Chun, handing over the spirit cultivation envoy's token, stepped forward to congratulate him. Junior brother Su, no, you should now be called spirit envoy Su. Your future duties are to inspect the spirit fields and supervise the spirit plants. Su Changqing hurriedly accepted the token with both hands, saying solemnly, thank you, senior brother Li. Li Chun patted his shoulder, saying meaningfully, the position is very important, do not disappoint everyone's expectations. Su Changqing nodded vigorously, junior brother understands. Just then, Rong Yan suddenly stepped forward and shouted, wait. All the gazes that had been focused on Su Changqing were now drawn to him. Li Chun glanced at him sideways, his eyes quite sharp. What? Rong Yin asked, forcing a smile, shouldn't the result be based on voting? Li Chun revealed a mocking smile, about to speak. Elder Hua spoke first, the significance of the vote is merely to nominate the most suitable person to be the spirit cultivator, the real decision rests with the grain master. Upon hearing the words grain master, Rong Yan's expression changed drastically. As everyone knows, the highest manager of the spirit fields is the cultivator, and the next level down is the grain master. This person is essentially the second in command of the spirit fields. They possess the right to decide and assign positions. Hua Lao's explanation was meant to tell everyone, especially Su Changqing, why he was able to assume the role of spirit cultivator. It was decided by those above, that is, by the lord of the land. Now, no one dared to question it anymore. Even if someone did, they could only keep it to themselves. We have to accept this outcome no matter what. Elder Hua continued, alright, everyone except Su Changqing, please leave first. Soon, the rest of the people in the palace left. Finally, only Su Changqing and Elder Hua remained, facing each other. Su Changqing hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, Manager. Elder Hua smiled. You were able to become a spirit cultivation envoy thanks to your performance in the assessment outside the spirit fields, breaking the century-old record and thus attracting the attention of the Grainmaster. Su Changqing suddenly understood. I see. Elder Hua pointed to the token in his hand. This token is not only a symbol of your status and position, but also a key to freely enter and exit the core. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing lowered his head to examine it. The token was an ancient octagonal shape, forged from a fusion of 1,000-year-old cold iron and the essence of spirit wood, radiating a faint green light. On the front of the token was engraved a lifelike seedling. On the back of the token, delicate cloud patterns were outlined in gold thread. A ring of extremely fine vine-like patterns surrounded the token, adorned with small flowers and fruits. At this moment, it emitted a strange fluctuation, as if conveying some message. Hua Lao asked with a smile, now that you are the spirit cultivator, you have the right to change positions. Do you wish to exercise that right now? Su Changqing decisively shook his head, my current position is fine, I don't need to change. Elder Hua was quite satisfied with this answer, revealing an appreciative look, if everyone could be as content with the status quo and work diligently as you, that would be wonderful. Su Changqing smiled outwardly, but thought to himself, if I could, I would rather not have this token, and even less the identity of a spirit cultivator. Elder Hua reminded him, you can leave a dual imprint of your spiritual consciousness and blood. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing forced out a drop of blood, which fell onto the seedling on the token. Instantly, it changed from emerald green to bright red, and quickly turned into deep yellow. It looked as if a spring seedling, nourished by essence blood, had transformed into ripe spiritual rice in autumn. The moment his spiritual consciousness made contact, a surge of information flooded his mind. Spring trees sprout, spiritual veins open. Buds grow 3 inches, life comes naturally. Summer sun shines brightly, the wood spirit grows wildly. 7 leaves grow, roots extend 3 jong. The autumn breeze is refreshing, and the spiritual fruit ripens. 30 weeks of harvest yields a bountiful harvest, and the 5 flavors are stored away. Winter snow covers the roots, and the spirit slumbers, awaiting spring. Through 3 seasons of cold, life lies dormant. The 4 seasons scripture. Su Changqing's eyes widened, this is a cultivation technique? Elder Hua affirmed, this is a low-level earth-rank cultivation technique that only spirit cultivation masters can learn. It's called the 4 seasons scripture, and it's even more advanced than the evergreen technique and the wood spirit cultivation technique, but it's quite difficult. When you learn it depends on your own comprehension. Su Changqing took a deep breath, disciple understands. Elder Hua thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, your appearance has disrupted the plans of many families and forces. You must treat this with caution and never underestimate it. And you must not abuse your status as a spirit cultivator to bully or suppress others. Su Changqing said earnestly, please rest assured, Elder Hua, you know me best. Elder Hua smiled broadly, then stroked his beard, you may leave now. Su Changqing, holding the spirit cultivator's token, turned and walked step by step towards the palace exit. Upon exiting, he found the plaza already packed with people. Especially familiar faces were all standing in the front row. Li Chun, Li Sankei, Zhang Su, Zhao Ziao, Zhao Ying and his wife, Su Linchen, and even Lin An. Behind them were rows and rows of unfamiliar faces, clearly spirit farmers from the core of the spirit fields. Even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 500. The moment they saw Su Changqing emerge, they all bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, greetings, Spirit Envoy Su. Midnight. Stone House. Having long since left the Pingdingshan Palace and returned home, Su Changqing showed no signs of slack. After a sip of top-grade yellow rice wine, he entered a slightly tipsy state. This allowed him to accelerate his learning speed and efficiency of the azure wood ignition technique. Time passed second by second, the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs gradually fading. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Changqing, and he immediately looked at his attribute panel. Azure Wood Ignition Technique, Level 1. Effect 1 increases flame temperature by 10%. Seeing this, Su Changqing activated the 9 Flames Profound technique, stimulating the fire elemental power in his Danshan. Simultaneously, he activated the Azure Wood Ignition technique, acting like adding fuel to the fire. Instantly, a wisp of crimson flame rose from his right fingertip. Currently, he had only cultivated the 9 Flames Profound technique to the 3rd level. The first level was Crimson Flame. The second level was Orange Flame. The third level was Yellow Flame. Therefore, the flame at his right fingertip rapidly changed color. At the same time, the temperature emanating from the flame also surged. Currently, it seems that by combining the Azure Wood Ignition technique with this technique, the flame's temperature will indeed be higher than before. The intense heat emanating from just a wisp of yellow flame filled the entire room. Should he expend 4 years of his lifespan to fully repair the Azure Wood Ignition technique? Yes, Su Changqing decisively agreed. Instantly, he entered a profound state. With his current experience and skills in both wood and fire attributes, his comprehension speed was incredibly fast. He didn't know how much time had passed. The content on his attribute panel changed. Azure Wood Ignition Technique, Level 1. Effect 1 increases flame temperature by 20%. Effect 2 increases the power of fire spells by 20%. After repair, a second effect was added. The first effect affected the flame's temperature. The second effect enhanced the power of fire attribute spells. Would you rather consume 1 year of your lifespan to upgrade the Azure Wood Ignition technique to Level 2? This time, Su Changqing decisively refused. No, I choose to go all in. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered another profound state of enlightenment. This time, it lasted longer than when he was repairing it earlier. Although he now had a complete grasp of the Azure Wood Ignition technique, he still made some modifications to the details, a kind of innovation. Remaining lifespan, 647 years. Azure Wood Ignition Technique, Level 5. Effect 1, Flame temperature increased by 50%. Effect 2, Fire spell power increased by 50%. Special Effect 1 constructs an Azure Wood fire domain within a certain area, increasing the power of one's own fire spells within the domain by an additional 20%. Upgrade complete, totaling 9 years consumed. Even reaching Level 5, there were still only 2 effects. Fortunately, an additional special effect was added. Su Changqing got up from the chair and walked step by step to the balcony. The night was deep outside. Wang Wang, the guinea fowl, and Fortress were all resting. The entire world was so quiet that only his own breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Su Changqing leaped up, reached the rooftop, and immediately summoned his large-leafed grass. The next second, he whooshed away, flying directly into the distance. He stopped after traveling approximately 500 meters in a straight line. It should be noted that the area he was in was extremely vast and desolate. Aside from the stone houses, earthen houses, rocky hills, and 5 acres of second-grade spirit fields on the other side, there was basically only wildly growing weeds and haphazardly scattered rocks. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't we leave this place alone? Then, he raised his right index finger again. The color of his fingertip changed from a fleeting bluish-green to a deep yellow in an instant. A mere flickering flame radiated intense heat. The surrounding plants visibly withered, their internal moisture evaporating rapidly, eventually turning to ash. The cultivation technique was the 9 Flames Profound art combined with the Azure Wood Ignition technique. The spell was the Blazing Sun Finger. Finger energy transformed into a rainbow. A flash of fire, and a yellow line of fire shot out. Originally, a fully leveled Blazing Sun Finger had a range of 5 jong. But this time, with the enhancement of the Azure Wood Ignition technique, it was increased to 10 jong. How much is that? More than 30 meters. Wherever it passed, flowers, trees, and even stubborn rocks melted away instantly. The ground, contracted by the intense heat, cracked irregularly, resembling a dried-up riverbed. The particles were either as small as powder, or they were charred lumps the size of a thumbnail. Overall, it looked as if something had plowed it, leaving a straight furrow. The once fresh soil was now scorched earth. A rather complex smell permeated the air. There was the bitter, burnt smell of carbonized vegetation, and the dry, astringent smell of minerals baked by the high temperature. Dry and pungent. Upon inhalation, there was a slight burning sensation in the throat. Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. This power is a bit strong. If he remembered correctly, a max-level Blazing Sun Finger could contend with an early-stage Golden Core Cultivator. Now, with the max-level Azure Wood Ignition technique, it's probably not just a matter of trial and error. Next, he conducted various experiments. He had gained a detailed understanding of the overall situation. After about half an hour, he cleaned up the site, even using the Azure Lotus domain to ripen some seeds, allowing the flowers and plants to cover the entire area again, before turning to leave. Upon returning home, he still didn't rest. Instead, he took the flame fruit directly to the alchemy room on the second basement floor. Now that the power had been tested, it was time to test whether the alchemy aspect had also improved. After all, the azure wood ignition technique increased more than just the power of fire spells. Therefore, Su Changqing planned to use the flame fruit as the main ingredient to refine the Crimson Sun pill. Although this was his first time refining this type of pill, it wasn't his first time alchemy. In terms of experience and skill, there were no problems. To refine the Crimson Sun pill, 3 ingredients are needed: 2 flame fruits, 3 crimson sunflowers, 1 mace of fire spirit sand. Su Changqing first peeled the flame fruits and sliced them thinly. Next, he dried the crimson sunflowers and crushed them into powder. Then, he roasted the fire spirit sand at high temperature, both to remove impurities and to extract a pure red spirit sand liquid. The Starfall secret gold cauldron gradually heated up under the flames. When the 4 fire-eating creatures, the tail fire tiger, the chamber fire pig, the beak fire monkey, and the winged fire serpent in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, all lit up, the flame fruit slices were immediately added, and a sizzling sound immediately filled the air. The heat intensified instantly. A faint aroma of roasted fruit filled the air. When the flame fruit slices were gradually dried and roasted until translucent, Su Changqing decisively added the crimson sunflower powder and stirred it carefully. When 2 things are completely merged and become indistinguishable from one another, he swiftly activated the 9 flames profound technique, drawing away a wisp of fire energy from the Starfall secret gold cauldron, gradually reducing the intense heat. Once the temperature reached a suitable level, he slowly poured in the fire spirit sand liquid. As the 3 fire attribute materials fused together, the temperature rose slightly. However, it wasn't as high as before. When it gradually transformed from a liquid to a slightly jelly-like consistency, he poured in a large amount of clean spring water, causing the water and fire to merge at that moment. Instantly, a violent reaction occurred within the cauldron. Su Changqing immediately placed the lid on and patiently waited. The following steps were relatively simple, even leisurely. All that was needed was patience and careful temperature control. Su Changqing held a flame fruit in his left hand, taking a bite every now and then. The sweet and spicy flavor spread throughout his mouth. Although the taste was strange, it was quite addictive. When the water leopard in the eastern position of the Starfall secret gold cauldron lit up, it indicated a drop in temperature. Seeing this, Su Changqing immediately activated the azure wood fire igniting technique to raise the temperature again. This process was repeated continuously. This continued from late night until daytime. At the moment the sun rose, a buzzing sound came from within the Starfall secret gold cauldron. Immediately afterwards, the 4 directional stars that had been lit dimmed one by one. This showed that the Crimson Sun pill was nearly finished being refined. Immediately, Su Changqing waved his hand, and the lid of the cauldron flew off, followed by a whoosh of hot air that gradually formed a cloud of steam. After the steam dissipated, he stepped forward to examine the inside of the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, only a ball of crimson ointment remained. It looked sweet and delicious, tempting one to take a bite. However, Su Changqing resisted, wanting to see how many Crimson Sun pills he could refine. He slapped his hand, channeling a burst of energy into the cauldron. Instantly, the crimson ointment inside trembled violently. It began to spin and separate. Finally, with a series of rapid spins, it transformed into 3 crimson pills. Each one was the size of a longan, radiating a warm aura. Su Changqing remained calm. Only 3. Just then, the attribute panel changed. Crimson Sun Pill Mastery. Effect 1 increases fire spirit power condensation speed by 20%. Effect 2 increases fire attribute spell power by 20%. Auxiliary Effect 1 temporarily increases meridian resilience by 15%. Special Effect 1 after continuous consumption of a certain amount, there is a 10% chance to cause the fire spirit root to develop crimson sun marks, permanently increasing fire attribute affinity by 5%. Negative effect overdose will lead to the accumulation of fire toxins in the body. Su Changqing was quite surprised. He hadn't studied the pill formula when he refined the Crimson Sun pill. It was a casual refinement, yet he not only succeeded on the first try but even achieved mastery. However, what surprised him most was the special effect of the Crimson Sun pill. It seemed that consuming a certain amount would cause a slight mutation in the fire spirit root. Although the effect of the Crimson Sun marks was merely a permanent increase in fire attribute affinity, it was still better than nothing, right? Su Changqing said helplessly, I mainly cultivate the wood spiritual root, so why is my fire spiritual root getting stronger and stronger? Besides, I have nowhere to unleash this fire energy. Just then, a system notification popped up. Consume 5 years of lifespan to upgrade the Crimson Sun pill to Masterful Hand? Su Changqing didn't hesitate and decisively said, all in. Soon, the enlightenment ended. Remaining lifespan, 642 years. Crimson Sun pill Masterful Hand. Effect 1 Fire Spiritual Power Condensation Speed increased by 25%. Effect 2 Fire Attribute Spell Power increased by 25%. Auxiliary Effect 1 Meridian Resilience temporarily increased by 20%. Special Effect 1 After consuming 7 Crimson Sun pills consecutively, there is a 20% chance to generate Crimson Sun patterns on the Fire Spiritual root, permanently increasing Fire Attribute Affinity by 10%. Negative effects Maximum of 3 pills per month. Excessive use will lead to the accumulation of internal fire toxins. The Master Level Crimson Sun pill enhances every aspect. It even clearly indicates how many pills are needed to generate the Crimson Sun mark. The problem is, only a 20% chance of this happens if 7 pills are taken consecutively, but exceeding 3 pills will lead to the accumulation of internal fire toxins. It's simply not for ordinary people. Suddenly, Su Changqing thought of something, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Don't I still have the Ice Heart Jade Pot wine? Its effect is precisely to remove internal fire toxins. Eating generates fire toxins. Drinking removes fire toxins. Eating and drinking at the same time, isn't that perfect? I'm practically a genius. Su Changqing was immediately in high spirits. After tidying up the alchemy room, he immediately turned and left with the Crimson Sun pills. Back on the ground, instead of sleeping, he opened the gate and headed towards his 5 acres of spirit fields, beginning his daily routine. Time flew by, and several days passed. These days, after finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing proactively refined Crimson Sun pills. He increased the quantity from 3 to 30. Based on a maximum monthly intake of 7 pills, he could consume them for 4 months. Of course, this restriction only applied to others. After finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing leaned against a poplar tree, holding a pound of Ice Heart Jade Pot wine in his left hand and a Crimson Sun pill in his right. Without hesitation, he immediately put the Crimson Sun pill in his mouth and began to taste it. However, before he even chewed it, his tongue immediately tasted a strong, bitter, burnt flavor, as if the substance in his mouth was not a miraculous pill, but rather a pile of ashes from burnt wood. As he chewed, the bitterness became increasingly pronounced, spreading throughout his mouth. This taste is unbearable for most people, and they would likely vomit immediately. Upon swallowing, the throat feels even more burning, accompanied by a slightly sour, sulfurous flavor. Only after it's completely swallowed does the unpleasant taste and texture lessen. Initially, a warm sensation arises in the stomach, but soon, the warmth turns into a burning heat. Even the fire elemental energy in his dantian seems to be jubilantly surging. Su Changqing raises his right index finger, and as soon as he activates the 9 Flames Profound technique, a wisp of yellow flame leaps from his fingertip. He carefully senses it. Indeed, the oppressive force emanating from it is much stronger than before consuming the Crimson Sun pill. A rustling sound. At this moment, a friction sound comes from above. Su Changqing looks up and sees the branches and leaves of the poplar tree trembling, but the problem is, there's no wind. Seeing this, Su Changqing seemed thoughtful, then withdrew the flame from his fingertip. Sure enough, the poplar tree immediately stopped trembling. Sizzle! A flame appeared. Sizzle! The poplar tree began to tremble again. Once, twice. After several tests, Su Changqing was certain that the poplar tree was afraid of the yellow flame he had created with his fire elemental power. This meant that even if it hadn't yet developed sentience, it had already exhibited more pronounced instincts. Su Changqing silently noted this down and continued taking the medicine. The second pill entered his mouth, the bitter taste even stronger. After swallowing it, his whole body became increasingly hot, even his cheeks began to flush and burn. Fortunately, he could still bear it, so he stuffed the 3rd Crimson Sun pill into his mouth. Generally speaking, 3 pills are the limit for the foundation establishment stage. At this point, one must stop, otherwise, excessive fire poison will accumulate in the body. This will damage the meridians and internal organs, and the longer it goes on, the more severe the damage. Chu Qiu is an example. But Su Changqing didn't stop. Instead, he took out a 4th Crimson Sun pill and threw it into his mouth. The bitter taste intensified, causing him to frown. His body became even hotter, and he wished he could take off all his clothes. But it wasn't over. Without hesitation, Su Changqing took out a 5th Crimson Sun pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This time, he didn't chew, forcing it down. In an instant, his body felt as if it were set ablaze, a surging heat coursing through his body. Su Changqing felt hot all over, his skin feeling like a boiled crayfish. It looked both red and hot. Steam was now rising from the holes in his body. The 5 senses, the 7 orifices, the pores of his body, even, everything was like this. A normal foundation establishment cultivator, even with a fire spirit root, could only consume a maximum of 3 such pills per month. Su Changqing, though possessing a mutated lightning fire spiritual root that granted him greater resistance, could only currently limit himself to 5 spirit stones. Any more, and his body absolutely couldn't withstand it. At best, his meridians would be damaged. At worst, his entire body would spontaneously combust. Therefore, he immediately opened the ice heart jade pot of wine in his left hand and took a large gulp. The icy wine flowed into his mouth, tasting like snow from a mountain peak mixed with plum blossom honey, cool yet subtly sweet. The next second, an extremely strong, chilling aura erupted. Su Changqing instinctively took a deep breath, only to feel a slight stinging sensation in his nasal mucosa. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this chilling aura was. It felt as if he had swallowed not wine, but a block of thousand-year-old ice. It quickly replaced the bitter, burning sensation left by the crimson sun pill on his tongue and in his mouth, like a cold ice blade cutting down his throat and into his abdomen, attacking the source of the heat. Instantly, a dense, needle-like sensation began to pierce his entire body. It felt as if 10,000 needles were stabbing his flesh at the same time, extremely uncomfortable. Ugh! Su Changqing couldn't help but open his mouth and exhale a breath of cold air. At the same time, he flipped his right wrist, and the sixth crimson sun pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, while the coldness lingered in his mouth, he immediately stuffed it in. Then, with his teeth numb from the cold, he chewed with a crunching sound. Strangely enough, he could no longer feel the bitter, burnt taste. Even after swallowing it, he felt almost nothing. It was as if his entire body was numb. The only thing he could feel was the stinging pain in his flesh. These pains didn't lessen with time, in fact, they intensified. The addition of the sixth crimson sun pill stirred up a slight heat again, but it was quickly suppressed by the chilling cold of the ice heart jade pot wine. Judging from the current situation, the wine was more potent, or at least of a higher grade. This was good news for Su Changqing, so he took out another crimson sun pill. Including this one, it was the seventh. According to the system description, there was a 20% chance of causing the fire spirit root to develop crimson sun patterns. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately popped it into his mouth. He didn't chew, forcing it down. The appearance of the seventh crimson sun pill was like a lifeline for the internal heat. What had been suppressed by the powerful effects of the ice heart jade pot wine erupted again. Faced with this situation, Su Changqing remained calm and quickly circulated the 9 flames profound technique. However, he wasn't refining or absorbing the medicinal effects within his body, but merely guiding them, because he knew that once the fire weakened, the ice would become even more intense. Only by letting them fight and consume each other could he avoid any danger. Time passed quietly in this way. At first, Wang and the Pearl Chicken were curious about their master's condition, but as soon as they approached, they immediately felt an astonishing wave of heat. But it wasn't over yet. A chilling wave followed immediately. One hot, one cold, one in front, erupted with terrifying auras. Wang and the guinea fowl were so frightened that they turned and ran, creating a distance of at least 10 meters before cautiously turning back to observe. They didn't understand what was happening. With their current intelligence, they couldn't comprehend it. They could only sense that their master was in pain. At this moment, the poplar tree suddenly emitted waves of cool air. Su Changqing, leaning against it, immediately relaxed his tense face. 10 minutes later, the heat wave and the cold wave dissipated in their struggle. Instantly, his attribute panel changed. Su Changqing possessed 2 spiritual roots. The first was a green wood spiritual root, a mutated wood spiritual root. This was due to his cultivation of the green lotus creation technique. The second was a thunderfire spiritual root, a mutated fire spiritual root. The source was the accidental contact with the wood-fire spirit crystal during his exploration of the depths of Black Dragon Pool. Prior to this, both mutated spiritual roots possessed one effect each. Greenwood spiritual root. Effect 1 Natural Affinity. Thunderfire spiritual root. Effect 1 Thunderfire Affinity. But now, after consuming 7 crimson sun pills in succession, even with only a 20% probability, Su Changqing's Thunderfire spiritual root gained another effect. Effect 2 Fire Attribute Affinity plus 10%. In short, it increases fire resistance while also increasing the power of fire attribute spells. A 10% increase may not seem like much. However, if combined with a max-level greenwood ignition technique and a crimson sun pill, the power would be quite astonishing. Su Changqing nodded slightly, at least the suffering wasn't in vain. Woof woof. Wang, seeing that everything was alright, quickly ran forward, a look of concern in its eyes. Su Changqing reached out and stroked its head. Don't worry, your master is the type to take risks without a plan. I wouldn't do something so risky if I wasn't absolutely certain. Although Wang didn't understand, it could sense the change in its master's emotions and immediately grinned foolishly. At this moment, a vibration came from the azure gourd. Su Changqing moved a communication talisman out. Because familiar people always kept it in a fixed location, he knew who it was. Senior Brother Li? Junior Brother Su, Lingbai is back. What? Senior Brother Lingbai is back? Get ready, he wants to see us tomorrow. Okay, I understand. The communication ended quickly. Su Changqing put away the communication talisman, appearing quite excited. After 2 years, senior brother Lingbai has finally returned from hunting demons in the central region. I wonder if he's managed to break through to the Earth-grade golden core. He believed that many people were thinking the same thing now. Li Lingbai was the face of the Li family, single-handedly leading the entire clan to success. Those outside the Imperial Water Pavilion held him in high esteem, even fear. The return of such a genius was bound to cause quite a stir. Su Changqing pondered, when I meet senior brother Lingbai tomorrow, I must remind him that a guy named Masha might be up to something. He then stood up and turned to gaze at the tall poplar tree before him. Just now, if he wasn't mistaken, it seemed to have released a cool, woody spiritual energy. That was why he hadn't suffered so much in the clash between ice and fire. Su Changqing scanned the poplar tree with his spiritual sense and discovered that the concentration of wood elemental energy inside had indeed decreased by 1/3. It seemed that the poplar tree had indeed intervened earlier. This was truly unexpected. Su Changqing chuckled, an eye for an eye, I'd like to see just how far you can grow. Immediately, he summoned his symbiotic green lotus and casually placed it beneath the poplar tree. In an instant, the green lotus's domain expanded. A cooler aura surged in all directions. Under the powerful effect, the poplar tree began to grow too fast. Poplar trees are fast-growing and highly adaptable, as long as there is plenty of water and sufficient sunlight. In its sapling stage, a tree can grow approximately 1 meter per year. Even in its mature stage, it can still grow 1 meter every 2 years. The poplar tree in front of Su Changqing has passed the sapling stage and is now in its mature stage. At its normal growth rate, it would grow a little over half a meter per year, thanks to ample sunlight and the nearby irrigation ditch, ensuring ample water. But now, under the powerful enhancement of the Azure Lotus domain, it was visibly growing taller, its branches and leaves becoming increasingly lush. Before long, it had broken through to 5 meters, almost as tall as the stone house next to it. The wood elemental energy it had lost was now slowly recovering. This change instantly attracted the attention of the fortress not far away. It instinctively approached, but because Su Changqing was in front, it maintained a distance of about 3 meters, then stared intently without moving. This posture was completely unlike that of a puppet. Su Changqing glanced sideways, thinking to himself, I felt something was off about it before, it seemed particularly sensitive to things of the wood element. At first, he thought it was resonance or attraction between similar elements. Now it seems there might be another reason. Rumor has it that some puppeteers are crafted using the corpses of cultivators. Could it be? As time quietly passed, the wood elemental energy in his dantian was completely depleted. Su Changqing interrupted the Azure Lotus domain and then withdrew his companion Azure Lotus. The poplar tree now towered significantly above the 2-story stone house beside it. It appeared lush and verdant. The branches and leaves resembled an umbrella-shaped green crown. A rich wood elemental energy emanated from within it, and it emanated rhythmically, like breathing truly miraculous. Su Changqing observed this and couldn't help but nod. The poplar tree that has undergone a qualitative change has an effect on attracting wood spiritual energy comparable to a spirit gathering array, and even purer. From now on, the spirit fields won't be the only place to absorb wood spiritual energy. Even staying under the poplar tree will have the same effect. At this moment, he felt immense anticipation. The poplar tree might bring unexpected surprises in the future. Afterward, Su Changqing turned and walked towards the stone house. Passing the fortress, he specifically scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately surprised to find that it had even more tender buds. Previously, the fortress had always stayed under the poplar tree, absorbing the overflowing with spiritual energy. Many parts of its body, especially its shoulders and chest, had sprouted green buds. Now, in such a short time, it was covered in them. Could it be that as the poplar tree grew and evolved, the fortress also received a gift? That made things much more interesting. After observing for a while and seeing that nothing else was amiss, Su Changqing entered the stone house. He started boiling water and cooking. While doing so, he also began to replenish the wood elemental energy in his dantian. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. It was 9:45 a.m. This is equivalent to 9:30 a.m. Su Changqing tidied himself up and left the stone house with 20 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. However, he didn't go directly to the Imperial Water Pavilion, but instead met up with senior brother Li first. The two of them would then go to see Li Lingbai together. Not long after, Su Changqing saw Li Sankei drinking tea in the pavilion. Now in the mid-foundation establishment stage, he already possessed 3 acres of grade 2 spirit fields. The summer solstice had just passed, and the fields were completely planted with spirit plants. Especially the 2nd acre in the middle, which was filled with golden rice spirit gathering rice. It was clear that the rice seedlings were well cultivated and growing very well. Su Changqing greeted him after landing, senior brother. Li Sankei raised an eyebrow, you're now a spirit cultivation envoy, why are you still wearing the robes of a formal disciple? It doesn't matter at home, but you should change into something better when you go out. Su Changqing paused for a moment, then smiled readily. Okay, I'll change later. Lee San-Kei continued, with your current status and position, you can easily afford one, or even several, sets of better clothing. It's a matter of reputation, you can't be careless. Su Changqing nodded, understood. Then, the two of them leaped up from the ground on large-leafed grass. They flew straight towards the Imperial Water Pavilion. They chatted casually along the way. Junior brother, don't forget those 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. We can use some of them to buy clothes. Do we really need that much? The more, the better, but ultimately it's your choice. Chatting, the two arrived at Black Lake. In summer, Suan-Yu fell into slumber. The Tang snake reappeared, but didn't cause trouble. It simply swam around in the water, its massive body creating raging waves. The surrounding fish darted about in panic. Neither Su Changqing nor Lee San-Kei were surprised by this. Although they hadn't visited the Imperial Water Pavilion often, they weren't as shocked as they had been the first time. In the past, entering the Imperial Water Pavilion required a water elemental root disciple as a guarantor. This time, the two were there to see Li Lingbai, so no one dared to stop them. Upon entering, they found it unusually lively. Water elemental root disciples were everywhere. Regardless of gender, everyone present was remarkably beautiful. Senior brother Lingbai is back. This time, he should be in seclusion attempting to break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core Realm. Once he succeeds, he'll surely soar to great heights. Sure enough, the conversation among these water elemental cultivators revolved almost entirely around Li Lingbai. As for Lan Tian, the former top-ranked formal disciple, no one paid any attention anymore. Su Changqing and Lee San-Kei continued straight to the second floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Upon reaching the top, they found that there were far fewer people than in the main hall on the first floor. They immediately spotted the genius, Li Lingbai, surrounded by a crowd. Lee San-Kei called out, Lingbai. Su Changqing followed closely behind, senior brother Lingbai. The crowd that had been surrounding Li Lingbai tactfully made way. When they saw the Spirit Cultivation Envoy token hanging from Su Changqing's waist, they were all astonished. A Spirit Cultivation Envoy in the Spirit Field, equivalent to a Rainmaster in the Imperial Water Pavilion. In terms of status, position, and even strength, they were far superior to him. Li Lingbai was sitting when he saw them arrive and immediately stood up, cousin, junior brother Changqing. Su Changqing stood behind Lee San-Kei, scrutinizing Li Lingbai, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years. His once gentle, spring-like face was now honed into a hard, cold line. His skin was no longer the translucent white common among those with water elemental roots, but rather the cold, weathered porcelain. His eyes now held a resolute sharpness, like a drawn blade. He wore a pale blue armor made of demon scales. Inside, he wore a white soft armor woven from ice silkworm silk. He exuded an overwhelming aura that seemed intent on suppressing everyone. Of all the people, only Lee San-Kei dared to step forward and embrace him, even jokingly saying, cousin, you're much more mature than before. Li Lingbai smiled slightly. You've been to the central region, you know how dangerous it is. Lee San-Kei took a step back, observing him as he asked, you've returned this time, presumably to prepare for seclusion and break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core Realm, right? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears, their eyes filled with anticipation. Feeling the expectant gazes of the crowd, Li Lingbai nodded slightly. That's right. I returned this time to cultivate in seclusion, striving to break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core Realm as soon as possible. These words caused a stir among those around him. Lee San-Kei and Su Changqing exchanged a glance, both relieved. If Li Lingbai broke through to the Earthgrade Golden Core Realm, it wouldn't just be the Li family that benefited. Lee San-Kei, Su Changqing, Han Xin, and other team members would all reap the rewards. Even the water elemental disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion would feel a sense of pride. At least, someone would be able to restore the face that Lan Tian had lost. We look forward to senior brother Li breaking through to the Earthgrade Golden Core Realm soon. If you need help, we'll definitely lend a hand to the best of our ability. Yes, yes, yes. The people around him were extremely enthusiastic. Li Lingbai said confidently, I've gathered everything I needed, the core parts of the 5 elements demons, various pills, talismans, formations, and so on. After meeting with his acquaintances, he would go into seclusion. He would only emerge from seclusion as a last resort. Breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment was manageable for most people with decent talent, provided their bodies were healthy. Even with obstacles, a foundation establishment pill could solve the problem. But breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core was different. It was a crucial stage where spiritual power transformed into magical power. It took at least 6 months, and for some, over a year. As time passed, the people around him gradually left. Soon, only 3 remained. Su Changqing, Li Lingbai, and Lee San-Kei. Han Xin wasn't there. He was probably drunk again. As for Pei Mo, he was likely preparing for the preliminary rounds of the formal disciple competition. Li Lingbai turned his gaze to Su Changqing, scrutinizing him before smiling and asking, "Junior brother Su, how do you feel about this spirit cultivation envoy status?" Su Changqing glanced at the token at his waist and replied, "Pretty good." Li Lingbai patted his shoulder, "Your talent is worthy of this status. For the past 2 years, this person has been providing 800 caddies of top-grade spirit rice every quarter. A remarkably consistent supply. This clearly demonstrates that this person's talent in cultivation is indeed exceptional." Su Changqing smiled, "We're all on the same side, senior brother, no need to be so polite." Li Lingbai felt pleased by these words. "Yes, we're on the same side." Thinking of Mocha, Su Changqing quickly wiped the smile from his face and reminded him, "Senior brother Lingbai, you need to be careful of that guy named Mocha." Li Lingbai sneered, "I know that guy. Not only did he dare to come to the Imperial Water Pavilion to challenge us, but he even beat Lan Tian so badly that he's never recovered. If he really wants to die, I don't mind sending him on his way." If he hadn't been preparing for seclusion, he would have already gone to cause trouble for Mocha. Li Sankei spoke up, reminding him, "Lingbai, didn't the Black Rust Dynasty promise to give junior brother Su 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones every year?" Li Lingbai suddenly realized, "Right, I almost forgot." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a small storage bag. As he handed it over, he continued, "Inside, besides the 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, are the core parts of the 2 demons I promised you." Su Changqing accepted it with both hands, not bothering to examine the contents, but instead bowing respectfully, "Thank you, senior brother." Li Lingbai looked at the 2 before him and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, when you need to break through to the golden core stage, I will absolutely do my utmost." Li Sankei joked, "That's quite a wait. One of us is in the early foundation establishment stage, and the other is in the middle stage. It'll take at least 5 to 10 years. Su Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, "Indeed." The 3 exchanged a smile, "Ha ha ha." They'd already met. They'd already chatted. Su Changqing then cupped his hands towards the 2 men, "Senior brothers, I won't keep you from catching up. I'm going to the 3rd floor to see an acquaintance." Li Lingbai waved his hand, "Go ahead." Immediately, Su Changqing turned and headed towards the 3rd floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. When only the 2 of them remained, Li Lingbai took out another storage bag, slightly larger than the previous one, and handed it to Li Sankei. "Cousin, I originally fought for the positions of the Foolish Prince and the Spirit Cultivation Envoy for you, but since you gave them to junior brother Changqing, I can only compensate you in another way." Li Sankei opened the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense, his eyes widening immediately. "So many spirit stones? The core parts of 4 demons? And an egg." Li Lingbai smiled slightly and introduced them one by one: 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the core parts of 4 demons, and a spirit beast egg. Li Sankei curiously asked, "What kind of spirit beast egg?" Li Lingbai replied, "A azurewood black swan." "What?" Li Sankei was utterly shocked. This was one of the exclusive spirit beasts of the wood spirit root. It possessed a trace of azure phoenix bloodline, its potential and strength were astonishing. Its value outside was far more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it was much higher. He never expected his cousin to give it to him, he was truly surprised. Li Lingbai began describing the events of that day. "The demon hunting team I joined had a long-standing connection with our Dongting immortal sect, and their strength was among the best in the central region. We stormed into a flock of bird demons' nests and unexpectedly discovered 3 eggs of the azurewood black swan." Meanwhile, Su Changqing arrived at the 3rd floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Today was quite unexpected. His younger sister, Bai Linger, wasn't there, but his older sister, Bai Zuer, was. Upon seeing him, Bai Zuer exclaimed in surprise, You've come to see my sister." Su Changqing shook his head, "No." Bai Zuer was even more surprised, even somewhat excited, "You've come to see me." Su Changqing still shook his head, "No." Bai Zuer's face darkened, "Then who are you looking for?" "Me." From a small room on the other side, Bai Xiaotian walked out expressionlessly. Bai Zuer asked, puzzled, "What do you want?" Bai Xiaotian replied, "Recently, he's been providing me with the materials for making talismans." Bai Zuer quickly reminded him, "Father, you have to keep an eye on him, don't let this guy run off with my sister." Bai Xiaotian said with a half-smile, "That's great." "Ha!" Bai Zuer was stunned. Su Changqing didn't want to waste time and quickly asked, "Old Bai, how's your preparation going?" Bai Xiaotian said calmly, "Because the materials you provide are of very high quality, my success rate is particularly high. I've already made 500. Su Changqing frowned slightly, "Only 500? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotian immediately became displeased. "You brat, don't you know my age? 500 in a few months is nothing?" Su Changqing smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand, "Look at what you're saying. For cultivators, 50 or 60 years old is the prime of their lives." However, seeing Bai Xiaoshan's increasingly strange expression, especially his face gradually turning red, he hurriedly placed the materials on the table beside him, then turned and left, not daring to linger for a moment. He ran straight from the third floor to the first floor lobby. Only after exiting the building did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Su Changqing. Suddenly, Bai Linger's voice rang out. Su Changqing couldn't help but look over and saw that she had just returned from outside. Bai Linger asked in surprise, "Why are you like this? Were you frightened by the Tang snake?" Su Changqing said mysteriously, something even more terrifying than the Tang snake. Bai Linger seemed thoughtful, tentatively guessing, "Could it be my father?" Su Changqing looked at her in shock. "How did you know?" Bai Linger smugly hummed a few times, then said, "In my heart, father is more terrifying than the Tang snake when he's angry." After leaving the Imperial Water Pavilion, Su Changqing made his way to the core management office of the Spirit Fields. As a spirit cultivation envoy, he had the authority to freely enter and exit this place. The main reason he came was to take a look at things that only management personnel could access. Since it was only noon, he wasn't in a hurry to go home. Spirit Envoy Su has arrived. Greetings, Spirit Envoy Su. Good afternoon, Spirit Envoy Su. When Su Changqing appeared, the surrounding spirit farmers greeted him proactively. Although they were all strangers, Su Changqing remembered Elder Hua's teachings, so he was polite to everyone. "Hello." At this moment, a spirit farmer who looked quite young asked, "Spirit Envoy Su, my spirit rice hasn't been doing well lately, it's been sickly. What's wrong with it?" Su Changqing asked in return, "Did you bring it?" The young spirit farmer hurriedly pulled a plant from his small storage bag. "Please take a look." Su Changqing glanced at it, and without even using his spiritual sense, immediately saw the cause of its sickly appearance. He said, "It's shriveled and has no luster at all. How long has it been since you loosened the soil?" The young spirit farmer said awkwardly, "I think it's black soil. I haven't loosened it for almost half a year." Su Changqing shook his head. "You must loosen the soil, and you need to use slash-and-burn agriculture and fertilize it. Just adding water isn't enough, otherwise, the quality of the spirit rice won't improve." The young spirit farmer said excitedly, "Thank you for your guidance, Spirit Envoy Su. Spirit Envoy Su, the flowers I'm growing." Spirit Envoy Su, "What do you think of these medicinal herbs?" Spirit Envoy Su, "I'm thinking of changing my spirit plants recently, could you give me some advice?" Seeing that Su Changqing could truly solve the problem, more spirit farmers immediately surrounded him. They asked this and that. Some even wanted to drag Su Changqing to their spirit fields. Someone lacking patience would likely have lost their temper long ago, perhaps even snapping on the spot. Su Changqing, however, did the opposite. He resolved what could be resolved on the spot, and arranged a time for what couldn't be. In short, his attitude was impeccable. In the corner, Rong Yan's face darkened, not angry at all. Many of these people were his planted agents. That's why they kept asking questions, endlessly. Their aim was to provoke Su Changqing. Once he lost his temper or even turned hostile, then, he would have grounds to complain. Even with Elder Hua's backing and the appreciation of the Grain Master, Su Changqing couldn't hold onto his position as spirit cultivator for a moment longer. But what Rong Yan never expected was Su Changqing's good temper. He showed no sign of impatience whatsoever. He was even willing to help harvest in other people's spirit fields. Rong Yan cursed inwardly, "Is this the work of a spirit cultivation envoy?" The surrounding spirit farmers, on the contrary, seemed flattered and surprised. The previous spirit cultivation envoy, while his attitude was acceptable, wasn't someone one could casually consult. In any case, half an hour passed without a single problem. This tactic, used against Su Changqing, had clearly failed. Far from worsening everyone's first impression of him, it actually served as publicity. His reputation was instantly established. Now, whenever the newly appointed spirit cultivation envoy is mentioned, everyone gives him a thumbs up. After dealing with all the spirit farmers, Su Changqing headed deeper into the palace. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze fixed on him from the other side. He instinctively looked over and saw Elder Hua smiling at him. Clearly, the other party had witnessed the entire situation and was quite pleased. Su Changqing bowed slightly to Elder Hua, then approached a door. There was no doorknob, it seemed impossible to open. However, when Su Changqing channeled a wisp of his wood elemental energy into the spirit cultivation token, it opened automatically, revealing an inner space. Su Changqing stepped inside and found it quite spacious. Besides a bed, it was filled with countless jade plates. The jade plates were filled with jade pendants used to store information, in great numbers. Su Changqing walked to the nearest jade plate and picked up the first jade pendant placed on top. A sweep of his spiritual sense sent a flood of information into his mind. Natural disasters. Scorching sun. After the beginning of summer, during the period from lesser heat to greater heat, there is a certain probability of continuous scorching sun, causing the temperature of the spiritual fields to soar, resulting in rapid evaporation of moisture from spiritual plants and their death. The last time this happened was 37 years ago. Solution: use the mystic ice array to lower the temperature of the spiritual fields, use the water gathering banner to condense moisture to nourish the spiritual plants, and have disciples with water elemental roots continuously cast the greater and lesser cloud rain techniques. Recovery will occur after 3 days. Frosty snow. After the winter solstice, during the period from lesser cold to greater cold, a sudden blizzard occurs, with the snowfall becoming increasingly heavy and the temperature dropping lower and lower. The spiritual fields are covered in ice and snow, causing the roots of the spiritual plants to freeze and die. The last time this happened was 15 years ago. Solution: install the warm sun array, ignite the crimson sun fire to dispel the cold, and simultaneously use snow melting talismans to melt the accumulated snow until after greater cold. The frenzied spiritual disaster mostly occurs during the spring equinox. With the surge of spiritual energy, there's a certain probability of chaotic spiritual energy, tearing apart spiritual plants, damaging spiritual field formations, and polluting the spiritual energy. The last time this happened was 88 years ago. Solution: find a formation master to install a solidifying earth formation, releasing a defensive barrier. Simultaneously, have disciples with earth elemental roots dredge the earth's energy. It should stabilize in 3 to 7 days. Su Changqing's pupils constricted slightly, so there's a certain probability of natural disasters occurring on the day of the solar term. But why is this information only available to the spirit cultivation envoy? Logically, the spirit farmers should be informed in advance. If he hadn't become a spirit cultivation envoy, he wouldn't have known either. As he pondered this, the contents of the seasonal scripture automatically appeared. Spring, trees sprout, spiritual veins open. Summer, sunshine shines, wood spirits grow wildly. Autumn, breezes bring coolness, spiritual fruits condense. Winter, snow covers the roots, spirits slumber awaiting spring. Su Changqing suddenly realized, it seems that the spirit cultivator's so-called supervision of spirit plants is more about monitoring the conditions of all the solar terms throughout the 4 seasons. The spirit plants will definitely be the first to detect even the slightest change. Instantly, he became interested in all the jade tablets in the room. He began to examine them one by one, imprinting their contents into his mind. Geological disasters, spirit vein tremors, subterranean fire eruptions. Insect plagues, spirit-devouring swarms, spirit-sucking leech colonies. Medicinal spirit plants, 1,000-year-old ginseng, 9-leafed Paris polyphylla. Rare spirit plants, netherworld ghost orchid, burning heaven red lotus. The richness of the content far exceeded all the books he had seen before. This experience greatly expanded Su Changqing's knowledge base. For the first time, he felt utterly exhausted while reading. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much knowledge, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Only then did he finally understand why there was an incongruous bed here. It turned out that previous spirit cultivators had experienced similar situations. Without a bed, he would have had to lie on the floor. Lying on the soft bed, Su Changqing still clutched a jade pendant in his hand. Even in his exhaustion, he wanted to take another look at the contents recorded inside. What? The forbidden record of spirit plants. The entire contents of this jade pendant relate to spiritual plants that cannot be cultivated or planted in the spiritual fields. It consists of 3 parts. Part 1, Forbidden Plants Overview. Part 2, Forbidden Techniques and Secret Arts. Part 3, Miscellaneous Records of Strange Events. Su Changqing couldn't help but read aloud. The blood lotus of reversed fate grows in a place where yin and yang are reversed, where a volcano meets a icy pool. When it blooms, it causes a reversal of spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius, causing the spiritual power within a cultivator's body to flow in reverse. The first forbidden plant made him gasp. Next was the second, the soul-eating mandala. The petals were dark purple, covered with spiderweb-like silver veins. A constantly beating, translucent heart floated in the center of the flower, each beat emitting a sound similar to a baby's cry. Rooted in extremely yin lands, it absorbs yin and evil energy and the lingering resentment of cultivators after death. Every new moon, the mandragora unfolds its petals, releasing purple smoke. Wherever the smoke reaches, metal objects rapidly corrode, and spirit stones lose their luster. The smoke contains soul-eating spores, which parasitize the consciousness of those who inhale it, gradually causing them to lose their autonomy and become puppets controlled by the mandragora. A heretical cultivator once used it to control an entire sect, turning hundreds of cultivators into mindless zombies, thus earning it a Class A forbidden plant designation. Behind it are the 10,000 bone withered vine, the illusionary heart demon mushroom, the soul-devouring parasitic locust tree, the unfettered poisonous mushroom, and so on. The names alone reveal just how malevolent they are. In short, each one is more dangerous than the last. Most of them are even exclusive to heretical cultivators. From time to time, Su Changqing would exclaim, "No wonder they're listed as forbidden plants." Soon after, he saw the second part, which was the forbidden techniques and secret arts. Spirit plant puppet technique. This technique selects rare, resilient spirit plants and imprints puppetry runes onto their core using a special method. Then, the soul of a living person or demon beast is used to fill the core, fusing the soul with the spirit plant through a secret method, turning it into a puppet that obeys the caster's commands. Spirit plant puppets possess a variety of effects, including unique ones. However, the creation process is extremely cruel, not only harming living beings but also causing restlessness to the souls of the caster. Once a spirit plant puppet goes out of control, it will cause immense destruction to the surrounding environment, becoming an uncontrollable killing machine. This technique violates human ethics and morality, severely disrupts the order of the Tianyuan realm, and has caused numerous tragedies, thus being considered a taboo among taboos by many cultivation sections. Special note: spirit plant puppets are easily confused with mechanical puppets. Following were blood sacrifice, spirit-inducing incantation, soul parasitism technique, spirit plant imprisonment technique, reverse spirit reincarnation incantation, and so on. Su Changqing squinted, feeling his consciousness growing increasingly blurred. He muttered to himself, if I hadn't become a spirit cultivator, it would probably have taken me many years to access this information. As for ordinary spirit farmers, they might never even encounter these things before they die. The immortal sex information blockade in this area was extremely strict. He was stunned by the contents, and then, he fell asleep. He even made soft snoring sounds, seemingly quite comfortable. Time passed, and Su Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp eyes sparkled with a lively light, like rippling spring water. He had slept soundly and felt refreshed. Now he was exceptionally energetic, even somewhat excited. He began reading the remaining text, the third part, a collection of strange tales. It recorded events related to forbidden plants over the past 1,000 years. For example, in the far west, there was a place called Valley of Rotten Spirits. There once lived a powerful evil cultivator with a wood elemental root who cultivated a large number of forbidden plants such as corpse-rotting netherflowers and soul-devouring demon vines. This caused quite a stir at the time, even drawing a joint attack from the three major immortal sections. In the end, although the evil cultivator with a wood elemental root died, the forbidden plants remained. Now, it has become a forbidden place. Rumors circulate that the evil cultivator's cultivation technique still exists there. Therefore, every year it attracts many people with wood elemental roots to explore, but most never return. Su Changqing got out of bed, pondering, the contents of this room are far too vast, I can't possibly finish reading them in a day or two. Even imprinting them with my spiritual sense would take time. It seems I'll have to come back more often in the future. Of course, there's an even simpler method, taking the jade pendant with me. I could continue reading at home, that would be much more efficient. But this idea was immediately dismissed by Su Changqing. Although the probability of losing it was almost zero, he wasn't willing to take the risk, even if there was only a sliver of possibility. If I come back a few more times, I'll finish reading it eventually, there's no need to rush. Afterward, Su Changqing put the jade pendant back and turned to leave. When he got outside, he found it was already dark. This reading, combined with sleep, had taken several hours. The palace was unusually quiet now, there wasn't a single staff member or spirit farmer in sight. The only one he could see was Elder Hua, seemingly asleep, not far away. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the more you know, the greater the responsibility. If I had known this, I would have preferred to be a carefree little spirit farmer. Then, he headed towards the palace exit. Passing Elder Hua, he dared not disturb him, only offering a respectful bow. As he walked out, Elder Hua, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, quietly opened them. His deep, ancient well-like eyes gazed intently. Only after disappearing completely did he close them again. Once outside, there was no one else in sight on Pingding Mountain. Su Changqing skillfully followed the steps down the mountain. Upon reaching the bottom, he immediately summoned the great leaf grass, and leaped into the air. Whoosh! He swiftly traversed the night. Passing Zhao Ying's spirit field, he slowed his pace slightly. 2 acres of second-grade spirit fields. 1 acre planted with spirit rice. 1 acre planted with vegetables. A light was on inside the wooden house, and a figure moved about. Outside the doorway, Zhao Ying held a saw, personally crafting a crib. Su Changqing, seeing this, suddenly realized, that's right, his partner was already pregnant when we last met, her belly was quite noticeable. The child must be due soon. The Zhao couple were actually a microcosm of most spirit farmers in the entire spirit field. They didn't possess exceptional talent. They could only grow step by step over time. From one person to a family, even a small cultivation clan. From inside the house came his wife's voice, husband, it's late, you should rest. Zhao Ying smilingly, coming. Tomorrow's bed will be ready soon. Seeing this, Su Changqing's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Deep down, there was even a hint of envy. As an immortal, although he didn't have to worry about reaching the end of his life one day, it also meant missing out on many wonderful things. Love and family became things that could only be encountered by chance. Although he had met many people, and gained friends, and even had a period of intimacy with senior sister Yu, it seemed that nothing had changed compared to when he first became a full-fledged member. He was still alone. It was too late, so Su Changqing didn't approach to disturb him. Withdrawing his envious gaze, he continued to ride the large-leaved grass, flying towards his home at an incredible speed. Soon he saw a 2-story stone house and a 1-story earthen house standing there, and a poplar tree over 5 meters tall. During the day, it only seemed lush and very tall. But at night, especially from a distance, he saw a faint glow seeping through the dark leaves. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was no longer the rustling of the daytime, perhaps it was just his imagination, but it seemed to trail off with a subtle hum. It exuded an eerie chill. Closer, he saw a fortress standing motionless at its base. It was completely covered in vibrant green buds. It radiated a sense of rebirth inside and out. Compared to its previous appearance, it was a completely different story. Sensing someone approaching, the fortress's eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Upon recognizing Su Changqing, it refrained from further action. If it were a stranger, it would have followed its previous instructions to question them, or even expel them. The instructions were given after Pei Mo had left with the drinks. Although Su Changqing was very tolerant of those around him, he didn't like returning home to find someone already there. It made him feel somewhat uneasy. Except for, of course, senior sister Yu. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land, then examined the fortress before him. He had seen many things he hadn't encountered before in the core management room, especially the spirit plant puppet technique. Actually, he had sensed something was off about the fortress before, but he didn't know much about puppets, so he remained in a state of suspicion. Based on the knowledge and information gathered so far, there is no evidence that the puppet would undergo such a drastic change due to a poplar tree, making this situation abnormal. Su Changqing strongly suspected that the puppet given to him by senior brother Chu was likely actually a spirit plant puppet. Given their relationship, the other party would never do anything malicious. That leaves only one possibility: Chu was also unaware. Even Zhao Qinyun, who hosted the 1,000 Sales racing competition in Suingzhen City, probably didn't know. If the fortress was indeed a spirit plant puppet, then whoever gave it away definitely had ill intentions. Su Changqing released his spiritual sense again, scanning it more closely. Within the fortress, there was also a cluster of wood spiritual energy identical to that of the poplar tree. It appeared to be without any problems. Su Changqing stepped forward and called out, "Fortress." "Yes, master." It quickly responded. Su Changqing then asked, "You obey all my commands, right?" The fortress affirmed, "Yes, master." Su Changqing immediately said, "Very good, commit suicide." If it were a puppet, it would not hesitate or pause at all, but would immediately obey. It has no thoughts, it only acts according to commands. On the other hand, a spirit plant puppet, because its core stores the soul of a human or demon beast, would instinctively resist, even rebel, upon hearing such a command. Sure enough, the fortress hesitated for a moment upon hearing the command, and the green light in its eyes turned cold and menacing. The next second, it waved its hands. It wasn't resistance, but rather, self-harm. This surprised Su Changqing slightly. A series of thuds rang out. This woke up Wang Wang, the pearl chicken, and the fire crow, who were sleeping on the other side. After a series of attacks, Fortress lost most of its lush green shoots. Especially on its chest, a very obvious crack appeared. Su Changqing's gaze pierced through, and he could see what was hidden behind the green aura. It's confirmed, Fortress is indeed a spirit plant puppet. However, it's different from what I imagined. It didn't resist? Strange as it was, Su Changqing didn't stop it. According to the records in the Spirit Plant Forbidden Record, all spirit plant puppets have puppetry runes inscribed at their core. These runes are very advanced. If he used them, he might be able to create puppets himself. Thud! One of Fortress's hands fell to the ground, and it could only continue its self-harm with its other hand. Crack! The cracks on its body grew larger and larger, gradually spreading across the ground. Scattered here and there. It looked haphazard and disorganized. Only when a large hole appeared in its chest, revealing what lay behind the green mist, did Su Changqing speak again. "Stop." The fortress's voice was much weaker. "Yes, master." Su Changqing released his spiritual sense, penetrating inch by inch through the hole in its chest, carefully examining its internal structure. The internal textures were intricate and complex, like a tangled mess. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. It was as if continuing would lead to something extremely dangerous. Su Changqing smiled confidently. "Others may be afraid, but I..." The companion green lotus was summoned. The blood-absorbing gourd flew out. The wood spirit returning to nest ring was activated. The mysterious wood golden body technique was maxed out. His left hand was also forming a maxed out blazing sun finger. Then, without any hesitation, he once again probed deeper with his spiritual sense. He quickly discovered a slightly raised tree burl. This burl was dark brown, its surface covered with fine cracks, from which a faint red light emanated. As expected, it was the core of the fortress's spiritual plant. It seemed that the person who created this spiritual plant puppet had chosen a tree. Because it looked the way it did before being created, it retained some of its original appearance afterward. From this, one could determine what it looked like before. And the so-called core was more like the human brain. All its actions, including thoughts, first passed through this core before any reaction occurred. Faintly, Su Changqing sensed a faint fluctuation of negative energy emanating from the tree burl. Clearly, it imprisoned the soul of a person or demon within. However, he didn't intend to release it now. Doing so would damage the burl, causing the puppetry runes on it to disappear. Su Changqing was very interested in these runes and naturally didn't want to miss out. However, the puppetry runes truly lived up to their reputation as high-level runes. Their complexity was such that even spiritual sense couldn't easily imprint them. It took him quite a while to figure it out. The puppetry runes were extremely profound, obscure, complex, and difficult to understand. Even a high-level rune master like Bai Xiaotian would likely have a success rate of less than 10%. After confirming that he had memorized them, Su Changqing withdrew his spiritual sense and then activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, channeling the wood elemental power in his dantian to envelop the damaged fortress around his body. Soon, the damaged parts were repaired one by one. Once it was reformed, he inhaled remotely. He refined all the Azure energy within the fortress. After losing its energy, it gradually shrank, eventually returning to its original small size. Su Changqing picked up the fortress from the ground, examining it as he said, "I'll consider what to do with you after I've finished studying the puppetry runes. Should he destroy the tree tumor to release the imprisoned divine soul within? Or should he eliminate the danger and restore it to its docile, unassuming fortress form?" Everything depended on the final research results. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the clouds. A thin layer of white mist hung over the fields. With a creak, Su Changqing pulled open the stone house door from the inside, stepping over the threshold and into the outside. Having studied puppetry runes all night, he was slightly tired. He stretched and took a deep breath. The morning air was filled with the unique fragrance of grass and trees, mixed with the damp scent of earth. After a few breaths, his nose felt a little stuffy. Just then, Wang Wang emerged from its kennel, approaching with a fawning smile. Su Changqing squatted down, giving the dog's head a good rub, and said with a grin, "Wang Wang, you're not getting any younger, shouldn't you find a mate?" Although Wang Wang didn't understand, it took the compliment and wagged its tail vigorously. Seeing this, Su Changqing blinked. "Alright, since you agree, I'll contact Old Hu and help you pick a few more." Wang Wang grinned, its tongue lolling out, looking overjoyed. Then, Su Changqing stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 5 mu of spirit fields from left to right. The first mu was spirit rice. The second mu was mutated rice. The third and fourth mu were both extremely yang medicinal herbs. The fifth mu was filled with all sorts of fruits and vegetables. Now, all the spirit plants were incredibly robust, without any problems. Su Changqing couldn't help but sigh. "When I first became a full-fledged official, I knew nothing. Whenever I encountered a problem, I had to ask others for help. In the blink of an eye, I can take care of 5 mu of spirit plants." 5 years. From 18 to 22 years old. From an ordinary spirit farmer to a spirit cultivation envoy. From the early stage of chi refining to the late stage of foundation establishment. From 1 mu of second-grade spirit fields to 5 mu. Time really flies. Su Changqing walked to the Four Seasons fruit tree, picked a flame fruit, wiped it casually on his clothes, and started eating, mumbling, "There's a lot to do today. Wang Wang needs to be bred. The guinea fowl population needs to be increased. He needs to get junior brother Han to come and dig the pond. If time allows, he even needs to get a new set of clothes made. But the most important thing is that there's no fortress to help. Daily tasks like cleaning manure, weeding, chopping wood, and carrying water all have to be done personally now." After finishing everything and having breakfast, an hour had passed. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Changqing took out 2 communication talismans. The first was for Hu Bagui. The second was for Han Su. "Hello? Slurp old Su. Old Hu, are you eating noodles again? All my spirit stones are in your hands, what else can I eat but noodles?" Then hang in there a little longer. Slurp, what do you want?" "2 things, one is to breed Wang Wang, and the other is to raise more guinea fowl." "Guinea fowl are easy, I'll bring them to you later. As for breeding Wang Wang, that's a bit more complicated, I'll have to inquire first." "Okay." The two quickly finished their conversation. Around noon, Hu Bagui would bring 20 guinea fowl. As for breeding Wang Wang, that couldn't be rushed. After all, Wang Wang's physique far exceeded that of a normal dog. For the sake of bloodline continuation, its partner couldn't be too weak. Immediately afterward, Su Changqing contacted Han Su on the other end of the ley line. This time, the call didn't connect immediately. He waited quite a while before Han Su's voice came through. "Senior brother Su. Junior brother Han, I need to dig a pond here. When are you free?" Cough cough cough, "I probably can't go." "What happened?" "I lost my first match in the semifinals. I was severely injured by my opponent. Who did it? That guy's name is Mo Sha. He's very powerful. I was no match for him. Hearing this, Su Changqing's face darkened. He wasn't participating in the formal disciple competition. Although he knew the semifinals had started, he knew nothing about the situation there. He never expected that Han Su would encounter Mo Sha in his first semifinal match. This was a ruthless person who almost defeated Chu Qiu, and who had utterly crushed Lan Tian. On the bed, Han Su, pale as a ghost, said apologetically, "Senior brother Su, I'm truly sorry, I can't go for the time being." Su Changqing quickly reassured him, "Rest well. If you need any help, just let me know." Han Su smiled bitterly. "Manager Yang said that I have poisonous fire entering my body, almost invading my internal organs, and I need something extremely cold and yin to suppress it." Su Changqing nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then, the two ended the communication. Putting down the communication talisman, Su Changqing frowned. "Luckily, I have the ice heart jade pot wine here, otherwise, junior brother Han might have. This Mo Sha is too ruthless and vicious. If it weren't for the immortal sex rules, he probably would have beaten him to death. I just wonder if Chu Qiu and Mo Sha will meet in the semifinals. If they do, it will definitely be the center of attention. After all, that incident caused quite a stir back then." Next, Su Changqing headed towards the first basement level. First, he filled a small container with 1 or 2 ounces of top-grade Ice Heart Jade Pot wine. It wasn't that he was stingy, but the wine was simply too effective. Eating too much wouldn't help, it would only expose him to the corrosive effects of the cold, damp energy. Then he filled another container with 5 gin of top-grade spirit rice wine. This was enough for Han Su to recover. After leaving the basement, Su Changqing didn't rush to the earth veins. After all, he had an appointment with Hu Bagui, and the guy's choice to come at noon meant he was definitely there to freeload. Thinking about how the other guy ate noodles all day, he felt a pang of sympathy. Therefore, he specially prepared several dishes. Purple Ganoderma spirit rice porridge, scrambled eggs with spirit vegetables, stewed ice marrow duck with cold jade mushrooms, stir-fried spirit shrimp with golden bamboo shoots, returning origin spirit mushroom soup. All were spirit dishes, with some special effects. Around noon, Hu Bagui arrived as expected, well ahead of time. Even before entering, the enticing aroma of food filled the air. "Hey Lao Su," he exclaimed, "your cooking is getting better and better." Su Changqing chuckled, "These days I just farm and cook." Hu Bagui rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Such a feast. Lao Su, you're so considerate. If I were a woman, I'd definitely offer myself to you." Su Changqing rolled his eyes. "If you eat 5 meals a day, I can't afford to feed you." Hu Bagui smiled, then pulled out a spirit beast enclosure and handed it over. "There are 20 guinea fowl, 2 roosters, and 18 hens inside." Su Changqing took it, probed the enclosure with his spiritual sense to confirm, and then asked, "I'm planning to build a pond. What kind of fish do you think would be good to raise?" Hu Bagui, holding a bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, pondered upon hearing this. "It's probably something like fish, shrimp, shellfish, or turtles and soft-shelled turtles." "Oh." Su Changqing seemed thoughtful. Hu Bagui's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right, a senior brother I know recently had several light spirit turtles in his pond." Su Changqing asked curiously, "What kind of spirit turtle is a light spirit turtles?" Hu Bagui explained, "These turtles can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and glow at night, thus increasing the concentration of spiritual energy in the water, which is very beneficial to the fish and shrimp in the pond." At the entrance to the ley lines. A year later, Su Changqing arrived again. To his utter surprise, Shan Fei was still guarding it. It was that tall, muscular man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. In his memory, Shan Fei had been there when he first arrived at the ley line entrance. So much time had passed, and he was still the same, neither gone, nor much changed. Shan Fei stepped forward to stop him. "Halt. Flying is prohibited near the ley line entrance." "Spirit cultivator?" At first, seeing the man dressed as a wood spirit root spirit farmer, his attitude was quite forceful. But upon seeing the spirit cultivator token hanging from his waist, not only his attitude, but even his expression, eyes, tone, and body language changed. Su Changqing teased, "You're still the same, always playing favorites." Shan Fei looked blankly at him. Do we know each other?" Su Changqing smiled. "I've been here a few times, and I have a pretty good impression of you." Shan Fei was puzzled. "I don't remember ever knowing a spirit cultivator." Su Changqing didn't bother to explain. He controlled the large leafed grass to land and then walked deeper into the entrance. Shan Fei stood behind, his expression and feelings quite complex. Knowing a spirit cultivator was certainly something to be happy about. But the problem was, who was this person? When did they meet? Why didn't he have any recollection of them? From Su Changqing's appearance to his solo journey into the ley line entrance, Shan Fei had been completely bewildered, utterly lost. As Su Changqing's strength increased, his speed in venturing into the ley lines increased significantly. What used to take about an incense stick's time, or about 30 minutes, was now much faster. Now, in just 10 minutes, they had reached the bottom. As far as the eye could see, there were disciples with bright yellow skin and earth elemental roots. Some had just emerged from the depths of the ley lines. Others were preparing to descend. Su Changqing knew where Hansu lived and which layer of the ley line he was on, so he didn't ask the surrounding staff but headed directly towards the left-hand mine tunnel. Holy crap, a spirit cultivation envoy. I've been in the ley lines for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen one. A spirit cultivation envoy is on the same level as our mine manager. As everyone knows, the highest manager of the ley lines is the Abyss Lord. Next is the Array Master, who manages the Array Masters. Next are the managers who handle all aspects of affairs. Then comes the mine manager, who coordinates all the miners. Finally, there are the Earth Elemental Root disciples. Su Changqing's spirit cultivation envoy is equivalent to a mine manager in the ley lines. Except, one oversees the spirit fields and spirit plants. The other oversees and arranges the Earth Elemental Root disciples. There are essential differences, but overall they are largely the same. However, it's rare for a spirit cultivator in a spirit field to come into contact with the Earth's veins. This is because Han Su's cultivation level has already reached the peak of Qi refining, and he's only one step away from the early foundation establishment stage, so he resides on the 8th level, where the Earth's vein pressure is greater. Once you exceed the 10th level, you're basically at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, Array Masters are an exception, often exceeding the 20th level. For example, Han Xin has reached the 38th level. This is done to better connect with the Earth's energy and study arrays. Cough, cough, cough. When Su Changqing arrived, he heard coughing coming from inside the house. It was extremely violent, as if he was coughing up his lungs. To his surprise, Han Su wasn't alone inside. There was another person there. Who? The Earth Vein Manager, Yang Jinayu. Han Su, panting heavily, asked in a hoarse voice, "Manager, has the poisonous fire already invaded my internal organs?" Yang Jinayu nodded slightly, yes. Han Su panicked immediately, saying anxiously, "I'm still young, I don't want to, cough cough cough." Seeing this, Yang Jinayu reassured him expressionlessly, "Don't worry, you were injured while participating in the formal disciple competition, so the Immortal Sect will arrange treatment. I've already sent someone to fetch underground ice spring water from the 40th level of the Earth Vein." At this moment, a voice came from outside, "Unfortunately, my brother here can't wait." Yang Jinayu wasn't surprised at all. "You've been eavesdropping outside for a while, aren't you coming in?" Su Changqing smiled slightly, then pushed open the door and entered. Han Su was incredibly excited upon seeing the person, senior brother Su. If he had to choose between the Immortal Sect and Su Changqing, he would choose Su Changqing without hesitation. Why? Because he trusted him completely. Yang Jinayu looked him up and down, and upon seeing the token, he said with slight surprise, "A spirit cultivation envoy." Su Changqing bowed respectfully, "Manager Yang, long time no see." Yang Jinayu asked in confusion, "Do we know each other?" Su Changqing explained with a smile, "Back then, when I broke through to the foundation establishment stage at the 38th level of the Earth Vein, you and Han Xin were witnesses." Yang Jinayu thought carefully, and after a long while, he recalled this from the corner of his memory, exclaiming, "So it was you. I never imagined that after so many years, you would have risen from an ordinary spirit farmer to a higher-level spirit cultivation envoy." Han Su, lying on the bed, was shocked upon hearing this, a spirit cultivation envoy. Because of the formal disciple competition, the two hadn't seen each other for some time. He didn't know that Su Changqing had been promoted to spirit cultivation envoy. His impression, or rather his memory, was still stuck on the 5 acres of spirit fields. Yang Jinayu was very curious. "What are you doing here at the ley lines, a spirit cultivator?" Su Changqing looked at Han Su, who was lying on the sickbed, pale as a ghost, treating an illness. Treating an illness? Yang Jinayu was taken aback. Su Changqing took out the ice heart jade pot wine. "I think this thing's healing effect should be better than underground ice spring water." Although the bottle cap was still closed, it already emitted an astonishing chill. Even the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Yang Jinayu seemed to have thought of something, raising an eyebrow. "Ice heart wine?" "Yes," Su Changqing confirmed. Yang Jinayu said with a playful expression, "If it's ice heart wine, then the effect is indeed better than underground ice spring water. I didn't expect you to have such connections, Han Su." Han Su chuckled dryly a few times, unsure how to respond. Yang Jinayu walked straight towards the door. "In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Get treatment and recover as soon as possible." Han Su struggled to his feet, "Respectfully seeing you off, steward." Su Changqing closed the door, then walked to the bedside, examining him closely as he said, "The situation is more serious than I imagined." Han Su gasped for breath. "I thought, cough cough cough, I thought that after a few days of rest, my injuries would gradually heal, but I didn't expect it to get worse. Especially today, when I woke up, I felt like my body was burning. Su Changqing handed over the ice heart jade pot of wine. Don't worry, with this, the poisonous fire in your body will definitely be extinguished, and you'll recover quickly. Han Su stretched out trembling hands, carefully accepting the wine, then said excitedly, Senior brother Su, thank you so much. You even came all the way from the spirit field. Su Changqing waved his hand, saying, we've cooperated for many years, I couldn't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Although his relationship with this person wasn't as close as with Lao Hu and Lao Zhao, they had known each other and cooperated for over 5 years. That much friendship still existed. Lying on the bed, Han Su asked anxiously, Senior brother Su, how should I drink this ice heart jade pot wine? He had drunk spirit rice wine many times, but ice wine that could extinguish the poisonous fire within the body was a first for him. Su Changqing replied, it's similar to spirit rice wine. You can only drink one sip at first. If the poisonous fire isn't extinguished, then drink another sip. Remember, this stuff has amazing effects, so don't overindulge. Okay, Han Su nodded vigorously, not daring to underestimate it. Su Changqing raised his chin, drink it now, I'll protect you. Han Su, of course, trusted him unconditionally, so he decisively opened the lid of the jade pot, and immediately a chilling cold emanated from it. Previously, the temperature had only dropped a few degrees, but now, you could see his breath. The entire room was covered in glistening frost. Although the earth elemental root had high defense and strong resistance, it was particularly vulnerable to the cold. Especially in winter, when loosening the soil or cultivating wasteland, if one inhales the chilling air, it takes 7 or 8 days to recover. Therefore, upon feeling the terrifying cold emanating from the ice heart jade pot wine, Han Su instinctively resisted, even wanting not to drink it. However, the constant burning of the poisonous fire within him quickly calmed him down, and he mustered the courage to take a sip. The moment the wine entered his mouth, it felt like holding a block of ice, and his body involuntarily shivered. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but the burning sensation from the poisonous fire seemed to lessen. At this moment, Su Changqing's voice rang out, commanding, swallow it. Hearing this, Han Su took a deep breath, feeling the stinging pain in his nasal cavity, and forced down the icy wine. Instantly, he felt a chill descend from his throat, plummeting straight into his internal organs. At first, there was no reaction, but then a sudden wave of coldness surged through his body. Whether it was scorching heat or burning intense heat, everything seemed utterly vulnerable to this chilling wave. It was a completely one-sided suppression, a crushing, overwhelming force. The poisonous fire was no match for the ice wine. Even resistance was futile, like an egg striking a rock. The poisonous fire that had plagued Han Su for days, causing him great anxiety, was relieved with just a sip of the ice wine. The burning sensation in his flesh, veins, and internal organs vanished without a trace in an instant. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Indeed, the best treatment for poisonous fire is still ice wine. Heh. Han Su opened his mouth, exhaling a puff of white mist, then said excitedly, Senior brother Su, I feel much better. Seeing this, Su Changqing took out 5 jin of top-grade spirit rice wine, handing it to him while half-jokingly saying, you'd better get better quickly, I'm still waiting to dig the pond over there. Han Su was stunned at first, then his eyes instantly welled up with tears, his voice trembling as he said, Senior brother Su, what have I done to deserve meeting you in this life? After his parents died, he received almost no care or concern from anyone, but since meeting Su Changqing, that long-lost feeling of family had returned. He truly was the only person he hadn't misjudged. Su Changqing patted his shoulder, your most important thing right now is to get better quickly. If you have any problems, just let me know. I can't always help, but I'll do my best. Han Su nodded hurriedly, that's enough, that's enough. You've done me more than enough. Half an hour passed in a flash. Seeing that Han Su was fine and his condition was improving, Su Changqing got up to take his leave and went outside. However, instead of going up, he continued down, heading deeper into the earth's veins. This time, besides bringing Han Su wine, he wanted to take a look at the 38th level of the earth's veins. Last time he came, he happened to witness an eruption of earth energy, causing the Xianhuang Qi pressure to collapse the spiritual veins. He wondered what it looked like after all this time. Of course, Han Xian happened to live on the 38th level of the earth's veins. If she was home, he could meet her. He could also chat about formations. 10th level of the earth's veins. 20th level. 30th level. Su Changqing finally arrived at the 38th level. Compared to his last visit, the pressure here was much greater. If it weren't for his late-stage foundation establishment strength, plus the assistance of his mutated with spiritual root, perhaps Su Changqing truly wouldn't be able to descend. He walked step by step to the edge, gazing into the distance. However, as far as his eyes could see, it was all pitch black, he couldn't make out anything. The spiritual veins seemed to have vanished. Even with his spiritual sense, he couldn't reach the depths within a range of about 100 meters. Now, the entire 38th level of the Earth's veins gave Su Changqing only one impression. What? Silence. Not a sound. Last time he came, there were the clanging and banging of mining tools. Now, it was deathly silent, with only his own breathing and heartbeat remaining. What are you doing here? Came Han Xian's surprised voice from behind. Su Changqing turned his head and saw that the other person had just come out of the cave. He explained, I came to see a friend and also to chat with you about the formation. Han Xian approached step by step, a half smile on her face. Don't you feel that things have changed a lot here? You can't see anything clearly, and there's not a sound. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Yes. Han Xian pursed her lips. Actually, your senses have been clouded. Ha! Su Changqing was surprised and uncertain. Han Xian continued, you certainly haven't forgotten what happened back then. To seal off this earth energy, Steward Yang used special methods. Therefore, everyone except those with earth spirit roots had their senses clouded, they couldn't see or hear anything. Su Changqing suddenly realized, that's why something felt off. Han Xian explained briefly, back then, the Xianhuang Qi pressure collapsed the spiritual veins, causing spiritual energy to rage and the earth energy to become extremely chaotic. To prevent accidents, Steward Yang had no choice but to do this. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Raging spiritual energy? Chaotic earth energy? Somehow. Hearing this, his heart tightened inexplicably. A bad premonition even crept over him. Hiccup. Just then, a hiccup broke the quiet atmosphere, including Su Changqing's thoughts. Han Xian, holding a wine flask, took a large gulp and asked, what about array formations did you consult me about? Su Changqing snapped out of his reverie and said, well, I'm planning to dig a pond next to the spirit field. I should install an array formation then, right? Han Xian nodded, indeed, you'll need to install a water gathering array or something like that. Su Changqing smiled slightly, then name your price. So confident? Han Xian glanced at him sideways, quite surprised, are you paying with spirit stones, or spirit rice wine? Su Changqing blinked. If it's not much, I'll definitely choose spirit stones. Han Xian immediately said, a set of water absorption array costs 100 mid-grade spirit stones. If you want to get several types, such as water absorption array, spirit water array, and water purification array, it'll cost at least 400 to 500 mid-grade spirit stones in total. Su Changqing listened thoughtfully. Not only that, I also plan to adjust the coverage area of the mirror flower water moon array. Now that we have more and more spirit fields, it only covers 1 acre, which feels like a waste. Han Xian looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, how many acres of spirit fields do you have now? Su Changqing grinned. 5 acres. 5 days later. Morning. Su Changqing had just finished his daily routine. Han Su arrived, riding a flying paper crane. He was completely different from 5 days ago. Previously, he lay in bed, pale and lifeless, looking like he was about to die. But now he was beaming, a joyful smile on his face. Su Changqing looked him up and down, then nodded in satisfaction, good, you've recovered well. Han Su bowed respectfully, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, this is all thanks to senior brother Su. If it weren't for that ounce of ice heart jade pot wine you gave me, I'd probably still be lying in bed. Su Changqing waved his hand, we're family, no need to be so polite. Han Su hadn't forgotten why he was there, and hurriedly asked, have you chosen a spot for the pond? Follow me, Su Changqing called out. Then, the two walked one after the other towards the other side. They soon arrived near the irrigation ditch. Next to it were 5 acres of spirit fields. Su Changqing pointed to the ground and said, from here all the way to that 4-season fruit tree. Han Su squinted, observing carefully before asking, what do you mainly raise? Su Changqing replied, fish and turtles. If he could grow and raise them himself, he wouldn't need to buy them from outside. Not only would it cost money, but the quality couldn't be guaranteed. It's always more reassuring to eat and use things from home. Han Su pondered, senior brother Su, if the quantity and variety aren't too large, I suggest dividing it into 2 areas. 2 areas? Su Changqing asked in surprise. Han Su nodded slightly, fish in the deep water area, turtles in the shallow area. That way, you can take care of both fish and turtles. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, no wonder you're so professional. The two then discussed and finally determined the area and depth of the pond. It was 3 zhang long and 2 zhang wide. 1 zhang is 3.33 meters, that translates to 66 square meters. The central water depth is 2 to 3 meters. The edge is shallow, with a depth of 0.3 to 0.5 meters. Considering Su Changqing is alone and has other things to do, the pond's area cannot be too large, otherwise it will be difficult to manage. After determining the size, Han Su began digging. Su Changqing went into the stone house and started preparing lunch. The reason for starting so early was that others would be coming later. Old Zhao, Han Xian, Su Changqing, and Han Su. A total of 4 people would eat. Half an hour later, Zhao Ziyou arrived first. Glancing at the nearly completed medium-sized pond, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Su, can I come fishing here sometime?" In the kitchen, Su Changqing, who was cooking, was taken aback, then replied with a playful expression, "As long as you're not afraid of embarrassment, I don't mind." Zhao Ziyou said rather awkwardly, "I'll come back when your fish are a bit bigger." Su Changqing pointed towards the pond. "From your angler's perspective, take a look and see if there's anything lacking." "Okay." Zhao Ziyou turned and walked towards the pond. As soon as he left, Su Changqing muttered, "Thank goodness it was old Zhao. If it were any other angler, I really wouldn't feel comfortable." Time passed quietly. Just before noon, a loud bang suddenly echoed outside. "What happened? An earthquake? You didn't collapse it, did you, kid?" The noise startled Zhao Ziyou and Han Su. The 2 men, who had been digging a pond, jumped back several meters in fright. However, apart from the tremor, nothing else happened. Su Changqing calmly walked out of the house. "Don't be afraid, it wasn't an earthquake, just someone got drunk." "Drunk?" Zhao Ziyou and Han Su exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion. "Hiccup, I'm not drunk." Han Xian slowly crawled out of the ditch on the other side. They realized it wasn't an earthquake, but a living person. Zhao Ziyou and Han Su breathed a sigh of relief, but were also quite surprised. Han Su looked at her more and more, finding her increasingly familiar, and couldn't help but call out, "Senior Sister Han." Han Xian glanced at her, "Who are you?" Han Su hesitated for a moment before finally replying, "I'm just an insignificant disciple with an earth elemental root." Zhao Ziyou, however, seemed to recognize her, secretly relieved. "Thank goodness it didn't fall on my fishing spot." Su Changqing waved to the 3 of them, "Don't just stand there, come in and eat." Han Xian, Zhao Ziyou, and Han Su all brightened up. "Yes, let's eat." Soon, the 4 entered the living room on the first floor of the stone house. The food was already prepared and laid out on the table. Su Changqing took out a bottle of top-grade spirit rice wine, filling everyone's glasses as he spoke. "Because it was a bit rushed, I only made a few simple dishes. Please don't mind." 4 bowls of spirit spring-stewed pigeon, 1 spirit spring-cooked river fish, a large portion of steamed pork ribs with spirit rice, a plate of top-grade green pepper stir-fried chicken giblets. "You call this a simple meal? Even if you asked me, I couldn't make it." "Senior brother Su, you're amazing." Looking at the sumptuous meal before them, Han Xian and the other 2 were dumbfounded. In a clay pot, a squab nestled in clear broth, its skin a warm amber hue, garnished with goji berries and red dates. In a large bowl lay a large, tender river fish, its snow-white flesh like solidified cream, drizzled with glistening fish broth, surrounded by vibrant green scallions and tender yellow ginger slices. In a large earthenware bowl, amber-colored pork ribs were coated in a glistening sauce, the rich aroma of meat wafting out. Finally, on a porcelain plate, stir-fried green peppers and chicken giblets were gathered together, topped with a touch of minced garlic and a few sprigs of secret recipe pickled peppers, the dish vibrant in color and fragrant with a spicy aroma. The aroma alone was enough to whet one's appetite. If this was just a casual meal prepared by Su Changqing, then what were they making? Su Changqing chuckled, "Eat as much as you like. There aren't many dishes, but there's plenty of top-grade spirit rice." Soon, the 4 of them sat down and began their lunch. Su Changqing was fine. He ate near spiritual cuisine every day and was already used to it. Han Xian, Han Su, and Zhao Ziyou, however, didn't say a word, frantically stuffing food into their mouths. Seeing them enjoying their meal, Su Changqing felt satisfied. After 30 minutes, all the food was completely gone, not even a drop of broth was left. Han Xian took a big gulp of top-grade spirit rice wine, then sighed deeply, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've ever enjoyed food so much." Han Su wholeheartedly agreed. "Before, eating was just about filling my stomach. Now, I feel so good after eating, it's an indescribable feeling." Zhao Ziyou said rather proudly, "You guys obviously don't eat much. Old Su's food is all spiritual cuisine, with various effects." Han Xian and Han Su exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had indeed eaten very little. After all, they had only been here a handful of times. They never expected the food to be so delicious. After resting for a while, Su Changqing went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Zhao Ziyou and Han Su continued digging the fish pond. Han Xian walked towards the spirit field to adjust the range of the array. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The pond was finally finished. Although it wasn't large, it was just right for Su Changqing to manage by himself at this stage. After all, he had many things to do every day and didn't have much energy or time. Exhausted, Han Su sat down on the ground, quietly looking at the fruits of his labor. Even though it was just a pond, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Why? Because this was senior brother Su's pond. Han Xian had just expanded the 5 elements and 4 seasons array and the mirror flower water moon array, increasing its coverage from 1 acre of spirit field to 5 acres, with some extra space reserved. How much? 2 acres. That means the mirror flower water moon array now covered a full 7 acres. Unless Su Changqing suddenly added 3 acres or more, it would be fine for several years. Of course, the larger the array, the more spirit stones and resources it consumed. If it were the old Su Changqing, he definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. But now, not to mention the nearly 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones he earns each month, his status as a spirit cultivator alone is enough to cover his current expenses. A spirit cultivator receives 50 mid-grade spirit stones per month. They even receive a 1,000-point reward every quarter. Adding the points earned from completing tasks, he accumulates over 5,000 points a year, enough to exchange for a high-level cultivation technique or spell annually. Next, it was Han Xian's turn to set up the water gathering array, the spirit water array, and the water purification array. The water gathering array gathers water spiritual energy to the bottom of the pond, improving water quality and spiritual energy concentration. The spirit water array gradually elevates the water quality to spiritual water, making the fish and turtles more comfortable. The water purification array filters out impurities and harmful substances from the water, maintaining its cleanliness. By the time everything was set up, it was already afternoon. Zhao Ziyu stood on the bank, activating the minor cloud and rain technique. The water elemental energy in his danshan released, quickly condensing into a dense, dark cloud above the pond. Accompanied by a soft buzzing sound, large drops of spiritual energy poured out. The water droplets hit the muddy bottom of the pond, splashing up fine dust. As the water gradually accumulated, it began to turn a murky yellow. In about half a cup of tea's time, the water level reached 1/3. At this rate, it would definitely be finished before dark. Sure enough, by evening, the pond had been completely irrigated by the spiritual rain. Under the effect of the formation, the water was no longer so murky. Just then, Hu Bagui arrived riding a camel. Of course, arriving at mealtime meant he was there to freeload. Su Changqing stood at the door, calling out to everyone, "Dinner's ready." Compared to lunch, dinner was much more lavish. After all, everyone had been busy all afternoon. They definitely deserved a good reward. A large pot of sauerkraut stewed with spirit pork. A dish of steamed perch with spirit spring water. A large pot of braised spirit mutton with potatoes. A large plate of stir-fried spirit chicken with tea tree mushrooms. Of course, there was also plenty of premium spirit rice wine. Su Changqing raised his glass and chuckled. "Thank you everyone, cheers, cheers." Hu Bagui and the others followed suit, raising their glasses one after another. This meal lasted a while. Everyone ate and chatted. Various funny and embarrassing stories were shared. Suddenly, Zhao Ziyu put down his wineglass and smiled mysteriously. "A few nights ago, when I was fishing alone in that river to the east, guess what kind of fish I caught?" Hu Bagui curled his lip. "Old Zhao, we've known each other for so many years, do you think we don't all know whether you can catch fish or not?" Su Changqing nodded in agreement. "If you say you caught something else, then I truly believe you." Caught off guard by the two, Zhao Ziyu angrily retorted, You guys, believe it or not. Ha ha ha. This gesture caused everyone to burst into laughter. Finally, even he couldn't hold back and chuckled. The atmosphere became increasingly relaxed and pleasant. They ate, drank, and chatted until it was 9 p.m. "It's too late, senior brother Su, I have to go back to the ley lines." "Me too, I still have some things to do at the ley lines. I need to go fishing at another river. Then I'll head back to the Spirit Beast Valley too." Seeing how late it was, Hu Bagui and the others got up to say goodbye. Su Changqing personally saw them to the door. Han Su thought for a moment and asked, "Senior Sister Han, may I ride your flying shuttle back to the ley lines?" Han Xian's expression turned strange upon hearing this, and she asked with a half-smile, "Are you sure?" Han Su paused for a moment, then nodded, "Sure." Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyu, on the other side, all stared at him in shock. At this moment, Han Su was still immersed in the excitement of riding the flying shuttle, completely unaware of how incredibly powerful Han Xian had become after drinking. Afterwards, the two arrived at another ridge in the fields. The badly worn, dark-colored shuttle remained perched diagonally in the ditch, having been there all day. Seeing this, Han Su finally felt a little nervous. But remembering that the other party was a Foundation Establishment Stage Array Master, he immediately relaxed. Soon, Han Xian mastered the dark-colored shuttle and then beckoned, "Get on." Han Su leaped onto the shuttle and waved to Su Changqing and the other two, "Senior brother Su, everyone, goodbye." Then, the dark-colored shuttle carried the two into the air, rapidly flying in another direction. Logically, it should have been a straight line, but as it flew, it suddenly began to veer off course. Seeing this, Su Changqing's expression changed slightly, and he quickly instructed, "Old Zhao, hurry up and follow. I don't want our junior brother Han to be in bed again." Zhao Ziyu nodded slightly, "Okay." Immediately, he summoned his flying paper crane and followed. Only Su Changqing and Hu Bagui remained in front of the door. Hu Bagui pulled out another spirit beast ring. "Old Su, this contains the light spirit turtle I mentioned to you. It's a pity we only got one. Luckily, there are some red-tailed carp. With your current experience and skills, you can easily keep them alive." Su Changqing took it. "Thanks." Hu Bagui grinned, then I. Bang! A loud crash came from afar. The two, who had intended to say goodbye, immediately flew towards the source of the sound. Upon arriving, they saw the dark flying shuttle had indeed crashed in an open area, even crushing a 5-meter-tall tree. Branches and leaves were scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, the two on top were unharmed. Old Zhao was holding Han Xian with his left hand and Han Su with his right. Han Su, her eyes filled with terror, her voice trembling with tears, cried out, I want to go back by myself." Zhao Ziyu chuckled, "Now you finally understand why we didn't go with her, right?" While the black shuttle was indeed very fast, the thought of Han Xian, the female drunkard, as the pilot, especially after she had eaten and drunk her fill, made it even more difficult for anyone to ride her. Su Changqing shook his head. "If you go back to the ley lines with Han Xian, you probably won't arrive until next year." "Hiccup, you're slandering me." Han Xian hiccuped, then raised her right hand and gave them the middle finger. A midsummer night. A full moon, like a disk, hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight draped the spirit fields in a hazy silver veil. The spirit plants swayed gently in the breeze, making a soft rustling sound. The pond, like a mirror, reflected the countless stars. A shooting star, trailing a silvery tail, streaked across the water, creating ripples that seemed to fall into its reflection. Chirp, croak. The sounds of insects and frogs rose and fell. Countless fireflies flickered with a yellow glow in the night. Spirit fields, pond, moonlight, stars, insect chirps, frog croaks, fireflies. This is a summer night, and also a childhood that can never be returned to. A cool breeze blew, ruffling Su Changqing's long hair. But his goal remained unchanged. He walked straight towards the pond. The country dog, Wang Wang, grinned and trotted along behind. Upon arriving at the pond, Su Changqing moved 2 items from his azure gourd. One was a spirit beast pen. The other was a water-gathering bead. He probed the spirit beast pen with his spiritual sense and found it wasn't an empty space, but a pool of water. On the water floated a tiny turtle, no bigger than his palm, emitting a faint white light, drifting listlessly, completely motionless. Below, there were 20 red-tailed carp fry. Despite being aquatic creatures, a hierarchical relationship was evident. Su Changqing casually flicked his wrist, and everything in the spirit beast pen, the luminous turtle and the red-tailed carp, was poured into the pond before him. 1 turtle, 20 red-tailed carp. To them, the small pond seemed like a vast new world. As soon as the light spirit turtle entered the water, it seemed drawn by the array and immediately swam towards it, its body shimmering with a faint white light. This indicated that it had begun absorbing the spiritual energy in the water. Meanwhile, the 20 crimson-tailed carp, looking somewhat flustered, were cautiously exploring their new home. At this moment, Su Changqing's gaze fell upon the water-gathering pearl, where 5 dragonfish, entirely red but shimmering with golden light, swam listlessly. After raising them for so long, they could finally be released. With a thought, Su Changqing released the dragonfish from the water-gathering pearl into the water. The moment they appeared, both the light spirit turtle and the crimson-tailed carp were instantly terrified and froze, as if collectively frozen in place. Originally, the light spirit turtle was stronger than the crimson-tailed carp, but now, the appearance of the dragonfish had clearly disrupted their hierarchy. From the current perspective, the light spirit turtle had gone from being the leader to 6th, while the 20 small crimson-tailed carp were utterly insignificant, possessing no status whatsoever. The 5 dragonfish looked at their new home, but showed no excitement. Su Changqing even sensed a strong sense of disgust. Back in Black Dragon Pool, it was incredibly spacious, but this pond was simply too small for them. Seeing this, Su Changqing was both amused and exasperated. "I'm already being kind by letting you out. You're all so picky. If you really can't stand it, I'll just throw you back into the water-gathering pearl." Perhaps his words had an effect, for the 5 dragonfish swam towards the deeper water. Black Dragon Pool was nice, but they could never go back. As for the water-gathering pearl, they couldn't accept it. The pond, though small, at least allowed them to swim around. Slurp, slurp. Wang Wang pretended to lick the pond water, its bright green eyes fixed on the dragonfish and red-tailed carp swimming around. Bang! Suddenly, its head was hit hard. It almost bit its tongue, and darted several meters to the other side in fright. Looking back, still shaken, it saw that the one who had struck it was its owner. Instantly, Wang Wang put on a pitiful expression, looking extremely aggrieved. Su Changqing glared at it, his expression stern as he warned, "These aren't ordinary fish. If you bite one to death, you'll be living with the guinea fowl from now on." Wang Wang's tail, which had been held high, drooped immediately. Su Changqing seemed to remember something, and then sneered, "Then I won't find you a partner either. You'll be a single dog from now on." Wang Wang's eyes darted around, and with a fawning smile, it moved closer, rubbing against his leg. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. How come your silly dog is so clever? It wasn't always this smart and sensible. It wouldn't learn its lesson without a good beating. But now, a few words of intimidation and it's immediately obedient. Afterwards, Su Changqing watched the pond for a while, seeing that the dragonfish, the light-spirited turtle, and the 20 red-tailed carp were all unharmed, before turning and walking towards the stone house. But instead of sleeping, he leaped onto the roof and lay down. He rested his head on his hands, and gazed at the starry sky. In summer, especially at night, he rarely stayed in his room. Most of the time, he would lie on the roof, not thinking about anything, just letting his mind wander, feeling exceptionally relaxed. Woof woof. Just then, a barking sound came from below. Su Changqing straightened up and saw that it had actually come to the second-floor balcony. It wanted to climb up, but didn't know how, looking extremely anxious. Su Changqing was quite surprised. He activated the wood elemental power in his dantian, beckoned to the dog below, and it was instantly pulled up. In the blink of an eye, a man and a dog were lying on the roof. Su Changqing rested his left hand on his head, stroking Wang Guang's fluffy head with his right. Time passed quietly, and it quickly fell asleep, purring softly. Su Changqing didn't rest, not because the noise kept him awake, but because he was studying the season's scripture. This was an earth-rank cultivation technique, far more powerful than the evergreen technique and the wood elemental cultivation technique. If he could learn it sooner, he could cultivate spirit plants much better. After all, every spirit cultivator had to learn this earth-rank technique. Because this technique was highly symbolic, it was essentially another symbol of status. How much time passed, he didn't know. The fireflies disappeared one by one, and the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs gradually faded. Suddenly, Su Changqing looked at the attribute panel as if struck by a flash of inspiration. For Season's Sutra, Level 1. Effect 1, infuse unsprouted seeds with wood elemental energy, accelerating germination speed by 30%. Consume 4 years of lifespan to upgrade the 4 Seasons Sutra to Level 2? Only one effect? Although Su Changqing was puzzled, he didn't hesitate. No, I choose to go all in. Consume 40 years of lifespan to upgrade the 4 Seasons Sutra to Level 4? Seeing how long it took, Su Changqing was quite shocked, but still chose yes. Instantly, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Combining his experience and skills with spiritual plants, more and more gains emerged. The duration was longer than any other cultivation method, spell, or skill he had previously comprehended. Upon exiting the state, the attribute panel changed again. Remaining lifespan, 602 years. For Season's Sutra, Max Level. Effect 1, increases the germination speed of ungerminated seeds by 30%. Effect 2, increases the growth speed of spiritual plant stems and leaves by 30%. Effect 3, increases the spiritual energy concentration of spiritual plant fruits by 30%. Effect 4, spiritual plant growth pauses but retains 30% of its activity. Special Effect 1, consumes spiritual energy to rapidly mature a spiritual plant in a short time. Special Effect 2, increases the effects of the beginning of spring, beginning of summer, beginning of autumn, and beginning of winter to 100%. Special Effect 3, the 4 Seasons Sutra, when combined with the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree, can cause the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree to mutate. A fully upgraded version of the 4 Seasons Scripture. It grants 4 common effects and 3 special effects. Looking at it this way, it is indeed a qualified earth-rank cultivation technique. Especially in planting and cultivation, it surpasses even the fully upgraded Azure Lotus creation technique. Su Changqing pondered, doesn't this mean that the Azure Lotus creation technique is also an earth-rank technique, but when it was incomplete, it was sold as a high-rank technique? This would explain why the Azure Lotus creation technique can alter spiritual roots and even release an Azure Lotus domain. High-ranking cultivation techniques and spells don't have such heaven-defying effects. Immediately, Su Changqing got up from the rooftop, not going to sleep, but leaping up and instantly covering dozens of meters to arrive in front of the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree. Since one of the 4 Seasons Scripture's special effects is to cause the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree to mutate, he wanted to see which one it would be. After all, any mutation of a spiritual plant would have significant effects in value. Moreover, it was a rather rare 4 Seasons Fruit Tree. There are 5 known variations. They are: For Spirits Gathering Tree, For Seasons Cycle Tree, Spirit Plant Treasure Tree, Seasonal Divine Tree, Trans-Seasonal Wonder Tree. Immediately, Su Changqing circulated the fully leveled 4 Seasons Scripture. The wood elemental power in his chi surged forth as if summoned, a unique aura emanating from him. It was as if the 4 seasons were rotating around him. The growth of spring, the lushness of summer, the desolation of autumn, the withering and flourishing of winter. Each aura caused changes in the surrounding plants. Especially the weeds, completely defenseless, went from life to death in an instant, and then back to life again. Just as Su Changqing was about to envelop the 4 Seasons Fruit Tree with his wood elemental power, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately unleashed the fully leveled Azure Finger technique. Although the success rate of this spell was only 1 in 1,000. But let's try. What if it succeeds? Perhaps it will cause the Four Seasons fruit tree to mutate twice, like the Fuchsian mutated mother rice. Immediately, Su Changqing gently touched the Four Seasons fruit tree with his right index finger. A faint blue light flashed, and a ding sounded in his ear. In an instant, the Four Seasons fruit tree before him underwent a dramatic change. The trunk was covered with spiraling annual rings, each ring displaying 4 colors: spring green, summer red, autumn gold, and winter silver, as if time itself flowed across it. The leaves were translucent, sometimes like spring dew, sometimes like winter frost. The fruits all transformed into spherical, transparent shapes, with the essence of the Four Seasons emanating from within. Su Changqing's eyes widened. This doesn't seem to be any known mutation, does it? He used the system's abilities to examine this unfamiliar Four Seasons fruit tree. Time-Space Ring Tree. Effect 1, consuming the spring fruit grants a buff lasting 3 days. Effect 2, consuming the summer fruit increases the buff effect by 50%. Effect 3, consuming the autumn fruit minimizes negative buff effects. Effect 4, consuming the winter fruit extends the buff duration by 7 days. Special Effect 1, on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, and on solar terms, the Time-Space Ring Tree releases a large amount of seasonal energy, doubling the growth rate and yield of spiritual plants. Hiss! Su Changqing gasped. This Four Seasons fruit tree, combined with the max-level Four Seasons scripture and the Azure Lotus domain, this allows the spiritual plants in 5 acres of spiritual fields to be harvested every 2 months. That translates to 6 harvests a year. The effect is simply terrifying. If it were planted with seasonal fruit trees, wouldn't that be exciting just thinking about it? Next time I go to the cultivator market, I must find more seasonal fruit trees. Luckily, this time I increased the coverage area of the mirror flower watermoon array to 7 acres. Speaking of which, what exactly is the effect of these fruits? Looking at the time-space ring tree before him, Su Changqing once again circulated the fully upgraded Four Seasons scripture, continuously pouring with spiritual energy from his chi-si into it. The originally translucent fruits ripened one after another. The colors were spring green, summer red, autumn gold, and winter silver, exactly the same as the tree's rings. Before long, he was surprised to find that the wood spiritual energy in his chi-si was exhausted. You must know that at the late foundation establishment stage, the concentration of wood spiritual energy was extremely high. The fruit was gone so quickly, not even all of it ripened. Then, Su Changqing picked the ripe fruit one by one. Their numbers were quite subtle. 3 spring fruits, 2 summer fruits, 4 autumn fruits, 1 winter fruit. Su Changqing held the green spring fruit in his hand, examining it carefully. What kind of blessing is it? Crunch! The moment his teeth broke through the skin, he tasted a refreshing, dewy flavor. As he ate, the flesh melted in his mouth, a honey-like sweetness spreading between his lips and teeth. After swallowing, it felt as if he hadn't eaten fruit, but drunk the sweet juice of a spiritual spring. Soon, a herbal fragrance welled up from his stomach, overflowing from his mouth and nostrils. Strangely, Su Changqing didn't feel any effect. His body remained the same. The wood elemental energy in his danshan didn't recover quickly either. In any case, for now, it's not much different from normal fruit. Effect? Blessing? Su Changqing pondered, could it be that I need to reach a certain state first before I can receive the blessing in terms of time and effect? What effect comes on fastest? Instantly, senior sister Yu flashed into his mind. Past events became exceptionally clear at this moment. A certain part of his body immediately reacted strongly. Because it was just a test, Su Changqing didn't pay attention at first. He was extremely excited, full of energy for everything, and although he hadn't slept all night, he was very energetic. When the sun rose and this state persisted, he panicked a little. A day later, the state was still there. He was too afraid to go out. 2 days later, the state remained stubbornly strong. He hadn't rested for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Su Changqing finally couldn't hold on any longer. His face flushed, he summoned a large-leafed grass that shot up from the ground and sped straight towards the pill tower in the Earth Fire Zone. He didn't dare stop for a moment along the way, afraid of running into acquaintances. When he arrived at the entrance of the pill tower, he was walking inside. A slightly familiar face appeared opposite him. It was the novice alchemist Zhang Su had introduced before. Who? Chu Xiu, the one who had taken advantage of him. The other party also recognized Su Changqing. After all, he was Yu Kaiking's only partner. He was quite well known in the Earth Fire Zone. Chu Xiu smiled and greeted him. You are Su Changqing. Get lost. Su Changqing glared and brushed past her in an instant. Chu Xiu's smile froze, and after a long pause, she continued, rude. Su Changqing continued down, quickly arriving at the 7th alchemy room on the 9th underground floor. He took out a communication talisman and immediately contacted Yu Kaiking inside. The call connected shortly. Hello? It's me, Su Changqing. What's wrong? Open the door, I'm at the alchemy room door. Ah. Soon, the heavy stone door of the alchemy room opened. The steam dissipated, revealing Yu Kaiking's slightly surprised face. How come you? Su Changqing blushed and embraced her. Don't speak, kiss me. Although Yu Kaiking now possessed an ice spiritual root, making her extremely calm and rational, she was still melted by Su Changqing's overwhelming passion. You, what's wrong with you today? Nothing, I just missed you so much. You give me the feeling that you secretly ate some kind of elixir? Only now did Su Changqing understand how terrifying the blessing effect of the spring fruit truly was. He had a wood-fire spiritual root. Yu Kaiking had an ice-fire spiritual root. Their spiritual roots were wood-generating fire, while ice suppressed fire. Normally, Yu Kaiking would have the advantage in dual cultivation. But now, Su Changqing was shocked to discover that his fire-to-earth generation speed had increased. The efficiency was at least several times faster than before during dual cultivation. The initial excitement was merely superficial. The true blessing only appeared during his dual cultivation with Yu Kaiking. Keep in mind, this was the last day. If it started from the first day, or if he had consumed the winter fruit, extending the time to 10 days. At this rate, he should be able to cultivate his third spiritual root by the end of the year. It's common knowledge that cultivating the first spiritual root through dual cultivation takes at least 100 years. However, the effect of the time-space ring tree fruit drastically shortens this time. Others take 100 years. Su Changqing only needs 1 year. Others take 200 years. Su Changqing only needs 2 years. Based on the calculation of cultivating a single spiritual root through dual cultivation to develop 5 elements, it would take a maximum of 1500 years. Su Changqing's initial wood spiritual root and fire spiritual root were born with the help of rare and precious materials, therefore they are not considered dual cultivation. That is to say, only when fire generates earth is it truly the first time a spiritual root is cultivated. In other words, he can obtain the earth spiritual root by the end of the year. The next morning arrived, and the blessing effect indeed disappeared. Su Changqing, his clothes tattered, emerged from the alchemy room. Turning his head, he saw Yu Kaiking gazing at him with her captivating eyes. He thought regretfully, it's a pity senior sister Yu has an ice spirit root, I can't cultivate with her long term. It seems I'll have to find another way. Once he left the alchemy tower, he immediately summoned the great leaf grass and soared into the air, flying at incredible speed towards his spirit field. Fortunately, Wang Wang, the guinea fowl, the dragonfish, the light spirit turtle, and the red-tailed carp were all spirit beasts and wouldn't starve to death in a day. As for food, Su Changqing used a simple and direct method, feeding them only top-grade spirit rice. Because the spirit rice contained rich spiritual energy, the guinea fowl, the dragonfish, the light spirit turtle, and the red-tailed carp not only didn't mind but ate with gusto. Even in the end, wherever Su Changqing went, they swam in the water to follow. Their hunger reached its peak at this moment. They seemed determined to get their food at all. Su Changqing chuckled, fine, I have plenty of top-grade spirit rice anyway. Immediately, he pulled out a large handful and splashed it into the water. It created ripples like rain. This immediately attracted a frenzy from the 5 dragonfish. Only after they were full did it come to the light spirit turtle. This 6th turtle ate very slowly, chewing each grain of spirit rice before taking another. After a long wait, it was finally the turn of the 20 thin, red-tailed carp, but they received very little spirit rice. The vast majority was eaten by the dragonfish and the light spirit turtle. Next, Su Changqing headed towards the spirit field, beginning his daily routine. Upon arriving at the second mew of spirit field, he looked at the mutated, soil-eroded brown-on rice. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately stepped forward and quickly dug into the black soil beneath. Sure enough, with the help of this soil-eroded brown-on rice, the earth element fruit seed, which normally required 10 years to flower and bear fruit, had now taken root and sprouted. But this was far from enough. It would take several more years for it to flower and bear fruit. Su Changqing was not satisfied at all. He immediately activated the max level 4 season scripture, continuously pouring all his wood elemental power into the seed. It should be noted that the max level 4 season scripture possesses 4 ordinary effects and 3 special effects. Almost all of these are for spirit plants that have taken root, sprouted, flowered, and bore fruit. Effect 1 increases the germination speed of unsprouted seeds by 30%. Effect 2 increases the stem and leaf growth speed of spirit plants by 30%. Adding the special effect 1, which consumes the elemental power in his CC to rapidly mature a spirit plant in a short period of time. With the added special effects of the mutated brown rice that corrodes the soil, the growth rate of earth attribute spiritual plants within the domain increases by 50%. As a result, the earth element fruit, which originally required 10 years to take root and sprout, and another 10 years to flower and bear fruit, is now growing at a visible rate. The surrounding black soil converges towards the earth element fruit, gradually forming a circular platform with a diameter of 1 meter, its surface displaying earthworm-like patterns. As the earth energy continues to gather and become increasingly concentrated, finally, columnar smoke rises from around the platform, silently surging outwards. Just as Su Changqing was anticipating further changes, the wood spiritual energy in his chi suddenly dried up. This shows that ripening the earth element fruit is not a simple matter. Helpless, he turned and walked towards the third acre of spiritual field to continue his daily tasks. After finishing everything, he began to prepare a nourishing food to accelerate the recovery of wood spiritual energy. This dish is called the Azure Spirit Rejuvenating Soup, a recipe he learned while reading medical books. Main ingredients: Centennial green wood ginseng, sliced. Spirit vine flower dew, 10 drops. Fire flame fruit, 1. Additional ingredients: Poria cocos, spirit rice, 50 g each. Clean spring water, 3 large bowls. First, boil the spring water, then add the green wood ginseng slices and simmer over low heat for 1 hour. Once the broth turns emerald green, add the Poria cocos and spirit rice, cooking until it becomes a rice paste. Gradually reduce the heat, then add the spirit vine flower dew and sprinkle with chopped fire flame fruit. Stir clockwise 49 times. Stir counterclockwise 81 times. Finally, extinguish the heat and let it cool. When ready to eat, the green spirit returning pulse soup is a translucent emerald green, with finely chopped fire flame fruit floating on the surface. Upon tasting, the flavor is as refreshing as morning mist, with a rather sweet and savory taste. It initially tasted slightly bitter after swallowing, accompanied by the characteristic spiciness of the crimson flame fruit. Fortunately, it soon developed a sweet aftertaste, with a refreshing fragrance rising from within. Sure enough, the recovery of wood elemental power accelerated. By the afternoon, it was fully recovered. Without hesitation, Su Changqing returned to the increasingly robust earth elemental fruit and continued to circulate the fully leveled 4-season scripture, frantically pouring wood elemental power into his chi. Gradually, the earth elemental fruit underwent a new transformation. A 3-foot-tall, earthen yellow flower stalk sprouted from the earthen platform, its tip blossoming with 9 petals. The petals were a translucent, earthy yellow, with mysterious runes faintly visible on the inner side of each petal, and pale golden light flowing along the edges. Clearly, the earthly fruit had blossomed. The moment it bloomed, it instantly resonated with the earth's energy. Especially in the second acre of spiritual field, it began to emanate a continuous mist, eventually spreading out like clouds. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that all the nearby spiritual plants had changed, the most obvious change being in their root systems, which had all become much stronger. Rooting, sprouting, blossoming, and bearing fruit. This indicated that it was about to mature. After pondering for a while, Su Changqing suddenly raised his right index finger, the tip of which shimmered with a pale blue light, and then gently poked the earthly fruit in front of him. Ding! The soon-to-ripen earth element fruit before him underwent another transformation. The earth energy, the platform, and the petals rapidly contracted, ultimately transforming into a translucent, yellowish-brown crystal. The next second, a fruit, smaller than an adult's palm, condensed from the top, still translucent, with golden light flowing within, possessing a captivating beauty. Before it, time seemed to stand still, space itself seemed frozen. What is this? Su Changqing was initially stunned, then used his system abilities to check the information. Spatial Earth Element Fruit. Effect 1. After consuming the fruit, there is a 10% chance to comprehend the supernatural ability shrinking the Earth to an inch. Effect 2. After consuming the fruit, the comprehension speed of the minor teleportation technique is accelerated by 20%. Effect 3. The fruit can be used to refine a Samura mustard seed, creating its own independent space. Effect 4. The fruit can be used to construct an interdimensional teleportation array, connecting to fixed spatial coordinates. Instantly, only heavy breathing remained in the spirit field. Su Changqing had many secrets, so he had always tried his best to hide them. They even spared no expense, installing the mirror flower watermoon array, comparable to a high-level earthgrade array. If they could refine the Samura mustard seed, they could obtain a personal space. Everything around them, mutated seasonal fruit trees, mutated spiritual plants, even the dragonfish in the pond could be transferred to this space, eliminating any worry about their secret being discovered. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, however, to refine the Samura mustard seed, I need a place with extremely rich earth energy. Spirit fields definitely wouldn't work. Once the earth energy is extracted, the quality of the spiritual plants will be greatly reduced. The earth veins there do have incredibly rich earth energy, but unfortunately, there are too many people, making it easy to be discovered. After much thought, Su Changqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly had a target. In the Black Forest outside the loose cultivator market, isn't there a cave dwelling of Huang Yuanhua, a golden core cultivator? The earth energy there is definitely extremely rich. First of all, Huang Yuanhua himself is an earth spirit root cultivator. Secondly, both the rolling dragon and the earth guiding grass are closely related to the earth's energy. Besides, that area has already been thoroughly explored, so normally there's no danger. Having confirmed this, Su Changqing didn't pick the earth element fruit from the spatial storage in front of him. Because this thing can't be stored in any storage space, he could only wait until he went to the rogue cultivator market to harvest it. With excitement in his heart, he turned and walked towards the stone house. Since he was going to the Black Forest outside the rogue cultivator market, he needed to be fully prepared. He needed to stock up on pills. He needed to have all the necessary spiritual artifacts. He even needed to buy some portable arrays and powerful talismans. There were still 10 days until the next wine delivery. That was enough time to enrich, strengthen, and arm himself. The most important thing right now was to disguise himself. He couldn't visit Huang Yuanhua's cave as a disciple of a celestial sect, nor could he appear as a rogue cultivator. The best solution would undoubtedly be disguise or wearing a mask. Coincidentally, Su Changqing knew of a mask called illusion, which was also a magical artifact. It could neither attack nor defend, and had only two effects. Effect 1 completely alters the wearer's appearance, allowing them to impersonate someone else. Effect 2 blends seamlessly with the skin, leaving no trace after wearing. It was practically an essential item for travel and for Lao Lu, a character known for his cunning and resourcefulness. While the materials for refining might be difficult to gather outside, they weren't too challenging for disciples of the immortal sect. There were 3 main types. 1 illusion fox pelt, white jade carnelia, ground into powder, half a pound of blood-veined serpent essence blood. Su Changqing didn't even leave the house. He directly contacted Hu Bagui, asking him to gather the illusion fox pelt and blood-veined serpent essence blood from the Spirit Beast Valley. Then he had Linen, who was outside, buy the white jade carnelia and bring back the other 2 materials from the Spirit Beast Valley. Once everything was settled, it was the next day. Only 9 days remained before heading to the loose cultivator market. But for Su Changqing, that was more than enough. Basement, 2nd floor. The alchemy room. Yes, that's right, the alchemy room. Normally, refining spiritual weapons would be done in the weapon refining room. This time was truly different, or rather, the method of refining the illusion was different. Upon receiving the illusion fox pelt, Su Changqing had already washed it with clean water and placed it in a wooden box, even lining the inside with a mat woven from fragrant herbs. This was done primarily because the fragrant herbs would help preserve the illusion fox pelt's spiritual essence. Next, he ground a whole piece of white chalcedony into powder, then placed it all into a palm-sized jade bowl. He added a suitable amount of water, then gently stirred it clockwise in circles until it formed a smooth paste. He then poured in the crimson blood of the blood-veined serpent. He continued stirring until the blood and chalcedony paste were fully integrated, becoming indistinguishable. At this point, it emitted an extremely faint crimson-purple fluorescence. Satisfied with this, Su Changqing picked up a spirit brush, similar to a calligraphy brush, and evenly applied the final crimson-purple paste onto the illusion fox pelt. This step is crucial. Rushing it could easily result in overdoing it in certain areas, making it immediately noticeable and flawed. With such patient application, half an hour quickly passed. The phantom fox skin was finally finished. Although it was his first time, and his technique was slightly clumsy, there were no visible problems. Next came the most important step in the entire refining process. That was choosing a face to carve. As for the person, Su Changqing had already chosen. Who? The nascent soul cultivator who, 1,000 years ago, controlled tens of thousands of fire crows, forming the 10,000 crows burning heaven array, the Crow Venerable. Why choose him? The reason was that Su Changqing planned to reveal his fire spirit root this time. He happened to have 5 fire crows by his side. He also happened to possess the fire crow chi cultivation method. Of course, it couldn't be an exact replica, as that would easily incur his karma. Therefore, Su Changqing only created a 50% resemblance. It gave off a vague, ambiguous feeling. Immediately, he picked up a jade carving knife and began to carve according to the face of the Raven Venerable. This time it took even longer, a full 2 hours, before it met the requirements. The former Raven Venerable had 3 golden wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, a high, straight nose like a raven's beak, extremely thin lips, and a slightly pointed, protruding chin. Because it was only a resemblance, Su Changqing softened or rejuvenated many features. For example, the 3 wrinkles at the corners of his eyes disappeared, and the bridge of his nose sagged slightly. His lips, once extremely thin, became about the thickness of a normal person's. As for the chin, it was still somewhat sharp, but it didn't protrude, mainly because Su Changqing thought a protruding chin was too ugly. After finishing, he circulated the 9 flames profound technique, releasing crimson flames to heat the Starfall secret gold cauldron in front of him. Once the temperature rose, he placed the illusion mask, which resembled a human face, directly into it and began to shape it with the flames. Time quietly passed, from day to night. Outside, the moon was high in the sky, and countless stars twinkled. At this moment, the temperature inside the Starfall secret gold cauldron gradually decreased. Su Changqing took a closer look and his eyes lit up. The illusion mask had developed 5 spiritual patterns, reaching a superior quality. In other words, he could inscribe at least 5 runes on it. Spiritual artifact illusion. Quality high grade. Spiritual runes: 5000 faces illusion rune, concealed breath skin melting rune, sound illusion rune, light concealment eye rune, memory bewitching rune. Effect 1 can completely change the wearer's appearance, disguising them as someone else. Effect 2 blends seamlessly with the skin, leaving no trace after wearing. Although 5 basic runes have been added, the overall effect remains largely unchanged. Su Changqing lifted the illusion and gently covered his face. His entire appearance instantly transformed, as if he had become another person. He coughed lightly a few times, then lowered his voice. "My name is Zhu Rong, fire spirit root, wielding a fire crow, he. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the obscure alchemist Yu Quan liked to wear a black cloak and appear mysterious. Hiding one's true self and becoming someone else felt incredibly satisfying. After tidying up the alchemy room, Su Changqing left the basement, quickly returned to the surface, and soon arrived at the door of the stone house. At first, Wang thought its owner had come out, a fawning smile on its face. But when it realized it was a stranger, it paused, then leaped out of its kennel, barking loudly with fierce eyes. Woof woof woof. It wanted to alert its owner, but there was no sound from inside the house. Su Changqing nodded slightly. After wearing the illusion, although the clothes, height, and physique haven't changed much, the appearance and temperament are completely opposite. Even Wang, who had lived with it for many years, couldn't recognize it. One can imagine how amazing the effect of this thing was. The next second, he activated the 9 Flames Profound technique, and the fire elemental power in his dantian surged forth. Instantly, his eyes blazed with a fierce light, and his aura became exceptionally powerful. At the same time, a scorching aura swept outwards from him. Wherever it passed, weeds and insects instantly ignited, burning to ashes in the blink of an eye. 1 second Wang was barking, the next it tucked its tail between its legs and ran away. The guinea fowl and the coop huddled together in a ball. The light spirit turtle floated on the water, amusing itself, seemingly quite content. Suddenly sensing the surging heat, it immediately pulled its head and limbs back into its shell. All living things around were now like startled birds. Su Changqing's lips curled slightly at the sight. He then activated the Fire Crow Nourishing Qi technique, and the 5 fire crows in the bedroom immediately flew out, circling around him. Although the one below didn't look like its master, the command was correct, so it didn't resist. Caw, caw, caw. A mournful sound, accompanied by a dangerous aura. The entire spirit field fell into a deathly silence in an instant, without the slightest movement. Su Changqing issued a command, and the 5 fire crows swiftly landed. Then, along with the fire crows, they transformed into a ball of burning flame and soared into the distance. Once they had created enough distance, they stopped, then unleashed the blazing sun finger, flicking their fingers repeatedly to shoot out streaks of yellow fire. Instantly, the pitch-black night was illuminated. The ground, trees, and plants melted upon contact, a gruesome sight. Feeling his full power, Su Changqing felt a surge of exhilaration and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this what it feels like to have a disguise? It's so awesome!" His wood spirit root self remained meek and submissive. The fire spirit root unleashed its full power. 5 days later, Su Changqing, a few days ahead of schedule, arrived at the rogue cultivator market in Dongqing City aboard a giant flying sword. Having ample time, he didn't rush to trade with Sun Peng. First, he found an inn and rented a single room. Because he would be staying for a longer period, he stayed a few extra days. After disguising himself as a rogue cultivator, he arrived at the residential area next to Yaoxiang Pavilion. Xiao Dahong's old flame was out of danger. Although the yellow fiend disease wasn't completely cured, the earth fiend energy gathered on his body had weakened considerably. He was no longer a motionless stone lying in bed. His daily life was perfectly normal. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wu Mang slowly moved to the doorway and opened it. Standing outside was an unfamiliar face. He looked unremarkable, nothing particularly memorable. Su Changqing squinted, looking him up and down. "Looks like you've recovered quite well." Wu Mang was taken aback at first, then said excitedly, You're the miracle doctor who cured all my ailments, right?" "Miracle doctor?" Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Yes." Wu Mang bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving my life." Although he suspected the other party had ulterior motives, it was still a lifesaver. In fact, it could be said that the other party had saved not only him, but also the unfortunate Xiao Dahong. Otherwise, the two would have no future, their prospects would be bleak. Su Changqing waved his hand, "No need for thanks. I just want to know what's going on inside Huang Yuanhua's cave." Wu Mang took a deep breath. "It's like this." As someone who experienced it firsthand, he definitely knew more than Xiao Dahong, and in greater detail. From heading to Huang Yuanhua's cave, to being captured by the Golden Core stage expert who had been waiting there, everyone was used as pawns. Up until the leak of the earthly fiend Qi, resulting in the deaths of many, everything was clearly explained. The situation at the time sounded incredibly dangerous. That golden core stage expert, and the deceitful couple. Faced with the leaked earthly fiend Qi, they were completely powerless to resist. After listening, Su Changqing only felt that Wu Mang was incredibly lucky. In that situation, one wrong step would have meant certain death. Although he had survived, his physical condition was still far from optimistic. Wu Mang asked in a deep voice, "Fellow deist, what else would you like to know?" Su Changqing countered, "Do you have a map?" Wu Mang said in surprise, "Wasn't Huang Yuanhua's cave no longer dangerous? Anyone can even enter and explore." Su Changqing smiled enigmatically, "Who knows?" Wu Mang was taken aback, then nodded vigorously, "All right, I'll draw it for you, but it's just a rough sketch. The situation was critical at the time, and I couldn't explore it thoroughly." "Okay," Su Changqing agreed. But when Wu Mang finished drawing, his lips twitched. "Good heavens, this is just a rough sketch. It's called a rough sketch, and it really is just a rough sketch. Entrance. What's going on the left? What's happening on the right? The area deep inside where the Earth's energy erupted. That's about it. It looks extremely hasty overall." Wu Mang said regretfully, "It's a pity my body can't move around freely right now, otherwise I would definitely go with you." Su Changqing said calmly, "It's not too late to go when you're better." "That's true." Wu Mang smiled awkwardly. "All right, you continue to rest, I'm leaving." Su Changqing turned and left. Watching the others' departing figure, Wu Mang immediately revealed an extremely unwilling expression. "Damn it, I missed another chance to turn things around." On the way, Su Changqing used his spiritual sense to imprint the entire map, and after confirming it was correct, a wisp of fire instantly burned it to ashes. Back in his inn room, he quickly removed his rogue cultivator attire, then took out illusion from the jade gourd and covered his face. Instantly, the rogue cultivator Cai Kun disappeared. In his place appeared a fire cultivator named Zhu Rong. "Fellow deist, want to join the group? Our destination is the cave of Huang Yuanhua, a golden core cultivator. Special offer now, only one mid-grade spirit stone. We'll leave once we have 5 people. Because Huang Yuanhua's cave is open to the public, Dongqing City, especially the market for independent cultivators, is experiencing a surge in visitors. Everywhere is teeming with tourists eager to see it. Some have even traveled all the way from Suingzhen City just to catch a glimpse of Huang Yuanhua's cave." At this moment, Su Changqing, having left the inn, had changed his attire and bought a low-end version of the Raven Venerable's outfit, called the Suanhuo robe. Although 1,000 years have passed, the Raven Venerable still has many fervent followers, the vast majority of whom possess fire spirit roots. Where there's demand, there's supply. The Suanhuo robe is a wide-sleeved robe, reaching to the ankles. The robe featured a right fastening, slanted front design, with a high collar resembling a crow's beak, flared cuffs, and a 3-inch wide dark gold trim along the outer edge. The primary color was dark red. The secondary color was burnt black. A touch of moonwhite embellished the folded cuffs. 5 fire crows, 4 of which were already circling in the sky. Only the crow with the highest potential, the largest, now perched on Su Changqing's left shoulder. 2 large, round, dark brown eyes scanned its surroundings intently. As for Su Changqing, he kept his eyes closed throughout, observing his surroundings through shared vision, giving him an air of unfathomable depth. He chose to join a group, entering a demon hunting team called Red Tiger. There were 5 people in total. 3 men and 2 women. 2 team members were in the late Qi refining stage, and 1 was at the peak of Qi refining. The captain had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the vice-captain had just broken through to the early foundation establishment stage. The team leader, named Red Tiger, possessed an awakened fire elemental root. He was burly and robust, with dark skin and prominent scars on his face and body. The vice-captain, John Lazy, despite her unusual name, was a female cultivator. She was unkempt and disheveled, dressed in a gray short-sleeved outfit. She held a semi-transparent dagger in her hand, her eyes exceptionally sharp. One of the male team members on the left was thin and hunched over, with withered skin. His name was Wang Lingsun, and he held a vine whip covered in sharp, poisonous thorns. In the middle was a female team member named Zhou Kui. Although her appearance was ordinary, she wore a leather bodysuit. She was curious about everyone, her gaze constantly scanning them. The third member on the far right was a male cultivator named Li Tai. The man appeared even more imposing than the team leader, Chihu, standing at least 2 meters tall with exceptionally thick, calloused hands. He gripped 2 heavy black iron hammers, their surfaces faintly etched with runes. Years of demon hunting gave them an aura of danger. They looked reliable, not some hastily assembled group. Now, with Su Changqing included, there were exactly 10 people. "Let's go!" Chihu didn't waste any words, giving the order before leading his men out of the city. Huang Yuanhua's cave was deep within the Black Forest. A round trip would take at least half a day to a day. If it happened to be night, they would have to spend the night there. Chi who's leading another group? They haven't stopped lately. There's no other way. Li Tai has been stuck at the Chi refining stage for years and desperately needs a foundation establishment pill. Once outside the city, they encountered even more demon hunting teams. Some were venturing into the Black Forest to hunt monsters. Others, like Chi Hu and his group, had chosen to lead their own teams. Upon reaching the city outskirts, Chi Hu glanced at the 5 temporary members who had joined the team and said in a deep voice, "While Huang Yuan Hua's cave is safe, the Black Forest is not. You must listen to us on this journey, or leave now." Neither Su Changqing nor the other 4 made a move. They were very interested in Huang Yuan Hua's cave and wouldn't leave easily. Seeing this, Chi Hu was quite satisfied and continued, "Because of the distance, and the frequent appearances of monsters, we might have to spend the night in the Black Forest. Is that alright?" "No problem," someone responded. Chi Hu exchanged glances with the other 4 team members, then said earnestly to Su Changqing and the others, "Any of you who help with any monsters we encounter along the way will receive a share of the spoils afterward." With that, he took out a spirit beast ring. 3 spirit beasts were summoned from within. Su Changqing recognized them all at a glance. One was an iron-backed pangolin. It possessed earth attribute, extremely high defense, and was adept at burrowing underground. It had a docile temperament, making it particularly suitable as a spirit pet. The other 2 were very large blue-backed wolves. They seemed to have been recently tamed, still retaining some wildness. However, what truly caught Su Changqing's attention was the vice-captain, John Lazy. She had summoned a pair of gray flying wheels, adorned with 3 different spirit patterns. These were swift wind pattern, solid movement pattern, rock-breaking pattern. Red Tiger leaped onto the back of the ironback pangolin, then pointed to the 2 other green-backed wolves and said, "If you don't have a means of transportation, you can ride these." Those except Su Changqing summoned their own modes of transport. Some were flying paper cranes, others were land-based spirit beasts. Su Changqing swiftly landed on the back of a green-backed wolf. He sat cross-legged. Strangely enough, this green-backed wolf, which still retained some wildness, had its eyes become clear as he approached. Soon, the 10-person demon hunting team sped into the depths of the Black Forest. Across from Su Changqing sat the second female member of Red Tiger's team, Zhou Kui, wearing a leather bodysuit. She was now observing Su Changqing, whose eyes remained closed the entire time, with great curiosity. When he saw Su Changqing take out top-grade spirit rice to feed the fire crow on his shoulder, his eyes gleamed. Therefore, Zhou Kui couldn't help but ask, "Fellow deist, judging from your attire, you must be a follower of that crow venerable, right?" Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Isn't it obvious?" Zhou Kui was speechless. As time passed, they gradually ventured deeper into the Black Forest. The sense of security vanished instantly. Everyone, whether it was Chi Hu or the others who had joined temporarily, tensed up. After all, the Black Forest contained numerous monster lairs. So far, the Dongqing City monster hunting team had only explored a third of it. Many people didn't know what lay deeper inside. And coincidentally, Huang Yuan Hua's cave was located in that very deep area. Something's coming. Su Changqing, using the shared vision of the fire crows in the sky, noticed something rapidly approaching from his right. However, he didn't voice his discovery. Instead, he wanted to test Chi Hu and the others to see if they were up to the task. If they weren't, Su Changqing would turn around and leave, returning to choose a stronger demon hunting team. In short, although this trip primarily involved fire elemental demon hunters, his approach remained unchanged, cautious and vigilant, never letting his guard down. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose. Immediately afterward, a pungent, fishy stench wafted over from the other side. The faint sound had barely been heard when Red Tiger reacted, immediately whispering, "Something's approaching, everyone be careful." Lai Zi, investigate. Okay. John Lai Zi, on his flying wheels, glided along the ground, disappearing silently. "This is my first time entering the Black Forest. I've heard there are many monsters. It's my first time too, I'm quite looking forward to it." Indeed, compared to the serious expressions of Red Tiger's team, the few who had temporarily joined were exceptionally excited. Those with spiritual sense released theirs. Those without spiritual sense carefully observed. As the rustling sounds grew clearer, the ground began to shake slightly. Su Changqing, using his spiritual sense, had already scanned the approaching thing, knowing it was quite large. With the shared vision of the fire crow, he could see clearly from above. What was it? A giant snake. It was over 10 meters long, with its thickest part of its torso reaching half a meter in diameter. Its body was covered in dark black scales, each scale's edge gleaming with an eerie grayish-green fluorescence, like corroded metal. Its head was triangular, with 2 small bony horns protruding from its forehead. Its forked tongue was bluish-black, emitting a pungent, fishy odor when it flicked its tongue. Soon, a pair of cloudy, yellowish eyes emerged from the dense bushes, their pupils now contracted into thin vertical slits. They stared at Su Changqing and the others with a cold, greedy gaze. The feeling one gets from a monster is indeed different from that of a spirit beast. It sends chills down one's spine. Chi Hu raised an eyebrow. Ink-scaled serpent. Su Changqing asked, "How strong is this monster?" Chi Hu replied without turning his head, "Over 500 years old, it's difficult for us to kill. Under 500 years old, we can kill it easily." Hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't yet deep within the Black Forest, so this giant snake couldn't be more than 500 years old. Su Changqing crossed his arms, clearly indicating he had no intention of attacking. Hiss! The ink-scaled snake flicked its forked tongue and began circling the group, seemingly choosing a suitable angle to attack. Chi Hu, naturally, wouldn't sit idly by. He immediately exchanged glances with his teammates, then leaped into the air. While in mid-air, a burst of intense heat erupted, instantly attracting the ink-scaled snake's attention, or rather, alerting it. But just then, Li Tai's body trembled, a layer of golden light appearing on its surface. Then, like a raging bull, he charged forward and slammed into the giant snake. With a loud bang, the ink-scaled snake's body jolted violently. It was momentarily dizzy and disoriented. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Kui, clad in a leather bodysuit, stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the soil to ripple like churning water, creating concentric waves that transformed into a muddy swamp beneath the black-scaled snake. It was already 10 meters long and quite heavy, and it sank in instantly. The more it struggled, the less it could escape. Seeing this, Wang Lingsun thrust his hands into the ground, instantly unleashing the wood elemental energy within his danshan. Hundreds of weeds transformed into thick vines, shooting out at incredible speed, coiling around the black-scaled snake layer after layer, and controlling it in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the Crimson Tiger's seemingly suicidal behavior earlier was actually intentional. The purpose was to attract the giant snake's attention, allowing the team behind them to launch an attack. Hiss! Hiss hiss! The black-scaled snake, sensing the threat of death, frantically twisted its body, trying to break free from the vine's restraints and the swamp's confinement. At this moment, Su Changqing's gaze turned to a dark corner on the other side. There was someone there. Who? Zhang Lazy, who had left. She returned silently, riding her flying wheels. Seizing the opportunity, her body flashed, accompanied by a sizzle sound of flesh tearing. A clear bloodstain ran from the black-scaled snake's waist, down to its 7th inch, and then to its even harder skull. Finally, with a thud, its entire head split in two. A 10-meter-long, half-meter diameter black-scaled snake was easily killed by the 5-person team in less than 5 breaths. A murky liquid, possibly brain matter, venom, or blood, a mixture of all three, gushed from the severed wound. Any plants it touched were corroded, visibly rotting, and emitting a pungent, fishy stench. Su Changqing nodded slightly, impressive. No wonder you're a professional demon hunting team. This test clearly demonstrated the strength and ability of Chi Hu and the others. Although only 2 members of the team had reached the foundation establishment stage, the other 3 were all at the Chi refining stage. Their teamwork was undeniably excellent. At this moment, Chi Hu had withdrawn his fiery aura and explained, "The most valuable parts of the ink-scaled serpent are the scales on its back, the venom glands on both sides of its lower jaw, the gallbladder and inner core, the fangs on both jaws, and the spinal cord. Currently, the market price for one is approximately 3 mid-grade spirit stones." Because Su Changqing and the others had not participated in the attack, none of them profited. At this moment, one of the temporary team members, a cold-looking male cultivator in a black robe, stepped forward. "I'm very interested in the snake gallbladder core. Name your price." Chi Hu smiled slightly. "Ling Mo, right? Normally, the price of a snake gallbladder core is 1 mid-grade spirit stone plus 20 low-grade spirit stones. But you're a guest, and also one of our temporary team members, so we'll give you a friendly price, 1 mid-grade spirit stone." Ling Mo nodded slightly and directly took out 1 mid-grade spirit stone and handed it over, a reasonable price. Chi Hu took the spirit stone and then winked at the vice-captain. Zhang Lazy began dissecting the black-scaled snake expressionlessly. Her movements were very fluid. She was clearly someone who specialized in this kind of work. In no time, she cut open the abdominal cavity and took out an oval-shaped snake gallbladder core, about the size of a pigeon egg, with black patterns wrapped around its surface and faint green light spots at its core. Ling Mo took the item, examining it as he said, "I'm a beginner alchemist. If you have any similar items later, as long as the quality is acceptable, we can trade." Upon hearing that he was a beginner alchemist, both the Crimson Tiger team and the others were astonished. After all, it was rare to see an alchemist venture into the Black Forest. Logically, he could simply refine pills and earn money passively, without needing to risk his life by venturing out. Su Changqing thought to himself, if it were a disciple of a celestial sect, there would be no need for them to come out, and they certainly wouldn't easily reveal their identity. Judging from this, they're probably a member of some cultivation family or small sect, and one that's not highly regarded. Of course, it didn't really matter. As long as it didn't create a conflict of interest, there was no need to care. Apart from Ling Mo, no one else was interested in the giant serpent. Therefore, Chi-Hu and the others quickly used storage bags specifically for storing monster corpses to pack up the remaining parts. Immediately afterwards, the group ventured deeper into the Black Forest. As the 10-person team ventured deeper into the forest, darkness grew ever more intense. Only occasional slivers of faint light pierced through the dark branches of the trees, casting long shadows. The leader, Crimson Tiger, spoke, "Gentlemen, another 20 miles ahead will bring us to the demon hunting team's gathering place. We can rest and replenish our resources there. After tonight, we'll be fully inside the Black Forest." Su Changqing immediately inquired, "How far is it to Huang Yuanhua's cave?" If he possessed the strength of a golden core cultivator, he would have flown there long ago. Following the team was safer, but the speed and efficiency were far too slow. Crimson Tiger said calmly, "If we don't stop for a moment, we can arrive around midnight. However, for safety reasons, I suggest we don't do that." Another temporary team member, Ling Mo, couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Crimson Tiger said with a half-smile, "The Black Forest at night is 10 times more terrifying than during the day. During the day, there's hardly any sunlight. At night, it becomes a completely dark realm. Although cultivators possess various abilities, for example, night vision, spiritual sense, and escape techniques can greatly reduce the risk of danger. The problem is that at night, the Black Forest is filled with a poisonous miasma called shadow mist, which suppresses anything that glows. Furthermore, even the range of spiritual sense scanning is only 1/3 of that during the day. According to the Black Forest Chronicles, at night, an extremely unspiritual plant called illusionary mica appears. It releases hallucinogenic gas, causing everything within a certain range to distort and even change its appearance. For example, what might appear as a black-scaled snake in front of you could be mistaken for a tree due to the hallucinogenic gas of the illusionary mica. Some people have even been swallowed by monsters like black-scaled snakes while walking along. Of course, this is only the threat posed by the environment. At night, even more powerful black-scaled snakes appear, and there are even packs of nightmare wolves. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter soul-eating moths that feed on life essence. They often appear in numbers of thousands, and some Foundation establishment cultivators have been devoured in an instant, leaving only their skeletons. Hiss! Su Changqing and his group of 5 gasped upon hearing this. At this moment, Vice Captain Zhang Lazy suddenly spoke up. "In fact, the most dangerous thing in the Black Forest is often not monsters or the environment, but..." Ling Mo couldn't help but press, "But what?" Zhang Lazy said seriously, "Evil cultivators." These 2 words silenced everyone. Those who had initially been curious about the night all paled. If they could, they would rather encounter monsters. At least they could see and touch them. Evil cultivators, on the other hand, are often impossible to guard against. Not only do they possess various evil arts, but these guys can also disguise themselves as normal cultivators and infiltrate the crowds to cause trouble. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, several fire crows in the sky let out hoarse caws. Su Changqing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately switched to shared vision, his expression instantly darkening. He knew that fire crows had incredibly sharp eyesight. They could see not only at night but also detect heat sources. Now, from the perspective of these fire crows, Su Changqing was shocked to discover that the surroundings were densely packed with moving heat sources. The number was at least 20. This time, Su Changqing didn't remain silent and immediately warned, "Something's approaching, and there are many of them." "What?" Chi-Hu and the others exchanged glances, then frantically scanned the area with their spiritual senses. However, due to the environmental factors of the Black Forest, the scanning range was only half of what it had been before. At this moment, the blue-backed wolf beneath them seemed to sense something, first sniffing the air, then raising its head and letting out a sharp howl. "Oh-woo! Oh-woo! Oh-woo-woo! Oh-woo-woo!" Soon, the howls of wolves echoed all around them. The sounds were shrill and piercing, sending chills down their spines. Clearly, they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Chi-Hu's face darkened. "Didn't old cripple say there were only these 2 green-backed wolves left?" Su Changqing sneered, "I'm afraid he only caught these 2. Ling Mo immediately asked, "What do we do now?" Chi-Hu pointed ahead and replied, "In another 10 miles, we'll reach the demon hunting team's gathering place. At that point, no matter how many green-backed wolves there are, they'll all be dead." The meaning was clear. They had no intention of fighting these green-backed wolves. They wanted to reach the demon hunting team's gathering place before nightfall, as that would be safer. Everyone agreed. In fact, they were eager for it. However, this time, the one leading the way, or rather, clearing the path, was no longer Captain Chi-Hu. He instead came to the back of the group, staying behind to cover the rear, while Vice Captain Zhang Lazy led the way, clearing the path on his flying wheels. At this moment, everyone's mode of transportation, whether land-based spirit beasts or flying paper cranes, was operating at maximum speed. But as they ran, the 2 blue-backed wolves beneath them suddenly stiffened, then trembled violently, as if they had encountered something terrifying. This sudden movement caught everyone off guard. Su Changqing was fortunate, his reaction was the fastest of all, grabbing Yada and leaping into the air. However, Zhou Kui, the female member of the Crimson Tiger squad sitting in front, was thrown off her feet. Fortunately, Vice Captain Zhang Lazy reacted quickly and caught her. But then, a blue-backed wolf leaped out from the nearby bushes. Compared to ordinary blue-backed wolves, it was much larger. It was 6 to 7 meters long, with a shoulder height of about 2 to 3 meters. The blue fur on its back was even thicker and brighter, like the deep blue waters of a lake. Its belly and inner limbs were covered in silver-gray fur, giving it an air of both nobility and majesty. The fur on its tail was relatively long, with black tips, resembling a black flag fluttering in the wind. Its head was broad and thick, its mouth like a gaping maw, its fangs sharp and long, gleaming with a chilling light. Its eyes were golden, like 2 dazzling gems, radiating a fierce light. This is the blue-backed wolf king. Ordinary blue-backed wolves mostly live for several decades to over 100 years, but the wolf king has lived for at least 300 years. Look at its ears, so pointed and large, like iron towers, with spirals of downy hair on them. Each spiral adds 1 ring for every 100 years, more than 5 rings means it has lived for 500 years. Everyone knew that blue-backed wolves had come looking for their kin, but they never expected that the first one to appear would be the 500-year-old wolf king. At this moment, it was less than 3 meters away from Zhang Lazy and Zhou Kui. As the wolf king opened its blood-red maw, its sharp fangs drawing ever closer, the 2 women could already smell the blood emanating from its mouth, and their pupils constricted violently. Red Tiger and the others reacted instantly, rushing forward to rescue them. But before they could get close, splat! Suddenly, a crimson ray containing extreme heat flashed past. The enormous, ferocious wolf head, before everyone's eyes, melted into a pulp. With a plop, blood sprayed all over the 2 women. The headless wolf king's body grazed them as it slammed heavily to the ground. Perhaps not completely dead, it twitched occasionally, but it was no longer capable of harming anyone. The wolf king, who had lived for 500 years, had been instantly killed. The crowd, still shaken, looked up towards the source of the crimson ray. Then they saw Zhu Rong, the temporary team member, floating in the air, clutching a plump fire crow in her left hand, her right index finger still radiating terrifying heat from the distorted air. Su Changqing secretly gloated at his impressive display, but remained outwardly cold. What are you standing there for? Let's go! As darkness approached, lingering any longer could be dangerous. Therefore, abandoning their plan to kill all the greenbacked wolves, they quickly turned and rushed towards the hunting team's gathering place. Su Changqing scanned the massive wolf king's corpse with his spiritual sense, storing it in his azure gourd before following Chi Hu and the others, transforming into a streak of fire and speeding away. Oh woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! With the wolf king dead, the remaining green-backed wolves let out mournful howls. Their eyes, fixed on Su Changqing and the others, were filled with ferocity. 10 miles was a short distance for cultivators. Before long, the area opened up ahead, revealing a large clearing, followed by an enormous stone cave standing before them. Chi Hu pointed and shouted, "The gathering place is just ahead." This cave was originally the lair of the 9-headed blood python, a monster. Although not an extremely ferocious beast, it possessed the ability to manipulate miasma and poisonous fog, killing countless rogue cultivators and even wiping out more than 3 demon hunting teams. Later, under the leadership of Wang Lin, a golden core cultivator from Dongqing City, all the demon hunting teams joined forces to finally kill this 9-headed blood python, which had cultivated for 1,000 years and nearly become a terrifying demon. Afterwards, it was discovered that this place could withstand the shadowy miasma that appeared in the Black Forest at night, and it gradually became the gathering place for all the demon hunting teams. At this moment, darkness fell, and an inexplicable chill crept in. Su Changqing, Ling Mo, and the others couldn't help but turn around and look behind them. The Black Forest was deathly silent, then a faint, eerie green light emerged from its depths, followed by an endless, erratic miasma. At times, it surged forward like a raging tide. At other times, it resembled slender tentacles, winding and twisting outwards, attempting to drag everything in its path into the eerie green abyss. This sight caused Su Changqing and his companions, witnessing it for the first time, to palpably. Fortunately, they had arrived at the demon hunting team's gathering place, the cave. The entrance was piled high with the skeletons of various monsters and humans, a testament to the countless lives devoured by its former inhabitants. 3 men, all male rogue cultivators, stood inside. Each was expressionless, their eyes sharp. When Chi Hu led Su Changqing and his group of 5 to enter, they were stopped and required to register their information before being allowed inside. This was primarily to prevent evil cultivators from infiltrating. Since the shadowy mist couldn't approach the cave, everyone was currently relatively safe. Therefore, no one argued, and they obediently followed the rules. After registering their information, no one stopped them, and the group of 10 walked deeper into the smooth passageway. Because a luminous stone was embedded at intervals, the light here was not dim at all, but rather exceptionally bright. After walking about 100 meters, their vision brightened, and then the space opened up, revealing a very spacious cave before them, with a plaza in the center. In the plaza, dozens of tents made of monster skin were scattered in a neat and orderly fashion. On the east side, there was a notice board displaying various monster hunting missions. The western side was a trading area enclosed by a wooden fence, where independent cultivators set up stalls selling inner cores and materials taken from demonic beasts, as well as homemade talismans and forged tools. The southern side was a consumer area, offering various wines and foods, all at exorbitant prices. Su Changqing even saw the high-quality spirit rice wine he was selling. This was extremely rare in the settlement, costing 50 low-grade spirit stones per jin, 500 grams. At the edge of the northern plaza was a deep pool, next to which stood a moss-covered stone tablet inscribed with the words Poison Abyss. This was the source of poison left behind by the nine-headed blood python after its death. Even after so many years, it still contained an irresistible venom, now sealed away by layers of talismans. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found over 100 people. They were all demon-hunting teams or tourists visiting Huang Yuanhua's cave. Night fell in the Black Forest, and the cave was brightly lit. The group huddled together in small groups, chatting and passing the time. Chihu seemed relieved, glancing at everyone before saying in a deep voice, "As long as we don't cause trouble here, it's absolutely safe. You can find a place to rest, or check out the trading area. Of course, if you're willing to spend money, the consumer area is also a good option." Some of his team members found seats casually. Others headed to the consumer area and bought a pound of cheap liquor on the spot. Su Changqing, one of the temporary team members, didn't move, still observing carefully. Ling Mo and his three companions, however, were very interested in the trading area and immediately went over. At this moment, Chihu approached with Vice Captain Zhang Lazy and female team member Zhou Kui. He said gratefully, "Fellow Deist Zhu, thank you for saving my two team members." Su Changqing waved his hand, "Don't mention it." Zhou Kui's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze rather ambiguous. "Fellow Deist Zhu, thank you so much. This is my communication talisman, we can communicate privately." He had initially thought this male cultivator with the fire spirit root named Zhu Rong was merely a follower of the Raven Venerable from 1,000 years ago, but he hadn't expected him to be so powerful. He killed a 500-year-old wolf king in a single move. His strength was definitely several levels higher than Captain Chi Hu's. Zhang Lazy didn't have so many subtle moves. He simply took out a red crystal from his storage bag and said, "I see you're raising fire crows. This fire spirit crystal is perfect for feeding them." Fire spirit crystals are the essence condensed from extremely concentrated fire spirit energy. They come in various sizes, and their prices differ. The one in her hand, no bigger than a fingernail, is currently worth about 60 low-grade spirit stones on the market. Su Changqing avoided Zhou Kui's communication talisman and then took Zhang Lazy's fire spirit crystal. "I thank you on behalf of Crow." Seeing this, Zhou Kui showed a disappointed expression, thinking to himself, "If I could become deist partners with this fellow deist Zhu, I wouldn't have to hunt monsters outside every day, risking my life, and earning so few spirit stones." Next, everyone began to rest. Su Changqing wasn't interested in the trading area or the consumption area, and casually found a spot to lean against. That person is here again. Approaching the source of poison every day, he'll die sooner or later. I remember, this person's name seems to be Li Chuan. As soon as someone approached the source of the poison, Su Changqing used Crow's shared vision to take a look. Li Chuan stood there, a veritable mobile iron fortress. Nearly 9 feet tall, his body was robust, his shoulders broad as doors, and the veins bulging on his arms resembled coiled dragons. Such a strong man, yet beneath his sword-like eyebrows were a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned at the corners. But now, his eyes held only endless hatred. He muttered to himself, "Try again, try again." Daylight broke. Su Changqing and the others left the gathering place and continued towards Huang Yuanhua's cave. This time, it wasn't just them, several other demon hunting teams were also there, all heading towards the same destination. The Black Forest during the day was indeed much safer than at night. Although they occasionally encountered demons, most posed little threat. In fact, upon seeing cultivators, they would turn and flee, not daring to linger. Several hours passed in a flash. As the obstructing black trees diminished, a gigantic stone mountain appeared ahead. The entire stone mountain was irregularly cone-shaped, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Dark yellow earth energy seeped from the cracks, forming a layer of yellow smoke around the mountain. On the western side of the mountain was a natural depression, shaped like an open snake's mouth. The entrance to the cave seemed to have been sculpted by someone, carved into the face of a ferocious earth dragon. 2 thick stone pillars stood at either end of the entrance, their shafts bound with chains made of scales shed by the rolling dragons, rustling softly in the wind. "This is Huang Yuanhua's cave. Finally, we've arrived. It looks truly magnificent." Even before getting close, Su Changqing and every tourist around them were awestruck by the sight. It was even more visually striking than they had imagined a golden core cultivator's cave to be. Chi Hu said, although it looks dangerous, it has been cleared by Master Wang and his many demon hunting teams, so it's very safe. Their team was one of the participants in the last operation. The situation then was extremely dangerous. If Master Wang hadn't used the wood element to suppress the earth element and the earthly fiend energy, their demon hunting team might not have been able to kill those rolling dragons. Of course, the rewards afterward were still considerable. The place was overflowing with all sorts of rare earth attribute spiritual plants, earth spirit crystals, earth attribute cultivation techniques, and spells. They even found complete copies of the dragon shaking technique and the earth escape technique. Everyone who participated in this operation made money and became rich. Su Changqing noticed someone looking in their direction and immediately used Yada's shared vision to observe. He discovered it was the guy he'd met the previous night. Who? Li Chuan, the burly man who approached the poison abyss and tested the poison on himself. He had somehow arrived here as well, intending to go in as well. Su Changqing merely noticed him and didn't think much of it. Then, he and the others walked towards the entrance of Huang Yuanhua's cave. Stepping into the cave, there was a main passage about 3 jang wide, paved with polished earth energy stones. These stones absorbed the surrounding earth energy and emitted a soft yellow light at night. The passageway's ceiling was arched, adorned with lifelike reliefs of rolling dragons, each one incredibly realistic. It seemed that Huang Yuanhua's most beloved spirit pet was none other than the repulsive-looking rolling dragon. Further in, the terrain changed, becoming covered with a thick layer of humus soil specifically designed for raising rolling dragons. They were naturally shade-loving, mostly burrowing underground to sleep during the day and only emerging at night. Now, traces of battle were everywhere. This showed just how intense the battle had been. As they descended deeper, passing through the main passage, their vision suddenly opened up, revealing an incredibly vast underground world. The earth energy in this area was exceptionally dense. Chi Hu explained, this place is said to be Huang Yuanhua's spirit plant garden, covering an area of approximately 1,000 zhang, about 660 meters, divided into 9 planting zones. Each planting zone is bounded by a golden line from the Earth's veins, buried underground and forming an independent energy-gathering array. At the center of each zone stands a 3 jang, about 10 meters, high Earth energy tower, its body constructed from Earth vein crystals. A huge vent at the top constantly spouts a yellow liquid that flows outwards. Su Changqing, using the map provided by Wu Mang, identified the different zones one by one. These were the spirit plant garden, the earth energy pool, the cultivation room, the weapon refining room, and the core of the cave dwelling. The core of the cave dwelling was destroyed, its interior a pitiful sight. Broken earth spirit crystals were scattered everywhere. Theoretically, they could be collected and sold for spirit stones. In reality, they were contaminated and no longer pure, so nobody wanted them. Otherwise, they would have been taken by the demon hunting teams long ago. How could they be so readily available? Su Changqing thought to himself, to refine the spatial earth elemental fruit into a Samura mustard seed, I must enter the core of the cave and continuously draw in the surrounding earth energy. But there were people all around. Acting rashly would easily attract attention. Only by causing chaos could he fish in troubled waters. While Su Changqing was pondering how to stir things up, that guy is here again? Li Chuan? He seems to be heading to the earth energy pool. At this moment, Li Chuan reappeared, quickly attracting the attention of those around him. The earth energy pool could be used for immersion, thereby increasing the body's strength. This thing was similar to the flesh-refining blood pool of the Black Rust dynasty. But there was a prerequisite: one had to have an earth spirit root. But it seemed that Li Chuan didn't just want to immerse himself in the earth energy pool, he also pulled out a flag. Someone recognized him immediately, exclaiming, "Isn't that the earth flag from the 5 elements flags?" Chi Hu's expression changed drastically. This person is trying to draw upon the earth's energy. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, trying to steal business. However, Li Chuan's appearance and outrageous actions precisely attracted the attention of those around him. Seeing this, he vanished from his spot like a ghost. He rushed towards the core of the damaged cave at incredible speed. Quick, stop him. Li Chuan's actions could trigger unknown dangers, so many people rushed forward. Chi Hu and the others were among them. Li Chuan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he roared, "No one can stop me." The next second, his blood energy surged, and patterns resembling python scales appeared on his body. A savage aura, resembling that of a 9-headed blood python, emanated from him. Someone stammered, "Evil, evil magic. He's an evil cultivator." Upon hearing this, everyone around paled. Evil cultivators were notorious, not only in the Black Forest, but even throughout the vast Tianyuan realm. They inspired both fear and disgust. While everyone's attention was drawn to Li Chuan, Su Changqing had already reached the core of the cave and taken out the spatial earth elemental fruit he carried with him. The fruit, no larger than an adult's palm, was translucent, with golden light flowing within. Before it, time seemed to stand still, space itself seemed to freeze. It instantly caused a resonance with the Earth's energy, as if the core of the cave had been reactivated, causing countless gushes of Earth energy to erupt forth. In an instant, cultivators other than those with Earth and with spiritual roots were all trapped in a quagmire-like environment, their speed, reaction time, and all other aspects restricted. These people, thinking it was Li Chuan's doing, glared angrily. Only Li Chuan looked bewildered, his eyes blank. "I haven't even made a move yet." While the outside world was filled with shouts of battle, Su Changqing remained quietly in the core of his cave. The spatial earth element fruit, needing no support, was already being lifted by a continuous stream of earth energy. The golden light and shadow within surged like quicksand. As the earth energy accumulated, the spatial earth element fruit, seemingly only the size of a palm, weighed over 10,000 jin, causing the ground to collapse and sink. It showed no sign of stopping, its weight continued to increase. Watching the golden light and shadow within grow increasingly intense, Su Changqing took out various items that amplified fire attributes, such as fire flame fruit, spring fruit, summer fruit, and crimson sun pills, and swallowed them all in one gulp. He then simultaneously activated the first 3 levels of the 9 Flames Profound technique and the max-level Azure Wood fire-inducing technique. In an instant, his hands turned crimson, then burst into flames, releasing terrifying heat. However, the moment the surging fire spiritual power flowed from his fingertips into the spatial earth element fruit and came into contact with the yellow earth energy, something incredible happened. Green wood begets red fire ignites yellow energy. The 5 elements generating cycle is triggered. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth. As the earth element fruit in the space changes, Su Changqing's third spiritual root is also being born at an extremely rapid pace, his chi beginning to refine the earth energy. This situation is beyond his expectations. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double blessing. The Earth's spiritual root, which was originally supposed to be born at the end of the year, has actually arrived almost half a year early. At first, because the Earth energy was becoming increasingly dense, his body felt increasingly uncomfortable. But after a while, he felt completely at ease, extremely comfortable. It felt like the wood spiritual root was standing in a spiritual field. The fire spiritual root was bathed in a sea of fire. Not only did he not suffer any harm, but even his physical strength increased by a level. His skin gradually turned bright yellow, making him look like a little yellow man. Immediately, the spatial earth elemental fruit began to expand, growing from the size of an adult's palm to the size of a watermelon in the blink of an eye. Then it grew to 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, larger and larger. Gradually, its coverage area exceeded the core of the cave, even continuing to expand outwards. Wherever it passed, time and space seemed to freeze. Outside, the people who had been fighting Li Chuan were frozen in place, each maintaining their previous actions, behaviors, expressions, and gazes, completely motionless. Only Su Changqing, who was refining the spatial earth elemental fruit, remained completely unaffected. Soon, the expanded space exceeded the range of his spiritual sense. He had no idea how large it had become. It was unclear how much time had passed. The earth energy, which had initially flowed continuously, was now increasingly slow, only slowly releasing a wisp after a long while. Just then, the expanding space suddenly contracted rapidly. Everyone frozen in place instantly returned to normal. But not a single person noticed anything amiss. The group continued their shouts and cries of violence against Li Chuan, completely unaware of what had just transpired. As space compressed inch by inch, the earth elemental fruit quickly shrank to a diameter of only an inch, roughly the size of a child's thumb. Outwardly, it appeared as nothing more than a small, round bead. The bead was entirely amber in color, crystal clear, with fine, flowing patterns on its surface, resembling the winding, interwoven veins of mountains and rivers. Under the light, the bead refracted halos of blue, red, and yellow, sometimes like leaping flames, sometimes like rising earth energy, sometimes like growing vegetation. The 3 colors of light intertwined yet remained distinct, subtly revealing the profound mysteries of the 5 elements. Su Changqing's breathing became heavy. He didn't have time to examine his newly born earth spirit root. He immediately reached out to try and lift it. But to his astonishment, he discovered that this small bead weighed a tremendous weight. He couldn't lift it at all, not even budge it an inch. However, he quickly reacted, immediately forcing out his vital essence, swiftly leaving a mark. The instant the vital essence was absorbed, his consciousness immediately connected with the bead. This time, not only could he lift it successfully, but he also felt no weight whatsoever. The bead felt warm and smooth to the touch. When gently stroked, subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy could be felt, as if it were alive, trembling slightly at the fingertips. With a thought, Su Changqing instantly vanished. Where did it go? Just like the companion green lotus hidden within the wood spiritual root. This Samura mustard seed bead, or rather, his personal space, was now hidden within the earth's spiritual root. However, just as he was about to explore the interior of his personal space, suddenly, the surroundings began to shake violently. The ground tore open with jagged gashes. Clearly, because too much earth energy had been extracted, the cave was about to collapse. Seeing this, Su Changqing immediately grabbed Yada and transformed into a ball of fire, rushing out. An earthquake? No, this place is about to collapse. Quick, everyone run. At this moment, the threat posed by the earthquake was greater than that of Li Chuan. Whether it was the demon hunting team led by Chi Hu or the tourists, everyone present was now in a panic, abandoning everything and fleeing for their lives. Li Chuan, who had originally planned to soak in the earth energy pool to enhance his physique, could only turn away with a face full of resentment upon seeing this situation. Fortunately, although the collapse was violent, everyone present was a cultivator, and especially in the struggle for survival, their potential was fully unleashed. Therefore, no one was injured or trapped. Once everyone reached the open space outside, they looked towards Huang Yuanhua's cave. They saw, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the entire cave crumbled inch by inch, the earth energy completely gone, only fragments of rubble remaining. Soon, countless cracks covered the entire area. Moments later, before everyone's very eyes, it was reduced to ruins. A strong wind, carrying dust, swept towards the group with tremendous force, like a massive army, but it was quickly blocked 10 meters away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Huang Yuanhua's cave is gone just like that. Unbelievable. We're actually the last group of tourists. What a pity, I haven't even started exploring yet. Different people reacted differently to the scene before them. Some were shocked. Some were regretful. Some were indifferent. Chi Hu and several team members exchanged glances, then smiled bitterly. I never thought this would be the last time we lead a tour. Zhang Lazy frowned. Unfortunately, we haven't gathered enough spirit stones to buy the foundation establishment pill yet. The burly Li Tai waved his hand, his voice booming. We've waited so many years, there's no rush. Thank you all for your hard work. Wang Lingsun, who had been silent until now, said in a slightly hoarse voice, don't mention it. We've been through thick and thin together for so many years. Su Changqing, who had rushed out first and was now standing at the back of the crowd, didn't react much. Instead, he probed his personal space with his consciousness and spiritual sense, clearly seeing what was inside. Because of the fire spirit root, there was light inside. Because of the wood spirit root, all things could grow. Because of the earth spirit root, there was endless black soil. How large was it? Equivalent to 100 acres of second-grade spirit fields. The key is that this is only the initial stage. According to the records, adding 5 colored soil later will qualitatively change the size of the personal space and the quality of the black soil. At that time, it won't just be 100 acres, it could even exceed 1,000 acres, or even 10,000 acres. It will grow from a personal space to a small space, then a large space, and finally transform into a blessed land. Li Chuan, you destroyed Huang Yuanhua's cave. I said I haven't even made a move yet, do you believe me? Everyone, attack together. This evil cultivator must pay the price. Everyone came to their senses and was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Li Chuan wanted to explain, but because he was an evil cultivator, no one believed him. Just as a fight was about to break out again, Su Changqing quietly activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, urging the wood elemental power in his dantian to flow into the ground through his feet. Instantly, countless weeds grew wildly, transforming into dense vines that forcibly separated everyone. Seeing this, Li Chuan immediately understood that someone was secretly helping him. Although he didn't know why, he didn't hesitate and seized the opportunity to fly away at an incredible speed towards the other side of the Black Forest. Soon, someone noticed Li Chuan got away. Chi Hu said angrily, don't let me run into that guy again. If it weren't for him, he could definitely have helped Li Tai gather the spirit stones to buy the foundation establishment pill. Now, Huang Yuanhua's cave had completely collapsed due to the lack of earth energy, which meant that everyone could no longer lead the group and had to hunt monsters again. Not only was it more arduous, but it was also more dangerous. Su Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, thinking to himself, at least he took the blame for me. If I really let you kill Li Chuan, that would be too unfair. Now the cave was gone, and Li Chuan had escaped. There was no other way but to return the way they came to the monster hunting team's gathering place. However, this time, Chi Hu and the others were even slower and less efficient. On their way back, they kept searching for monsters, hoping to earn more money. Su Changqing, Ling Mo, and the others all understood and were even willing to help, considering it a way to experience life. Caw! The fire crows circling in the air spotted another monster approaching, and there were so many of them, they seemed to be everywhere. This time, before Su Changqing could even warn them, a chorus of wolf howls erupted. Chi Hu's face darkened, the green-backed wolves are here for revenge. Zhou Kui glanced at Su Changqing, his eyes filled with admiration. What's there to be afraid of? We have fellow deist Zhu here. We can kill as many as they come, and even earn some spirit stones along the way. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, not out of anger, but to warn, I'm afraid, it's not just the green-backed wolves. With the fire crow's shared vision, he saw more than just a pack of vengeful green-backed wolves. They also saw larger, more ferocious creatures, entirely black, almost blending into the shadows of the dark forest. Suddenly, pairs of blood-red vertical pupils appeared, looking like flickering flames in the shadows, sending chills down their spines. As far as the eye could see, there were only black wolf monsters, even larger than the blue-backed wolves. Their fur was as black as ink, with a faint, eerie purple glow on its surface. As it moved, fine black mist drifted from its fur. This mist, upon contact with vegetation, instantly corroded it, leaving dense black spots and emitting a pungent, putrid stench. Red Tiger's eyes widened. Nightmare wolves. These were wolf monsters even stronger and more powerful than the blue-backed wolves. They lived in packs, usually numbering between 30 and 50. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The real danger came from the Nightmare Wolf King. Each Wolf King possessed over 500 years of cultivation, and their strength was terrifying. Never expected that the blue-backed wolves would resort to the Nightmare Wolves for revenge. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. At first, it was slight, but quickly became violent. Su Changqing and the others all turned to look at the source of the tremors. Then, everyone's pupils contracted. A colossal nightmare wolf emerged from behind, as tall as the black tree beside it. Its fur was even darker, its eerie purple glow more intense, like flowing purple flames burning on its surface. Su Changqing scanned it with his spiritual sense and discovered that this nightmare wolf was an astonishing 6 jang long, with a shoulder height of 3 meters, resembling a small mountain. Zhou Kui's voice trembled. Nightmare Wolf King. Hiss. Gasps of cold air, as if contagious, rang out one after another. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with a cold and majestic red light, its fierce and wise gaze sending chills down one's spine. It scanned the area with its sharp eyes, its nostrils twitching. It seemed to be confirming or searching for something. Soon, the Nightmare Wolf King fixed its gaze on Su Changqing, instantly opening its blood-red maw to reveal dagger-like fangs, letting out low growls. Red Tiger reacted instantly. The green-backed Wolf King and the Nightmare Wolf King are probably closely related. We already know that fellow deist Zhu killed the green-backed Wolf King. Ling Mo and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but ask, "What do we do now?" Red Tiger winked at the team members beside him, then said in a deep voice, "Now, we only have 2 choices. 1. Kill all the wolf monsters. 2. Let them kill us all." The 5 quickly formed a group, showing no intention of abandoning Su Changqing. Although the Nightmare Wolf King was powerful, they were not pushovers. Su Changqing observed this and nodded slightly. "I didn't expect these rogue cultivators to be so loyal. In that case, I'll bestow upon you an immense opportunity." Caw, caw, caw. Instantly, the 5 fire crows let out hoarse cries, as if foreshadowing impending disaster. Su Changqing activated his 9 flames profound technique and azure wood fire igniting technique. In an instant, the fire elemental energy in his dantian became intensely volatile, and his entire body released extreme heat that distorted the air. This immediately attracted the attention of Chi Hu, Ling Mo, and the others, who all looked over. They saw Zhu Rong rise into the air, surrounded by 5 fire crows, floating in the air. He condensed a ball of golden flame in his hands, which grew larger and larger, its temperature rising higher and higher. At first glance, it resembled a miniature sun. The intense heat instantly burned all the weeds and plants within a 10-foot radius to ashes. At this moment, the cultivators with wood and metal spiritual roots felt as if they were trapped in a sea of fire. Not only were they extremely uncomfortable, but even breathing became increasingly difficult. Seeing this, Chi Hu and the others were all horrified. If even they felt this way, what about the surrounding wolf monsters? Both the green-backed wolves and the nightmare wolves were gripped by an unprecedented fear. Suddenly, Su Changqing spread his arms, and golden flames transformed into pillars of fire, expanding from 1 jang to 3 jang, then 5 jang, and finally reaching a terrifying 10 jang. The 5 fire crows, bathed in the golden flames, immediately swelled several times their original size, appearing like 5 golden crows. Carrying the blazing flames, they swooped down towards the surrounding wolf monsters. Max-level blazing sun finger, crimson sun piercing the sun. Wah! A series of piercing wails rang out, eventually merging into one. Whether they were blue-backed wolves or nightmarish wolves, ordinary wolf monsters or wolf kings, all could only struggle and die in despair before Su Changqing's crimson sun piercing the Sunday. Wherever the 5 fire crows passed, everything was ignited, instantly turning 100 meters into a sea of fire. Seeing the raging flames dancing before their eyes, everyone present, from Chi Hu to Ling Mo, was speechless with shock, their eyes filled with deep dread. This is the Nightmare Wolf King. Dozens of blue-backed wolves plus dozens of nightmare demon wolves couldn't defeat 5 fire crows? This fellow deist Zhu's strength has probably reached the golden core stage, hasn't it? It's no wonder that Chi Hu and the others had wild thoughts. They had only ever seen such powerful magic from Master Wang. Seeing this, they all instinctively assumed that Su Changqing was also a golden core cultivator. Only someone at that level could face such a situation with such composure and indifference. A nightmare wolf king with over 500 years of cultivation. Chi Hu and the others would need to unite, and even risk their lives, to have any chance of defeating it. And they would definitely be injured, that was obvious. But now they saw that even a monster as powerful as the nightmare wolf king couldn't withstand Su Changqing's seemingly casual attack. Its fur turned to ashes. Its hide shattered in an instant. The flesh was charred like charcoal. The blood evaporated instantly. No matter how many years of cultivation, what status, or what strength you possessed, before such terrifying heat, you were as weak as an ant on the ground. Before long, only the stench of burning wolves remained before them. Without exception, they had all been burned alive. The life or death crisis was easily resolved, leaving Chi Hu and the others somewhat dazed. The 5 fire crows absorbed the surrounding flames into their bodies, preventing the fire from spreading further. The crimson flames on their bodies gradually dissipated, and they quickly returned to their original state. Except for the eldest crow, the other 4 soared back into the sky, continuing their circling flight. Su Changqing landed lightly, his hands behind his back, as if he hadn't even made a move. Chi Hu and his team members exchanged glances, then Chi Hu stepped forward. Zhu Dao, Senior, thank you for saving us once again. We are deeply grateful and have no way to repay your kindness. We are willing to. Su Changqing immediately waved his hand, stopping Chi Hu from finishing his sentence. It was nothing. If you really want to thank me, help me dissect these wolf carcasses. Take all the parts you can. We'll split it 90/90ths, how about that? Chi Hu hesitated for a moment, already sensing the refusal in Su Changqing's words, and could only nod. All right, we'll do as you say. Originally, he had thought of taking his team members to join Su Changqing's sect. Even if they couldn't become disciples, being followers would be fine. That way, they wouldn't have to risk their lives hunting monsters in the Black Forest every day. But clearly, Su Changqing didn't need or even value that, so he had to settle for second best. In short, he couldn't be ungrateful. With so many wolf monsters, especially the Nightmare Wolf King, even though its flesh and skin are damaged, its core parts, especially the demon core unique to a 500-year-old monster, are still very valuable. All of these combined amounted to several hundred, if not 1,000, mid-grade spirit stones. Even a 90/10 split would be a huge profit for them. Ling Mo and the others, seeing this, looked on with envy, wanting a share as well. Unfortunately, Su Changqing acted too quickly and with too much power. All the wolf monsters and the Wolf King died within moments, leaving them no time to intervene. And their dissection work couldn't compare to that of Chi Hu and the others, so they could only watch with envy. By the time they finished, half an hour had passed. Chi Hu and the others were exhausted, but their faces beamed with joy. This harvest far exceeded their initial estimates. It seemed that Li Tai's foundation establishment pill was now secured. Su Changqing asked casually, "Can we go now?" Chi Hu nodded eagerly, "Of course." "Then let's go," Su Changqing urged, waving his hand. No one dared to refuse, and they immediately headed towards the gathering place. This time, the journey was uneventful, without any further attacks. Upon arriving at the settlement, they found that the number of people was about a third less than the previous night. It seemed many hadn't stayed but were heading straight back to Dongqing City. Seeing this, Chi Hu asked Su Changqing for his opinion. Should they stay for the night, or return to Dongqing City? In fact, once they left the depths of the Black Forest, there was virtually no danger. Su Changqing didn't want to waste time here, so he nodded and said, "Let's replenish our supplies and head back to the city." Chi Hu and the others immediately dispersed. Some went to replenish their resources. Others went to sell monster parts. Holy crap, so many blueback wolves. More than that, there are nightmare wolves too. I didn't expect your Chi Hu team to be so powerful. It seems the rankings of Dongqing City are about to change. If it were just ordinary selling, no one would be surprised. But this time, Chi Hu and the others brought out an enormous amount of stuff. The sight instantly drew everyone's attention and interest, prompting them to scrutinize and inquire. Chi Hu glanced at Su Changqing, who was resting with his eyes closed, and then said meaningfully, "Our team is just keeping a low profile. Do you really think we're inferior to those higher-ranked demon hunting teams?" This was a boastful remark, yet no one around could refute it. The sheer number of wolf corpses laid out before them was the most compelling proof. Many rogue cultivators, after hearing this, even considered joining Chi Hu's team. A powerful demon hunting team not only offered a stable income but also a higher survival rate. For rogue cultivators, especially those from Dongqing City, joining a demon hunting team to hunt monsters was their life's work, and currently their only option. Chi Hu and his group's boastful act, coupled with the reactions of those around them, naturally did not escape Su Changqing's notice, but he paid no attention, even secretly pleased. This trip, besides refining the spatial earth element fruit, was also primarily for showing off. After a short while, Su Changqing and his group left the gathering place and headed towards Dongqing City. Throughout the journey, the 5 members of the Crimson Tiger clan were particularly smug, their faces constantly beaming with smiles. If they encountered acquaintances, they would even greet them proactively. As they approached Dongqing City, Crimson Tiger immediately asked, "Senior Zhu, could we possibly carry out the Nightmare Wolf King's corpse?" Su Changqing instantly understood, raising an eyebrow. "You want to parade around like this? There's an unwritten rule in Dongqing City. If anyone, or any demon hunting team, slays a powerful demon, they can choose to parade it around town. This attracts more attention, allowing them to sell their find faster and at a higher price. They might even attract the attention of the higher UPS in Dongqing City, the Wang family. If they could join the Wang family, the 5 members of the Crimson Tiger clan would gain a higher status in Dongqing City, and more people would seek them out for missions. Of course, this also has a drawback: they become easy targets. Targeting them is secondary, a sneak attack is also a possibility. In short, from the moment Crimson Tiger chose to parade around town, he was prepared to bear all the consequences. That's the Nightmare Wolf King? The Crimson Tiger squad actually hunted down a Nightmare Wolf King? That's a monster with over 500 years of cultivation. When Crimson Tiger and his team carried the enormous carcass of the Nightmare Wolf King into the city, the scene instantly attracted the attention of those around them, many of whom gasped in astonishment. You see, even the most powerful demon hunting teams, like the top 3, rarely manage to hunt down monsters with over 500 years of cultivation. One reason is the difficulty of killing them, the other is the danger. While the Crimson Tiger squad has some reputation in Dongqing City, and even the entire market of independent cultivators, they are not highly regarded because of their small number of members. To put it bluntly, they don't have much of an advantage compared to other demon hunting teams, and they haven't done anything particularly noteworthy before. Of course, this time they have, and with great impact. They hunted down not only a monster with over 500 years of cultivation. Moreover, it was the Nightmare Wolf King, a creature feared by many independent cultivators. Killing it required defeating dozens of nightmare wolves that never left its side. Without a large, coordinated hunting team, it was virtually impossible. However, to everyone's utter surprise, the Crimson Tiger squad, consisting of only 5 people, accomplished it. From then on, the Crimson Tiger squad's fame skyrocketed. At least for the short term, they were no less renowned than the higher-ranked hunting teams. Strangely, Su Changqing was nowhere to be seen. Why? Although he wanted to use his fire spirit root identity to show off, he wasn't foolish enough to invite the attention of the entire city. He had experienced what he needed to experience, done what he needed to do. Therefore, there was no need to continue in the limelight. He returned to a low profile. He had long since left the group and returned to the inn where he had booked his room. After removing the illusion skin, he was once again the unremarkable independent cultivator Cai Kun. After dressing up, he stepped out of his room and headed straight for the trading post. Now that he had awakened his earth elemental spiritual root, he needed to purchase some earth attribute cultivation techniques and spells. This way, he could continue to cultivate the spiritual fields outside using Hansu, and he could also cultivate the 100 acres of spiritual fields in his personal space himself. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at the trading post. Without waiting for the pretty female receptionist to speak, he swept past her. He didn't even give her a chance to address him as Immortal Master. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time, so the receptionist was used to it. Su Changqing activated the reflection mirror, selected cultivation techniques, and then earth attribute techniques, beginning to examine them carefully. In this market for rogue cultivators, there were basically no complete cultivation techniques or spells, most were incomplete. This was mainly because complete cultivation techniques and spells were monopolized and rarely circulated. Fortunately, the number of cultivation techniques and spells of the 5 elements was greater than those with other spiritual roots. 5 earth attribute cultivation techniques lay before Su Changqing. They were Thick Earth Bearing Power Technique. This technique allows cultivators to manipulate earth energy through the circulation of spiritual power, enhancing their perception and control of earth attribute spiritual energy, laying a solid foundation for further cultivation of earth-based spells. Sinking Rock Body Refining Technique. This technique uses earth attribute spiritual energy to temper the physical body. In its later stages, it can make bones and muscles as hard as black iron rock, and a natural earth yellow protective aura will form on the body's surface. Kun Thick Earth Scripture. Emphasizing the power of Mother Earth's nurturing, it can manipulate the Earth's energy within a 10-mile radius. The record of returning to the origin of myriad stones. Specializes in manipulating various ores, able to identify 10,000 types of rock and soil attributes, and even draw upon mineral veins for combat. The earth-splitting returning to origin technique. Spiritual energy is transmitted like seismic waves, excelling in group attacks and terrain destruction. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Earth attribute cultivation techniques to be so diverse. In the past, he might have picked and chosen only one, but now he had money in his pocket. Therefore, he bought whichever one he liked directly. The thick earth carries all things technique, the Kun Yuan thick earth scripture, the record of returning to the origin of myriad stones. A total of 3 cultivation techniques, all high-level fragments, costing less than 50 low-grade spirit stones in total. Next, Su Changqing began selecting earth attribute spells, this time with even more varieties. Earth Dragon's Roar. The user forms hand seals, consuming earth elemental power from their Chi, summoning a rolling earth dragon phallus. It spews a shockwave mixed with gravel, with a range of 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, and a knockback effect. Earth Spike Technique. This technique draws upon earth energy, condensing hundreds of earth spikes. These spikes can protrude from the ground or fly into the air, covering a certain area before falling. It deals extremely high damage, but its weakness is also very obvious. Earth Crack Technique. This technique causes the ground to collapse in a radius of 8 zhang, approximately 33 meters, forming a circular chasm. Enemies who do not leap in time will fall into the pit, which is approximately 3 to 5 zhang, approximately 3 to 43 meters, deep, depending on the environment. 1000-layer rock wall. This technique generates a 1000-layer rock wall, capable of withstanding attacks from foundation establishment stage cultivators. When broken, it explodes, shooting out gravel to obstruct the enemy's vision. There are also Earth Listening Technique, Quicksand Cage, Mountain Piercing Escape, Earth Turbulence, etc. Because these are all incomplete techniques, only 1 or 2 levels can be cultivated, so the price is relatively cheap. Su Changqing, focused on his needs, quickly made his choices. They were Earth Dragon's Roar, Quicksand Cage, and Mountain Penetrating Escape. 1 was a low-level fragment, and 2 were high-level fragments. In total, it cost exactly 44 low-grade spirit stones. He bought them and turned to leave. Only then did the female receptionist have a chance to speak. Welcome back next time, Immortal Master. Leaving the trading post, Su Changqing began inquiring about the price of spirit rice in the rogue cultivator market. He was surprised to find that it was cheaper than before. Grade 1 spirit rice. Inferior 110. Superior 1:8. Top grade 1:5. Grade 2 spirit rice. Inferior 1:3. Superior 1:2.5. Top grade 1:1.5. Except for grade 2 spirit rice, which was dropping more slowly, grade 1 spirit rice had returned to a 110 exchange rate. This was exactly the same as when Su Changqing had just become a full-fledged disciple. Clearly, as the official disciple competition of the Immortal Sect gradually came to an end, the prices of everything were slowly decreasing, returning to their previous levels. Therefore, the number of Immortal Sect disciples coming to the market to buy and exchange rice had decreased significantly. This was good news for Su Changqing, at least it was profitable, allowing him to buy more for less money. He generously bought 3,000 caddies of second-grade high-quality spirit rice. He planned to use it all to brew high-quality spirit rice wine. Selling wine was currently his most profitable business. Seeing that it was almost ready, Su Changqing found a quiet spot and began contacting Sun Peng. Fellow deist CAI? I'm here. Alright, let's meet at Panchun Tea House. Having agreed on the address, the two ended their call. Su Changqing then headed straight for Panchun Tea House. Since it wasn't his first time there, he was familiar with everyone from the waiters to the manager. Although Su Changqing was dressed as an ordinary rogue cultivator, he was highly regarded by Sun Peng of the Sun family, and the two of them came to the 3rd floor, Class B private room for tea every month. Su Changqing entered first, and a while later, Sun Peng hurriedly arrived with the account book. 500 caddies of top-grade spirit rice, still 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This had never changed. As for the 3,000 caddies of high-quality spirit rice wine, it sold for a total of 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to mid-grade spirit stones, that's 450. Su Changqing received 70% of the total revenue, thus earning 315 mid-grade spirit stones. After the transaction, the two sat facing each other. They leisurely sipped tea while admiring the scenery outside the window. After a while, Sun Peng suddenly spoke up. Fellow deist CAI, have you thought about what we discussed last time? What is it? Su Changqing was taken aback, not immediately understanding. Sun Peng smiled awkwardly and quickly reminded him, it's about opening a wine shop in Suanzin City. Su Changqing realized, then replied, I've been too busy lately, let me think about it some more. Sun Peng didn't dare to urge him, and could only nod slightly, but then asked again, then, would you like to meet with the Long family? Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and asked in return, the Long family came. Sun Peng hurriedly explained, a while ago, my father and I went to Suanzin City, and we met with the Long family. We mainly talked about the spirit rice wine you brew. Over there, they're very interested in you, or rather, the spirit rice wine, and have sent a young representative. Su Changqing smiled. So, you were waiting for me here. Sun Peng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately waved his hand. Don't worry, if they don't want to meet, we won't force them. We'll just send them back to Suanzin City. Su Changqing pondered, what information does the person have? Sun Peng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party wasn't angry, then took out a mirror and handed it over. This woman's name is Long Ziao. She's only in her early 20s and has already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It said she has a mutated water spirit root, and her personality is quite mischievous. Su Changqing took the mirror and examined her, immediately astonished. Long Ziao's beauty was in no way inferior to senior sister Yu's, and she was even younger. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, her clear autumn eyes holding the charm of a vast ocean. Her skin was as white as jade, with a pearly luster. Her nose was high and straight, her lips as red as cherries without lipstick, and shallow dimples appeared when she smiled. Her hair was tied up with a hairpin inlaid with deep-sea pearls, the hairpin's soft glow added to her regal air. She wore a long white silk dress, the hem seemingly rippled with subtle patterns. At her ankles, jade-colored seashells were tied with sea-blue silk threads. Overall, she exuded a pure, beautiful, and slightly playful charm. Sun Peng added, it's said that this woman has already been taken as a core disciple by a nascent soul true monarch of the Inviting Moon Immortal sect, and her future potential is limitless. Su Changqing asked in surprise, what do you mean by teasing? Sun Peng smiled awkwardly, she particularly likes to dress as a man and then flirt with others. Su Changqing pondered, considering how beautiful she is, let's meet her. Sun Peng's eyes lit up, okay, I'll arrange it right away and let you know as soon as the time is confirmed. He immediately got up and walked out of the private room. Su Changqing, however, was in no hurry, sipping his fragrant tea while waiting for nightfall. After all, one of the reasons he came to the loose cultivator market was to drink and enjoy the company of courtesans. Going at this hour was a bit too early. Therefore, he waited for about half an hour. Seeing that it was completely dark, he finally got up and left the Panchun tea house, walking leisurely towards the inviting fragrance pavilion. Have you heard? The Crimson Tiger Squad hunted down a nightmare wolf king. I've not only heard, but it's said to have alarmed the Wang family above. My God, it seems the Crimson Tiger Squad is about to rise to prominence. As he walked along, almost everyone around him was talking about the Crimson Tiger Squad. This showed they were thoroughly famous in Dongqing City, especially in the independent cultivator market. What Su Changqing was more concerned about was when he would finally get his share of the money. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion. The familiar scent. The familiar atmosphere. The familiar independent cultivators on the first floor. Unfortunately, there were very few new faces, whether male or female technicians. Su Changqing expertly took out some spirit stones, and then, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, went up to the second floor, choosing a spot near the railing. This time, Little Peach Blossom already had a customer, so she gave him an apologetic look. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't pay any attention. His gaze swept over the crowd, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although Little Peach Blossom was gone, Moon was there. Some might ask, who is Moon? That's the princess who was sold into the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion. Now, compared to when she first joined, she exudes a captivating charm. Every smile, every gesture is mesmerizing. Unexpectedly, she wasn't receiving any guests today. Su Changqing, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he immediately chose her. This caused many guests who were a step too late to stamp their feet in regret. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Yuer was already in Su Changqing's arms. She was like a freshly steamed glutinous rice cake, sweetness spreading from her brows. Her entire being was warm, fragrant, and soft, a feast for the eyes. Su Changqing chuckled, it seems the environment truly does change a person. Yuer's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes dimmed slightly. I must live. Su Changqing asked curiously, how long do you want to live? Yuer thought carefully for a moment, then said earnestly, until the day I take my revenge. Su Changqing shook his head. It's a pity you lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate immortality. You are ultimately just a mortal. A mortal's life is at most around 100 years. However, given Yuer's situation, whether she can even live past 40 is another matter. After all, in places like Yaoxiang Pavilion, while technicians like them earn a lot, it also inflicts irreparable damage on their bodies. Yuer narrowed her eyes, a mysterious light flickering within them. Immortal, immortal. At that moment, a thump, thump, thump sound rang out. At the same time, a male customer hurriedly approached the two. This man was dressed in a black, fitted outfit, his long hair tied back in a neat ponytail, secured with an ordinary ebony hairpin. His eyebrows were arched high, and his eyes were long and narrow at the corners. He appeared tall and elegant, quite dashing. However, the man questioned him with displeasure, Yuer, why didn't you wait for me? Yuer paused, then said apologetically, I'm sorry, young Master Long, it's not something I can easily decide who to entertain, especially since you're a little late. Young Master Long explained helplessly, I received a message, which is why I was delayed. Yuer glanced at the person beside her and said earnestly, this immortal has already paid. Young Master Long frowned, then sized up Su Changqing. Seeing that the man was unremarkable, he took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and tossed them on the table. These are for you, Yuer is mine. Su Changqing put down his wine cup and said calmly, I'll take the spirit stones, but Yuer will have to give them to you tomorrow. Good heavens, he got 10 mid-grade spirit stones for free. I didn't realize this kid was so wealthy. To his surprise, he actually witnessed this scene of jealousy and rivalry. Young Master Long's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? Su Changqing stood up, a head taller than the man, and immediately looked down at him. I've made myself clear. I'll take the spirit stones, and Yuer will be yours tomorrow. Young Master Long immediately fumed, gritting his teeth, you bastard. Because Su Changqing was quite skilled at disguise, the more he looked at the man before him, the more suspicious he became. This man's eyebrows were deliberately raised, and his eyes were drawn long and sharp with dark rouge. He even had a fake mustache on his chin. The more Su Changqing looked, the more familiar the man seemed, so he tentatively asked, Long Zao. The man before him visibly panicked, instinctively backing away and waving his hands frantically. What are you talking about? What Long Zao? I don't know her. Seeing her reaction, Su Changqing was completely certain that this so-called young Master Long was indeed Long Zao. It seemed Sun Peng's introduction was correct. She did indeed enjoy dressing as a man and flirting with others. But what was the point of doing that? Just for fun? Or perhaps for some other reason? No one does something without a reason. For example, he went to the fragrant pavilion for drinks and entertainment to relax. In short, there must be a reason for doing it. However, he never expected that their first meeting would be in a brothel. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't bother to expose her identity. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. I happen to have a friend whose surname is also Long. Having someone you don't know call out your name, especially in an unfamiliar place, is enough to make most people panic, even feel fear. Fortunately, Long Zao possessed the strength of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, which gave her confidence. She quickly calmed down and nodded, forcing a composed expression. That's right, I knew you'd mistaken me for someone else. Then, Su Changqing blinked. Long Zao said with considerable regret, I'll let you have her today. She turned and left, disappearing from Yaoxiang Pavilion shortly after. Where she went was unknown. After that, no one disturbed them. Yuer served Su Changqing, drinking flower wine and watching the dancing. At midnight, the two got up, boarded the flower carriage, and headed straight for the enormous Dongqing tree. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Su Changqing had just left Yaoxiang Pavilion when he received a notification from Sun Peng. Fellow deist CAI, the appointment is complete. You mean, Long Zao? Yes. Where to meet? The usual place, the 3rd floor, private room B at Panchun Tea House. Alright, I'll be right there. Ending the call, Su Changqing headed straight for the agreed upon location. He was even quite looking forward to seeing her reaction. Meanwhile, at Panchun Tea House, Sun Peng and Long Zao were waiting. The fragrant orchid mist tea was ready, filling the private room with a rich, delicate aroma. Today, Long Zao was wearing a light blue gradient rukun, a type of traditional Chinese dress. The rukun was short, with fitted cuffs embroidered with white seashell patterns. The skirt was a high-waisted long skirt, embroidered with water ripples at the hem. She wore a semi-transparent gauze shawl over it. Sun Peng chuckled, fellow deist Long, you and fellow deist CAI will surely get along well. After all, you're both disciples of immortal sects, perhaps there will be more collaborations in the future. Long Zao pouted, whether we get along or not depends on his sincerity. Whether in terms of market size or the number of cultivators, Suingzhen City is several times larger than Dongqing City. The Long family has painstakingly built its current status over a century. If the other party still insists on the 7:2:1 ratio, then cooperation is impossible. In her view, if they want to open a wine shop in Suingzhen City, the Long family must take the lion's share. Just then, a knock came at the door. Sun Peng quickly stood up, coming. Long Zao also looked towards the door. As the door creaked open, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared. Familiar because they had met twice recently. To say they were strangers was an understatement. Aside from last night and now, they had never met before. Su Changqing entered the private room, greeting her with a beaming smile. Good morning, fellow deist Long. Long Zao abruptly stood up, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a critical gaze. What, it's you? Sun Peng looked surprised. You two know each other. Su Changqing smiled. We'd say we know each other, if we do. Sun Peng instantly perked up. Since we know each other, then it's easier to talk. Long Zao frowned, then said coldly, I'll say it again, if you want to open a liquor store in Suingzhen City, our Long family must take the lion's share. Su Changqing poured himself a cup of Yalan tea, took a sip, and asked, "So, how much does your Long family want?" Long Zhao sat down, slightly raising her chin. "In Suingzhen City, our Long family is second only to the city lord's mansion. If you want to open a wine shop there, you'll have to show the utmost sincerity. In any case, less than 60% is out of the question." Sun Peng's eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment. 60%. Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Not bad, 10% less than I expected." Long Zhao was surprised. "So you agree?" Su Changqing put down his teacup, grinning. "If I agreed, I'd be a complete fool." "You?" Long Zhao froze. Su Changqing maintained his smile. "Fellow Deus Long, I hope your Long family understands something." Long Zhao subconsciously asked, "What?" Su Changqing glanced at the dumbfounded Sun Peng beside him. "I'm only willing to meet with you because of the Sun family. In other words, it should be your Long family begging to cooperate with me and showing the utmost sincerity that you have a chance to secure the operating rights of Changqing Wine Shops branch in Suingzhen City. Please understand your position." These words immediately put the door on the brink of a complete falling out. At this moment, Sun Peng finally came to his senses and quickly waved his hand. "No, fellow Deus Cai, please don't be angry. The Long family clearly said 20% to 30% profit, not 60%. Su Changqing immediately said, "Oh," with a rather amused expression. "I understand, fellow Deus Long, you're deliberately retaliating against me." Long Zhao put her hands on her hips, looking self-righteous. "So what if I am?" Su Changqing stood up from his chair. "Then there's nothing to talk about. I need to go back, so I won't waste my time here with you." "Humph." Long Zhao snorted and turned her face away. Sun Peng was caught in the middle, finding himself in a difficult position. After all, the agreement he had reached with the Long family wasn't a 60% profit margin. It was to increase the original 10% to 20% or 30%. But Long Zhao was the family representative. Her words carried the weight of the Long family's decision. Unless he yielded, which seemed unlikely at the moment. Su Changqing quickly walked to the door, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and called out, "Fellow Deus Long." Long Zhao still tilted her head, only glancing sideways at the doorway. Su Changqing chuckled. "You don't want that matter to be known to everyone, do you?" He then left without pausing for a moment. Upon hearing this, Long Zhao blushed instantly. Sun Peng personally escorted the man out of Panchun Tea House, his expression earnest. "Fellow Deus Cai, he said, "I swear on my life, the profit we discussed earlier was definitely not 60%. Su Changqing nodded. "Of course I believe you." Sun Peng breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Su Changqing patted his shoulder. "Don't rush into selling wine in Suingzhen City. My energy is limited, 3,000 jin a month is my limit. As for the cooperation with the Long family, we'll discuss that later." He planned to visit Suingzhen City when he had the chance. He'd always heard it was larger than Dongqing City, with a much larger number of cultivators. Not just independent cultivators, but also various small cultivation families and sections. It was incredibly bustling. Su Changqing returned to the Dongting Immortal Sect aboard a giant flying sword. Upon landing, he saw that the battles on all 9 arenas were exceptionally fierce. Arena number 7, in particular, was packed with people, 3 layers deep. This immediately piqued his curiosity, and he quickly went forward to investigate. "Is that Masha? The guy who almost defeated Chu Chu?" "Yes, that's him." At this moment, the surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. Many people were even pointing and whispering about the formal disciple on the left side of the arena. Upon hearing the name Masha, Su Changqing instinctively looked towards the arena. To be honest, he had always been curious about this person. He hadn't had the chance to meet him before, and now that he had stumbled upon his battle, he naturally wanted to see it for himself. Masha was tall and muscular, with bronze skin covered in scars of varying depths. His face was sharply defined, with a jawline as sharp as if carved by a knife. High cheekbones and deep-set eyes. Thick, unruly black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders. His entire being exuded an extremely rugged air. His eyes, at this moment, radiated a ferocious light typical of wild beasts. Su Changqing's first impression of him was that he didn't resemble a human, but rather a humanoid beast. Most others wore various robes issued by the Immortal Sect. But this person, clearly a formal disciple, even about to become a core disciple, was clad in the pelt of an unknown beast or monster, a belt of interwoven chains and leather around his waist, laden with various spoils of war. There were broken blades, dried animal claws, and several small storage bags. It was common knowledge that Masha, like Su Changqing, possessed the 3 elemental roots of wood, fire, and earth, mutually reinforcing each other. And this person's application of these elements in combat was masterful, leaving Su Changqing far behind. 3 spiritual roots correspond to 3 types of spiritual power, and 3 different attribute-based cultivation techniques and spells. though its spiritual root unleashed a dense vine swarm, almost completely covering half the arena, maximizing its own recovery ability while simultaneously restricting its opponent's movement. The Earth's spiritual root first shielded itself with a thick, earth and yellow light barrier, then condensed sharp earth spikes, attacking its opponent from various unexpected angles. The fire spiritual root was even more elaborate, sometimes spewing raging flames from its mouth, sometimes summoning massive vortexes of fire, the flames displaying an eerie green hue. After all, this person's fire spiritual root was a mutated poisonous fire spiritual root. The attacks weren't just burning, they also continuously poisoned the meridians and internal organs. On the surface, Masha's fighting style was extremely fierce, violent, and ruthless. He completely disregarded everything, his eyes only filled with the intense desire to defeat his opponent. However, closer observation reveals that this person's control over the rhythm of battle, the combination of various attributes, and the synergy of effects are all at an exaggerated level. In short, he's the kind of person who is both bold and meticulous. And such people are often even more terrifying. Su Changqing, observing this, couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking to himself, I finally understand why Lan Tian has such a psychological trauma. Compared to Mo Xia, he's been absolutely crushed in every aspect. Water elemental roots possess long-lasting and sustained spiritual power, making single attribute spells even more powerful. He possessed multiple spiritual roots, especially mutually reinforcing ones, resulting in equally enduring spiritual power and a wider range of abilities. Back then, if Chu hadn't had a contracted 1,000-year-old spirit beast, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Mo Xia. And his opponent this time was equally formidable. After all, few who made it to the semifinals were weak. This person was named Ling Chuan, possessing a rare ice spiritual root, also known as an unusual spiritual root. Compared to Mo Xia's ruggedness, Ling Chuan was the opposite. He was tall and slender, with fair skin. His features were delicate, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. A faint, cool smile played at the corners of his lips. He wore a light blue, fitted outfit, over which was a white, sheer overlay, the hem and cuffs embroidered with pale blue water patterns. A water pouch or kettle hung at his waist, emanating a rich, icy spiritual aura. A silver spiritual artifact, resembling a wristband, was strapped to his ankle, engraved with speed-enhancing runes. Water spiritual roots produce a soft yet resilient water shield, while ice spiritual roots produce an even harder ice shield. All of Masha's attacks, regardless of whether they are wood, earth, or even the most powerful fire attribute, are neutralized by at least 30 to 40% of their power when they strike this artifact. The special characteristic of heterogeneous spiritual roots is that their attribute effects are significantly stronger. Therefore, compared to ordinary single spiritual roots, most heterogeneous spiritual roots do not require assessment. Anyone who joins can directly become a formal disciple. Su Changqing suddenly spoke up, I've never seen this person before at the Imperial Water Pavilion. Of course you haven't seen him. He's likely Lingbai, he just returned from outside and happened to be caught up in the formal disciple competition. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from the other side. Actually, Su Changqing had already realized that his previous words were deliberately spoken to provoke the other party into speaking. Who is this person? Shu Qiu. However, he wasn't alone, there was another person. Who? Lan Tian. Looking at the two unfortunate companions before him, Su Changqing blinked, Senior Brother Chu, what brings you here? Shu Qiu's gaze remained fixed on the arena, then he replied, after all, it's Mo Xia's battle, we had to come and see it for ourselves. As for Lan Tian, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. His gaze towards the arena was quite complex. It contained fear, envy, and perhaps even a hint of admiration. At this moment, the battle on the arena grew increasingly intense. Mo Xia possessed 3 spiritual roots, which should have resulted in a crushing victory. However, his opponent had an exceptionally high defense and was highly resistant to fire. This led to a stalemate, neither could defeat the other for the time being. Su Changqing asked, Senior Brother Chu, who do you think will win? Shu Qiu blurted out without hesitation, Masha. Su Changqing pressed further, why? Shu Qiu explained in a deep voice, Masha possesses 3 mutually generating spiritual roots, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, allowing it to sustain itself for a longer period. In contrast, while the ice spiritual root boasts exceptionally high defense and maximum resistance, its spiritual energy in its stanchion will dry up much sooner over time. And the result was exactly as he predicted. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour before Ling Chuan couldn't withstand it any longer, his ice shield was reduced to a thin layer. Faced with Masha's frenzied attacks, a barrage of spells of all 3 attributes rained down upon him. Finally, with a crack, it shattered completely before everyone's eyes. At this point, Ling Chuan had no chance of turning the tide. Of course, Mo Xia wouldn't give his opponent a chance either. On the arena, 3 words rang out, I concede. Thus, the match between Mo Xia and Ling Chuan came to an end. The entire process was exceptionally exciting, especially the performance of the ice spirit root, which caught many people's attention. Perhaps noticing the gazes of Chu Chu and Lan Tian below the arena, Mo chagrined maliciously at the two, wishing he could fight them again on the spot. Chu Chu coldly said, "What's the rush? We'll have a fight sooner or later. If the semifinals don't work, we'll wait for the finals. If the finals don't work, we'll wait until the official disciple competition ends." In short, this matter is unlikely to end peacefully. Both Mocha and Chu Chu were brimming with tension. Before leaving, Mocha kindly reminded him, "Don't forget, the scar on your face was mine." Upon hearing this, Chu Chu instantly exuded a dangerous aura. Those around him were frightened and retreated several meters. Su Changqing also pretended to keep several meters distance. At this moment, the Golden Core cultivators supervising the official disciple competition cast a warning glance. Clearly, if the two chose to fight here, they would definitely be suppressed on the spot. Mocha, like a victor, wore a smug smile and walked away step by step. Chu Chu narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the departing figure, a cold and dangerous light flashing in his eyes. How strange. We're all disciples of the immortal sect, why is Mocha acting this way? Perhaps, this is the path he has chosen. Path? What does that mean? Every cultivator must ultimately seek their own path and then steadfastly pursue it. This, perhaps, is the difference between us and him. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Some thought that since they were all disciples of the immortal sect, there was no need to act like enemies. Others believed that Mocha's reason for doing this was to seek his own path. In short, different people had different opinions and insights. Seeing that things had progressed sufficiently, Su Changqing said, "Senior brother Chu, I'm leaving." "Wait!" Chu Chu suddenly called out. Su Changqing looked at him, a puzzled expression on his face. Chu Chu stepped forward and asked earnestly, "Do you still have that wine?" Su Changqing, seemingly understanding, asked in return, "Ice Heart Jade Pot wine?" Chu Chu nodded slightly, confirming, "Yes." Su Changqing smiled slightly, "It depends on your needs, senior brother. If you need a lot, then I have plenty." Chu Chu's eyes lit up immediately. "I've thought about it, at least 100 caddies." Su Changqing's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous look. "What does senior brother want to do?" Chu Chu patted his shoulder, offering no further explanation, "Just brew it, I'll pay with spirit stones." Then, he walked off in another direction. Lan Tian took a while to react, looking left and right before chasing after him. After the two left, Su Changqing thought to himself, water and wood are mutually reinforcing spiritual roots, but once the water spiritual root is transformed into an ice spiritual root, it will become a mutually destructive one. Senior brother Chu, you need to think this through carefully. Ling Chuan's performance on the arena this time was undeniably brilliant. At least it made Su Changqing and many others realize that the abilities of different spiritual roots are so astonishing, no wonder he could become a formal disciple without any assessment. But he only has a single spiritual root, which is why he could unleash its full power. Once spiritual roots become mutually destructive, Pei Mo, Hu Bagui, and others are the best examples. The path of cultivation will become extremely difficult, forcing one to seek alternative methods, even resorting to unorthodox methods. Many normal cultivators have even become evil cultivators for this very reason. However, everyone has the right to choose. Although Su Changqing and Chu Chu had a good relationship, if the other party insisted on this, then he could only offer his blessings. Afterwards, Su Changqing left the forging peak and rode the great leaf grass towards his own spirit field. His home was not much different from when he left. After all, only 3 days had passed. The spirit plants were thriving, a picture of prosperity. Weeds had sprouted again, densely covering everything. Wan Wang, with a fawning smile, wagged its tail and approached. Then it rubbed against his legs. The pearl chicken was still the same, perched on a high point, looking down on all living beings. Su Changqing released the 5 fire crows and then pondered, "Looks like I need to get the fortress up. Having it would make things much more convenient. Daily tasks like cleaning and feeding the spirit pets could be easily handled." Therefore, he decided to study puppetry after finishing his personal space. Next, he began clearing weeds, cooking, and completing his daily tasks. An hour later, he finally felt completely relaxed. Just as Su Changqing was about to enter his personal space, a slight vibration came from his emerald gourd. He pulled it out and saw it was Hu Bagui's communication talisman. "Hello, old Su, I've found someone. When are you free? What have you found? Wasn't Wang Wang going to be bred?" I remember. I found several senior brothers and sisters who raise dogs for you. Let's arrange a time. When are you free to come to Spirit Beast Valley?" Su Changqing thought carefully for a moment before replying, "I'm free tomorrow." He couldn't come today anyway, he needed to rest. Hu Bagui nodded on the other end, "Okay, come to Spirit Beast Valley tomorrow morning. Let me know when you arrive." Then, the two ended the communication. Su Changqing glanced at Wang Wang, who was sprawled outside, and chuckled, "It's good that you're getting better." In fact, he was quite looking forward to this. He'd raised Wang Wang for 3 years, from a tiny little thing to a calf. He wondered what its offspring would be like. Pulling his thoughts back, Su Changqing vanished into thin air. Ha! Wang Wang was dumbfounded, scrambling to its feet in surprise and quickly going inside. First, it sniffed at the spot where Su Changqing had been, then searched around. After trying for a while, it found nothing and started whimpering in frustration. In a daze, Su Changqing found himself in his personal space. Previously, he had always used his spiritual sense to explore. Now, for the first time, he was measuring with his eyes. It was truly astonishing. Warm light poured down from the dome, not a blazing, blinding beam, but like the warm afternoon sun in winter, tinged with a reddish halo. Within the space, dense wood elemental energy transformed into wisps of pale blue mist, flowing slowly like swimming fish without any apparent pattern. Until they reached the edge of the space, where they collided with an invisible barrier, they drifted away to the other side. As far as Su Changqing could see, there was only an endless expanse of black soil, which at first glance resembled a black ocean. Compared to the black soil outside, the soil within his personal space was much finer and more compact. It even had a moist sheen on its surface. Su Changqing rubbed his hands excitedly. A full 100 acres of grade 2 spirit fields. If this were fully planted, not to mention the abundance of resources, the lifespan alone would reach an astonishing level. But to be honest, he hadn't yet decided which spirit plants to plant. Spirit rice? That's a good option, especially mutated spirit rice. Medicinal herbs? That requires careful consideration. As for trees, both the time ring tree and the space earth fruit tree must be transplanted. That's beyond question. First, the earth's energy here is much richer. Second, the black soil is much more nutritious. Third, there's no need to worry about the secret being discovered anymore. For a moment, Su Changqing lingered in his personal space, somewhat reluctant to leave. Su Changqing left his personal space and reappeared in the same spot. The next second, something pounced on him. He looked closely and saw it was Wang Wang. The dog was extremely excited, whimpering incessantly. Su Changqing squatted down and angrily rubbed the dog's head. Looks like my disappearance scared it. However, this served as a reminder that next time he entered his personal space, he would either find a secluded spot or close the door first. It was fine if Wang Wang saw him, since it didn't understand anything, but if a stranger saw him, that would be bad. After playing with Wang Wang, Su Changqing left the stone house and quickly went to the second acre of spirit field. Here, mutated mother rice, daughter rice, and 2 kinds of mutated spirit plants were planted. These were the soil-eroding brown-yellow mutated rice and the space earth element fruit tree. Actually, it wouldn't matter if the soil-eroding brown-yellow mutated rice was discovered, since it wasn't very valuable. The truly important thing is the space earth element fruit tree below. As long as it exists, it's equivalent to a continuous supply of space earth element fruits. Even without refining it into a personal space, one can still gain the supernatural ability, shrinking the earth to an inch, by consuming it. Although the probability is only 10%, the constant consumption will eventually lead to success. Therefore, Su Changqing quickly sent the 2 mutated spiritual plants into his personal space. Originally, the mutated mother rice and daughter rice should have been sent in as well, but seeing that they were only a few days away from maturity, he decided to wait a little longer. Next, Su Changqing turned and left, heading directly towards the space-time ring tree. The rarity, or rather, the extraordinary nature of this tree, is actually comparable to the space earth element fruit. Effect 1, consuming spring fruit grants a buff lasting 3 days. Effect 2, consuming summer fruit increases the buff effect by 50%. Effect 3, consuming autumn fruit minimizes negative buff effects. Effect 4, consuming winter fruit extends the buff duration by 7 days. Special Effect 1, on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, and on solar terms, the time-space ring tree releases a large amount of seasonal energy, doubling the growth rate and yield of spiritual plants. 4 common effects. 1 special effect. Other spiritual plants, even with just one of the above effects, would see their value skyrocket. They might even be treasured as family heirlooms and carefully guarded. But this one has 5. Yet, in Su Changqing's case, the location and planting are completely arbitrary. It's protected only by a mirror flower water moon array, which is close to a low-level array. Next, Su Changqing released his wood elemental power, enveloping the entire time ring tree, and then, while minimizing damage, carefully pulled it out little by little. Once it was all out, he immediately sent it into his personal space. After finishing, he felt much lighter. He felt a great sense of relief. Previously, no matter how rare the mutated spiritual plants were, he could only leave them at his doorstep to guard them. That was the only thing he could do. Whether they would be discovered depended entirely on luck. With good luck, no one might discover them for a long time. With bad luck, someone might discover them very quickly. Now that he had sent them all into his personal space, even if someone broke through the formation later, they would only see some spiritual plants that were slightly more valuable than spiritual rice, and nothing more. Su Changqing stroked his chin, pondering, this way, I can plant whatever I want in the 5 acres of spirit fields outside, and I won't have to worry anymore. Even more so, he wouldn't need to use the Azure Lotus domain to accelerate ripening. He could just plant 4 seasons a year, as long as he consistently completed the tasks. Originally, Su Changqing had also planned to send the 5 dragonfish from the pond into his personal space. However, since he hadn't yet learned the technique to manipulate earth energy and alter terrain, he had to wait. After all, these things were precious. What if they died if he just dug a random water pit? Finally, he headed towards the stone mountain. But he hadn't forgotten about the mutated cold white cabbage in the cave. Although its value wasn't very high, it was still a mutated spirit plant, and he should take it. He couldn't let someone else have it. After a long absence, Su Changqing returned to the entrance of the stone mountain cave. He carefully moved aside the large, obstructing rocks and expertly squeezed into the cave. However, before even reaching the deepest part, he felt a chilling coldness, with a continuous stream of frigid air emanating from within. Seeing this, Su Changqing's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly made his way to the deepest part of the cave. Then he saw that the neglected cold cabbage had grown enormous. Before, it looked like an ice sculpture of a cabbage, but now, its size was at least several times its former size. Standing there, it didn't look like a cabbage at all, it resembled a giant ice ball or a silkworm cocoon. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of a cold cabbage turning into something like this. The scene before him was somewhat unbelievable, even eerie. Analyzing the current situation, there was only one relatively rare mutated spiritual plant here, the cold cabbage. Therefore, there were no other spiritual plants competing with it for the nutrients in the black soil. But even if it absorbed nutrients, it shouldn't have grown to this size. Su Changqing used the system's abilities to examine the current state of the cold cabbage. Cradle Ice Embryo. Effect 1 absorbs Yin Cold Qi. Effect 2 Ice Soul Pearl nurtures new life. Su Changqing's eyes widened instantly. This is still considered a cabbage? It seemed the cold cabbage had mutated for some unknown reason. Since transplanting the mutated mother rice, he hadn't been here much. Especially in the last few months, he hadn't paid any attention, even forgotten about it. But unexpectedly, it had transformed from a cold cabbage into the so-called cradle ice embryo. To be honest, this change was very strange. Su Changqing dared not be careless and quickly activated the 9 Flames Profound technique, releasing high-temperature crimson fire. This rescued the surrounding frozen black soil little by little. Then, he cautiously approached this mutated cabbage called the cradle ice embryo. The closer he got, the more intense the chill became, and the more terrifying the released cold air became. Without a fire elemental root, Su Changqing wouldn't have been able to get close at all. But the more this was the case, the more curious he became. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and he smoothly approached. Su Changqing first tried using what elemental power, but found it ineffective. He couldn't control or nurture it as before. Using fire elemental power would only amplify the burst of cold energy. When he only possessed earth elemental power, he wasn't as resistant. Unfortunately, although Su Changqing had earth elemental power in his danshan, he hadn't yet mastered earth attribute cultivation techniques, preventing him from gaining deeper control over the cradle-like ice embryo before him. Therefore, after much thought, he decided to use the simplest and most direct method. What? Open it. No matter how strange or eerie it might seem, it was ultimately just a mutated spiritual plant. Soon, Su Changqing used the high temperature released by his fire elemental power to melt the cradle-like ice embryo layer by layer. When he saw what was deepest within, his pupils instantly contracted. Su Changqing's pupils contracted, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Where the ice soul pearl had been was now a strange, tangible entity. It resembled a curled-up embryo, formed from condensed ice crystals, radiating a chilling blue light. Its surface was covered with fine cracks, each emanating wisps of icy air. Upon closer inspection, a semi-transparent membrane, like frozen amniotic fluid, was visible, condensed with tiny ice crystals. Through this membrane, a vaguely humanoid outline could be seen inside. Furthermore, this embryonic-like thing was trembling slightly, each undulation accompanied by a piercing chill that caused the surrounding air to frost instantly. The cold cabbage couldn't have mutated for no reason. There must be a reason. Now, what should we do with this thing? Looking at the thing before him, Su Changqing was stumped for the first time. This appeared to be a mutated spiritual plant, but something felt off. Neither the books he'd read nor the forbidden records of spiritual plants seemed to contain anything similar. This thing was definitely not simple. After all, it was alive and moving. Su Changqing took a deep breath. If I ignore it, who knows what will become of it? If it affects the spiritual fields outside, that would be disastrous. But he now seriously suspected. The mutation of the cold white cabbage was largely related to the black soil beneath his feet. He had already harbored suspicions about this stone mountain, and now they were even stronger. However, after much deliberation, Su Changqing turned and left. Not that he was giving up, but rather that he would return after learning any earth attribute cultivation technique. After all, wood attribute spiritual power couldn't control this mutated spiritual plant, or rather, this cradle of ice embryo. Fire attribute spiritual power could cause damage, even melt it directly. But that was only a last resort, or rather, the most desperate measure. Destroying it before fully understanding it felt somewhat wasteful. Therefore, the best approach was to return when he could freely manipulate the soil and earth's energy, then transplant it into his personal space. Not long after, Su Changqing emerged and reblocked the entrance with large stones. This time, however, his gaze towards the entire stone mountain was wary. There was definitely more than just black soil beneath, there was something else. However, neither wood nor fire elemental roots were suitable. He would investigate further after learning earth attribute techniques. Immediately, Su Changqing turned and walked towards the stone house. Time flew by, and it was the next morning. Because he had promised Hu Bagui to help Wang Wang find a mate, he got up early. After finishing his daily tasks and making breakfast, Su Changqing immediately took out a spirit beast ring. Speaking of which, Hu Bagui had given him several of these, and without exception, they were all related to guinea fowl. The space inside was small, but it could easily fit a dog. Therefore, Su Changqing waved to Wang Wang on the other side, Wang Wang Wah. Seeing this, the dog immediately got up from the ground and approached step by step, grinning. When it got close, it yawned and stretched. Su Changqing cradled the tiger-headed dog's head, ruffling it before laughing. "Come on, today's a very important day for you." Then, he used the spirit beast ring to put Wang Wang inside, summoned a large leaf grass, and swiftly took to the air, flying rapidly towards the spirit beast valley. This was actually his first time going, he'd only ever passed through before. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at a familiar fork in the road. To the right was the Red Maple Valley Market, while to the left was the entrance to the Spirit Beast Valley. His gaze fell upon a lush forest, teeming with birds. Since he hadn't reached his destination yet, he didn't contact Hu Bagui but continued forward. In no time, he traversed the forest from a high vantage point. The terrain suddenly opened up, revealing a vast meadow. Wildflowers of various colors dotted the emerald green grass, creating the feeling of being in a sea of flowers. Large, leafy blades of grass swept by, creating gusts of wind that ruffled the grass and startled a flock of butterfly-like spirit beasts. Their wings were as transparent as crystal, fluttering with a clear, tinkling sound. Ahead lay a stream, its water crystal clear, its bottom covered with colorful pebbles, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Nearby lingered a group of spirit beasts he had never seen before. They were slender, their antlers lustrous like jade, their tips surrounded by a bluish halo, and they were drinking water. Sensing someone approaching, their first reaction wasn't to flee, but to look around curiously. Su Changqing nodded slightly, as expected of the spirit beasts of Spirit Beast Valley. If this were the Black Forest, I would have been attacked long ago. Those monsters really dared to attack. He continued deeper into the stream. Along the way, he saw many more spirit beasts. Several cloud-stepping sables were chasing the crystal butterflies they had just startled. Their fur was like flowing, dark silk, and faint clouds rose from where their paws trod. At first glance, it appeared to be taking a brief flight. 100 meters away stood a Xianbing fox, entirely silver-white, with every hair adorned with ice crystals. Its eyes were wise, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. High above, various flying spirit beasts also roamed, such as white cranes and eagles. However, what attracted Su Changqing the most was a thunder eagle. Its wingspan exceeded 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, its feathers flashing with purple lightning, and its sharp beak and claws imbued with the power of thunder. Where it passed, a fierce wind swept and lightning surged, radiating terrifying power. Su Changqing exclaimed, "How cool would it be to ride a spirit beast like that?" To be honest, he really wanted one. However, spirit beasts of this level or ability were generally beyond the control of ordinary people. At least a golden core stage cultivator would be qualified to stand there. It seems the Spirit Beast Valley I once understood is completely different from the Spirit Beast Valley I see now. Further ahead are all sorts of strangely shaped nests and houses. I can already see quite a few official disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley. These people are almost always accompanied by a spirit beast when they go out. Some are particularly extravagant, even leading a huge black-scaled crocodile. Not to mention wolves, bears, and the like. The variety is truly remarkable. Seeing that things were almost ready, Su Changqing chose a very conspicuous spot, then took out Hu Bagui's communication talisman and infused it with a wisp of wood elemental energy. "Hello, old Hu, I've arrived. Where are you? There's a tree behind me, about several tens of meters tall, entirely emerald green, with no branches visible." That's not a tree. Ha! That's a pillar python in a resting state. Be careful, don't wake it." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing silently withdrew his outstretched right hand, little by little. The pillar python was tens of meters long, resembling a verdant, leafless tree trunk. Strangely, when it rested, it didn't lie down. Instead, its lower body extended straight down into the ground, while its upper body stood upright, looking like a perfectly rounded yet straight pillar. Its emerald scales gleamed with a cold, eerie light under the sunlight. The python's head was held high, its skull oval-shaped, slightly broad, and flattened on the sides, covered with protruding bony ridges, resembling an exoskeleton. At this moment, its cloudy eye membranes gradually cleared, and it slowly opened a pair of lantern-sized vertical pupils, their pupils swirling with a chilling green light, like two eternally burning will-o'-the-wisps. Its massive head slowly lowered, its icy gaze instantly locking onto the person below. In an instant, its gaping maw opened, revealing 4 rows of gleaming fangs, each as thick as an adult's finger, a terrifying sight that sent chills down one's spine. The atmosphere tensed. Just as Su Changqing thought the creature was about to attack, a deep, human-like voice suddenly rang out, "What are you looking at?" Su Changqing was taken aback, then retorted, "What's it to you?" The pillar-like python said irritably, "Can't you see I'm sleeping?" Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hands, explaining, "Sorry, this is my first time in Spirit Beast Valley. I didn't know you were alive." Goodness, he thought he'd run into a fellow countryman. But he'd been overthinking it. However, any spirit beast capable of speaking is no ordinary creature. Just then, Hubagui rode up on his camel at breakneck speed. Before he even got close, his voice rang out, "My apologies, Chief Pillar. This is my friend. It's his first time in Spirit Beast Valley, and he's unfamiliar with the rules. Please forgive him." The pillar python glanced at Hubagui and said indifferently, "Considering you often bring me food, I'll let it slide today. Remember, don't go near any snakes during the day, especially not me." Hubagui reached him, pulled Su Changqing onto the camel, and then said apologetically, all right, Chief Pillar, please continue to rest. I'll prepare more food for you next time I come." The pillar python nodded slightly, quite satisfied. It returned to its previous posture, standing upright once more. Hubagui, carrying Su Changqing, sped off at an incredible speed towards the other side of Spirit Beast Valley. They covered over 1,000 meters in a flash, but still showed no sign of stopping. The pillar python watched Su Changqing's departing figure, its eyes becoming as deep as a human's. "This guy's interesting. His first reaction upon seeing me wasn't to run, but to prepare for battle." However, this gaze was temporary. It quickly became lazy, comfortably basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Hubagui carried Su Changqing several kilometers in one go, stopping only in front of a straight river. Su Changqing asked in surprise, "You seem very nervous." Hubagui rolled his eyes, "Of course. That's Pillar Head, the boss of all snakes in Spirit Beast Valley." Su Changqing chuckled, "At first, I thought it was a tree." Hubagui said with a hint of self-reproach, "It's also my fault. I didn't explain it clearly beforehand. Luckily, Pillar Head's temper has been relatively good lately, otherwise it really would have eaten someone." Su Changqing was astonished. "Spirit beasts eat people?" Hubagui nodded in deep agreement. "People get eaten every year." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't anyone do anything about it?" Hubagui cautiously glanced around before whispering, "The Pillar Chief lived for over 1,000 years, the ancestors of the Spirit Beast Valley's leaders weren't even born then." Su Changqing grinned, "Makes sense." Hubagui continued, "The Pillar Chief controls all the snakes in the Spirit Beast Valley. Its strength and status are both very high. Besides, those it eats are all people who actively provoked it, so the immortals don't care at all." "I see," Su Changqing said, suddenly understanding. Having explained, Hubagui stopped dwelling on the matter and pointed to a treehouse ahead, saying, "Over there, that's the first senior brother I'm going to introduce you to, named Su Yuan. He keeps several dogs, all kinds of breeds and types." Su Changqing's eyes lit up. "Okay, let's go over there." Immediately, the two walked over. Soon they arrived at the base of the treehouse. Hubagui called out, "Senior brother Su Yuan, I've brought the person." "Wait a moment." A response came quickly from inside. Shortly afterward, a male disciple dressed in the formal attire of the Spirit Beast Valley emerged. Following him were 5 dogs. The lead dog was a short-haired, tan-colored country dog. Its limbs were strong, and its tail curled naturally. It had a black birthmark above its left eye. Judging from the looseness of its abdomen, it had likely given birth several times. Behind this female dog was a rather robust black dog. It was jet black, like ink jade, with coarse, glossy fur, and a thick mane like a lion's. It had a pair of miniature fleshy horns on its head, amber pupils, thick paw pads, and moved silently. The third dog had a slender body, snow-white fur, with a touch of crimson at the tips of its ears and tail, and slender limbs covered in icy scales. The fourth dog looked somewhat familiar, with fluffy apricot-colored curly fur like clouds, unusually bright golden eyes, a moist nose, and a clover growing from the tip of its tail. The fifth dog was peculiar, with huge, fan-like ears covered in fine down, brownish-yellow fur with black markings, and small, squinting eyes. The 5 dogs were completely different in breed and size. Hu Bagui cheerfully introduced them. Senior brother Su Yuan, this is my friend Su Changqing. We've already discussed the situation. Su Yuan looked Su Changqing up and down, noting their shared surname, and then asked, "Where's your dog?" Su Changqing immediately took out his spirit beast collar and summoned his dog. The appearance of Wang Wang, the size of a calf, stunned Su Yuan. In all his years of raising dogs, he had never seen such a large mixed-breed dog. Upon emerging from the unfamiliar surroundings, Wang Wang looked around blankly. Upon seeing the 5 unfamiliar dogs of the same kind, its eyes widened instantly, turning fierce. It arched its back slightly, baring its teeth and emitting short, low growls, exuding a menacing aura. Except for the second dog, a jet black one with fleshy horns, the other 4 dogs all tucked their tails between their legs in fear. They shrank behind their owner, peering around cautiously. Su Yuan, regaining her senses, her eyes shining, quickly asked curiously, "Are you a purebred country dog?" Su Changqing nodded. "Yes." Su Yuan pressed on, "What do you usually feed it now that it's all grown up?" Su Changqing grinned. "I'm a spirit farmer. I feed it whatever I eat, mostly spirit rice and the like." Su Yuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Your dog raising skills are amazing." He had many friends and acquaintances who owned dogs. These people almost all had over 10 or 20 years of experience raising dogs. However, this was the only case of someone who had managed to raise a country dog to this size and posture. There were 6 dogs in total. Su Yuan had 5. Su Changqing had 1. But now, the only one unafraid of Wang Wang was the equally large black dog opposite him. Su Changqing looked Wang Wang up and down. "Fellow deus Su Yuan, your black dog is no ordinary dog either." Su Yuan smiled smugly. "This dog is called the Ink Jade Suani, possessing a trace of the ancient bloodline of the Suani. Don't let its current size fool you, it's only 8 months old." What is a Suani? According to old lore, it's one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It belongs to the category of divine beasts. In the Tianyuan realm, it possesses the cultivation, strength, and status of a demon emperor. Su Changqing was stunned, looking left at the Ink Jade Suani and right at Wang Wang. Good heavens, his dog had been raised for several years, fed spirit rice and spirit plants every day, and it was only this big as a calf. The one opposite was even more extraordinary. Possessing only a trace of the ancient bloodline of a Suani, it was nearly the same size as the 5-year-old Wang Wang. Moreover, despite Wang Wang's provocation, this black jade Suani didn't get angry or show any ferocity. Its eyes were extremely calm, even completely unfazed. Hu Bagui reminded him, "Senior brother, too many male dogs will easily cause a fight." Su Yuan waved his hand, putting away the 4 male dogs, leaving only the female. However, Wang Wang still bared its teeth. It even showed a hint of disdain in its eyes. Hu Bagui was surprised. "It seems Wang Wang doesn't like yours." Su Yuan had a total of 5 dogs, only the mixed breed dog was female. The other 4 were all male. If Wang Wang liked it, it would definitely rush over to sniff it immediately. But now, it clearly showed no interest. Having raised dogs for many years, Su Yuan could naturally tell, his face full of regret, "What a pity. If we could find a match, I really wanted to keep one." In his opinion, Wang Wang, this kind of mixed breed dog, was the cream of the crop. Over the years, there had only been one like it. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be with his dog. Su Changqing didn't waste any time, chuckling, "We'll have to find the next one." Su Yuan excitedly said, "I'll go with you. Let's see whose dog Wang Wang will ultimately choose." Immediately, the 3 of them and the 2 dogs headed off in another direction. Hu Bagui had approached nearly 10 people in total, but only 5 were interested. They were Su Yuan, Wu Kaiyu, Zhao Mo, Li Handan, and Ruan Ji. Among them, the most likely candidate was Su Yuan's female dog. Unfortunately, Wang Wang didn't like it, and even seemed a little disgusted. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the second house. Su Yuan suddenly realized, "Junior sister Ya." Hu Bagui nodded slightly, adding, "Senior sister Ya's female dog is only 2 years old." However, upon meeting her, it was the same as before. Just like how it disliked Su Yuan's dog, Wu Kaiyu's dog was also rejected by Wang Wang. Since it didn't like it, it kept baring its teeth and wouldn't even bother to approach. So, they had to move on to the next family. As a result, what started as 3 people and 2 dogs became 4 people and 3 dogs. Wu Kaiyu and her female mixed-breed dog joined the group. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. "Your Wang Wang is so picky. Senior brother Su's doesn't like it, and neither does mine. After all, it's a top-quality mixed-breed dog, I can understand that." Along the way, the group chatted. They soon arrived at the 3rd house, Zhao Mo's. Unexpectedly, the situation finally changed. However, Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and the others all wore strange expressions. Because what Wang Wang had taken a liking to, or rather, what interested him, wasn't Zhao Mo's female dog, but rather a female wolf he kept. No, to be precise, a golden-haired female wolf. Its fur was like molten gold, shimmering dazzlingly in the sunlight. Every hair on its back stood straight and upright like a metal wire, possessing both a silky sheen and a cold, hard metallic texture. But Wang Wang actually dared to ride it. Even with its abdomen covered in wounds and blood flowing, it still didn't give up. While giving the golden-haired female wolf a fawning smile, it kept finding the right angle and position. This scene left all 5 people and 4 dogs present stunned. Hoopa Gui couldn't help but ask, "Old Su, does your Wang Wang like this kind of thing?" Su Changqing's lips twitched. I don't know. Su Yuan chuckled beside him. No wonder it's a top-quality country dog, truly extraordinary. Wu Kaiyu glanced at Zhao Mo, then asked, "Why don't we give it a try?" Wolves and dogs can breed, and this is commonplace in Spirit Beast Valley. Many disciples and immortals have secretly experimented with it, creating some truly unique spirit beasts. Zhao Mo pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll try. If it gives birth to 2, I must have one." Su Changqing didn't refuse. "All right." Su Yuan hurriedly called out, "Add one for me. One of the 3 can be mine." Wu Kaiyu followed closely. Me, one of the 4 can be mine." Su Changqing and Hoopa Gui exchanged a glance, then said, "You're all my senior brothers and sisters, so I must give you face." Therefore, they didn't refuse and agreed to everything. If there's only one, Su Changqing can raise it. If there are 2, Zhao Mo can have one. If there are 3, Su Yuan can have one. If there are 4, Wu Kaiyu can have one. As for how many there will be, as long as the golden-haired she-wolf can get pregnant, the result will be available in about 2 months. At this moment, a vibration came from Su Changqing's azure gourd. A communication talisman had lit up. He took it out and saw that it was very new, seemingly unused. Upon connecting, he discovered the other end was Lin Ya, the guard on the outskirts of the spirit field. The communication talisman didn't specify the details, only instructing him to come as soon as possible. Su Changqing handed the spirit beast ring to Hoopa Gui, instructing, "Wang Wang is yours. Bring it over as soon as you've got it sorted out." "Okay," Hoopa Gui nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Su Changqing bid farewell to Su Yuan and the others, then quickly departed on his large-leafed grass. Not long after, he passed the pillar python again and couldn't help but glance at it. The python appeared to be resting, its eyes closed, motionless. However, after careful observation, Su Changqing realized this wasn't the case. Logically, after being exposed to the sun for so long, its body temperature should have changed. But in reality, the pillar python remained surprisingly cold, showing no signs of warmth. Su Changqing observed this and wondered, could there be a secret in the Spirit Beast Valley? Whether it was true or not, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Therefore, he decisively left. After a while, he finally arrived at the outer edge of the spirit field. Upon arriving, he heard some astonishing news from Lin Ya. What? An outer disciple who had joined in the summer had cultivated a mutated spirit plant on his very first attempt. Su Changqing's eyes widened instantly. Really? Lin Ya nodded vigorously. Really, I wouldn't joke with you like that. Hiss. Su Changqing gasped, quickly asking, is this outer disciple male or female? What's his name? Lin Ya blurted out, male, his name is Miao Huayu. Su Changqing called out, come on, take me to see this. Lin Ya nodded slightly and led the way. The two walked one after the other, first leaving the outer disciple's living area, then venturing deeper into the spirit fields. After a while, they arrived at a relatively remote area. However, this place, which should have been empty, was now packed with people. Outer disciples were everywhere. Su Changqing recognized many of them, having known them since the spring. Senior Brother Su is here. Good afternoon, Senior Brother Su. Senior Brother Su, please take a look at what's going on here. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone's eyes lit up, and they greeted him warmly. If it were other formal disciples, these people would be nervous, hesitant to be too forward, afraid of offending him. But Senior Brother Su was different. As long as they didn't go too far, even joking around was fine. The relationship between them was no longer that of formal disciples in a superior subordinate relationship with outer disciples. Su Changqing stepped past the crowd and arrived at the 1-acre, first-grade spirit rice field. Now that the beginning of summer had passed, and considering it matures every 3 months, it was nearing the middle of its growth phase, the spirit rice appeared a vibrant green and yellow. However, one particular stalk of spirit rice in this field stood out, completely different from its peers. Its stalk was as upright as bamboo, its surface etched with fine patterns, shimmering with a bluish-green light in the sunlight. The rice ears were deep green, the grains inside resembling miniature spirit stones, exuding a warm, natural aura. As a spirit cultivation envoy, Su Changqing immediately recognized it as a type of mutated rice. Spirit vein rejuvenating rice. Effect actively absorbs free-floating with spirit energy from the air and then replenishes the spirit field. Special Effect 1 can repair damaged meridians and accelerate the cultivation speed of wood-type techniques. Special Effect 2. Inserting the rice stalk into ordinary soil can slowly encourage the growth of small wood-type spirit plants. Yes, that's right. This is a mutated rice variety with only one ordinary effect, but two special effects. Its value, if converted to points, would be at least around 2,000. If converted to spirit stones, it would be worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If it were grown by an experienced spirit farmer with many years of planting and cultivation experience, no one would be surprised. However, this is on the outskirts of a spirit field. The spirit field is a first-grade spirit field without black soil. The disciple is an outer disciple who hasn't yet been officially admitted, especially since their cultivation technique is the low-level evergreen technique. The only person with rich planting experience is Su Changqing, who is present. Although Linya is also an official disciple, she has only been officially admitted for 2 years. Combined, these factors are somewhat unbelievable. Su Changqing's gaze swept around. Where are the outer disciples who planted this acre of spirit field? Look! Many people pointed in another direction. Su Changqing looked over and spotted a slender male disciple. He had delicate features, with a youthful innocence in his eyes, clearly young, and wore the gray robes of an outer disciple. Seeing everyone staring at him, especially two formal disciples, the man became extremely nervous. Su Changqing stepped forward, looking him up and down as he asked, "Are you Miao Huayu?" The male disciple nodded hurriedly. Yes, senior brother Su, I am Miao Huayu." Su Changqing pointed to the spirit vein rejuvenating rice and asked, "Did you grow this?" Miao Huayu scratched her head. I guess I did." Su Changqing was speechless. "Isn't this your spirit field?" Miao Huayu affirmed, "Yes, this is indeed my spirit field." Su Changqing immediately said irritably, "Then why are you being so uncertain?" Miao Huayu grinned foolishly. "I'm just a newly initiated disciple, I don't know anything." These words left Su Changqing speechless. There was nothing wrong with that. In fact, not only Miao Huayu, but many people here were also newly initiated disciples and genuinely knew nothing. But the others could only grow low-grade spirit rice. Those with slightly better abilities could only grow high-quality rice. However, this person in front of him, although she had only been an initiator for a short time, had not only grown high-quality spirit rice, but had even cultivated a mutated rice plant. There was no need for further assessment, she was 100% guaranteed to be accepted. The fact that they could cultivate mutated rice already speaks volumes about their talent. Linya asked from behind, "Senior brother Su, what should we do?" Su Changqing thought for a moment and replied, "First, protect this acre of first-grade spirit field, especially this mutated rice plant. Have someone trusted keep a close eye on it. Besides that, don't let anyone near it." Linya glanced at Miao Huayu. "What about him?" Su Changqing took a deep breath. "I'll take him to the core of the spirit field. Let him see Elder Hua first." "Okay." Linya had no problem with that. Immediately, Su Changqing summoned the large leaf grass, jumped onto it first, and then waved to the bewildered Miao Huayu, "Don't just stand there, come with me." Okay. Miao Huayu's reaction was slightly slow. After regaining her senses, she didn't jump on immediately, but instead wiped the mud off the solace of her shoes before leaping up, landing to the right of the large leaf grass. Seeing this, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, then led his group into the air. With a whoosh, they flew directly towards the core of the spirit field. This height and speed were new to Miao Huayu, and she was quite nervous, fearing she might fall if she wasn't careful. Therefore, she instinctively moved closer to Su Changqing. But she dared not act rashly, and after thinking for a while, she could only clutch the hem of his clothes. Su Changqing smiled, "Don't worry, there's a vortex around my large leaf grass. If you get too close, you won't fall, but rather be blown away." "How amazing!" Miao Huayu exclaimed in surprise. Su Changqing casually asked, "Judging from your appearance, your family is quite well off, right?" Miao Huayu hesitated for a moment, then answered vaguely, "I've had a few years of schooling." Su Changqing didn't bother to ask further. The two remained silent for the rest of the journey. After about half an hour, they arrived near the flat-topped mountain at the core of the spirit field. Although Su Changqing was now a spirit cultivation envoy, he still didn't qualify to land there. He could only take Miao Huayu with him, and the two of them climbed the scorching hot steps, one by one. Fortunately, it was only about 100 meters high, and they quickly reached the top. It was past noon, so there were hardly any people to be seen. Only after entering the palace were a few spirit farmers checking the day's tasks. Su Changqing led Miao Huayu directly to Elder Hua, bowing respectfully, "Manager." Elder Hua smiled and said, "Little Su." Su Changqing pointed to the person beside him, "Elder Hua, this is a new outer disciple with a wood spirit root whom we just recruited this summer. His name is Miao Huayu." Elder Hua glanced at him, then asked curiously, "Did you bring him here specifically to see me? Is there something you need?" Su Changqing chuckled with a playful expression. "Him, an outer disciple, using a first-grade spirit field, has managed to cultivate spirit vein rejuvenating rice. Elder Hua nodded slightly. Looks like a young man with both talent and luck. In cultivating spirit plants, both talent and luck are crucial. Some people have average talent, yet after 10 years they still only grow high-quality spirit rice. Others have exceptional talent, easily cultivating top-grade spirit rice. Take Su Changqing, for example. In his first year at the core of the spirit field, and even in winter, he managed to complete the assessment task. Keep in mind, the other 3 who were promoted at the same time either gave up or failed to complete it. In the following years, he consistently completed the assessments, never failing, delaying, or cheating. Furthermore, the spirit rice he cultivated and the spirit grains he submitted were all of top quality. Sending Su Changqing to the outer perimeter for assessments resulted not only in breaking records in the first quarter but also in discovering another young man with equally impressive talent, luck, and potential in the second quarter. Only someone like Su Changqing is worthy of the position of spirit cultivation envoy. This is why everyone in the core of the spirit field, from Master He and Elder Hua to the formal and outer disciples, was extremely satisfied with him. Su Changqing asked curiously, then, will he stay? Upon hearing this, Miao Huayu felt both nervous and expectant. Elder Hua thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, no, send him back to the outer perimeter of the spirit field. Ha! Su Changqing and Miao Huayu were both stunned. Elder Hua explained, let him complete the summer assessment, learn more experience and skills. That way, he won't be flustered and clueless when facing a second-grade spirit field. Su Changqing suddenly understood, I see. At this moment, Elder Hua's gentle gaze fell on Miao Huayu. Miao Huayu, right? Yes, manager. Miao Huayu nodded hurriedly. Elder Hua smiled kindly, appearing amiable, and then asked, I will first grant you the status, benefits, and treatment befitting a formal disciple, but you must remain on the outskirts of the spirit field until the end of summer. Are you willing? Miao Huayu experienced the feeling of being valued for the first time, and said with a slight choke, this disciple is willing. Elder Hua was very satisfied upon seeing this, and said with considerable satisfaction, you are a promising talent, and you will surely shine brightly in the core of the spirit field, just like your senior brother Su. Shine brightly like senior brother Su? Miao Huayu couldn't help but look at Su Changqing beside her. Although this senior brother Su seemed unremarkable, the outer disciples were all very grateful to him, and almost none of them complained. As for the situation in the core, they really didn't know yet. But since Elder Hua praised him so highly, Su Changqing's status, position, and even abilities in the core of the spirit field must have reached an exceptionally high level. Isn't this precisely the goal she should be pursuing? For a moment, Miao Huayu was filled with longing for life. After Miao Huayu received the robes and small storage bag befitting a formal disciple, Su Changqing led him back to the outer edge of the spirit field. Originally, everyone was surprised by Miao Huayu's return. After all, with outstanding talent and good luck, he should have been directly promoted to a formal disciple. But when they saw him wearing the white robes befitting a formal disciple, they all suddenly realized, good heavens, he had already been promoted, but was now back at the outer edge of the spirit field continuing to cultivate spirit rice. In this way, Miao Huayu stood out somewhat from the crowd. Besides Su Changqing and Lin Ya, who were formal disciples, everyone else was an outer disciple. He was the exception, even an anomaly. How anomaly? Despite being a formal disciple, he was cultivating a first-grade spirit field. Su Changqing gazed at Lin Ya before him and instructed, take good care of this junior brother Miao. Lin Ya asked curiously, how? Su Changqing replied earnestly, I will personally guide him in planting, but as you know, as a spirit cultivation envoy, I'm very busy and can't patrol the spirit fields every day. If he's deceived or taken advantage of, you know what to do. Lin Ya nodded, okay, senior brother. Miao Huayu, no, now I should call you senior brother Miao. Senior brother Miao is amazing. He's already been promoted before the quarterly assessment was even over. I want to take you as my role model. Miao Huayu was surrounded by a group of outer disciples, who constantly praised, flattered, and fawned over him. He felt completely overwhelmed, yet also very happy, even a little enjoyable. After all, he had never experienced anything like this before. Su Changqing glanced at Miao Huayu, who was grinning foolishly because of everyone's praise, and shook his head, saying, she's still just a young person, too naive. Then, he didn't leave. Instead, he began to inspect the perimeter of the spirit fields. Since he was already here, he had to check on the condition of these grade 1 spirit fields. Sure enough, the spirit rice from the outer sect disciples who stayed from the previous quarter was fine. Only the spirit rice from the outer sect disciples who had just joined this quarter was growing poorly, either lacking water or planted too close together, perhaps because their cultivation techniques were too low level. Whenever Su Changqing discovered a problem, he would summon the outer sect disciple managing that acre of grade 1 spirit field and teach them by example, never giving a perfunctory explanation. He broke down his planting and cultivation experience and techniques in great detail, afraid the disciple might not understand. Many outer sect disciples lacked formal education. If he explained things in too complicated a way, they might not only not understand but also misunderstand. At that time, both the spirit rice and the spirit fields will face major problems, potentially even leading to failure in the assessment. I taught you before, you can't be too close, otherwise they'll steal water and nutrients, resulting in inferior quality spirit rice. How can the yield increase? The earth energy in a first-grade spirit field is limited. Without using the water spirit root to cast the minor cloud rain technique, or without using the earth spirit root to loosen the soil beforehand, achieving a yield of 1,000 caddies requires meticulous attention. And you, stop standing there grinning like an idiot, listen carefully and take notes. Su Changqing was surrounded by outer sect disciples wherever he went. After much fuss, evening arrived. The sun was now setting, its scorching rays gradually diminishing. The midday heat was gone, replaced by the tranquility of approaching night. Su Changqing looked at the outer disciples around him and then said from the bottom of his heart, "Everyone, as someone who's been through this, I understand you all very well, and I hope that you will all eventually become official disciples. It's better than going back to join some small sect, or marrying into some small family, and living a mediocre life from then on, right?" Upon hearing this, many outer disciples were moved to tears. They had never imagined that a formal disciple would treat them with such sincerity. The news they'd heard from their seniors was mostly one of suppression, contempt, and disdain. Once offended, they'd be subjected to underhanded tactics. In short, they were aloof and untouchable. Forget about instruction, just getting their attention was a bonus. But Su Changqing's appearance shattered their preconceived notions. He wasn't just a formal disciple, he was a spirit cultivation envoy, a rank higher than a spirit farmer, and he was incredibly busy cultivating spirit plants and farming. Yet he still made time to come to the outskirts of the spirit fields, teaching all the outer disciples with equal respect. A few days later, Wan Wang and the golden-haired she-wolf had finished mating and were brought back by Hu Bagui. Compared to before going to the Spirit Beast Valley, it looked much thinner now. It seemed it had expended a lot of energy recently. Su Changqing felt very sorry for it and immediately prepared a large amount of delicious food. Wan Wang was overjoyed, taking a few bites before running to its owner and whimpering. After appeasing its owner, it turned and went back to its food bowl. While eating, perhaps feeling that its previous attempts at appeasement weren't enough, it quickly returned to its owner's feet and began rubbing its head against him frantically. Su Changqing grinned, "Silly dog, you eat yours. I have other things to do. Anyway, we don't need to go to the Spirit Beast Valley this year." Perhaps the soothing had worked. Wang Wang finally returned to its food bowl, this time burying its entire head in it and devouring its food with gusto. Seeing this, the guinea fowl on the other side revealed a hint of disdain in its eyes. Su Changqing went to the study on the second floor and plopped down in a chair. He hadn't been idle during this time, brewing spirit rice wine while studying the earth attribute cultivation techniques he had purchased from the scattered cultivator market. Although there were 3 in total, he didn't study them all at once. One reason was that trying to learn too much at once would lead to indigestion. Another reason was that the focus was different. Therefore, from the 3 techniques: thick earth bearing all things, record of 10,000 stones returning to the source, and Kun Yuan thick earth scripture, he chose thick earth bearing all things as the first earth attribute technique to learn. The main reason for choosing it was that after learning it, he could circulate earth's spiritual power, enhancing his perception and control of earth energy, making it a priority technique. And after this period of hard work, he felt he was almost there. Time passed by, about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Suddenly, the attribute panel changed. Thick earth bearing all things technique, level 1. Effect 1, perceive the chi within a 10-foot radius. Effect 2, manipulate the chi within a 10-foot radius. The effects don't seem very powerful. Su Changqing wasn't surprised. Although it's a high-level technique, it's still an incomplete version. Therefore, its effects are bound to be problematic. Fortunately, he possesses an ability that no one else has. Would you like to consume 8 years of your lifespan to fully repair the thick earth bearing all things technique? Yes. This time, Su Changqing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that repairing a high-level technique would now take less than 10 years. He remembered how it used to take decades, even decades. Thinking about it now brings back bitter memories. The reason for reducing lifespan consumption is mainly due to 2 reasons. First, the accumulation of knowledge. Second, the enrichment of skills. The more he learns, the more he understands, and the less lifespan is consumed. Soon, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Based on current knowledge, the experience and techniques regarding the thick earth bearing all things skill were gradually refined, becoming increasingly rich in content. Soon afterward, the attributes panel changed again. Remaining lifespan, 634 years. Thick earth bearing all things skill, level 1. Effect 1, perceive the chi within 5 jang, approximately 15 meters. Effect 2, manipulate the chi within 5 jang, approximately 15 meters. Effect 3, earth attribute damage reduction 15%. As expected, after the refinement was complete, all effects were enhanced. Consume 1 year of lifespan to upgrade the thick earth-bearing all things skill to level 2? No, I choose to go all in. Consume 11 years of lifespan to upgrade the thick earth-bearing all things skill to level 7? Yes. Soon, he entered another profound state of enlightenment. Since the content had already been deduced, it was simply a matter of innovating the techniques. Not long after, the information on his attribute panel changed again. Remaining lifespan, 623 years. Thick earth-bearing power, level 7. Effect 1, perceive the chi within a 30 jang radius. Effect 2, manipulate the chi within a 30 jang radius. Effect 3, increase earth attribute damage by 50%. Effect 4, reduce earth attribute damage by 60%. Effect 5, increase damage dealt to water attributes by 50%. Effect 6, reduce damage dealt to wood attributes by 30%. Effect 7, have earth attribute negative effects. Special effect, thick earth. Centered on himself, he releases a 10 jang radius thick earth domain, which forms a barrier of earth's spiritual energy, inflicts a slowing effect on intruders, and increases his own recovery speed by 15%. Immediately, Su Changqing's figure blurred, and he instantly appeared outside the house. After a few flashes, he arrived near the entrance to the stone mountain. His first instinct wasn't to enter, but to activate his fully leveled earth-bearing technique for the first time. The faint earth elemental energy in his dantian began to circulate, unexpectedly creating a ripple effect. Earth energy within a 30-foot radius rapidly converged towards him, then seeped into his Yongquan acupoints on the solace of his feet. In that instant, Su Changqing felt cool spring water gushing up from his feet. Once it entered his internal organs, his heart pounded violently, and his kidneys throbbed wildly. He became incredibly excited, his eyes gleaming. At the same time, his consciousness spread and permeated like a spiritual awareness. With the help of the earth energy, the coverage area reached exactly 30 feet. Everything around him was clearly perceptible, even down to the finest detail, without needing to see it with his eyes. The earth seemed to become part of his consciousness. He could see the direction of the earth's veins. He could hear the deep humming. This state was incredibly magical, easily captivating. At this moment, Su Changqing raised his hand and waved his hand, manipulating earth elemental power to fling the large rock blocking the cave entrance to the other side. Then he crawled inside. As he went deeper, the familiar chill and cold air reappeared. This time, it was even more intense than before, as if it would freeze his very soul. Soon, he saw the frost cabbage again, resembling an ice egg. The wounds that had previously melted had now healed, even appearing thicker than before. Su Changqing had come to transfer this spiritual plant to his personal space, so he decisively stepped forward. As he approached, he gradually discovered that the earth elemental power's resistance to the cold, yin energy of this place was decreasing, even forming a water overpowering earth phenomenon. Only after circulating the 9 flames profound technique and activating the fire elemental power in his dantian did this phenomenon disappear, and he felt warm all over. Seeing this, Su Changqing simply activated the fire and earth elemental powers within his chi simultaneously, then approached the cold cabbage, pondering, should I open it again and take a look? He couldn't help it, the last time had left too deep an impression. Therefore, his left hand trembled, instantly turning crimson. The moment the intense heat distorted the air, the layers of ice before him melted away. Soon, Su Changqing saw the ice embryo inside once more. But this time, it was even more vibrant than before. The ice embryo now faintly reveals facial features. Like a real fetus, it occasionally twitches. Isn't its growth rate a bit too fast? Just then, Su Changqing's expression turned serious. Because he had been continuously circulating his fully upgraded thick earth-bearing technique, he had an extremely keen perception of the surrounding earth energy. Suddenly, he noticed that the earth energy directly beneath the ice embryo, or rather, the cold cabbage, was fluctuating, as if affected by something. A thought struck Su Changqing, and his consciousness extended downwards along the earth energy, quickly exceeding a depth of 10 meters, finally seemingly touching something. A certain image flashed through his mind. It was like, just as Su Changqing was about to confirm what he had just witnessed, a sudden chill surged forth from below. Amplified by the cold cabbage, it was several times more intense. The temperature of the entire stone mountain instantly dropped by a third. The ground was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Almost instinctively, Su Changqing activated his thick earth domain. The surrounding soil, rocks, and gravel all bounced up, forming a thick barrier around him, tightly protecting him within. This posture was somewhat like a frightened light spirit turtle retreating into its shell. And indeed, it effectively kept the chill out. However, it was still unwilling to give up, circling around him, trying to find a loophole. After struggling for a while, seeing that there was no way to break through, it finally retreated. Seeing this, a look of shock appeared in Su Changqing's eyes. Although he had long suspected something was below, he never imagined it would be something dirty. The image that had flashed through his mind earlier returned a corpse. Its gender was indistinguishable, but it was entirely black. At first glance, it looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Therefore, the reason the cold cabbage mutated was mainly because an unknown corpse was buried 10 meters directly below it, thus becoming a cradle of ice. He had a strange feeling that this corpse was using the ice cradle to reincarnate. Considering the intense malice it had shown, and its attack on him just now, Su Changqing didn't hesitate to activate his max-level earth-bearing technique, gathering the surrounding earth energy and pouring it into the cold cabbage before him. Logically, this was a mutated spiritual plant and should be controlled with spiritual power. But he had tried before and couldn't do it at all. As for the other two spiritual powers, due to the principle of elemental incompatibility, fire spiritual power would cause damage. Only the earth elemental energy was intact. Soon, the surrounding black soil, as if receiving a command, automatically parted. Not long after, the entire root system of the cold cabbage was exposed. Su Changqing lifted it up with both hands, attempting to uproot it. Unexpectedly, the originally short stem and fibrous roots, no more than 20 centimeters long, now exceeded 1 meter in length, and that wasn't even all of them. It quickly extended from 1 meter to 2 meters, then 3 meters. Finally, the fibrous roots reached nearly 5 meters before a change occurred. A thing resembling a black earthworm, which upon closer inspection turned out to be fleshy buds, actually fused with the remaining part of the cold cabbage. As Su Changqing observed it, it even wriggled, as if it were alive. Just looking at it made him feel nauseous, so he quickly released a tongue of crimson fire. A sizzling sound rang out continuously, sounding like meat being roasted. The black fleshy sprout struggled frantically in the flames, finally snapping off completely from the roots of the cold cabbage with a snap. Without the obstruction, Su Changqing swiftly transferred the entire cold cabbage, or rather, the cradle ice embryo, into his personal space. The previously chilling cold and biting chill vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the lingering cold aura in the air, one would have thought that everything that had just happened was an illusion. Although he had taken the cold cabbage, there was no smile on Su Changqing's face. In the crater before him, the severed black tentacles were still writhing, desperately groping around. Therefore, it was clear that neglecting this would inevitably lead to trouble. So, after much deliberation, Su Changqing decided to simultaneously activate the fire and earth elemental powers within his Qi, instantly radiating a scorching aura. At the same time, the black soil ahead, manipulated by the earth elemental power, surged like waves, parting to both sides. Soon, a pit appeared, its depth gradually increasing from 1 meter to 3 meters, then 5 meters, and finally nearly 10 meters. Clearly, Su Changqing intended to confront the corpse directly to see what had happened. This thing was nearby. If anything went wrong, both the spirit fields and the spirit plants could be damaged, so it couldn't be taken lightly. The deeper he went, the more numerous the black tentacles became. They expanded, extended, and explored within the black soil like roots. Su Changqing discovered that the deeper he went, the darker and more moist the soil became. It seemed the closer he got to the corpse, the more nutrients it received. To be honest, this thought was quite terrifying. Soon, when the depth reached 10 meters, a completely black corpse, resembling a mummified body, appeared before them. Its posture was strange, curled up in a ball like a fetus. On its abdomen was a black sphere of flesh, from which grew black tentacles slightly thicker than a hair, extending outwards like plant roots. They sank deeply into the black soil, their destination unknown. Suddenly, the familiar chill surged forth again, and the source was the corpse before them. A layer of metallic cold light shone on its surface, followed by a fine layer of frost. Like a source of ice, it continuously released an astonishing chill. But this time, despite being closer, the power was not as great as before. It seemed that without the amplification of the cold cabbage, it had weakened. Su Changqing could easily resist it simply by circulating his fire elemental power. Seeing this, he didn't rush to attack, but deliberately resisted. He wanted to see how long the corpse could hold out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and when 3 minutes passed, the chill began to weaken. By 4 minutes, it had turned into a dried-up corpse again. The chill had vanished without a trace. A rustling sound. Just then, the sound of objects rubbing against each other echoed around him. It sounded dense, as if it were everywhere. Faced with this situation, Su Changqing instantly became alert, immediately activating the earth elemental power in his Danshan, reactivating the thick earth domain, enveloping his entire body. A few breaths later, countless tentacles emerged from the black soil. They frantically poked at him, making a thud sound like raindrops hitting a pipa. Fortunately, they were ultimately blocked by the barrier. Seeing that it had no effect, or rather, couldn't cause any damage, the black tentacles began to coil again, attempting to engulf him. Su Changqing shook his head. This trick won't work on me. He hadn't even used his fire elemental power, he had merely expanded the barrier's range by 1 meter. The dense black tentacles immediately cracked and snapped. One after another, they broke off. They couldn't bind him at all, let alone restrain him. Before Su Changqing could even get serious, both the black tentacles and the corpses resembling countless zombies beside him suddenly froze. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they all turned into fine dust. Finally, only a charred, lumpy object remained. Su Changqing was stunned. "I didn't even exert any force, and you're already done for?" Looking at the charred object, he didn't touch it. Instead, he scanned it with his spiritual sense and immediately raised an eyebrow. Strange, this thing actually emitted an incredibly rich life force. It seemed to have gathered all the essence of the mummified corpse from before. The overall feeling it gave Su Changqing was somewhat similar to the tree that seemed to thrive even in the face of death, which he had seen when he visited the Nether Spring Herb Garden. Both, though different in shape, were creatures that had faced certain death to try and survive, attempting to be reborn in a second life. This discovery sent chills down Su Changqing's spine. For the first time, he felt a sense of unease about his surroundings. After much thought, he tossed the object into a small storage bag and sealed it away. This way, he could completely isolate himself from any contact with people or things outside. He took a deep breath, allowing his consciousness to merge with the Earth's energy, and then extended his gaze outwards, exploring inch by inch. Fortunately, he found nothing. Currently, there was only this one corpse at the foot of the stone mountain. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't hesitate any longer. He decisively jumped out of the pit and then used his earth elemental power to control the surrounding black soil, restoring it to its original state as much as possible. Once everything was settled, he hurriedly turned and left, not wanting to linger in this place for even a moment longer. Stepping outside, Su Changqing's gaze towards the stone mountain held a mixture of apprehension and resolute determination. He had decided to no longer utilize the stone mountain, nor would he use its black soil to plant or cultivate any spiritual plants. It would simply be left to decay, just as it had been before. After all, this was the only thing he could do. He had 5 acres of second-grade spiritual fields externally, and that would soon increase to 6. Internally, he also possessed a personal space containing a full 100 acres of second-grade spiritual fields. All of this combined was enough for him to plant, cultivate, and harvest over a long period of time. However, the stone mountain and the black mummified corpse were like shadows, impossible to ignore, yet impossible to shake off. Even now, Su Changqing had been suddenly awakened in his sleep, his mind filled with images of the black mummified corpse. The face, the posture, the tentacles, everything was exceptionally clear. Huff. Something's wrong. Am I being haunted? If this isn't resolved, it'll become a real problem if it turns into a mental demon. It was the hour of yin, 3 in the morning. Su Changqing, who should have slept soundly until dawn, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time he thought of the stone mountain and the black, desiccated corpse, he unconsciously pulled out the small storage bag containing the charred remains. This secluded spirit field definitely held some unknown secret. At first, he thought he had struck gold and that no one would bother him anymore. Now, that idea seemed incredibly naive, even laughable. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, during the day, I'll visit senior brother Zhu again and see if I can get any information from him. Clearly, the only person who knew this place best was Zhu Fu, who was currently unemployed. According to him, the previous owner of this place was a close friend of Zhu Fu. The two had a very good relationship, always drinking together and discussing their experiences with spirit plants. Unable to sleep anyway, Su Changqing's mind raced, and he vanished from the bed. The next second, he reappeared in his personal space, floating directly above the black soil. Curtain Ice Embryo was now present. These were Cradle Ice Embryo, Space-Time Ring Tree, Space Earth Element Fruit Tree, Erosion Brownish-Haired Mutant Rice. Among them, the Space-Time Ring Tree and the Space Earth Element Fruit Tree were the most valuable. The former could produce 4 kinds of fruit in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each with different effects. Furthermore, on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, and on solar terms, it releases a large amount of seasonal energy, doubling the growth rate and yield of the spiritual plants. The latter is even more extraordinary. The spatial earth elemental fruit it produces can not only be refined into a personal space, but also has a certain probability of awakening the shrinking the earth to an inch supernatural power after consumption. Both of these 2 mutated rare spiritual plants are priceless in the outside world. To put it bluntly, even if you wanted to buy them, you couldn't. Anyone who possesses such things would hide them. How could they possibly tell the outside world? Everyone isn't stupid. Everyone understands the principle of possessing a treasure invites trouble. Although there were only these few spiritual plants in his vast personal space, Su Changqing was extremely satisfied. Then, he moved to the Cradle Ice Embryo, which was next to the cold cabbage. It seemed that the cold aura emanating from it was much weaker than when it was on the stone mountain. He guessed it was related to being freed from that black mummified corpse. Fortunately, the portable space possessed abundant earth energy, and the black soil was rich in nutrients. Therefore, after being transplanted, it not only didn't change, but even grew larger. It looked more and more like a gigantic ice egg, as if something was about to hatch. Su Changqing nodded slightly. I won't open it this time. Anyway, the portable space is like my territory, I can suppress anything using spatial power. He didn't leave, but went to the base of the time ring tree, not minding the dirt, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. Only here could he feel peace now. Time flew by, and it was daytime. After finishing his daily tasks, Su Changqing prepared to visit senior brother Zhu. Before leaving, he specially packed 10 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. Perhaps feeling it wasn't enough, he also packed 1 caddy of top-grade ice heart jade pot wine. Then he summoned the great leaf grass, rose from the ground, and quickly disappeared into the distance. Wan Wang chased for a while, but its speed was no match for the flying device. After all, there were no obstacles in the air, its path was unobstructed. On the ground, however, various bushes, rocks, and trees blocked its way. Therefore, Wan Wang was quickly left behind and eventually had to give up. Along the way, Su Changqing used wood to generate fire and fire to generate earth, the 3 spiritual energies circulating alternately. The large leaf grass seemed to have taken a rejuvenating pill, its speed suddenly soaring. Therefore, it arrived at the outer edge of Zhu Fuxian's spiritual field in a shorter time than usual. Compared to the last time, there wasn't much change. The spiritual plants were still the same. The spiritual field was still the same. Deep inside, there were still those 10-meter-tall emerald bamboos. Everything appeared lush, verdant, and full of life. Su Changqing controlled the large-leafed grass to land, then called out inside, "Senior brother Zhu." A moment later, a flash of azure light appeared, and Zhu Fuxian was already standing before him. Su Changqing quickly bowed respectfully, "Senior brother." Zhu Fuxian looked him up and down, surprised. "Junior brother, something's not right with you." "Ha!" Su Changqing was taken aback. Zhu Fuxian opened the gate and beckoned, "Come in, let's talk." Although Su Changqing was suspicious, he didn't panic and calmly walked in. Soon, the two arrived at the second floor of the bamboo house. The scenery here is beautiful, truly refreshing. This time, Zhu Fuxian didn't take out any wine, but instead poured himself a cup of fragrant bamboo leaf tea. "Junior brother, why don't you seem to be in good spirits?" Su Changqing took a sip of the tea. It seemed to have a calming effect, and he immediately relaxed before saying, "Senior brother, you have keen insight. Lately, I've been dreaming of a piece of charcoal every night, and then I wake up instantly." "Charcoal?" Zhu Fuxian seemed thoughtful. Su Changqing tentatively asked, "Junior brother, are you wondering if there's a problem with the feng shui of your house?" Zhu Fuxian replied meaningfully, "Rather than the feng shui of the house, it's more like." Su Changqing pressed on curiously, "What?" Zhu Fuxian countered with a half-smile, "Junior brother, haven't you thought about something?" Su Changqing's eyes widened slightly. "How am I supposed to know what I'm thinking if you don't tell me?" Zhu Fuxian raised his right hand, pointing to the spirit fields outside, saying, "Clearly, second-grade spirit fields containing black soil can be cultivated everywhere, so why does the immortal sect restrict them?" Su Changqing pondered. "At first, I thought it was to prevent overcultivation. Later, after encountering the record of forbidden spirit plants, I realized it's related to natural disasters." Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. "Yes, that's the reason. The more spirit fields there are, the more frequently disasters occur. The timing might even be earlier. For example, initially, it might happen once or twice every 100 years, but due to the increase in the number of spirit fields, combined with various other factors, it might happen once or twice every 50 years, and the situation would only worsen over time. That's why the number of spirit fields is restricted. Of course, the number of spirit fields varies depending on the region and location, and cannot be generalized." Su Changqing asked, puzzled, "But what does this have to do with me?" Zhu Fuxian said in a deep voice, "Your area once experienced an extremely severe spiritual storm, causing various spiritual energies to become abnormally chaotic. That stone mountain was the hardest hit. I remember many people died at the time before it was suppressed. Later, to prevent accidents, a large number of stones were used to cover it up." Su Changqing seemed to understand, but not quite. "Senior brother, do you mean that because the number of spiritual fields in my area has increased, it can no longer be suppressed?" Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. "Think about it yourself. When there were fewer spiritual fields, didn't nothing happen?" Su Changqing thought carefully, then his eyes widened. "It seems that's true." Zhu Fuxian said seriously, "Therefore, I suggest that if you don't want to move, you shouldn't increase the number of spiritual fields any further. 5 new is just right." Su Changqing agreed wholeheartedly. "Senior brother is right." Zhu Fuxian continued to analyze. "As for what you dreamed about, it should just be the leaked chaotic spiritual energy affecting your spirit." "But..." Su Changqing hesitated. Zhu Fuxian narrowed his eyes. "What?" Su Changqing thought for a moment, then took out a small storage bag containing coke. "Following the guidance in my dream, I did indeed dig this thing out of the black soil of the stone mountain." Zhu Fuxian took it, opened it, and exclaimed in surprise, "A small part of the tree of life regenerating from death." Su Changqing was even more surprised. It really is the tree of life regenerating from death. Zhu Fuxian held it in his hand, examining it. The tree of life regenerating from death appears dead, but it actually contains extremely rich life essence. Some cultivators with spiritual farming or wood elemental roots carry a small piece of this with them. If an accident occurs, there's a certain probability that they can use this to be reborn. It seems you weren't possessed by a nightmare, but rather received a dream from someone. Su Changqing instantly thought of the black mummified corpse and the cradle ice embryo. Could this be the cause and effect? For some reason, something felt off. Zhu Fuxian said with a hint of regret, "The fact that you found it at the foot of Stone Mountain means that the holder was one of the spirit farmers who participated in suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy at that time. Unfortunately, the disaster was extremely unusual, affecting the possibility of resurrection, so it wasn't used in the end." Su Changqing blinked, thinking to himself, "It's not that it wasn't used, at least the ice embryo is still in my personal space. I just don't know what it can nurture." Zhu Fuxian put down a small piece of the tree of life and death, then waved his hand, saying, "Junior brother, for safety reasons, I think you should find another place." Su Changqing put the charred piece back in, then smiled and said, "I'll consider senior brother's suggestion, but we have to wait until the spiritual plant matures." Zhu Fuxian picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. Normally, if a spirit cultivator does a good job, they have a chance to go up the mountain. The so-called mountains are the peaks where immortals reside. Ascending a mountain means entering an immortal peak. The spiritual energy within an immortal peak is far more concentrated. Furthermore, there are spiritual springs and spiritual eyes to provide for daily cultivation. Generally speaking, only core disciples are qualified to ascend the mountain. However, it's not entirely absolute, there are always some opportunities. For example, some core disciples who take on apprentices can also ascend to the immortal peak. Or, like Su Changqing, who became a spirit cultivation envoy at a young age, as long as he performs great merit, he is also qualified to go up the mountain, his status second only to the core disciples. Su Changqing grinned. "The mountain is nice, but I feel more free in the spirit fields." Actually, he quite enjoys this kind of life. He has things to do every day, and he doesn't find it boring or tedious. Occasionally, he can even have a few drinks and some snacks with his friends. If he went up the mountain, he would be enveloped by the divine senses of the immortals, essentially being monitored at all times. It's much better to stay carefree down there, doing whatever he wants, both leisurely and comfortable. Zhu Fuxian smiled knowingly. Indeed. At this moment, Su Changqing took out 2 kinds of spirit wine. "I almost forgot, this time I came to see you not only to ask you some questions, but also to bring spirit rice wine, and even some new wine." Zhu Fuxian instantly became excited. Such a chilling aura, could it be ice heart wine? Su Changqing gave a thumbs up. Senior brother truly lives up to his reputation as an expert. After noon, Su Changqing bid farewell to the already drunk Zhu Fuxian. After this exchange, he was no longer so worried. The reason he fell into a nightmare and experienced the precursors to inner demons was mainly due to the resentment contained within a part of this tree that seemed to thrive on the brink of death. The best solution was to wait for what was within the ice embryo to develop, and see what was really going on. As the saying goes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. As for whether or not to move, he would first have to ask Elder Hua if there was a suitable location. If not, Su Changqing would choose not to increase the number of spirit fields for the time being. From then on, he would focus all his attention on his personal space. In any case, at this stage, the spirit fields outside were no longer important to him. No matter how many he increased, they couldn't compare to the 100 acres within his personal space. He could clearly distinguish between what was more important. Time passed day by day, and Su Changqing's nighttime nightmares became less and less frequent. He was even less affected by them now. Finally, the day arrived to harvest the spirit rice. There were 3 mu in total. The first mu was top-grade spirit rice. The second mu was mutated spirit rice. The 5th mu was fruits and vegetables. As for the medicinal herbs in the 3rd and 4th mu, approximately 0.16 acres, they weren't ripe yet and would need to be harvested a few days later. Of course, Su Changqing didn't care anymore. Holding a sickle, he quickly arrived at the ridge of the first mu, approximately 0.16 acres, of spiritual rice. Looking at the rows of ripe, top-grade spiritual rice before him, he felt extremely satisfied. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed all the information. Top-grade spiritual rice. Ripe. No damage. Abundant spiritual energy. Top-grade today. Yield, 4,000 jin, approximately 2,000 caddies. The limit for a second-grade spiritual rice field has always been 4,000 jin, approximately 2,000 kilograms, per mu. This has never changed. Su Changqing took off his shoes, a slight smile on his face, and walked step by step down the ridge, quickly reaching the far left side of the spiritual rice field to begin harvesting. Harvesting 1 Supreme Spirit Rice Stalk, lifespan plus 6 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Watermelon, lifespan plus 5 days. Harvesting 1 mutant rice stalk, lifespan plus 10 days. Total lifespan gained 24,316 days. Current remaining lifespan 689 years. Su Changqing harvested acre after acre of land. He experienced both the joy of a bountiful harvest and the increase in lifespan. Only an hour had passed after he finished harvesting all 3 acres of spirit fields. The lifespan lost on cultivation techniques and skills had already been made up. In a few more days, after harvesting the Yang extreme medicinal herbs, he would definitely break through to 700 years. Normally, a foundation establishment cultivator, especially one with a wood spirit root known for its longevity, would only live to a maximum of 300 years. However, Su Changqing, at the foundation establishment stage, now had a lifespan that even surpassed that of a golden core cultivator. For him, there was no need to pursue so-called immortality, simply living in the present and enjoying each day was enough. After harvesting and packing all the spiritual plants, Su Changqing summoned the large leaf grass and soared into the air, flying at an incredible speed towards Pingding Mountain. Along the way, many spiritual farmers were inspecting the spiritual fields. The annual assessment of 5,000 jin wasn't particularly difficult, but for some, especially newcomers to the core of the spiritual fields, it was still quite challenging. For example, when Su Changqing was alone, he only needed to submit a minimum of 1,250 jin of spiritual rice each quarter. But this time, linen was added, along with an extra acre of second-grade spiritual field. Therefore, besides himself, he also had to submit the quota for Lin An. Of course, Su Changqing wouldn't submit top-grade spiritual rice for Lin An as well. Doing so would be no different from planting a seed of resentment. Anyway, the immortal sect only stipulated that each spiritual farmer must submit 5,000 jin of spiritual rice, or spiritual plants of equivalent value, annually. As for whether it was inferior, superior, or top grade, there were no specific requirements. Therefore, he only submitted inferior spirit rice to Lin An. Why? Because it was cheap. Su Changqing himself insisted on submitting top-grade spirit rice because he initially didn't understand, and since he didn't have any superior or inferior spirit rice on hand, he foolishly submitted the wrong kind. As a result, by a twist of fate, he attracted the attention of the supervisors and even the management, laying the groundwork for his eventual appointment as a spirit cultivation envoy. This led to him having to continue submitting top-grade spirit rice later. However, for him now, it didn't really matter. He already had 5 acres of spirit fields outside, and 100 acres in his personal space. Not to mention submitting 5,000 caddies of top-grade spirit rice a year, he could even support an entire cultivation section. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the foot of Flat Top Mountain, stepping on large leaf grass. Then, he climbed the steps step by step, quickly reaching the summit. There weren't many people here. That was understandable, as most spirit farmers were waiting for the spirit plants in their fields to mature. They didn't have time to come here to collect tasks. Soon, Su Changqing successfully submitted his and Lin An's quarterly supply of spirit rice. But instead of leaving, he went directly to Elder Hua. He had 2 things to ask him. This time, it was Elder Hua who greeted him first. "Little Su, you've arrived." Su Changqing stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Manager, I have 2 things I'd like to ask you." Elder Hua asked with a smile, "What is it?" Su Changqing pulled out a small portion of the Tree of Life and Death. "A few days ago, He recounted the entire incident in detail. Although he had already chatted with Zhu Fu, he still needed to confirm it here. Ultimately, things closely related to oneself cannot be taken lightly. After listening, Elder Hua gave an affirmative reply. "Yes, your location did indeed experience a calamity of rampaging spirits, especially that Stone Mountain, which was a severely affected area." Su Changqing hesitated, then this. Elder Hua said calmly, "This is only a small part of the Tree of Life and Death. Because the carrier did not resurrect, some resentment remains on it. It won't cause you any substantial harm, much less become a demon. You can rest assured." In other words, whether it's a dried corpse or black tentacles, they are merely remnants of a failed resurrection. It's likely that too many spirit fields caused the spiritual energy to become disordered again, leading to a situation similar to the mutation of spirit plants. Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's good." Elder Hua thought for a moment. "If you're worried, you can choose another location. Anyway, the limit for that place is indeed 5 mu of second-grade spirit fields, it can't be increased any further." Su Changqing grinned. "That's the second thing I wanted to mention." Elder Hua paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You rascal, ha ha ha." Then, he unfolded a map of the core area of the spirit fields. It was densely packed with locations to choose from. However, there were very few truly remote ones. Su Changqing was momentarily stumped, pondering. First, the area needs to be large enough to accommodate the 5 mu of spirit fields in the pond. Then, there can't be any rocky mountains or anything like that. Elder Hua reminded him, actually, the more remote the place, the more similar the situation. The meaning was self-evident. No one chooses remote locations. almost all of them have experienced disasters similar to the raging spirit storm. It's just that some places have lower intensity, and some have higher intensity. It depends on whether you can withstand it. Su Changqing's location was actually quite good. Normally, as long as it didn't exceed 5 mu of spirit fields, there wouldn't be a problem. If one wanted to increase the amount of spirit fields by improving their cultivation level, especially to reach 5 mu, they would need to be at least at the early golden core stage. However, Su Changqing was an exception. Jiang Su gifted him 1 mu. Lin and traded for 1 mu. The foolish prince gave him 1 mu. Adding this to the 2 mu he already had, it totaled exactly 5 mu, thus reaching the critical point. Of course, the real trigger wasn't just the increase in the number of spirit fields. The key was that directly beneath the location of the cold white cabbage, there happened to be a corpse. And this corpse happened to be carrying a small portion of the tree of life and death. Coincidence upon coincidence, thus becoming inevitable. Su Changqing shrugged, then I have no choice. Just then, Elder Hua seemed to remember something and suddenly said, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait a bit longer. Su Changqing said oh, with a questioning look. Elder Hua stretched out a root and poked at a red spot on the map. You know Red Maple Valley, right? Su Changqing's lips twitched several times. Look at the question you ask. I go there every year. Elder Hua nodded slightly. Next year, all the trading points in Red Maple Valley will be moved, freeing up space. Since you are a spirit cultivation envoy, you certainly have the right to choose. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Red Maple Valley. That's a wonderful place. Picturesque scenery. Not only is it spacious, but its location is indeed secluded. Elder Hua glanced around and whispered, don't tell anyone. I'm only telling you. Su Changqing nodded hurriedly, then curiously asked, then, steward, where will the new trading point be located? Elder Hua replied, over by the Flower Sea. Su Changqing was stunned. If I remember correctly, wasn't the Flower Sea gone? Back then, Qin Bailey fought a great battle to stop Qiu Feng from becoming a demon. The situation was still vivid in his mind. Not just the Flower Sea, the entire area was wiped out. Elder Hua explained, every 333 years, the 3 major immortal sects organize a 1,000-sex assembly, and it's our turn in 5 years. This year, the number of participating immortal sects is the largest ever, unprecedented in scale. Therefore, the immortal elders are paying extra attention. Red Maple Valley is too small to accommodate so many people, so we have to find a different location. Su Changqing suddenly realized, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten. The 1,000 Sales racing competition held in Suangzhen City is modeled after the 1,000 Sex Assembly. The 1,000 Sex Assembly is organized by the 3 major immortal sects and held every 333 years. It is divided into trade and combat. The combat lasts 49 days. The trade lasts for 81 days. By then, the number of immortal cultivators coming to the Dongting Immortal Sect will be far more than 10,000, perhaps even more. With the size of Red Maple Valley, it can only accommodate a few thousand people at most, any more would have to wait in the heavens. Although Su Changqing had only visited the Flower Sea once, the memory was vivid. It was not only spacious but also picturesque, a truly breathtaking place. It was indeed the top choice for a gathering. Elder Hua chuckled, reminding him, your only competitors are the Rong family and the Zhang family. Su Changqing paused, then said with a look of surprise, you just said you'd only tell me. Elder Hua blinked, I did only tell you, but this news can't be kept secret. The Rong and Zhang families already know from Immortal Peak. Su Changqing frowned slightly. The Rong family is the #1 cultivation family in terms of spiritual fields. Not only do they have many members, but they also control the most spiritual fields currently. As for the Zhang family, although they can't compare to the Rong family in terms of the number of spiritual fields or their influence, they are still not to be underestimated. He was alone, competing with 2 other cultivation families for the qualification to reside in Red Maple Valley. Frankly speaking, the success rate was almost zero. Admittedly, Su Changqing possessed a status that both the Rong and Zhang families envied, the sole spirit cultivation envoy at the core of the spirit fields. He held the authority to oversee all spirit fields and spirit plants. However, both the Rong and Zhang families were ancient cultivation families, existing for over 1,000 years. Their members were scattered throughout the Immortal Sect. They could be found in the Water Control Pavilion, the Earth Fire Zone, the Weapon Forging Peak, and even the Earth Veins. Furthermore, the Rong family had a core disciple whose strength was said to be terrifying. As for the Zhang family, although they didn't have a core disciple, they had a disciple of a core disciple. In short, both families had powerful backers on the Immortal Peak. Therefore, Elder Hua had no choice. Anyway, you'll have to rely on yourself for this. Su Changqing nodded vigorously, then bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance and advice. This disciple will do my utmost. Elder Hua was pleased. Very good. Then, Su Changqing turned and walked away. He didn't leave the palace, but instead went to the room reserved for the spirit cultivator. He wanted to learn more about the disaster situation. If something unexpected happened, at least there would be ways to deal with it. This investigation revealed that the location he was in had indeed been the site of a violent spiritual calamity 88 years ago. Later, an experienced old spirit farmer was specially assigned to guard it, and this person was Zhu Fuxian's close friend. Who? Lan Xin. Knowing his lifespan was short, he simply made a final sacrifice for the immortal sect and the spirit fields. Of course, because of their proximity to Zhu Fuxian, the two often met, drank, and chatted. Time flew by, and the day arrived for harvesting the yang-type medicinal herbs. Su Changqing pointed with his left hand, his right hand holding a sharp sickle. He pointed and gestured, while ruthlessly harvesting. Harvesting 1 Supreme Golden Crow Vine, lifespan plus 7 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Sun-Piercing Fungus, lifespan plus 7 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Warm Sun Mushroom, lifespan plus 7 days. Harvesting 1 Supreme Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass, lifespan plus 8 days. Total lifespan gained 37,028 days. Current remaining lifespan 790 years. This harvest took 3 hours, mainly because the Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass needed to generate electricity, causing some delays. Fortunately, the final gains were considerable, especially the lifespan increase from the Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass, which was the highest among all the spiritual plants cultivated so far. In this way, Su Changqing was just a hair's breadth away from an 800-year lifespan. He could even envision a 1,000-year lifespan. By next year, his lifespan alone would be on par with nascent soul stage cultivators. The only pity was that both harvests with his King Z finger technique had failed. Ever since he mutated the Four Seasons fruit tree into a timespace tree, his luck seemed to have run out. Continuous harvesting, continuous attempts, continuous failures. He hadn't even succeeded with vegetables. This was truly rare. Su Changqing stretched. Oh well, some things can't be forced. Then, he turned and walked towards the stone house. Now that the Yang attribute medicinal herbs had been harvested, it was time to start refining pills. And among Yang attribute pills, Su Changqing's current specialty was the Crimson Yang pill. Unfortunately, due to the mutation of the Four Seasons fruit tree, he couldn't refine it for the time being. Therefore, the recipe was changed to Warm Sun pill made with sun-piercing fungus and Warm Sun mushroom. A Thunderclap pill made with Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass was also needed. Sun-piercing pill made with Golden Crow Vine and sun-piercing fungus. Barrier-breaking pill made with Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grass and Warm Sun mushroom. While the types of pills seemed numerous, the refining methods were actually quite similar. Su Changqing looked thoughtfully at the alchemy furnace before him. It's strange, I've successfully refined quite a few pills, but why haven't I developed any alchemy skills? Logically, once successful, the skill should appear. But the problem is, from the initial labor-strengthening pill to the various pills he's made now, the number of successful attempts has been hundreds, if not thousands. Yet, no matter how hard he tries, he still can't touch the threshold of alchemy skills. So close, yet so far. It always feels like something is missing, almost there. Next, Su Changqing prepared all the materials for the various pills in advance. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well try them all out. After all, I can't rely on just one type of pill to make money later. The more varieties, the greater the demand. Warm Sun Pill. Main ingredients: 3 top-grade sun-piercing Ganoderma lucidum plants, 2 top-grade Warm Sun mushroom plants. Auxiliary ingredients: 1 jade dew grass plant, 5 soul-gathering flowers. Thunderbolt Pill. Main ingredients: 5 top-grade Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow grass plants. Auxiliary ingredients: 3 thunder pattern stones, 1 tail of mysterious iron flakes. Sun-piercing Pill. Main ingredients: 4 top-grade Golden Crow vine plants, 1 top-grade sun-piercing Ganoderma lucidum plant. Auxiliary ingredients: 2 ice crystal flowers, 3 grams of snake saliva incense. Barrier-breaking Pill. Main ingredients: 2 top-grade Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow grass plants, 3 top-grade Warm Sun mushroom plants. Ingredients: 5 grams of mystic ice iron, 1 spoonful of melting spirit sand. With everything prepared, Su Changqing decisively ignited the spiritual fire. The crimson flames licked the bottom of the Starfall secret gold cauldron like tongues of fire. In a short while, the fire attribute constellations in all 4 directions lit up one after another. Eastern Tail Fire Tiger, Northern Chamber Fire Pig, Western Beak Fire Monkey, Southern Wing Fire Serpent. The lighting between them represented the temperature changes of the Starfall secret gold cauldron. From 1 to 4, they represent weak, medium, high, and strong, respectively. Using the Starfall secret gold cauldron for alchemy, by simply observing which constellation suddenly lights up and which dims, one can determine the temperature, stage, and even the effect of the elixir. Su Changqing washed the Guanrazi and Nuaniaga with slightly cool spring water, then took a jade knife as thin as a cicada's wing and carefully sliced them into small pieces. Next, he washed the Yulakeo and placed it in a mortar, gently pounding it with a pestle until no more sound was heard. By this time, the juice from the Yulakeo had been extracted, but because it contained many impurities, Su Changqing used a silk sieve to filter it several times until no more impurities overflowed, leaving only a pale green, slightly viscous liquid. Only then was he satisfied. Finally, the second ingredient remained, Ninganyua. This was relatively troublesome. It had to be placed in a mortar and pestle and rolled back and forth with a stone roller, repeatedly grinding it into powder. However, even after all this was done, it was only the first step in refining the Nuaniangdan. Next came the most important, the most crucial second step. What? Refining pills. Su Changqing first glanced at the temperature of the Starfall secret gold cauldron. He saw that 3 of the fire attribute stars had extinguished, leaving only the eastern tail fire tiger faintly glowing. This indicated that the current temperature was at a gentle, suitable level for refining the warm sun pill. Therefore, he decisively placed the sliced sun-piercing fungus into it. The moment the hot and cold clashed, a reaction occurred. Instantly, a sizzling sound emanated, as if it were being fried in oil. A wisp of green smoke even rose from within. Soon, a faint, herbal fragrance filled the air. Of course, this wasn't crucial, so Su Changqing paid it no mind. He didn't even pay attention, merely using his spiritual sense to surround the Starfall secret gold cauldron to ensure no accidents occurred, then focusing all his attention and actions on the ingredients for the second type of pill, the Thunderclap pill. After so many refining attempts, his experience and skills were already second nature. He knew exactly what to do and when not to do it. After preparing the materials for the second type of elixir, thunder pattern stone and black iron filings, he immediately sensed the changes inside the Starfall secret gold cauldron. Taking a closer look, he noticed that the sliced sun-piercing fungus had shrunk considerably, appearing quite withered, but oozing golden oil droplets. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't hesitate and decisively added the pale green jade dew grass juice. The instant the 2 liquids touched, a crimson light flashed inside the cauldron. Even the temperature increased significantly, becoming even hotter. Soon, they began to fuse. Initially, the color was light brownish green. Once fused together, it turned amber. At this moment, the fragrance of herbs in the air became even stronger. It felt as if he wasn't in an alchemy room, but rather in a lush green meadow. After nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Su Changqing finally added the pre-sliced warm sun mushrooms. At the same time, he activated the 9 flames profound technique, channeling the fire elemental energy from his CC into the spiritual fire at the bottom of the Starfall secret gold cauldron, causing its temperature to skyrocket instantly. What was merely a dull heat a moment ago was now like a furnace constantly radiating heat waves. Thankfully, this alchemy room had been specially designed during its construction. Otherwise, there was a real risk of it melting. What if, in the end, not only did the pills not turn out well, but the entire set of alchemy equipment was also lost? Previously, only the eastern tail fire tiger within the Starfall secret gold cauldron glowed faintly. As the temperature rose, the other 3, which had been dim, lit up again, indicating that the temperature inside the cauldron had reached the level of martial fire. A sizzling sound came from inside the cauldron again. It was unclear whether it was oozing oil or deflating. As time passed, the sound grew fainter and fainter. Even the initially strong herbal fragrance became much weaker. The moment it completely disappeared, Su Changqing activated the wood elemental power in his Qi, using it to envelop the powdered soul-condensing flour beside him, then carefully scattering it into the cauldron, especially covering the liquid formed by the fusion of the 3 spiritual plants. At this point, only the final step remained in refining the warm sun pill. Su Changqing remained unhurried, continuing to monitor the internal state of the Starfall secret gold cauldron with his spiritual sense. Simultaneously, he began processing the main and auxiliary ingredients for the third type of sun-piercing pill ahead of schedule. Time passed, and this time, an hour later, a soft white light suddenly shone from within the cauldron. Seeing this, Su Changqing understood immediately and suppressed the temperature of the spiritual fire. As the temperature dropped, the white light surged forth from within. The next second, it transformed into steaming white mist and dissipated. Once the mist disappeared, he circulated the 9 flames profound technique, drawing away the remaining fire energy within the Starfall secret gold cauldron thread by thread, thus cooling it prematurely. Subsequently, only a pool of gradually solidifying amber-colored liquid remained within the cauldron. Su Changqing then activated the wood elemental power in his Danshan, controlling the liquid to divide and fuse it according to a specific ratio, ultimately shaping it completely. Thus, the warm sun pill was completed. There were 5 pills in total, each the size of a broad bean. The surface of the pills even had a dew-like luster. It is well known that only the highest quality warm sun pills possess this characteristic of balanced medicinal properties. Clearly, although this was Su Changqing's first time refining the warm sun pill, he achieved peak skill right away, reaching the maximum level without even relying on the system's abilities. This demonstrates that his skill and experience in refining relatively simple pills have reached a level of consummate mastery. There are 2 main reasons for this. First, the increased number of times he has refined pills. Second, the improvement in the quality of the pill formulas. Although Su Changqing's pill refining skills haven't yet fully developed in a sense, he's not even a beginner. In reality, each successful pill refinement elevates the formula to the masterful level. What does masterful level mean? It means that every refinement he makes achieves top quality pills. This is an incredibly powerful ability. Even advanced or top-tier pill refiners don't have absolute certainty of success. Therefore, he relies on the accumulated experience and skills from numerous masterful level pill formulas. This meant that Su Changqing, though no longer officially a pill refiner, was now indistinguishable from a high-level pill refiner. In some aspects, he could even rival top-tier pill refiners. At this moment, his attribute panel changed. Warm Sun Pill, Miraculous Hands. Effect 1 quickly relieves various physical pains caused by cold stagnation. Effect 2 long-term use can replenish yang energy and boost vitality. Effect 3 can improve various problems caused by insufficient qi and blood. Special Effect 1 provides resistance to yin attribute damage, status effects, or disturbances. Special Effect 2 can assist in cultivating yang attribute techniques. Special Effect 3 has remarkable effects on wounds and frostbite caused by cold poison. Negative Effect 1 excessive consumption can lead to an excess of yang energy in the body, resulting in yin deficiency. Su Changqing nodded slightly upon seeing this. This is the first time I've refined a top-grade pill without the system's help, and the formula is even at the master level. It seems that with the increase in the number of times I refine pills, my pill refining skills will automatically improve over time. Next, Su Changqing pressed on and refined the remaining 3 types of pills. Thunderbolt Pill, excellent. Sun-piercing pill, top grade. Barrier-breaking pill, excellent. In other words, a total of 4 types of pills were refined this time. Among them, the Warm Sun Pill and Sun-piercing pill both reached top-grade quality, with formulas at the master level. Only the Thunderbolt Pill and Barrier-breaking pill, which are related to the Thunder attribute, were slightly inferior, but still reached excellent quality, with formulas equivalent to expert level. It seems that although there is a Thunder and Fire spiritual root to assist, it is ultimately not a true Thunder spiritual root. Su Changqing looked at the 4 types of pills in front of him, lost in thought. In that case, the reason why my pill refining skills are still not up to par is most likely not related to pill refining itself, but rather there must be some shortcomings in other aspects. 5 Warm Sun Pills. Overall amber in color, like honey soaked in autumn maple leaves. 3 Thunderclap Pills. Dark purple overall, with lightning-like veins on the surface. 4 Sun-piercing Pills. Golden yellow overall, as if plated with molten gold. 1 Barrier-breaking Pill. Inky black overall, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A total of 13 pills of 4 types, even the lowest quality among them is of superior quality. If word got out, it would be a disaster. After all, Su Changqing is just an ordinary spirit farmer to outsiders. In other people's minds, such a person should be toiling in the fields, dealing with various spiritual plants. Alchemy? Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, a prompt appeared. Would you like to consume 4 years of your lifespan to upgrade the Thunderclap pills to Masterful? Would you like to consume 6 years of your lifespan to upgrade the barrier-breaking pills to Masterful? Yes. Su Changqing, of course, wouldn't refuse. The improvement of the pill formulas brought not only an increase in alchemy skills but also changes in the effects of the pills. Soon, both pill formulas were upgraded to the master level. Remaining lifespan, 780 years. Not long after, Su Changqing tidied up the alchemy room and left the basement. When he came outside, it was already the next morning. Outside, although the sun hadn't risen yet, the clouds were already tinged with a pale gold. The chirping of insects and frogs from the night had subsided, with the occasional cluck echoing from afar. A cool breeze blew, ruffling his hair while also invigorating him. In the pond, the light spirit turtle lay listlessly, its limbs limp, its body bobbing on the surface. Red-tailed carp fought over insects that fell into the water, occasionally creating ripples. The dragonfish were very quiet, simply watching Su Changqing expectantly, waiting to be fed. Wan Wan peeked out, looking furtive, wanting to approach but too lazy to leave its roost. The guinea fowl were early risers, and not just one, but a full 21, 2 roosters and 19 hens. Of course, the first guinea fowl to be raised seemed to be a loner. It stood alone in another spot, somewhat distant from its kind. Su Changqing took in everything, pondering, now that there are more guinea fowl, although we can still tell which one was raised first, we still need to distinguish them. It seems we need to give it a name. Guinea fowl. Guinea fowl. Should we call it Zhen Zhen or Zuzu? Or perhaps Zhenzu? After much thought, Su Changqing couldn't decide. He shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts, and began his daily routine. Fortunately, all the spiritual plants in the 5 acres of spiritual fields had already been harvested, and even the mutated rice seedlings had been stored in his personal space, so there was no need to weed. They could be burned later when it came time for slash and burn agriculture, which would be much easier. Therefore, for now, he only needed to clean up the droppings of Wang Wang and a flock of guinea fowl. When Su Changqing arrived near the poplar tree, he suddenly noticed that it had changed again. This time, however, the change was not positive, but negative. Previously, it was lush and leafy, but now the green leaves were withered. Overall, it no longer had that open, umbrella-like shape. The branches and leaves had shrunk inwards, giving it a pitiful, weak, and helpless appearance. Its interior originally contained a rich with spiritual energy, but now, half of it was gone, which was clearly abnormal. Therefore, Su Changqing decisively activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, simultaneously using the special abilities granted by the system to examine the poplar tree's condition. Poplar tree, spirit. Cultivation level, 10 years. Effect 1, gathering spiritual energy. Negative effect 1, insufficient spiritual energy. Su Changqing was surprised, it's become a spirit? Before, it was just an ordinary poplar tree. Since Su Changqing moved here, it began to change. Now, unexpectedly, it has become a spirit. However, why has the spiritual energy suddenly decreased by half? Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, his spiritual sense instantly enveloping the surroundings, but found nothing. On the surface, his spiritual sense detected no problems, but the more it seemed this way, the more it indicated a problem. Therefore, Su Changqing simply activated the thick earth-bearing technique, using the earth's spiritual power in his danshan to draw upon the underground energy, merging his own consciousness into it, and then penetrating downwards. Upon touching the poplar tree's roots, he suddenly discovered a very familiar black tentacle. Seeing this, Su Changqing, standing on the ground, raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, could there be another corpse beneath my house? He had initially thought only a single black, desiccated corpse lay hidden beneath the rocky hill. Now it seemed there was more. Immediately, Su Changqing moved to the other side of the poplar tree. Manipulating the earth's energy, he separated the soil layer by layer. Soon, a straight pit appeared before him, about 5 meters deep. Not only could he see the poplar tree's roots, but also black tentacles intertwined with them. Compared to the one beneath the rocky hill, the tentacles here were much thinner. Seeing this, Su Changqing, to avoid alerting the enemy, didn't sever them directly, but continued to separate the soil little by little, exploring deeper. Finally, at a depth of nearly 8 meters, he made a discovery. It was indeed a black, desiccated corpse. Curled up, black tentacles sprouting from its abdomen. Perhaps having absorbed some of the poplar tree's spiritual energy, it appeared more fuller than the one on Stone Mountain. Unsurprisingly, it also possessed a small piece of the tree of life that had seemingly died. According to Elder Hua and Senior Brother Zhu, the chaotic spiritual energy had affected them, preventing their resurrection and even causing a mutation similar to that of a spiritual plant. However, upon closer inspection, Su Changqing suddenly noticed something amiss with this body. At the back of its head, where the occipital bone would be, there was a hole the size of a thumb. Su Changqing suddenly recalled a passage from a book. It is said that after a demon becomes a spirit, it must refine the transverse bone in its throat to speak. The occipital bone at the back of a cultivator's head can be refined into a natal sword pellet. Could it be that this person, who has been dead for so long, was not only a wood elemental spirit farmer, but also a metal elemental sword cultivator? Thinking this, Su Changqing immediately became interested and began searching around the black, desiccated corpse. Unfortunately, he searched for over 10 minutes without finding anything. Perhaps he was wrong. Therefore, he wasted no more time and released a crimson tongue of fire with a wave of his hand. Instantly, it ignited the black, desiccated corpse and tentacles. Only then did they react and begin to struggle frantically. But it was all in vain. With a squeak, a scream, whether from the corpse or the tentacles, was unclear, followed by their complete transformation into ashes. Then, with a snap, two things fell out. First, a small portion of the tree of life reborn from death. Second, a silver-white, round bone sphere. Seeing two items fall out, Su Changqing was initially taken aback, then curiously picked them up. The first item was already quite familiar. A small fragment of the tree of life and death. The second item, however, caused Su Changqing immediate pain upon contact. If he hadn't maxed out his Suanmu golden body technique, he probably would have been injured. When anyone or anything touched it, this round bone sphere constantly released a sharp sword intent, instinctively protecting its master. Without a doubt, this was his natal sword pellet forged from the occipital bone of the back of his head. Moreover, it could grow. It could be upgraded from a spiritual weapon to a magic weapon, or even higher. Su Changqing observed this thoughtfully, then leaped up, instantly landing back on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he manipulated the surrounding earth's energy, mending the separated soil until it looked exactly the same as before turning his attention back to the poplar tree. Sure enough, once the mummified corpses below, which had been stealing spiritual energy, were gone, the previously sickly, pitiful, weak, and helpless poplar tree regained its vitality. The branches and leaves that had shrunk back extended outwards once more. Seemingly sensing Su Changqing's gaze, the poplar tree trembled slightly, whether from excitement or gratitude, it was hard to tell, or perhaps both. In any case, the poplar tree radiated absolute goodwill and closeness towards Su Changqing. This surprised him slightly. When he first moved here, he had been quite enthusiastic towards this tree. He had used all sorts of spells he learned on it. Who would have thought that he had forced it to transform from an ordinary poplar tree into a poplar spirit? It seems like a single word difference, but in reality, the difference is worlds apart. An ordinary tree can be easily cut down, but a poplar spirit is different. It can bring benefits to this area. The longer one lives, the greater the benefits, regardless of the concentration of what elemental energy, or the concentration of earth elemental energy, or the earth's energy. It can even protect the home and ward off evil spirits. In short, these benefits are multifaceted. Su Changqing smiled slightly. Let's live in harmony from now on. A rustling sound. The poplar tree trembled even more rapidly. It seemed to have agreed. Actually, given the current situation, it had no choice but to agree. If Su Changqing really wanted to take action, dealing with this mere 10-year-old poplar tree spirit would be a matter of a single finger. Of course, this one finger wasn't about poking with a finger, but rather, a fully leveled blazing sun finger. Immediately afterward, Su Changqing turned and walked towards the stone house to prepare breakfast. After eating with Wang Wang, he took the top-grade spirit rice to the group of pearl chickens. The first guinea hen they kept was already a behemoth compared to the other 20. Several times larger than its neighbors, it stood out like a crane among chickens. Perhaps this was why it showed no interest in its kin. Su Changqing held a handful of top-grade spirit rice, feeding it as he said, "After thinking about it all night, I've decided on a name for you." The guinea hen tilted its head, a hint of curiosity in its small eyes. Su Changqing grinned. "From now on, you'll be called Cluck Cluck." Upon hearing this name, Cluck Cluck caused the guinea hen to stiffen. It nearly fell headfirst into the pool of premium spirit rice. It crowed a few times, seemingly trying to express something. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes, just like your crow." Upon hearing this, it turned and walked away, refusing even to eat the premium spirit rice. As it passed its kind, a rooster happened to emerge. Whether intentionally or not, it kicked the rooster away. This left all its companions bewildered. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, so happy with a new name. Then, he took the premium spirit rice to the pond. The 5 dragonfish that had been waiting immediately swam to the front. Next came the listless light spirit turtles. Finally, a group of thin, red-tailed carp. The strict hierarchy was vividly displayed in this small pond. Su Changqing threw the premium spirit rice in his hand, splashing it all into the water, instantly creating ripples. The 5 dragonfish scrambled for the food, each vying for it fiercely. Once they were full, it was the turn of the light spirit turtle, huddled in its shell. This creature ate incredibly slowly, 1 grain at a time. When there wasn't much left, it was the turn of the last group of red-tailed carp. Seeing their pitiful state, Su Changqing tossed them a handful of high-quality spirit rice. The dragonfish and light spirit turtle were already full and didn't try to steal the rice. After feeding them, Su Changqing collected the 5 dragonfish in a water-absorbing bead, then quickly returned to the stone house, even closing the door behind him. In a flash, he entered his personal space. His task for today was simple. First, he would dig a pond, settle the 5 dragonfish, and then plant mutated rice. He chose mutated rice mainly to test the effectiveness of planting it within his personal space. If it worked well, he could begin large-scale cultivation. For example, reaching 10 or even 20 acres. In short, there's no need to rush. After all, one must eat 1 bite at a time, and walk 1 step at a time. The same applies to cultivating spiritual plants. One cannot be careless. Currently, Su Changqing has a large quantity of mutated rice seeds. He has mother rice. He also has daughter rice. He even has seeds of golden rice gathering spirit rice. Golden rice gathering spirit rice is the metal attribute spiritual rice he previously gave to Li Lingbai. This specialty, golden rice, can accelerate the cultivation speed of those with a metal spiritual root. When he gave it to him, Su Changqing deliberately kept some seeds for future cultivation. Although he doesn't currently have a metal spiritual root, so eating it wouldn't have any effect. But that doesn't prevent him from planting. After all, his personal space contains a full 100 acres of spiritual fields. Naturally, he can plant whatever he wants. Currently, he has wood spiritual roots for cultivating spiritual plants. The soil has an earth elemental root. What's missing is a water elemental root, capable of producing rain. According to the 5 elements theory of mutual generation, wood generates fire, fire generates earth generates metal, and finally metal generates water. Therefore, if Su Changqing wants to cast spells like the minor cloud rain technique, he must first develop a metal elemental root, and only then a water elemental root. Of course, if he has rare and precious natural treasures, that's a different story. Once the 5 elements are complete, he won't need anyone's help and will be completely self-sufficient. Of course, the 5 acres of spirit fields outside will still be entrusted to Han Su, Zhao Ziyo, and others. This will never change. However, before that, Su Changqing used his earth elemental root to dig a large pond. How big? 20 zhang long and 12 zhang wide, with 3 tributary bends, each 5 zhang by 5 zhang. The deepest point is 5 zhang, with shallow water about 1 zhang within each bend. It occupies roughly 5% of the 100 mu of spirit field. Actually, this is no longer a pond. In fact, it's quite similar to a small lake. And because it's so large, the water in the water collecting pearl is simply not enough. The moment the 5 dragonfish were released, they were stunned. Good heavens, it's so much bigger than the previous pond. Even more spacious than the previous black dragon pool. Su Changqing pondered, such a large lake with only 5 fish? That's a bit few. It seems he'll have to buy some more rare fish fry. Or perhaps he should go back to the black dragon pool to see if there are any new dragonfish. Having made up his mind, Su Changqing began loosening the soil and planting seedlings. Currently 2 mu. 1 mu of mutated rice. 1 acre of golden rice spirit rice. After finishing his work, he summoned his companion Azure Lotus, expanding its domain. Simultaneously, he activated the fully leveled 4-season scripture. Instantly, he maximized the growth speed and efficiency. Instantly, the mutated spirit rice in the 2 acres of spirit fields began to grow at a visible rate. Outside, the growth cycle would be about 3 months. But here, it could be harvested approximately every 2 months. Speed and efficiency had reached their current limits. Only the yield was slightly lacking. One reason was the lack of spiritual rain. Another reason was the insufficient amount of spirit beast droppings. Fortunately, the black soil in his personal space was more nutrient-rich, slightly compensating for this. Seeing that it was almost done, Su Changqing left his personal space. Only an hour had passed outside. It was late summer, and everyone was exceptionally busy. Therefore, few people came here. Especially Linen, who rarely returned, always wandering around outside. Initially, he was tasked with investigating information on spiritual plants, talismans, and pills. Now, he seems to be lingering there. Each time he comes back, it's almost always to buy things Su Changqing needs. For example, materials for alchemy and weapon crafting. Besides that, he doesn't even plan to stay overnight. Su Changqing doesn't care. Although the other party has signed a blood talisman contract with him, he is still a living, breathing person. He has his own life, interests, and hobbies. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he can do whatever he wants. Because he's going to Black Dragon Pool in the afternoon, Su Changqing cooked dinner in advance. Just as he was finishing, the azure gourd vibrated. With a thought, a communication talisman appeared in his hand. Su Changqing recognized it. It was Bai Linger's communication talisman. Come to think of it, the two of them rarely use it to contact each other anymore. Hello? It's me, old Bai. However, the voice on the other end wasn't Bai Linger's crisp, youthful voice, but rather Bai Xiaoshan's slightly weathered and deep voice. Su Changqing was quite surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something you need?" Bai Xiaotian replied, "I've drawn 1,000 talismans to suppress evil spirits." Su Changqing immediately said, "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Xiaotian changed the subject, "However, I can't continue drawing them." Su Changqing was stunned. "What do you mean?" Bai Xiaotian said irritably, "The formal disciple competition is almost over, didn't you know?" Su Changqing was taken aback. I really didn't know. He'd been busy farming and completely ignored everything outside. Mainly, he wasn't interested. Bai Xiaotian continued, "Firstly, the formal disciple competition is about to end. Secondly, I need to leave the immortal sect for a while, that's the main reason." Su Changqing was very curious. "Leave?" Bai Xiaotian said in a deep voice, "My wife has some matters to attend to, I have to go help her now." Su Changqing pressed, "What about Linger?" Sigh. Bai Xiaotian sighed, "My 2 good-for-nothing daughters couldn't even make it to the semi-finals of the formal disciple competition, there's no point in them staying, it's better to go back together." Su Changqing blinked, "I can tell you really are my father." The Bai family of 3 needed to temporarily leave the Dongting immortal sect, and with the formal disciple competition nearing its end, they couldn't continue drawing talismans. Therefore, Su Changqing decided to first go to the Imperial Water Pavilion to retrieve the 1,000 spirit talismans they had prepared, and then head to Black Dragon Pool. It was on the way anyway. After preparing various snacks, he immediately summoned the great leaf grass, and his entire body swiftly rose from the ground. Then, wood generated fire, fire generated earth, and 3 kinds of spiritual energy continuously erupted. Whoosh! The great leaf grass instantly streaked across 1,000 meters of sky, several times faster than before. Along the way, wherever there was water, there were fishermen. It was practically a fishing spot every 10 steps, everywhere was crowded with people. It was a pity he didn't see old Zhao, otherwise he would have definitely greeted him, and arranged a time for the rain. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at the Imperial Water Pavilion in even less time than before. This time, neither Suanyu nor Tengshi were seen, and no one knew where they were. I never expected the final battle of the formal disciple competition to be Chu Chu versus Masha. What's so surprising? Both of them are very powerful, especially senior brother Chu. However, nobody expected the third place to be Jian Hangzhen. Su Changqing had just entered the first floor hall of the Imperial Water Pavilion when he heard the surrounding water element disciples discussing amongst themselves. The content was all about various information regarding the formal disciple competition. From the conversation around him, Su Changqing learned that the first place winner of this formal disciple competition would be either Chu Chu or Masha. As for who it would be, it was still unclear, as the final battle wouldn't begin until tomorrow. However, the third place had already been confirmed. It was Jian Hangzhen, who had once been listed as one of the four little geniuses alongside Lan Tian, Rong Yan, and Huo Wan. This person originally had a gold elemental root, but during the formal disciple competition, when fighting another powerful water elemental root opponent, the two roots mutated due to mutual stimulation. The golden spiritual root has become the thunder spiritual root. The seemingly evenly matched situation was instantly reversed. Jian Hangzhen, with even greater strength and a more commanding presence, easily defeated his opponent, ultimately securing third place among the formal disciples. It is said that he has now been chosen by a certain immortal master and is about to become a core disciple, ascending to the immortal peak. Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. A person's opportunities and fortune are truly inexplicable. Things that seem incomprehensible yet are ultimately inevitable always happen. He had met Jian Hangzhen a few times. This man always had a stern face and followed a cold and aloof path. But in reality, he and Huo Wan were arguably the two best among the four. Lan Tian, once arrogant and looking down on those weaker than himself. Rong Yan, while possessing decent talent, was truly made one of the four little geniuses by the Rong family behind him. This was the #1 cultivation family in the spirit field. The resources and connections they controlled were unmatched by others. However, Lan Tian has been in a slump ever since his defeat by Mo Xia, and hasn't yet recovered from the setback. As for Rong Yan, according to those around him, although he relied on his powerful spiritual weapon to defeat several opponents in a row, he was unlucky and encountered Mo Xia in the semi-finals. The two are truly in the same boat, both defeated by Mo Xia. Meanwhile, Huo Wan made it into the top 10 and is currently ranked 9th. Jian Hangzhen successfully defeated his opponent and is now ranked 3rd. Now, it remains to be seen who will be first and who will be second between Chu Chu and Mo Xia. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the 3rd floor of the Imperial Water Pavilion. He quickly met by Xiao Tian, Bai Linger, and Zhang Shui. Su Changqing greeted them, "Long time no see." Zhang Shui looked him up and down, and when she saw the Spirit Cultivator's token, she said with surprise, "Haven't seen you for a while, and you've become a Spirit Cultivator?" Su Changqing chuckled, "It's all thanks to everyone's kindness." Zhang Shui's eyes became complicated, and she thought to herself, if I had persisted a little longer back then, would things be different? At this moment, Su Changqing turned to Bai Xiao Tian and Bai Linger, "Are you already packing your things?" Bai Linger leaned forward, tugged at his sleeve, and asked hesitantly, what? Su Changqing looked down at her. Bai Linger then asked, "Did you bring any snacks?" She knew she wouldn't be back for at least several months. The thought of not having Su Changqing's snacks made her very reluctant to leave. But she had no choice. Her mother's situation was indeed quite serious, and she had to get there as soon as possible. Su Changqing blinked. "I made special preparations before coming." He then took out various snacks he had prepared in advance. There were spiritual dishes, fruits and vegetables, and pastries bought from the market for wandering cultivators. In short, there were a lot of them. It completely obscured Bai Linger, who wasn't very tall. Zhang Shui's eyes widened, "So many. Wow." Bai Linger's eyes lit up. Bai Xiaotian frowned, "If you do this, will she still eat properly?" Su Changqing grinned, "Kids will be kids, it's normal for them to prefer snacks to meals." Although Bai Xiaotian was dissatisfied, he wasn't angry. He immediately waved his hand, "Alright, I'm too lazy to argue with you guys, come with me." With that, he led the way towards the small room where talismans were drawn. Su Changqing immediately followed. When the two entered the small room, they indeed saw many stacks of talismans. Judging from the marks, color, and smell, some of them had only recently been completed. Bai Xiaotian said earnestly, "There are golden light exercising talismans, thunderfire burning yin talismans, big dipper soul binding talismans, purifying yin and dispelling evil talismans, and 3 edicts 100 disaster relief talismans here. There are at least 200 of each kind, enough for you to earn spirit stones." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, "Old Bai, you're amazing." Bai Xiaotian, while tidying up his talisman drawing tools, said, "This time I'll be gone for at least 2 or 3 months, maybe even more than half a year. I don't know much about business, so it's up to you to handle it. Just don't lose money." Su Changqing put away the talismans and nodded, okay. Bai Xiaotian thought for a moment and reminded him, you absolutely mustn't go to the Gig's secret realm. It's extremely dangerous inside, and it's not just our immortal sect's disciples participating, there are disciples from other immortal sects, and even disciples from various small and medium-sized sects. The scene will be extremely chaotic. Su Changqing patted his chest, quite proudly saying, I'm not interested in fighting, battles, or going on adventures. I'm only passionate about farming and making money. Bai Xiaotian nodded slightly, that's good. Afterward, Su Changqing chatted with the others for a while before leaving. Upon descending from the third floor to the first, he suddenly found a large group of people gathered. He approached and saw that it was Lan Tian, Jian Hangzhen, and a female disciple from the Imperial Water Pavilion. The three were huddled together, with Jian Hangzhen and the female disciple exchanging glances, suggesting a close relationship. Su Changqing had absolutely no recollection of this person, he seemed to have never seen her before. At this moment, someone beside him introduced her. It turned out that this female disciple was the one who had caused Jian Hangzhen's spiritual root to mutate. Unexpectedly, the two had gone from being opponents to, ahem. Although he had never seen this female disciple before, reaching the finals of the formal disciple competition, and even making it into the top 5, was enough to prove her extraordinary strength. It seems that truly powerful people are very low-key. Su Changqing's attention quickly focused on Jian Hangzhen. This person used to be like a sharp blade yet to be drawn, restrained, and composed. But now, however, her sharpness was fully revealed, her entire aura exuding power. His eyes were a pale purple. In the past, he had followed Lan Tian like a mere passerby. Now, Lan Tian followed him like a lackey. Times had changed, fortunes had turned. Now, all the scenery and attention were drawn to Jian Hangzhen. After watching for a while, Su Changqing bypassed the crowd, left the Imperial Water Pavilion, and rode his large-leaf grass straight towards Black Dragon Pool. After many years, he returned to 100-Foot Cliff. The scenery was beautiful, a perfect place for seclusion. But Su Changqing didn't stop to admire it. Instead, he plunged down into the deep Black Dragon Pool. It was similar to what he remembered, not much had changed. Upon reaching the deepest part, he saw many things. For example, fishing rods and hooks. However, he didn't see a single fisherman. It seemed that while people occasionally came by, most were driven by curiosity. Even without the fish demon, catching a dragonfish wouldn't be easy. After all, the bait was key. Seeing this, Su Changqing put away the large leaf grass, then took out the long unused demon wood water-repelling boat and gently tossed it downwards. This contraption swelled with the wind and expanded upon contact with water. Once submerged, it was about the size of a normal boat. Su Changqing leaped up, landing steadily on the deck. Then, with a thought, the wooden boat automatically sank downwards, quickly disappearing into the water along with him. They continued downwards, seeing nothing for the first few hundred meters. After nearly 1,000 meters, they finally made a discovery. A fish. A fish, entirely red yet shimmering with golden light. What else could it be but a dragonfish? Su Changqing was very excited. Excellent, I'll see how many I can catch this time. Immediately, the demon wood water-avoiding boat rushed forward. Upon approaching, Su Changqing used his old method, entangling the plump dragonfish with vines and easily capturing it. Then, he continued to steer the demon wood water-avoiding boat deeper into the water. Soon, he spotted a second dragonfish. Then came the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Whether by coincidence or not, there were 5 dragonfish, just like last time, and then not a single one appeared. Although somewhat disappointed, Su Changqing was already quite satisfied. It was better than nothing, wasn't it? Moreover, besides catching the dragonfish, he had another matter to attend to. Previously, due to his low strength and cultivation level, although he was curious about what lay behind the demonic dragon's remains, he hadn't ventured inside to investigate. Now, naturally, he was determined to find out. Thus, he continued to advance deeper into the area. Not long after, that familiar, chilling aura began to emanate. At first, it wasn't very noticeable, but as he drew closer, the sensation became increasingly clear. Then, before him appeared the remains of a large demonic dragon, estimated to be over 10 zhang, 33 meters, long. And as expected of a dragon, even after so long dead, it still inspired awe. Fortunately, this wasn't Su Changqing's first time here, so he wasn't intimidated by the wreckage of the demonic dragon and quickly steered his demonic wood water-repelling boat closer. As he drew nearer, the oppressive aura emanating from the higher-level creature grew stronger. Other creatures would likely have been too afraid to approach, perhaps even turning and fleeing. Su Changqing, however, acted as if he were returning home. He first glanced at the spot where the lightning-struck tree had been, and seeing that there was nothing there, he then focused his attention back on the massive wreckage of the demonic dragon. Just then, the demonic wood water-repelling boat beneath his feet trembled. Before Su Changqing could react, it suddenly sprouted tendrils resembling tentacles, rapidly wrapping around a portion of the wreckage and then devouring and absorbing it bit by bit, as if feeding. Su Changqing wasn't surprised by this. He knew the demonic wood water-repelling boat possessed several abilities, one of which was the ability to devour and grow. This meant that anything it could devour could become food for the boat, or in other words, nourishment for its evolution. What was truly unexpected was that the dragon's remains could be devoured. He recalled that this behavior hadn't been triggered the last time he'd been here. But it didn't matter. The dragon's remains were pointless to leave here anyway. It was better to merge them with the demonic wood water-repelling boat, perhaps even gaining some effect, or even a special ability. However, the devouring speed was rather slow. But that was understandable, given the dragon's remains were enormous. From what he could see, it would take at least half an hour. Seeing this, Su Changqing detached himself from the demonic wood water-repelling boat, letting it feed there, while he swam alone towards the rear of the dragon's remains. If one possessed a water spirit root, they could now cast a water-repelling spell. In this way, they could gain the ability to walk on water. As he continued forward, he gradually arrived at the tail of the dragon's remains. Just like when Su Changqing had been here last time, there was still some space inside. A long waterway was visible, but its destination was currently unknown. Seeing this, most people would have chosen to go inside, but Su Changqing, considering his own safety and various other factors, decided to go back and wait for the demon wood water-avoiding ship. Mainly, he missed the prison ship. Not long after, he returned to the deck of the demon wood water-avoiding ship. As time passed, the enormous remains of the demon dragon were gradually devoured. One side was shrinking, the other was growing. Moreover, the demon wood water-avoiding ship underwent even greater changes. First, its appearance gradually detached it from the category of demon wood, with dragon scale-like patterns appearing on its surface. Each dragon scale was about the size of an adult's palm, its edges gleaming with a fine, cold silver light, like sharp blades embedded within. A dragon horn emerged from the bow, its surface covered with spiral grooves, within which flickering blue flames. A dragon's tail emerged from the stern, its forked structure supported by 3 thick tail bones, their surfaces covered in rhomboid, horny scales, with translucent membranes growing between them. The entire hull was covered in a vein-like pattern resembling dragon markings, within which flowed a red liquid similar to blood essence. The entire vessel had transformed from wood into a lifelike form, possessing a unique style. Su Changqing, using the system's capabilities, quickly reviewed the specific information. Dragon avoiding ship. Effect 1, Top-tier wind control. Effect 2, Top-tier water repellency. Effect 3, Top-tier sturdiness. Effect 4, Devours growth. Special Effect 1, locks onto location upon sensing demonic energy. Special Effect 2, dragon horns release dragon fire breath. Special Effect 3, the ship becomes semi-transparent when in stealth mode. After devouring the remains of the demonic dragon, not only did the overall appearance change, but the effects were also upgraded to the top level, and 2 additional special effects were added. It must be said that coming to Black Dragon Pool this time was a truly wise move. Not long after, the demonic dragon remains that had occupied a vast space were now completely gone, not even ashes remained. Instead, a pleasure boat resembling the shape of a demonic dragon was quietly moored in the water. Su Changqing nodded slightly. With this boat, I don't even need to lift a finger. With a thought, the brand new demonic dragon water-repelling boat shot off. Wherever it passed, the surrounding water automatically gave way, as if afraid to approach. Furthermore, Su Changqing made a completely new discovery. As it swayed in the water, the translucent membranes growing between its scales generated propulsion, increasing its speed while minimizing its movement. The dragon-like veins on the hull's surface, in particular, seemed to come alive. At first glance, it resembled a demonic dragon rapidly moving through the water, a visually striking sight. Soon, they reached the space behind and continued deeper. Along the way, almost nothing could be seen. Nothing but water. Not even a single fish. This was strange, making Su Changqing wary. Although he now had the demonic dragon water-avoiding boat, he couldn't be careless. After all, this was Black Dragon Pool, anything could happen. After descending more than 2,000 meters, the view suddenly opened up ahead. Black water flowed continuously before him. He could vaguely see many enormous fish, some of which he had never seen before. Su Changqing was stunned. So the Black Dragon Pool leads directly to the Black Lake? No, that's not right. He quickly dismissed the guess. Because the direction was different, although there was black water here too, it definitely wasn't the Black Lake. It felt more like a hidden tributary, or a part extending from the Black Lake. Judging from the current situation, every type of fish inside was enormous. While not comparable to the rare dragonfish, but in terms of meat, it would be absolutely delicious. Su Changqing rubbed his hands excitedly. My personal space's pond is short of water and fish, I might as well put some in from here. This way, he wouldn't have to search outside himself. It would save both time and effort. Immediately, he took out the water-absorbing pearl and began absorbing the surrounding black water. The demon dragon water-avoiding boat slowly explored forward. After several minutes, they still hadn't seen the bottom or the edge. It seemed this place was larger than they had imagined. Since that was the case, Su Changqing wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that the water-absorbing pearl was full, he moved into his personal space and floated directly above the pond. The 5 dragonfish, thinking they were about to be fed, were all extremely excited. But the next second, what fell wasn't top-grade spirit rice, but 5 of their own kind, only slightly smaller than them. Instantly, the 10 dragonfish looked at each other, staring at each other with wide eyes. Suddenly, black rain began to fall from the sky. A crackling sound filled the air, creating countless ripples. At first, the 10 dragonfish seemed panicked, but upon realizing it was black water, they suddenly became excited. They immediately swam around, playing happily, seemingly quite content. Meanwhile, the previously dry pond's water level rose visibly. After emptying the black water stored in the water-gathering pearl, the pond was already 1/5 full. To fill it completely, it would take several more trips. Seeing this, Su Changqing casually tossed out a handful of top-grade spirit rice and then left his personal space. Once outside, standing once again on the deck of the demonic dragon's water-avoiding ship, Su Changqing suddenly noticed a stone tablet ahead. A few lines of text were faintly written on it. Water Spirit Palace. Dragon Locking Abyss. Reverse Scale.